Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 93 World Government, 183rd World Summit Special Session. Gentlemen, although I have said it many times before, I still have to say that we, the Kingdom of Milo Tries, do not approve of the existence of the 7 warlords of the sea. So do we, Nidos. Representatives of the country expressed their opinions. Although the matter of shisha buyukai is a foregone conclusion, the discussion about them has never stopped. Representatives of many countries think that the world government is invisibly encouraging pirates to plunder, especially countries that are very close to some shisha buyukai sphere of influence are strongly opposed to this. Shisha buyukai can help us maintain the balance of the sea. At this time, Marine Vice Admiral Crane, one of the meeting participants, also explained. Maintain balance? And the Minister of Milo Tries Kingdom shouted angrily, since they served as shisha buyukai, what else have they done besides legal looting? They should have fulfilled the responsibility of fighting ordinary pirates, but their performance so far has not been convincing. As one of the kingdoms adjacent to the Com Belt, the merchant ships of the Kingdom of Milo Tries are the favorite targets of robbery by Boa Hancock, the pirate empress of the 9 Snake Islands. The Prime Minister of the kingdom is obviously very popular. Now there is. While the participants were routinely arguing about the necessity and significance of shisha buyukai's existence, Sora and 120 Sengoku walked in through the door, and the former directly arranged the documents in his hands on the desktop. Quiet. After the majestic voice silenced the people's discussion, Sengoku didn't add much embellishment, and directly uttered a shocking fact. Just received a report from Virgo Vice Admiral, the Marine G5 branch of New World, Beasts Pirates offered a bounty of 860 million Baileys. The pirate Windstorm Kun was killed in New World, under the command of 100 beasts accounting Hand Dragon Fleet, 24 fleets were sunk. Afterwards, he also took a slightly teasing look at the stunned participants. I'm sorry to say, gentlemen, it was 7 warlords of the seas Hades who did this. Grasped Ling Yun. This is impossible. At this time, a person stood up. He was the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the New World Kingdom of Grass. What's worth mentioning is that the country of Grass itself is very close to the Kaido of the beast's sphere of influence. Even if it didn't rely on the power of the world government every year, this country would have been completely engulfed by that terrible monster. So he is also very aware of the power of the 3 disasters in Legendary of Beasts. Any one of those 3 people is an absolute monster. Such a guy, how could he die so easily? I know it's incredible, Mr. Bismarck. But, that's the truth. Having said that, Sengoku also hung a picture directly on the front side of the meeting room. And in that picture, a huge hole in the distant sky can be vaguely pierced by something sharp, and under the sky, there are all broken pirate ships, the pterodactyl fleet icon. Clear and distinct. Pterodactyl fleet, all destroyed. A fool is a fool. In the Isle of Beasts, Kaido, who just returned from the outside world, naturally also received a message about Kun. Crack. 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 The angry Kaido gritted his teeth, and the surrounding air seemed to become heavier all of a sudden. Boom! The magma is rolling, the rocks are collapsing, and if Ling Yun is on the scene, then you will definitely sigh. Kaido seems to have become a little stronger. Master Kaido, shall we dispatch now? But at this time, a member of the Beast's Pirates was eager to try. Go out. But to his surprise, Kaido, who has always loved fighting and was so fanatical to challenge the Marine headquarters alone, has no choice to go out directly at this time. And that guy is the opponent Lao Zi wants to defeat. That idiot Kun went to find him by himself. Of course he is courting death. And after hearing this sentence, the subordinate could hardly believe his ears, because he actually heard Kaido say the word opponent. And you have to know, even for the remaining 4 emperors, CD, Kaido has never used the word opponent to match them. Ignoring the subordinate's words, Kaido's scarlet eyes just slowly moved to the hideous wound on his right abdomen. On the former Sky Island, that terrifying slash reappeared in his mind again, making his heart tremble suddenly. And then, the big pirate immediately became angry at the fear in his heart. He must be ashamed. But, Master Kaido, we are now at war with Big Mom. If that grasp of Hades is really a dangerous guy, we should ignore him for now. As one of the 4 emperors, the pirates will certainly not have brains. For example, the man wearing glasses who is coming out now is the smartest subordinate under Kaido's command. Plague David the top 3 disasters with a bounty of 1.135 billion yuan. After Kaido heard David's words, the scarlet light in Kaido's eyes dimmed slightly. He loves to fight and sees Ling Yun as his greatest rival, but at the same time he is also an emperor with great ambitions to conquer the world. So he also knew that what David said was not wrong compared with Ling Yun. The Big Mom who is currently having a large-scale friction with him is obviously the most important opponent. So, tell Jack to sail back immediately. No, let him go to Dressrosa to talk to Joker about the previous deal. Laozi now needs a lot of weapons and shells. And keep an eye on that guy's movements. Once he makes a move, report it to Laozi immediately. Yes. But what no one could have guessed, even when Kaido temporarily gave up on approaching Ling Yun, someone didn't think so. Grand Line, Sky Island Strong World. 1. Standing in the building in the center of the island, Golden Lion Shiki looked at the photo on the newspaper in his hand. His expression was full of fiery enthusiasm. Indigo. Master Shiki. And following his voice, the man standing behind him also responded. This is a dragon, right? He pointed to the huge monster dragging Paradise Lost in the newspaper, and asked. According to the data, it should be Longzi. Can dragons can be tamed by humans? Shiki's voice was full of excitement. According to the information, it should be impossible, but the facts speak louder than words. Find him. The Golden Lion gave the order. If even dragons can be tamed, then so can rare beasts that take SIQ. We must find him. Chapter 94. The Land of Love and Passion, Dressrosa. Hey! Did you hear that? There were a few more toys suffering from human disease yesterday. Hey? Really? Are they disposed of now? Then how would I know? Amidst the discussions among passers-by, the tall man just strode towards the bullfighting arena. The arena has only been in operation for a year now, and the guys inside need him to take care of them personally. He wore a fur-brimmed hat, 2 facial lines, and a large red cape, a look that, it has to be said, would have stood out even in this ebullient capital. Lord Diamante. And after noticing the existence of this man, one of the 2 people who were still discussing about the toys suffering from human diseases rushed over. Mrs. Diamante, who appeared on the East Coast yesterday, have those toys been disposed of? Certainly. That would be great. And after watching the man say such words with a little rejoicing, Diamante's eyes also evoked a touch of cold sarcasm. If these guys knew what those toys were, they probably wouldn't be so rejoicing. All right. Since there is nothing wrong, then I will leave. Of course Diamante, you have gone all the way, and ask the king long live. Good. After greeted familiarly, Diamante, who was polite on the surface and extremely impatient in his heart, turned around and continued to the bullfighting arena. 18.5. Mr. Diamante, hello. Another clear voice came. Who? He was extremely impatient, but for the sake of Don Quixote family's reputation in Dressrosa, Diamante still had to turn his head away. Then. You are. Looking at the young man in white who smiled lightly at him, his expression was instantly horrified. No, wait. When did this monster arrive at Dressrosa? Although it's presumptuous, I hope to meet your superior. The young man looked at Diamante with a chuckle, but there was a faint meaning in his voice that could not be refused. King's Heights, Palazzo Dressrosa. The blood in the royal palace has been washed away, and there is no trace of the tragic massacre that happened here a year ago and the chaos in this country. The Liku royal family is already a noun in the past tense, and now the royal family of this country is called Don Quixote. I said, Dover. Is it really okay? After all, it is the largest underworld family in the country of grass. The tall man was wearing a quilt-like cloak, and holding a cane. He looked very disgusted with half of his nose hanging. And in front of him, the new king of this country is sitting on the throne. Yi in pink and sunglasses is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Hey, so what does it matter? With a characteristic laugh, da Flamingo said indifferently, the disobedient guy has no meaning of existence. As for the biggest sopranos, that kind of thing, anyone can be whoever he wants. If you want to suddenly increase the price of the cooperation that has been negotiated, you must be prepared to be wiped out. Sneering at the life and death of a certain mafia family, da Flamingo was not surprised by their actions because the so-called strong ones were able to gain the benefits they deserved and slowly climbed up in this way. It's just that the underworld family in the country of grass chose the wrong target for their blackmail. The law of the jungle preys on the strong. This is the unique rule in this sea. Of course that's right. Seeing da Flamingo's unshakable words, Toribel nodded as he should, precisely because of da Flamingo's heroic posture and decisive dominance. That's why he will follow the other party's side. He has also been firmly convinced that even though he is far away from monsters like the 4 emperors now, the one who conquers this sea in the end will definitely be da Flamingo. Little Lord. While da Flamingo was discussing with Toribel, a family cotter from the square army walked into the hall. Asking for flowers. Master Diamante's message. And in his hand, he held a small note with a square picture and text. Diamante? By the way, didn't he go to the bullfighting arena? And Toribel looked at the small note curiously. It was a note that the 4 top cotters of the family would only use when encountering major events, and this guy Diami obviously in Dressrosa. Why would something like this be used? Bring it to me and have a look. And da Flamingo also stretched out his hand and pointed at the note, and then saw the note flying towards him as if being pulled, and then he held it in his hand. 0. And at the first moment when he saw the contents of that note, da Flamingo's figure stopped for about a second. Dover, what is? And for Toripol, who is very familiar with da Flamingo's habits, this action of da Flamingo also shows one thing, that is, the news on the note made him a little surprised, even afraid. Oh meow meow meow. Which? Facing Toribel's answer, da Flamingo just laughed and threw the note to him. Grasp of Hades. After seeing Diamante's report on the note, the snot on Toribel's nose seems to hang longer. Ah! Da Flamingo replied softly, and then the sharp eyes hidden under the sunglasses also flashed a rare, dignified and extremely strong fear. Really, there's an incredible guy coming over. After that, his figure slowly floated up. Dover, you have to go yourself. Toribel looked at da Flamingo suspiciously. Well, that guy's words. I have to go to greet him in person, so I have fulfilled the etiquette. Recalling some little-known information, da Flamingo's words also have a hint of inexplicable meaning. It's also just right. Try the grasp of Hades in Legendary. It's very powerful. Chapter 95. Well, the palace is really well built. On the way to the King's Heights, Ling Yun looked at the villa-like palace on the highest area of Dressrosa from a distance, and whispered to himself. But in front of Ling Yun, while leading the way, Diamante kept thinking in his heart whether the information he secretly sent just now had reached da Flamingo's hands. You don't have to worry too much, the note you sent should have been delivered to da Flamingo. But what made him even more unimaginable was that at this time Ling Yun actually said what he thought in his heart. He has already found out. And Diamante turned her head in horror, only to see Ling Yun still looking at the palace not far away with his hands behind his back, his expression still very calm. Why? You don't think that such a small trick can hide 440 from me, do you? Faced with Diamante's shock, Ling Yun just said casually, actually, you don't need to secretly send out the secret letter, it would be better to just take out the phone bug and tell Doflamingo clearly. King's Heights is the area where almost all the cotters of the Dongquixote family live, which means that Ling Yun is already in the enemy's line. But Diamante is absolutely sure, this guy doesn't even mean to be afraid or jealous. And just when he was about to say something, hey 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 hey! The unique laughter came to his ears, and his expression was suddenly lifted. And then, super hit the whip line. Doflamingo, who appeared in the sky at an unknown time, stretched his hands towards the back, and then only heard a sharp sound of the air being cut, and dozens of almost transparent silk threads were entangled into a huge thick thread column, surrounding the armed color bully. It hit Ling Yun directly. Boom! The huge power instantly made a huge sound on the high ground of the king, and the shattered stones showed the biggest reason why shisha buyukai is shisha buyukai, that is power. But what? Diamante, who used his ability to fly fruit and pulled up his cloak as a shield to avoid being accidentally injured, clearly saw that when facing his young master's blow that could destroy mountains and mountains. The man who was called Grasp of Hades didn't even raise his hand. Buzz! The huge gust of wind swirled and turned into an invisible barrier to cover Ling Yun's left side, and the tip of the huge wire column was torn apart instantly when it touched the gust of wind, and turned into an invisible thin line again. Lord of the Air disappears. But Ling Yun just glanced at Doflamingo in the air with calm eyes. This way is not the way of hospitality, heavenly yaksha. Zixashixashixixixixi, it's the opposite. And Doflamingo was shocked when he saw that his serious blow was dispelled by Ling Yun so calmly, but then he laughed again. For a strong man like your excellency, is this the most reasonable way to meet? There is no need for the strong to test the weak, but not for the strong. Just like the meeting between a swordsman and a swordsman will inevitably be accompanied by a slash, a person like Doflamingo will inevitably choose to strike when he sees Ling Chu. It's not for defeating or killing, it's just for testing the opponent's spirit. Rational. And Ling Yun also looked at Doflamingo after hearing the words, and then he laughed. Come and not reciprocate. At the same time as the words fell, the scarlet sword was unsheathed instantly. Then, boom! The slash directly tore a huge gap in the ground, and the overwhelming strength and violent wind made it difficult for Doflamingo to keep a smile on his face. Parasite string armor line. The white threads intertwined again, instantly attached to his body, forming an armor made of one thread. Boom! And in the next second, Ling Yun's slash flew to his side. Then Doflamingo only came and let out a muffled grunt, and then was directly chopped off and landed heavily on a house in King's Heights, directly smashing that well-decorated house into ruins. Dover! Little Lord! At the same time, the cotters of the Dongquixote family who had been lurking around for a long time also exclaimed, and the two top cotters who were leading them were about to directly attack Ling Yun in an instant. But Pika, Torrible! Doflamingo's deep voice stopped the two of them, and he instantly stood up from the rubble of the broken house. As expected, it is the grasp of the underworld who killed that wind calamity. Feeling the injury on his left shoulder being repaired by the thread, Doflamingo looked at Ling Yun with more and more scrutiny. He was sure that the other party just slashed you at will, but it actually hurt him. This guy is really as good as the information he knows. If you don't mind, Mr. Ling Yun, would you like to sit in my palace? Certainly. And Ling Yun also took Murin into the sheath, turning a blind eye to the expressions of other Dongquixote family cotters, and just accepted Doflamingo's proposal with a light smile. Then, as if the previous battle had never happened between the two, Doflamingo led Ling Yun directly into his palace. Pika, Torrible, Diamante, you guys go to tidy up the King's Heights. As soon as he entered the palace, Doflamingo directly asked his confidants to step back, and then motioned for Ling Yun to take a seat. Then, he looked at Ling Yun without directly asking some common questions, but directly said another sentence. As expected of the person who defeated Marine Admiral, Mr. Ling Yun's knife is really powerful. After hearing Doflamingo's words, Ling Yun was slightly taken aback, and then smiled lightly without denying it. 4.3. What Doflamingo said about beating Marine Admiral was clearly referring to the Marie Joy's affair, but the incident itself has become almost unknown due to Ling Yun's now shisha buyukai relationship. But now, Doflamingo pointed out this point directly, and the meaning of revealing the whole card can be seen to some extent. I know many things about you. Doflamingo seems to want to tell Ling Yun such an implicit truth. But, you know, Ling Yun's understanding of Doflamingo, that's definitely a lot. I've known you for a long time. Ling Yun chuckled, Don Quixote, Mr. Doflamingo Saint. So he saw with his own eyes that Doflamingo's face visibly stiffened. Chapter 96. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Once directly led to the destruction of the 8 kingdoms, the great pirate nicknamed Heavenly Yaksha. And in the hearts of many people, he has another identity, that is the king-level boss of the Dark World Joker. He sells people, sells arms, and sells everything that can be obtained to Bailey. But, that's not all of his identity. Of all his identities, the most deeply hidden and least known one is what Ling Yun is saying now. The Don Quixote Saint family, one of the 19 celestial dragons families who once lived in Marie Joy's, but the betrayer family that has been delisted now. And Doflamingo himself is the eldest son of a previous patriarch of the family. Which means, he was once celestial dragons. And this identity is also the biggest reason why he can reach the height he is now, because even though his family is no longer recognized by the celestial dragons, his identity as a dragon husband cannot be changed. Therefore, even though the marine and world governments were quite angry with his deeds, they did not dare to crusade against him, and he still retained most of the privileges from the Wolong people. It is because of this status that he can get the position of shisha buyukai. It is for this reason that even if he is making troubles in the Dark World, Marine 23 can only do nothing to him before getting formal evidence. It is precisely because of this identity that he can learn a lot of information that other people cannot know. And among those information, the information about the Marie Joy's incident a few months ago is naturally one of them. So in fact, among shisha buyukai, he was the one who feared Ling Yun the most from the very beginning, because he knew Ling Yun the most, and he also knew what kind of damage Ling Yun could cause. But he never expected that Ling Yun also knew his deep secret. Mr. Ling Yun really knows a lot of things. However, although being the trump card of celestial dragons was called out, Doflamingo still tried his best to keep calm because in the current situation, the person who loses his calm first will lose the initiative. It's just a coincidence. And Ling Yun looked at Doflamingo's strong support, and then continued to say the next sentence. But I only saw 3 of the 4 top codders of your family just now. Didn't Virgo Vice Admiral come back? After Ling Yun uttered these words, Doflamingo was so shocked that he couldn't help but burst into Conqueror's haki. Correspondingly, Ling Yun also exploded Conqueror's haki to fight against it. Boom! Conqueror's haki's hedging caused the surrounding tables and chairs to overturn and shatter in an instant, but Doflamingo's body began to tremble continuously. The strength of Conqueror's haki was obviously better than Ling Yun's. Don't overthink it, Doflamingo. But looking at Doflamingo, who already had a hint of ready to do something on his expression, Ling Yun also said softly, I don't care about your affairs, whether it's those toys or your spy in the marine. I'm just here to get what I want. Absolute strength brings absolute self-confidence. He is already close to X level under normal circumstances, even if all members of the Don Quixote family go together, he still has. The opponent is completely wiped out. What you want? After Doflamingo heard Ling Yun's underestimating words, he also let out a chuckle. Yes. I want all the charts of the new world in your hand. Also, I need you to use all the forces that can conduct intelligence detection, and then tell me the location of Zo within a month. Zo. A sharp light flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. Zou Island, also known as Elephant Island. The base of the island itself is none other than an extremely ancient giant elephant that has existed for thousands of years. This giant elephant carries the island on its back and walks constantly in the Sea of New World. Since it is not land itself, even the permanent pointer cannot detect its position. To encounter it requires extreme luck, or a huge information chain is required to explore. And it is worth mentioning that the two kings of the Fur tribe, the Night King and Day King living on Zou Island, are very troublesome opponents even if they look at the entire sea. The relationship with other races is excluded, so the number of people who can reach Zou Island is extremely rare. Zou's whereabouts are uncertain. Why should I help you find it? In the middle of Doflamingo's speech, Ling Yun interrupted him directly. Make no mistake, Doflamingo. I'm not asking you. You have only two choices: find Zou or die. Ling Yun looked at Doflamingo, and what he said was not polite, or he knew that it was meaningless to be polite to Doflamingo. The only thing this guy respects is power. Doflamingo laughed absurdly. Unlike most people, Doflamingo understands that the essence of justice is strength. Just like what he did to the Liko clan, he can arbitrarily change and slander the achievements of the king of the Liko clan and prove that he has become the thief here because he is the powerful one. And when facing an enemy whose strength far surpasses him and can even easily kill him, he will also identify himself as the weak side, and will not engage in any irrational and meaningless death fights. B. Do you think you are Kaido? Heavenly Yaksha will compromise when the time is right, but that's only for the strong like you. And it's obvious, although Doflamingo is extremely afraid of Ling Yun, he also knows that he who defeated the wind disaster is definitely not an idle person. 960. However, he doesn't think Ling Yun can be compared with that four emperors. J.A. Heart Sword Art, Ida Key. The next moment, Ling Yun pulled out Wan. The red blade shines beautifully. Facing Ling Yun, who suddenly exploded, Doflamingo vaguely felt as if he was really facing Kaido. 16 holy bullets, God kill. Undoubtedly, he immediately cast his most powerful killing move. So the next moment, the ground of the kingdom turned into pure white lines, and 16 white lines entwined with high-density armament haki pierced directly towards Ling Yun. With this move, even the entire King's Highland will be smashed to pieces. But when those 16 huge white lines touched Muramis's blade, they didn't even have a chance to resist. 1, 2. Without exception, they were all cut off easily. Then, laugh. The sword stopped at Doflamingo's throat without the slightest deviation. Boom. And the entire hall behind Doflamingo was instantly wiped out by this knife. The cold feeling of death being beside him made Doflamingo break out in cold sweat. I'm not Kaido. In front of him, Ling Yun chuckled lightly. I am stronger than him. Chapter 97. Under the rare blue sky and white cloud in New World, the warm sea breeze blows over people's cheeks, making people feel refreshed and calm in their hearts. Ling Yun, Ling Yun. And Ling Yun, who was rarely taking a rest on the island, heard Koala's voice at this time. Kindness. Opening his eyes lazily, Ling Yun saw the sun shining on Koala's long gold hair that had grown to the shoulders, and it was shining beautifully. Maybe it's due to the developing relationship, so not only is Koala's strength has improved by leaps and bounds to the point of B, but even her stature is better than that shriveled little girl when she met Ling Yun for the first time. Both height and figure have been greatly developed, and now there is a faint beautiful girl's embryonic form. Well? What's the matter? And Koala, who was holding a book written New World Voyages, watched Ling Yun open his eyes and kept looking at her, and blinked his eyes with some doubts for a while. You really grew up without knowing it, Koala. No, nothing. Ling Yun stretched his waist, and then stroked the little girl Gold's long hair very familiarly. Didn't you want to read a book? Why did you come here? Although I don't know why, Koala seems to be obsessed with books about the New World recently, whether it's about various legendary tales or those true or false log books, but since the 800 years of Dressrosa she is interested in reading almost all the related books in the library. I was reading a book, but 2 guests came to the medical hall. Guest? Patient. But Ling Yun was stunned when he heard the words. Now that few people rely on common people to accumulate system points, he parked the lost paradise far away from Dressrosa this time. Will there be patients in this position? Well, I don't know if they are patients, but their looks are quite strange. After hearing Koala's answer, Ling Yun became even more curious. If it wasn't a patient, who would it be? So Ling Yun also got up directly, and came to the medical center with Koala not long after. And as expected, there were 2 people standing in the medical hall at this time. Among them, standing on the left is a gentleman wearing sunglasses, wearing a very flirtatious pink, and wearing eggshell pants on the lower body, holding a cane and drinking a cup of hot tea. And standing on the right is a lion wearing sunglasses. He is tall and has a sword pinned to his waist. He is swinging the tail behind his back, and he looks quite cute. It turned out to be these 2 guys. And after seeing these 2 unique looks, Ling Yun certainly won't fail to recognize their identities. Egg Baron. Age, 40. Race, Footlong Clan. Level, This World S. Available abilities, Armament Haki LV.6, Observation Haki LV.6, Kicking LV.7, Combat Experience LV.7. Fruit ability, Zoan Egg Fruit. Pak Moose. Age, 32. Race, Lion Fur Tribe. Level, This World S. Available abilities, Armament Haki LV.7, Observation Haki LV.5, Lion Physique LV.5, Combat Experience VG. Fruit ability, Zoan Turtle Fruit. Combatants under the command of the Big Mom Pirates Baron Egg and Pakmas. Oh lovely girl, welcome back, this is Master Ling Yun, Grasp of the Underworld, right? After seeing Koala and Ling Yun, Baron Dandan also put the cup in his hand on his head. It turned out to be a hat. Then the long-legged gentleman bowed slightly to Ling Yun. I am Baron Egg of the Big Mom Pirates, and this is my companion Pakmas. Hi there. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling face. Baron Egg's actions are quite polite, so Ling Yun and Koala naturally returned the gift. Do you have tea, Mr. Lion? And Koala also looked at Pakmas curiously. Although she had heard of it a long time ago, it was the first time she had seen a real fur tribe. Do you have any chocolate? Pakmas asked quite a lot, but when it came to speaking, he was stopped directly by Baron Eggy. This obviously more reliable gentleman did not procrastinate at this time, and said directly to Ling Yun, Master Ling Yun, we are here this time to send you an invitation card at the order of our mother. Invitation. Ling Yun was taken aback when he heard the words, and then looked at the invitation card with the seal of the Big Mom Pirates on Baron Eggy's hand. Yes, the Storm Kunrang's mother you killed lost a biscuit manufacturing factory she liked a while ago, so she wants to invite you to participate in this year's event. Tea party. The location is in Tato Land's Cake Island. I hope you, Master Ling Yun, will appreciate your patronage. But after knowing the purpose of Baron Eggy and Pakmas, Ling Yun was quite surprised. He never thought that the Big Mom would invite him to the tea party. Because you must know that this so-called tea party is actually equivalent to the convening order of the pirate group under Big Mom. Although it is indeed a celebration in essence, there is nothing wrong with it, but generally outsiders are not invited. But for Ling Yun, this event is undoubtedly an almost God-sent opportunity. Thank you for sending the invitation, I will go there then. So Ling Yun raised his hand lightly, and then Baron Eggy found that the invitation in his hand flew out of his hand and landed directly in Ling Yun's hand. So the combatant under the command of the 4 emperors, Zhao Dai, also felt a slight chill in his heart. In that case, then we will leave first. But at this time, Pokmas, who was being looked at by the curious Koala, who was all hairy, was Baron Ladandan, and left the hospital as if he was running away. March next year, 2 months from now. After opening the invitation and looking at the date on the back, Ling Yun also thought about it quietly. But just 2 minutes after he just started thinking. Master Ling Yun. A sharp voice came from the door, and Ling Yun turned his head to look, but saw a figure rising from the ground that was Doflamingo's subordinate, Pishang. What's wrong? After hearing Ling Yun's question, Pika also looked at him with fear and half-dread. The young master asked me to tell you that Zawa's location is found. Chapter 98. Young master, it has been confirmed that he has left the waters around Dressrosa. On Dressrosa, King's Heights, the cotters of Don Quixote gathered together. Young master, did you really let him leave like this? But at this time, Diamante was a little unwilling. During these 3 weeks, all their secret constructions on Dressrosa had to be shut down due to the presence of Ling Yun, and their intelligence agency was fully operational to investigate Zou's location and spent more than 100 million shellfish profit. Under such circumstances, even though he finally sent the monster away, he still felt unwilling in his heart. Zixashixi. Diamante, haven't you recognized it yet? That's the nature of the sea. Compared to his subordinates, although Doflamingo's eyes were equally gloomy, he didn't intend to use this opportunity to attack Ling Yun. His island ship is extremely difficult to sink, and don't forget, according to the news, there should be a flying dragon under his island ship. Diamante, this guy is not an opponent we can deal with. When Doflamingo directly exposed this fact, although the cotters of the Don Quixote family were all unwilling, none of them could refute it. Even 567 Doflamingo admits that if they can't survive under that guy's hands for too long, even if they fight together as a group, it's just to make each other swing their knives a few more times. Well, that's not a bad thing either. But at this time, Doflamingo didn't seem to lose confidence, even on the contrary, his ambition was even more surging in his eyes hidden under the sunglasses. It is because there are such monsters in this sea that becoming a king is so interesting. In short, both he and I are members of the shisha buyukai. The stronger he is, the stronger the shisha buyukai's deterrence to the sea will be, and I will always benefit from it. What's more, Zawa's location this time isn't an easy place to go. Aha! Zou's location. After Toribel heard the words, he asked slowly. He. Doflamingo just smiled, but didn't answer. 3 days later, in a certain sea area east of Dressrosa. Compared to the paradise, the distance between the New World Islands is too far away. Looking at the sea chart in his hand and the marked sea area, Ling Yun also felt quite a headache. CDBC, although it is true that New World is known as the most dangerous sea area, but according to the sea chart given by Doflamingo, to put it bluntly, the sea area where Zou was discovered and Dressrosa are actually more than 15 days away by voyage. This kind of voyage, except Ling Yun has an island ship like the Lost Paradise that can store a large amount of food and fresh water, it will be too difficult for other common ships to complete it, right? That's why I've said it all. It's obvious that you can go around a certain way through the Triple Sea. After hearing Ling Yun's complaint, Koala, who was arranging the herbs collected today, also glanced at Ling Yun with dissatisfaction, since Sabayati Archipelago, no matter Dragon Palace City or Dressrosa's palace, as long as there is, she has read almost all the books in the New World, in order to help Ling Yun in her usual sailing career. Who knew that this sea area is very dangerous, but Ling Yun still insisted on going to the sea area. Isn't that too far away? Although it is called New World, those are the only disasters that can exist in the sea. Ling Yun also explained after seeing the little girl's sulking look. In his opinion, the so-called dangers on the sea are actually just those things. Strong winds, heavy rains, depleted nautical resource reserves, failure of the magnetic field, and sea kings. As for these things, Ling Yun, who is on the large island ship Lost Paradise and escorted by Yermengard, said that he is not afraid of them all. On the contrary, Zawu is an island that can move, and Ling Yun is afraid that if he takes a detour and delays the time, he will miss it, so although he heard from Koala that this sea area is extremely dangerous and legendary, he still keep going this way. That's not the same. It is said that all the ships that tried to pass through the sea area in the past 15 years were all eaten. Seeing Koala deliberately lowering her voice as if telling a ghost story, Ling Yun also smiled and pinched her face, but he didn't care. But right now. Kindness. Ling Yun suddenly saw a strange mist suddenly appeared in the distant sea area. It was a red and thick strange mist, which looked like gas like blood floating in the air. They permeated extremely fast. Only a moment after Ling Yun discovered that they had appeared, they had already drifted from extremely far away to the Lost Paradise in an instant. Ling Yun. Well, I know. No need for Koala to remind, Ling Yun certainly knows that any strange natural phenomenon in New World cannot be taken lightly, so he waved his hand. Afterwards, I saw a huge gust of wind instantly blowing up on the sea, and the red snow that was facing the Lost Paradise was instantly dispersed to both sides. System, analyze the composition of this thing. In system analysis, the mist is the secretion of a certain plant, which can anesthetize human nerves and cause fainting. The duration is unknown. Syncope. But Ling Yun was taken aback when he heard the words. He originally thought that this thing was some kind of high-concentration poisonous gas. But also at this time. Master, there are, a lot of, the same kind. At this time, Yermengard's voice also rang in Ling Yun's heart, but the meaning in the words made Ling Yun startled. Same kind. Well, this red thing, it's delicious, so everyone gathers here. The words of Hormongondra's kind. Ling Yun's expression changed involuntarily. As expected, as the huge hull of the Lost Paradise slowly entered the center of the dispelled red mist, Ling Yun also clearly saw that there were many shadows of sea kings constantly jumping on the sea surface in the mist. And it can also be seen from Hormongondra's words, they seem to be attracted by the red mist, so they gather here in large numbers. And after sensing the existence of the Lost Paradise, these sea kings also started to swim towards this side, and with the help of the ability to listen to the voice of all things, Ling Yun could still faintly hear some distances from the Lost Paradise. The sound of the nearby sea kings trying to communicate with Hormongondra. This, can, eat. Go away, little man, this is my master's boat. Facing the scolding of a dragon like Yermengard who had actually surpassed the Sea King's race, these Sea Kings also honestly chose to stop attacking. But Ling Yun was shocked when he heard the simple communication between the Sea Kings. He had almost imagined what would happen to the ships trying to pass through this sea area. The mist of red will paralyze their nerves and cause them to faint, and while fainting, the mist of red will attract so many Sea Kings. It is conceivable that if the ship without Hormongondra as the bodyguard directly enters the red mist, I am afraid that there will only be one shipwrecked and buried in the mouth of the Sea Kings. What makes Ling Yun even more unbelievable is that the moment they pierced through the red mist. What's the situation? Appeared in front of the two. It's a huge island. Chapter 99. What's the situation? Looking at the island that suddenly appeared in front of him, Ling Yun's expression was shocked. The island itself is extremely huge, even surpassing the large oceanic island Jumbo Island Simokad that Ling Yun has seen before, reaching the category of giant oceanic islands. In the center of the island, there is a huge central mountain that can be seen at a glance. There seems to be a hollow at the top of the mountain, and the overall shape of the island looks like a starfish with 8 petal-like horns from Ling Yun's side. But unlike Smoked, which has no human habitation itself, Ling Yun can clearly see the large number of magnificent buildings on the island even if it is far away, although the size of the island itself is indeed amazing. I can't see the specific quantity clearly, but it is enough to confirm one thing. This strange island is not a desert island, but an inhabited island. But it is precisely because of this that Ling Yun finds it very absurd. Because he was sure that the sailing time between himself and Koala in the red mist would never exceed 20 minutes. If such an island was within 20 minutes of sailing, he would definitely discover it. But in fact, he really didn't discover the existence of this island, as if the island itself suddenly appeared from under the sea when the red mist appeared. But while Ling Yun and Koala were thinking about it, "Help! Help! Help!" Ling Yun seemed to hear faint shouts. "Ling Yun, there!" But Koala was the first to spot the person who was calling for help with a clear mind, and then let out a low cry when he saw the person's appearance clearly. It was a girl of extremely short stature. Wearing iron armor, she had a short and stocky body, and her overall height was only about 1/3 of a human's height. At this time, it was extremely difficult because of the thickness and weight of the armor. Stepping on the water, it's about to sink. They are not human. And Koala, who recently read a lot of New World related materials to help Ling Yun, was also very surprised to see the race he saw for the first time, and he had already recognized that it was a race that only existed as a story in the first half of the Grand Line. It's the dwarves. The dwarves, the race that lives in the Iron Kingdom Cosmo in Legendary, have power and constitution beyond human beings, but they are naturally short in stature. Joermongundr, save her up. And as Ling Yun's words fell, the girl who seemed to be a dwarf was also instantly shocked to find that a hard object suddenly appeared under the water she was stepping on. And the next moment, with the churning and spreading of the sea water, her huge body instantly lifted her into the air. Ah! Seeing that she was about to fall to the ground, the dwarf girl let out a low cry and closed her eyes. But after a while, she opened her eyes after not feeling any pain for a long time. Then, "Are you okay?" Looking at the appearance of Koala who suddenly appeared in front of her, she seemed to be frightened and let out a low cry, "Human." So the next moment, she punched Koala with a fist covered in iron armor. Kindness. However, the current Koala is not what it used to be after all. She has mastered the two-color haki and LV.5 level swordsmanship in the past. The attack was just to deflect her head, and then she just wiped her right hand towards the opponent's throat and subdued her in an instant. "Calm down, we're not bad people." The dwarf girl originally wanted to struggle, but she seemed to react after hearing what Koala said. You are the people who came through the red mist? If that red mist is red mist, then you are right." After Ling Yun heard the words, he also nodded to show that he was right, and then he also said, "So if it is convenient for you, I hope you can tell us where this is, and who sank your ship?" As he spoke, he also pointed to a small wreck of a ship not far away. Obviously, that was the ship the dwarf girl was on. "Ah, that means you are no longer stealers of the nation." I don't know if the thinking speed of the dwarves is different from that of humans, but the little dwarf girl finally reacted after a long time. Boom! But when the three of them were talking, Ling Yun clearly heard the sound of cannons firing from afar. But when he turned his head to look, he saw a pirate ship heading towards him not far away, and jet black shells had already started to spray out from the gun bore. Asking for flowers. Boom! The first cannonball missed, but fell into the water with a loud noise. "Quick! Hurry up and sail to the east. That's our station." After seeing the appearance of the shell exploding, the little dwarf girl also said in shock. "East? Well, stop dawdling, or... Ah! Cannonballs." Ling Yun wanted to ask again, but before he opened his mouth, he found that there were more than 20 pirate ships turning out from a certain direction of the island not far away. Although the pirate flags hoisted on each ship are different, they all chose to shoot Ling Yun without exception. 0. But looking at the large number of pirate ships, Ling Yun just waved all the incoming shells away with the wind, and then looked at them and frowned, although the number was very small. But he didn't have any intention of avoiding it. After all, Kaido's pterodactyl fleet was wiped out by himself. Since these guys are looking for death, it's not an exaggeration to kill them. But... hurry up! Otherwise, the red mist will flow back. The words of the little dwarf girl made him care a little bit. He doesn't care about these pirates, but he has to care about the natural phenomena of this sea, especially the ones he can't understand. Jormungand, go to the east. So Ling Yun also gave an order, and then... Ouch! The sudden acceleration of the lost paradise caused the dwarf girl to fall to the ground, but when she stood up with hands and feet on the ground, she saw the huge hull of the lost paradise moving at high speed. Shutting his mouth, wow! Such a big ship has such a fast speed? What kind of technology do you have? Turbocharging or kinetic energy acceleration? She seems to have completely forgotten about Jormungand who threw her on board just now. It's driven by animal power. And Ling Yun also answered casually, and then looked at her seriously, then, Miss Dwarf, what's your name? Also, if it's convenient, can you tell us where this place is? What about those pirate ships? Chapter 100. Rudolph. Don't hesitate. We have to save Sora. Inside the cave, the armored titan looked at the dwarf in front of him and let out a roar. Talinas, stay calm. Sola's relationship is of course important, but what is more important now is to resist the attack from the kingdom thief. The time to return is less than an hour away. But in front of him, the small old dwarf exuded a great majesty and a heroic aura that belonged to a dwarf. He was obviously a person who had been in the leadership for a long time. But now, his eyes were also flickering with pain. Sola is his only daughter, so of course Rudolph is very concerned about her safety. But the survival of the species is above all else. So what? How many times can we resist 783? And Talinas looked at Rudolph. His already violent personality made him bluntly say, the collection of red juice is getting more and more difficult, the concentration of red mist is getting higher and higher, we can't last long. We should break out. No one can get past the attacks of the red mist and the sea kings, not even you, Talinas. Rudolph listened to what Talinas said, but he just sighed softly. Even if I can't, I will choose the ending that belongs to the war. Of course. If that time comes, I will go to the battlefield with you, and die before other clansmen. But just as the discussion between the two of them was falling into the doomed dark end like in the past, a voice interrupted them. Patriarch Rudolph, chief of Talinas, the return has begun. After trying to question the little dwarf girl for about 3 minutes, Ling Yun gave up on getting information from her because he found that no matter what questions he asked, the answers were completely irrelevant. And Ling Yun also tried to use the mind-reading ability of listening to the voice of all things, and the result was of course very successful. This girl obviously didn't know how to restrain her mind, so her mind was transmitted to him in an instant in the ears. But... wow! This boat is huge. Be sure to call Nalai to see it when you go back. How did it start? I don't know if Papa and Grandpa Talinas are worried about me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone secretly to pick red juice. This girl's inner thinking is jumping out, and her thoughts are chaotic, which Ling Yun has never seen in her life. And from her mouth, Ling Yun got only 3 pieces of useful news. First, the girl's name is Sola, and the name of the island where Ling Yun is now seems to be Noel Lund. Second, there are at least 2 forces on this island, the first is the force of Sola, and the second is the force of the kingdom thief who attacked him just now. Third, Sora has a father, a grandfather named Talinas and a friend named Nalai. There's a fart for that. Therefore, Ling Yun could only temporarily give up the plan of getting information from her mouth, and only silently hoped that not all dwarves are like this, otherwise it would be really troublesome. And just after sailing along the edge of the island in the direction of the east without thinking for a while. It's over, it's too late, the reflux has begun. Sola, who suddenly noticed the distant scene, also yelled, and then instinctively wanted to dig a hole in the ground like a groundhog. Kindness. And Ling Yun looked into the distance, and sure enough, he saw that the red mist that had disappeared in the distance began to slowly gather again. Hey! You two, hurry up and hide. If you are hit by Chaiwu, you will be thrown into the house by Noel Lunja in 10 steps. At this time, Sola's words made Ling Yun even more astonished. Isn't Noel Lun the name of this island? But in the next second, he knew the answer. Boom! The majestic crimson mist flew backwards, and Ling Yun spread gusts of wind around the lost paradise to force the red mist away. And the next moment, Ling Chu was shocked to see, the corner of the small island that was originally calm and floating on the sea not far away was slowly starting to rise. The crimson mist surged upwards, and from below the sea surface. Leaves. There are clear lines on the leaves of the huge plants that suddenly rise from the sea surface, carrying the sea water and red mist, and Ling Yun they are heading directly upwards. Germangard. Hold Paradise Lost. Koala. You bring Sola into the medical center. I know. I know. Kindness. Accompanied by Ling Yun's low shout, Hormongandra's claws suddenly grabbed the lost paradise, dragging it to prevent it from falling down with the sea water. At this time, Ling Yun, who was able to observe the island as a whole from above with a wide field of vision, finally saw the whole picture of the island clearly. Not 8 pieces, but a full 16 huge island corners are slowly rising at this time, driving the leaves below them. The pouring sea water was dyed blood-like red by the crimson mist, and in the blood-red mist, it's the sea kings who have fallen into a coma. And those huge creatures are slowly falling towards the mountain pass in the center of the island due to the effect of gravity. But actually, what Ling Yun always thought was a mountain is not a mountain. Sharp fangs and bright red flesh grow on the inner side of the mountain, constantly swallowing and chewing those sea kings that fell unconsciously from above. That is not a mountain. That's just 3.4 is mouth. And this island is not just an island, it's a huge carnivorous plant that preys on sea kings. Ling Yun showed a speechless smile. What the hell did he come to? At this time, there were no ships on the outside sea. But if there are ships, then they will be lucky enough to see a very amazing scene. Huge plants like giant oceanic islands slowly gather their leaves, and the sea water leaking out of the gaps is pure red. And as this plant gathers all its petals, its figure slowly sank into the sea. Chapter 101. After the phenomenon Sola called reflux occurred, even the sky was completely covered by the huge plant leaves, but there seemed to be some kind of radiant substance contained above the leaves, so although compared to the sunlight it's much darker, but Ling Yun can still see the situation of the whole island clearly. The unique swaying effect reflected by the sea water through the light told him this plant probably entered the bottom of the sea after predation. In other words, at least he won't be able to get out for a while. Wow! You can really dispel the red mist, really? Hey, that's right there, that's our stronghold. At this time, Sola and Koala, who found that the situation seemed to have stabilized, also came out of the medical hall. It's disgusting. Koala looked at the huge carnivorous plant mouthparts below and showed an unsightly expression, while Sola pointed to a certain position below and shouted happily after a short observation. And Ling Yun naturally looked in the direction Sola pointed. 23. And then Ling Yun couldn't help but let out an absurd smile when he looked at the formation lined up with thorns, the large number of giant houses, and the huge figure slowly walking out of the holes around the houses. Although I know their existence and have seen their descendants, but why is there a titan race in this place besides the dwarves? No. No. Sora. At this moment, Ludos, who had just escaped from the red mist in the cave, was whispering Sola's name, and Talina's, who also walked out of the cavern of the TV University, also had an extremely ugly expression. They all know that if encountering the return of the red mist outside the stronghold, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. Even if he was lucky enough not to be eaten by Noel Lund, sooner or later he would be killed by the army of stealers, or even starve to death in a coma. No. We're going to find her. Don't FG talk nonsense. And just when Rudolph and Talina's were getting emotional and were about to start arguing. That is. A huge shadow blocked the light, and all the titans and dwarves looked up, only to see a huge winged sea kings dragging an island slowly down above. Ready to fight. So the two stopped their quarrel immediately, and Tolinas even tore down a huge and sharp stone pillar next to the cave. In his hand, the almost long and short huge stone pillar was just like a javelin. It works just fine. Tolinas had a heroic and ferocious expression on his rough face. In his opinion, this sea kings must be the sea kings that slipped through from Noel Lund. Before it destroys its stronghold, it must be dealt with. The pitch-black armament haki instantly covered the stone pillar. Giant spear breaking the sea. And the next moment, accompanied by a huge explosion in the air, this warrior of the Titan race also directly threw the stone pillar-shaped spear in his hand towards the huge sea kings. Wait! Sora is on the bow of that island ship. But until this time, Rudolph saw the small figure on the dragged island from the corner of his eye. What? Tolinas also made a shocked sound after hearing the words, and then he looked towards the island. Sure enough, that girl standing right in front of the island and waving her short arms towards them, who is it but Sora? Oops! So Tolinas also changed his face suddenly, because the huge stone spear had already reached the island ship at this time. Tolinas could almost see Solan's pale face above the queen. And seeing this desperate scene, Rudolph also let out a roar. But right now, buzz! Tolinas saw a white figure appearing in front of Sola impressively, and then, facing the huge and sharp stone spear, he just slowly raised his right arm. Boom! And the stone spear covering armament haki, in front of those hands, as if it had hit something huge that couldn't be destroyed, it instantly turned into debris and fell into the sea. Then, stop attacking, I mean no harm. I'm just here to send this little girl off and ask a few questions by the way. Deep in their hearts, a clear male voice sounded at the same time. Then, Jormungand, put Paradise Lost on the east side and take care of it. Seeing that he had already reached the height where he could land, Ling Yun gave some advice to Jormungand below, and then exchanged glances with Koala. Then Ling Yun slid Sola with one hand, and the two jumped straight down. Boom! After the armament haki was attached, the strong defense made Ling Yun and Koala unscathed even if they fell from a height of more than 20 meters, but the little dwarf girl named Sola was so scared that she kept mumbling what bless the queen. However, when Ling Yun just landed, minions of the kleptocrats! Bring Sora back! 447. A warrior of the Titan clan changed his expression greatly when he saw that Ling Yun was human, and then he raised a huge sword in his hand and slashed at Ling Yun. Anitas! Wait a minute! But Rutos and Tolinas, who received Ling Yun's message, had no time to stop them and could only let out a loud roar. But, what the hell? In the next second, all the warriors of the Titan clan almost stared out their eyeballs. I saw that little human youth, when faced with the attack of the second warrior of their clan Anitas, he just stretched out his hand, and then grabbed the sharp and huge sky knife. Then, click! The huge weapon made by the dwarf blacksmith was crushed to pieces by such a small man in an instant. And in the next moment, that human punched Anodasi Kong again. Boom! Accompanied by the huge sonic boom in the air, Anodas's body, which was almost 30 times the size of Ling Yun, was instantly sent flying, and landed heavily on the rock beside him. I repeat, I meant no harm. But at this time, the Titan and the dwarves heard the young man's words at the same time. If you really want to make a move, I won't hold back anymore. Chapter 102. Noel Lund, among the gathering places of Titans and dwarves. Sir, I'm really sorry, Anitas is too impulsive. Regardless of appeasing Sola, who was terrified enough, Rutos looked at Ling Yun, who was standing calmly in front of him, with unmistakable fear in his expression. He recognized Jormungand. Those were not sea kings of the common, but dragons. And this person in front of him can even tame dragons, so his strength must be extraordinary. Although the dwarves are not a race known for their resourcefulness, their brains are obviously much easier to use than the titans who advocate force. Especially people like Rudolph, who bear the fate of the race, are extremely cautious in many cases. It doesn't matter. At this time, Ling Yun can basically confirm that the other party does not seem to have any malice towards him, so he directly expresses that he doesn't care. Afterwards, Ling Yun also spoke directly about the situation he encountered, and then said, "The reason for this is that, now I need to know all the information about this island, as well as the current situation on this island." While talking about Ling Yun is also a very headache, he still has to look for Zawu's person. If he stays here for too long, he will probably miss it. Of course you can tell you an outsider, because you are obviously not imprinted. When he heard that Ling Yun came here after crossing the red fog, Rudolph gave him a surprised look, and then he readily agreed to Ling Yun's request, and then began to tell Ling Yun about the origin of the island. And in Ludo's explanation, Ling Yun also gradually understood the situation here and what is going on with these strange scenes. But before explaining these, we must first talk about a country, that is the Iron Kingdom Kazmo, that has existed for more than 700 years. This country is the gathering place of the dwarves, and it is one of the powerful New World countries famous for producing blacksmiths and weapons. The giant cannons and giant bows made by the most outstanding dwarf blacksmiths in the Iron Kingdom even attracted the Titan clan from the world's most powerful country Albaf, which led to several clans of the Titan clan even settling in the Iron Kingdom. Strengthen the power of this country even more. With the help of the craftsmanship of the dwarf blacksmiths and the strength of the Titans, their combination even gave birth to a Titan hunter called Dragon Hunter in the Iron Kingdom, and made the Iron Kingdom famous. And at the juncture of the country's high development, a group of Iron Country dwarves and Titans accidentally discovered a plant when they accompanied a very important person to transfer about 500 years ago. That's a Mendoceu's carnivorous flower. This carnivorous plant that grows in the sea has something unique to almost all carnivorous plants: stealth and deadly. They grow under the sea surface most of the time, but they will periodically open their 8 petals and then surface, and then release the red luring gas to lure all the surrounding creatures to the surrounding area, and then, like Ling Yun sees it, eat them. However, even the Titans and dwarves, who have a longer lifespan than humans and therefore more extensive knowledge, did not expect that there would be such a huge Mendoceu's carnivorous flower in this world. The luring gas has even become a dense fog like a natural phenomenon, and the creatures attracted by the luring gas are no longer mosquitoes. It's sea kings. What made them even more absurd was that the important person they were ordered to protect decided to let them build an artificial island here. They moved the soil and rocks to cover the surface of this plant exposed to the sea with a thick layer of island base, and then that person built her palace and kingdom here, and made this plant possibly the best in the world. The largest Dorceus carnivorous flower with the name of the country is named Noel Lund. And that person is Queen? Is it also a dwarf? After hearing Ludo's words, Ling Yun also instantly made up the appearance of a female dwarf wearing a crown. After hearing the words, Ludo said as if on a pilgrimage, "The queen is a human being." Oh. So Ling Yun frowned slightly. In a country where both Titans and dwarves exist, is the leader actually a human? And Ludo's nodded slightly, and then told the truth with grief and indignation. You mean, the queen is a human being, but she can control a Noel Lond and has lived for more than 500 years. After hearing Ludo say that the woman called queen is not only a human being, but has lived for more than 500 years, Ling Yun's first reaction is of course incredulous. The lifespan of a dwarf is only about 160 years old, and even the lifespan of a Titan is only about 350 years. Yes, my grandfather Greybeard and Talina's father Chief Guru followed Her Majesty the Queen to come here, and it has been hundreds of years now. Although due to the particularity of Chaiwu and Noel Lund, the outside world hardly knew of our existence, but in fact until 15 years ago Her Majesty the Queen was still alive. Ludos couldn't help shouting angrily in the middle of the speech, if there is no despicable stealer, she should be eternal. A kleptocrat. And now Ling Yun can be regarded as knowing the cause and effect of the matter. The so-called stealer refers to the current ruler of Noel Lund in essence. This person killed the queen by some unknown means 15 years ago, and used his ability to control most of the dwarves and titan gates in Noel Lund. Only a small part led by Rutos and Talinas. The tribe formed a resistance army to resist it, and it has been fighting for 15 years until now. However, that stealer of the country obviously held some kind of strange ability in his hands. He could use some means to control the enemies he defeated, or if he was lucky enough to get out of the red mist, most of them had already lost consciousness. Pirates. This also caused the power in his hands to become stronger and stronger as time went by. In addition, since most of the entire island is under his control, the only antidote that can remove the effect of the red mist, that is, the antidote produced by Noel Londo himself. Most of the red juice is also in his hands. Therefore, Rutos and Talinas have recently faced constant attacks from Chaiwu and the stealers of the nation, and their situation is also extremely difficult, and they seem to be unable to sustain it. At the same time, Noel is in the royal city of Lund. The magnificent palace is on the other side of the island. But at this time, watching the 8 islands that were actually petals slowly rise and then close, the person sitting in the temple was wearing a pitch-black suit. Are you saying that a ship passed through the red mist and, Zhao Dezeo, and now went to the location of the resistance army? Yes, Your Majesty. And below him, a man wearing a typical pirate costume also stepped forward to speak, but although he was talking, there was no expression on his face. And the next moment, waste. The black-clothed stealer slashed his machete angrily. There are 20 ships, but you can't even keep a single ship from the other party. What do you want? What makes people feel weird is that even though the neck was cut off, the man in the pirate costume fell down without even a slight expression change. And in the same way, there are more than 100 people with different appearances standing below without any expression on their faces. Forget it. Just come and throw his body into the mouth, and the other people will lead people to attack the resistance army immediately after the red mist returns to dispatch with all their strength. This time we must take them down. Idle. Without a single sound, the people below turned around and left the palace, neatly as if be manipulated like a puppet. Chapter 103. And after learning about the specific situation of Noel Lund, Ling Yun also understood for a while. No wonder there is no point about this island on the permanent pointer. It turns out that this island is a living thing like Zhou. As for why Ling Yun did not discover this island before, it is natural to have an answer, because this thing hides underwater most of the time, and only floats to the surface during the short time when it releases the red mist predator. But at the same time, Ling Yun is facing a rather big problem. Because according to Ludos, when the queen was still alive, under the control of the queen, Noel Lund spent more than 90% of the time floating on the sea, and only when he was avoiding war or when needed, he would stay with the queen. Dive into the ocean under control. And with the death of the queen, the life cycle of Noel Londo itself began to slowly return to the way it was when it was growing naturally, that is, it spends most of its time on the bottom of the sea, and only for a short period of time when it preys appeared on the surface of the sea and emitted a red mist. That is to say, we can't get out of here yet. Ling Yun and Koala, who just crossed the red mist and entered Noel Lund, now they have to wait until the next predation time to leave here. Yes, a Noel Lund's predation cycle is about once a week, so you must be here for a while. Rudos nodded, and then 893 Wu. I saw a sudden horn sound from afar, and then the complexion of this aging dwarf also changed instantly. This was the battle horn sound of the Titan clan, and it really represented it. The stealers are attacking again. Ka. Then he actually walked into the room and took out a war hammer. The dwarves always repay their kindness. You saved Sola, so you will reap the gratitude of the dwarves. Afterwards, the old dwarf also pointed to the cave not far away. There is a dark room at the innermost side of the cave, and you and this little girl can temporarily hide in it. If we can withstand this attack, at least you can survive until the predation begins. But if it's possible, I hope you can leave here with Sola. Even if you leave her directly on a desert island, it's better than here. After finishing speaking, Ludos also directly lifted his warhammer on his shoulder, and then ignored Ling Yun. Dwarves! Take up your arms! The kleptocrats must be destroyed. For the queen! Oh! And with the loud roar, all the dwarves and titans present put on their military uniforms and rushed towards the direction of the horn. And Ling Yun is Sola, who slipped away and was about to go, but he was a little surprised when he looked at those dwarves and titans. Obviously, both Rudos and Talinas knew that he was very powerful, but neither of them chose to ask for help. Maybe it's just like what Ludos said, the dwarves will repay their kindness, so he is unwilling to involve his benefactor into the battle. But there's no point in hiding. For Ling Yun, he has always disliked hiding. Little girl! Your father told you to stay here, did you hear me? No need, Sora is also a warrior of the dwarves. He can also fight. Koala, keep an eye on her. Seeing that the little girl didn't seem to want to listen to persuasion, Ling Yun also directly threw her to Koala to watch, and then jump guard. On the battlefield, flying flesh and roaring sounds continued. As the battle site between the Stealer army and the rebel army every time, this area that used to be called the Red Plain in Noel Londo was already riddled with holes. Traces of fierce battles are everywhere in this area. The trees on the island have been cut down, and the soil has been stirred and rolled to reveal the vegetation that belongs to Noel Lund below. The vegetation on the ground is stained red with blood. At this time, the position of the front-line troops of the resistance army. Boom! 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 The giant cannons and crossbows of the dwarves exerted great power in the hands of the titan, each blow can at least penetrate, through the ground. But, the enemy in front of them seems to have no fear at all. Whether it is the dwarves, the titans, or the pirates, there is no trace of excitement in their eyes, they just continue to attack the rebel positions. In fact, this is the biggest reason why this battle is far more chilling than ordinary battles. A spear was thrown by a titan rebel, and it directly pierced the body of an enemy titan. Boom! And with the fall of this titan, the titan who shot him cried loudly in an instant, "I'm sorry. Norm Anos, I'm sorry. My brother. Pada. Watch out." But at this time, the titan who was crying because he directly shot his brother suddenly heard the voice of his companion not far behind him, and the next moment, laugh. Ah! The foul-smelling venom was splashed on his head in an instant, making him howl in pain. And the next moment, a huge pain appeared on his feet again. And as the titan fell down like a golden mountain and a jade pillar, the pirate who shot took back the big knife in his hand expressionlessly, and the scaled face undoubtedly showed his identity. Those who can. If there is a bounty hunter here, they will definitely find out this person is the pirate who disappeared in New World 5 years ago and is suspected of being dead with a bounty of 110 million. Oh, and the poisonous lizard. Besides him, many other controlled pirates have also shown impressive fighting strength, and most of their respective identities are famous pirates with over 100 million. With their help, with the number of titans and dwarves far exceeding the rebel army, when Rudos and Talinas led the rest of the tribe to arrive. The Stealer of the nation has already taken an overwhelming advantage on the entire battlefield. And looking at the numerous enemies with all expressionless faces, Rudos also clenched the hammer in his hand. The opponent's attack this time came much earlier than expected. "You are late. Don't say it's over, Rudos." And Tanaris made a dull low voice, "Instead of thinking about such boring things as it's over, why not think about how to fight until the last moment? By the way, you don't mean to surrender, do you?" After hearing what Tanaris said, Rudos also grinned. "Tell me some jokes. Even though the old man is old, he is still a warrior of the dwarves." So the next moment, he raised the war hammer in his hand. Even in the face of enemies 10 times and 100 times their number, as a dwarf, he has always had only one choice. For the queen. That is to charge and die on the battlefield. Chapter 104. Just as they rushed to the battlefield, they found that revolving heavens Rutos and Talinas, who were already powerless, planned to lead the remaining clansmen to the final battle. Roar! The huge roar contained the might of the dragon, and the huge figure covered the light from the leaves of Noel Land, making it almost impossible to see on the battlefield. Sitting on the top of Hormongondra's head, Ling Yun looked at the terrifying number of enemies below, but his expression was full of interest. Oan. Race, human. Age, 35. Level, this world S. Available abilities, Armament Haki LV.4, Broadsword Combat Skill LV.4, Combat Experience LV.5. Fruit Ability, Zoan Lizard Fruit Mothis Monster Form. Special Disease, Spore Infection, Fruit Ability, the strength of the controlled person drops to A+, loses combat experience and combat intuition, reduces thinking ability, and mental defense is extremely weak. Modo. Race, Titan. Age, 9-4. Level, this world S. Available abilities, Armament Haki LV.7, Titan Blood LV.4, Titan Body LV.6, Combat Skills LV.5, Titan Power LV.5, Titan Martial Arts LV.4. Special Disease, Spore Infection, Fruit Ability, the strength of the controlled person drops to A+, loses combat experience and combat intuition, reduces thinking ability, and mental defense is extremely weak. Looking at the abnormal state called spore infection that exists without exception on the enemies of the Stealer side, Ling Yun also finds it quite interesting. Obviously, it is the Stealer who controls them, the fruit ability used. But what made Ling Yun extremely happy was that the judgment of this spore infection in the system panel turned out to be disease. That is to say, system, if I kill that thief and help them get out of this state, will it count as me treating them? Yes. This matter is interesting, because Ling Yun looked around, among the scattered battle groups below with nearly 1,000 people, except for the Titans, they were dwarves, or the pirates, each of whom was also a master with good combat effectiveness. Especially those pirates, as those who can sail in the New World and survived from the Red Mist, most of the captain-level existences among them have a full A and evaluation, and S even there are more than 10 people in S. It can be said that if it is not for the ability of this spore infection to greatly limit their combat power, these dozens of pirates are completely enough to kill Rudolph and the others. Stayed. Healing these guys gives system points and the abilities that may be drawn. I'm afraid Ling Yun will have to give Marina 3W bottle of ancient healing potion to earn back. That's a big deal. Joermongundr, don't attack. Ling Yun looked at the individual below, as if seeing the shining system points one by one, with greedy eyes. And after noticing the introduction of extremely weak mental defense in their status bar, Ling Yun also had an idea in his heart. Then, Conqueror's Waiguo. Rudolph and Talinas below could only feel a huge force attacking their minds instantly, and they even saw the blood-stained plants on the ground start to tremble violently. Conqueror's Haki. Rudolph gritted his teeth and made a sound. He found that his cognition of the young man who arrived here suddenly was not accurate enough. Rare from Conqueror's Haki, needless to say, the power of one man in 10,000. But if it's just that, then that's nothing. After all, the strong people who can reach the New World are all existences killed from the mountains of corpses and blood, and most of them will have the Haki of Conquerors. B. There is such an intensity. A Conqueror's Haki of this strength is ready for physical attacks. And in the New World, the name for this kind of Haki is High Order Conqueror's Haki. What the hell is this guy? And Talinas also let out a low growl of shock. But just as the two were thinking about it, they suddenly discovered. Chief Talinas. They're down. Those enemies who were still walking towards them had all fallen to the ground at this time. Asking for flowers. Tie them up and don't hurt them, I can heal them when I get back. At this time, Ling Yun's voice also rang in the hearts of the titans and dwarves of the resistance army. And the next moment, Yemenjade's figure flew into the sky, heading towards the royal city on the other side of the island. Is he going to? Seeing Ling Yun's figure flying away, the titans and dwarves of the resistance army looked at each other, and they also vaguely sensed what Ling Yun was going to do. Master Ling Yun, is he going to kill the stealer of the nation? Very likely. And the next moment, the color of Qi Yi flashed in the eyes of all the members of the resistance army. 10 minutes later. Yanoel, Lund, Tiancheng. The altitude of this huge royal city built on the mouth is extremely high, and the mouth of carnivorous plants that looks extremely hideous on the side is even more chilling. Why build a city in such a place? Looking at Wangcheng, which gradually revealed its majestic figure, Ling Yun couldn't help complaining for a while. Wouldn't it be worrying if he slept in this kind of place? However, this kind of thought was just a little turning around in his mind, and then he turned his gaze to the Wangcheng, which was getting closer and closer, and began to secretly plan in his heart. Anyway, it seems that there will not be many people in the royal city, or let Yemenjia burn the whole royal city with a mouthful of dragon flames. At this time, Ling Yun deeply felt that the destructive power of Yemenjiad's level of destroying cities and countries is simply very useful, although he can't determine where the target is, but he only needs to use Long Yan to perfectly resolve it. Problem. But detected that there is a mission item in the surrounding area, and the location of the mission item is 5 kilometers in the east area. The sudden voice from the system made Ling Yun startled, and then his eyes instinctively turned to the direction the system said. That's a tower-like structure that hangs almost directly above the mouth of Noel Lund. Yemen Guard, send me there to do divination. Chapter 105. What is going on? On the top of the tower, the man known as the Stealer sat on the throne, and after feeling the connection between the puppets he manipulated and him was cut off, he also talked to himself very puzzled. But while he was talking to himself, boom! The gate of the main hall was blasted open, and after passing through the opened gate, the thief's expression was also shocked. I saw that the 8 titans who were guarding him outside had fallen to the ground at this time, and a creature with big ears was hovering in the air. Then, a young man jumped off the monster and landed directly on the platform outside the hall. So the thief's expression sank, and then he himself stood up from the throne. J.A. Gudu, Gudu, 590. As he stood up from the throne after a long time, from the dark clothes on his body flowed out black, foaming and disgusting things, attached to his body, making his entire lower body look like a moving slug. Are you the owner of the island boat that passed through the red mist? The slug-like body below slowly twisted, and the thief walked slowly to the gate of the kingdom, looking at Ling Yun in front of him. Well, you are a state thief. And Ling Yun's answer is also concise. Ilraj. Race, hybrid human, spore aggregation. Age, 47 years old. Level, this world X. Available skills, Armament Haki LV.5, Observation Haki LV.5, Titan Spore Gene LV.2, Dwarf Spore Gene LV.3, Modus Monster Spore Gene LV.4, Swordsman Level Swordsman Spore Gene LV. Fruit, Special Paramecia Fruit, Spore Fruit. Special Status, Gene Disorder. To be honest, Ling Yun has fought more than once with the real top powerhouses in the sea so far, and Ling Yun already feels that the skill attributes of those powerhouses are many. After all, they can be detected by the system, and listed ability called skill is considered a good ability. But he has never seen such a property panel like this guy in front of him. It's okay that his own level is as high as X, after all, this guy theoretically controls a large number of titans and dwarves, and among these two races, the adult warriors of the Titan almost have the combat power of a marine general, even one of the slightly better ones is the naval headquarters vice admiral level. So according to the system's judgment method, it's not unacceptable even if this guy is directly judged as Ling Yun of the Four Emperors level. The key is, this guy just has a list of more than 50 skills that can be acquired, and even the system layout can't be fully displayed. This spore fruit, what the hell is it? But as he thought about it, Ling Yun's hands didn't seem to stop. Unlike the previous situation where most people would consider keeping their whole cards, this time Ling Yun directly pulled out Muramasa. After all, the opponent this time is an X-level guy. You have to do your best. In response to such an attitude, Ling Yun's right arm holding the knife was also wrapped in armament haki, which was so black that it was almost purple. Heart Sword Art Wind Erosion. Without staying power, Ling Yun immediately used the Heart Sword technique as soon as he made a move, although it was only a long-range attack used as a test. Then, buzz! The red blade gracefully brushed through the air, and from behind Ling Yun, a huge gust of wind engulfed White Cloud and turned it into a huge dragon head. The voice flew directly towards the strong man opposite Ling Yun. Heart Sword Art, Lion Awakening. And Ling Yun, who went all out, has obviously shown a completely different tactical quality from the beginning. Almost at the moment when the first slash was swung, his figure was already heading towards the opponent, and his speed it's almost undetectable to the naked eye. Then, at high speed, after observation Haki felt the fear and panic on his opponent's expression, Ling Yun couldn't help but make a voice of doubt. Then, laugh. Wind erosion easily cut off Edric's left shoulder. Ah! Eldridge let out a cry of pain, and from the severed left shoulder instantly flowed out the same black foam as the lower body. Ah! And it seemed to be a counterattack under the pain. Edric also directly responded to Ling Yun's attack, only to see that the black bubbles under his body instantly turned into dozens of spears, and then directly projected towards Ling Yun. Without the armor color. Facing the attacking spears, Ling Yun found that the opponent did not attach armament haki to the spears, so he just fiddled with his arms casually, and the spears were affected by the wind and moved towards the spears. Fly in all directions. After piercing the ceiling of the palace, the spear flew away and hit the ground directly, making a dull sound. Laugh. At the same time, the Lion Awakening cast by Ling Yun cut through the enemy's right abdomen again in an instant. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Seeing the enemy retreating again and again after roaring, and the black foam flowing out of the right abdomen again, Ling Yun expressed a look of bewilderment. This guy, what's the matter? What's up with this guy? At the same time, Edric, who was slashed twice by Ling Yun, also had exactly the same doubts as Ling Yun. He is the spore man who took the spore fruit. His parasitic spores allow him to control people invaded by spores to become his puppets. And his blood spore 2.4 can directly invade the human body to obtain some of their abilities. It is also this extremely heaven-defying fruit that has transformed him from a small common pirate to the present nation stealer. He has the abilities of all the puppets under his command, and he even thinks that once he gets more tired and goes directly to sea, he can directly conquer the world. He doesn't even know how strong his current ability is. In the previous attempts he made, anyone who fights with him will be hit by him. Am I already invincible? This kind of thought has been in his heart for a long time. Could it be that he is actually invincible now? But Ling Yun in front of him told him the answer. Hey, you are so weak. 4. Chapter 106. 10 minutes. The battle lasted only 10 minutes. It's really, unbelievably weak. Looking at Edric, who had fallen to the ground and only breathed a sigh of relief, Ling Yun also felt deeply speechless. There is no doubt that the opponent's pure strength is really scary. You can also know one or two of them from the simple attack exchange just now. Those who can stand and talk to Ling Yun after receiving Ling Yun's 2 slashes, I'm afraid you can't find 5 in the whole sea. This kind of physical fitness can be said to be a good tail-off level. In addition, his strength is also obviously ridiculously strong. You can also tell from the directly pierced hull and the huge pothole on the ground pierced by the spear. It can be said that if only strength is considered purely, this guy is almost at the level of 4 emperors. But No pressure at all. You can't control your own power at all. To be more precise for Ling Yun, Eldridge is like a 23-year-old man with a strong body and a sharp sword. Although he is powerful, he is not threatening in front of a real swordsman. Obviously, just like Caribou who appeared in the original book, this guy's fruit ability and luck gave him such a huge power now, but because he didn't have the mentality of being a strong man, can't really use that power at all. Even Ling Yun can guess the general ability of the other party. This guy's ability is to steal other people's genes through things like spores, right? Just like what the blonde lion of Pokmas told Caribou in the Fishmen Island in the original book. People who think they are invincible because they have the ability of Logia will not live long in New World. Probably this is the reason. People with the help of abilities may be able to run rampant in paradise for a while, or they may be listed as strong in the hearts of most people. But in front of the real strong, they are like a thin piece of paper, and they can be smashed at will. Even if the strong lose their power, they will definitely regain it, and even if the weak gain power, they will not become the real strong. This is what the sea declares. Power itself is not terrible, what is terrible is its master. A sentence I saw in historical texts in the past also echoed in Ling Yun's heart, and after cutting off Edric's arm with a single knife, Ling Yun also felt a little comforted. Fortunately, he met many powerful opponents along the way, otherwise, if he only relied on the power of the system to develop to the present, he might become like Edric, right? System, if I treat this guy, will I become like him too? Looking at Edric, whose body was cut open with black foam flowing, Ling Yun asked the same. This character has a special state of genetic disorder and a special ability spore fruit, which makes it impossible to maintain a human body. If the host acquires the ability on him, he will also change into the same posture. Forget it. And looking at the extremely disgusting appearance of Edric, Ling Yun also shook his head in disgust. It's better to die than to become such a slug-like guy. However, there are a lot of genes in this character, and the host can obtain them through gene modification with a scalpel and put them in the genetic research laboratory for research. Good idea. After a while, Ling Yun, who used the genetic modification scalpel to extract all the genes from Edric's body, also unceremoniously pierced the guy's head with a knife, killing him completely. Congratulations to host for curing the character Owen. Congratulations to host for curing the character Kokuto. Congratulations to host for healing the character Naji. And the moment he killed this guy, the huge notification sound from the system instantly rang in Ling Yun's mind, and the instant strengthening of all aspects of his body and the instant soaring of system points also made Ling Yun feel at a loss for a while. Some can't slow down. Temporarily mute the beep. And Ling Yun, who had to temporarily block the notification sound, was also happy and anxious. This system is not humanized at all, this kind of noise should be automatically filtered out for him. However, I will talk about the various rewards I got later. What Ling Yun cares about now is, by the way, where is the text of the history? After searching for a long time in the main hall, but still couldn't find the historical text that the system had prompted before, Ling Yun was also a little confused for a while. What's the situation? Could it be that some little thing is a rubbing of the historical text? Then Ling Yun had another guess, like the rubbings of the 3 historical texts he found in Marie Joyce. Could there be something similar here? So Ling Yun quickly started observation Haki and Dragon's perception to investigate around 503, but in fact it was no. Ling Yun, who confirmed again that there were no traces of historical texts around, also asked suspiciously at this time, System, where is the location of the mission item? Task item location, 3 meters away from host. 3 meters. He glanced around suspiciously. Fang Yuan, within 3 meters is not to say that there is no grass, but it is almost the same. You can't have a problem with the system. Ling Yun, who couldn't find it all, was about to complain about the system's problem, but he suddenly thought of a possibility. No. Wait a minute, don't you? Ling Yun walked out of the hall slowly, not caring about the sleeping titans around him. he leapt and landed on Yemengard, who was waiting for him not far away. Then, wouldn't it be there? Looking at Noel Lund's ferocious mouthparts directly below the palace, Ling Yun also smiled absurdly, but felt faintly in his heart that his guess might be right. Never mind. Talking softly to himself, Ling Yun's feet also slowly attached to armament haki, and the breeze around him also began to slowly surround him. Go down and have a look. Chapter 107. On the battlefield of the rebels and kleptocrats. Ah! We are free. Lao Zi must kill that BD. Kill him. Seeing the kleptocrats who had broken away from the state of parasitic spores and began to roar one after another, Rutos and Talinas looked at each other, but their eyes were full of shock. Of course, they also tried to assassinate the stealer of the country from the very beginning, so they are also very clear about the strength of the other party, at least for them. Completely overwhelming calendar. But the current situation clearly showed one point, that powerful thief was actually dealt with by Ling Yun in just 20 minutes. What's the situation? Talinas is still a little incomprehensible. Whatever happened to him? In comparison, Rutos suddenly burst out laughing. Anyway, we're free. In front of the palace, the 8 titans who were instantly knocked down by Ling Yun with the Conqueror's haki also slowly woke up. What's going on here? Are we liberated? On the original battlefield between the rebel army and the thieves' army, the members of the thieves' army who had been firmly tied up each other immediately realized their current situation after waking up, and opened their mouths with some excitement. In fact, although they are controlled by Edric's parasitic spores, their thinking is always running. So they are very aware of what happened to them in the past. It was like a nightmare. That guy was killed. At this time, the fastest responding titan had already rushed into the palace, and then saw the dead Ilrich at a glance, so he also let out an exclamation. Who is it? And the titans were also a little confused at this time. They didn't even see Ling Yun's appearance clearly, and were directly killed by Ling Yun because of their too low mental resistance, so at this time, even who saved them did not know. Have no idea. Hey! Look at the mouth. At this time, one of the red-haired Yiren suddenly saw Yermungandr floating in the sky directly below. However, at this moment, there was no trace of Ling Yun on the top of Hormungandra's head. Tap! Tap! Yenoel Lun Central, in the mouth. Numerous fangs protruded from the fleshy wall next to it, and strong corrosive red juice dripped down, and there were countless sea kings and human bones below. At this time, Ling Yun was standing in a place where ordinary people could not even take a step, staring at the things in front of him in a daze. It was a stone tablet of the text of history. And the color of that steel is grey. It is exactly the same color as the steel Ling Yun found in the Flying Dutchman, and Ling Yun only took a cursory look, and it was recorded on it as the previous one, a continuation of the coordinates recorded on the steel. Congratulations to host for getting the quest item history text, now holding 8/30. The system's prompt sound did not attract Ling Yun's attention at all, and even Ling Yun didn't have time to read the content of the history text that he was very interested in at first. Because right in front of him, there is a very unique tree. That tree is very inconsistent with the overall environment inside Noel Lund, not the red that can be seen everywhere, but a holy white. Just like the moon that shines on the world. There are green leaves growing on the tops of the trees. It is hard to imagine such a vibrant greenness in a place full of death. And besides, the tree has 2 slender trunks growing, and the trunk below is also slender and gentle. Its shape is that of a woman. And in the very center of the trunk, which is the heart of the woman, there is a devil fruit. The color of the fruit is pure green, and the spiral pattern is densely covered on it, which looks quite beautiful. Moo fruit mother tree form. Category: Special Logia devil fruit. Introduction: the user can become the mother of all trees, has the power to control all trees and plants, and the user will always maintain the most vigorous form of the body. Special effect: lose the ability to transform elements, but the user can choose to recondense the fruit after self-sacrifice. Queen. And looking at the woman's appearance, Ling Yun vaguely guessed the identity of the tree. The queen can manipulate Noel Lund. The queen would have been immortal if not for that damned kleptocrat. These clues are enough for him to make inferences. After a while of silence, Ling Yun also reached out to pick off that devil fruit. Then, successor. A gentle and majestic female voice suddenly sounded in Ling Yun's heart. Ling Yun was startled for a moment, and then instinctively wanted to dodge back. But at this moment, the words from the female voice continued to interrupt his movements. I am a Noel, Lord of London, Noel Paquis, descendant of the clan of D. The D family? Ling Yun's expression was stunned, although he already knew the existence of this race known as the natural enemy of God, but since he came to this world, this was the first time he had heard the news. Latecomers, don't worry, I'm already dead, but my responsibility prevents me from simply passing away. The female voice, Zhao Zhao Zhao, contains firmness and determination, but the vicissitudes of the words clearly show that what she knows is not so easy to know. The stone tablet in front of me is one of the 3 beacons of the land abandoned by time, and the devil fruit on my body is inhabited by a sea demon named Mumu. It may be abandoned by you in time expeditions in the land of help. If you can't trace the truth of history, then please randomly find a deserted island and discard the steel, and the promised person will take it. After all, as for this fruit, it's your reward. And if you are the one promised, and you can find the land abandoned by time, then please remember. Be sure to go to Lavrud. There are all the secrets and all the unknowns, and there are weapons that can change the world. The truth of history will be revealed, and the glory of D will be restored. Chapter 108. 2 days later, Paradise Lost, in the medical hall. Ling Yun, His Majesty Rudolph invited you to participate in tonight's celebration, et. Koala, who originally just came to call Ling Yun to attend tonight's freedom banquet, walked into the medical hall familiarly, and then saw Ling Yun holding a devil fruit in a daze for the first time. Koala liked the green that was full of vitality in that fruit, so he couldn't help asking, Ling Yun, what is this fruit? Ah? This. And Ling Yun, who was in a daze, came back to his senses after hearing Koala's question. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he showed a wry smile. This is a tree fruit. Moo fruit. Koala was startled when he heard the words, and then reacted instantly, is it the fruit of Logia? Kindness. So Koala also looked at the fruit in Ling Yun's hand with a little excitement. Of course she now knows what the concept of Logia's devil fruit is. As the strongest and rarest fruit among the 3 series of fruits, the strength of all Logia's ability users is undeniably strong. 153. For you. What made Koala even more surprised was that Ling Yun handed her the fruit directly after taking a look at her. Hey? For me. So Koala also pointed to herself with some doubts. Is this the devil fruit that Logia's Hong Kong wants to give her? Well, for you. And Ling Yun smiled again. Giving Moo fruit to Koala, this is a decision he has already made. There is no doubt that this fruit has extremely high ability strength, whether it is turning the body into a mother tree to control other plants to fight or the characteristic of immortality, its upper limit is undoubtedly very high. But for Ling Yun, this fruit is really useless. Because he must undergo systematic genetic modification before taking the fruit, and the effect of Logia's fruit after genetic modification is that it can only retain the ability to elementize, but cannot retain the ability to create nature. But know that Moo fruit is similar to the dark fruit, and it is a fruit that does not have the ability to elementize. In addition, another, Kfet, Ling Yun can obtain the ability of Forever Young from the fruit. Ling Yun, who can modify his physical state at will in the medical hall, can be forever young and immortal. In other words, Ling Yun's benefit from taking this fruit is simply snow. But such a powerful fruit, Ling Yun is of course unwilling to waste it. After thinking about it, Koala naturally became the best candidate to take the fruit for her, who now has a very solid foundation for 2-color haki, and her own physical potential is not much, the distance from becoming as strong, the only difference is a powerful devil fruit. Can I really? Taking the devil fruit carefully, Koala looked at Ling Yun with emotion. Certainly. Ling Yun nodded with a smile. So Koala didn't say thank you anymore. In fact, there was no need to say such things in the relationship between the two of them. She just gently peeled off the skin of the moo fruit, and then ate the fruit. Evil, so unpalatable. The extremely strange taste at the entrance of the fruit made the little girl frown, and after she reluctantly swallowed the fruit. Under Ling Yun's shocked gaze, her body started to grow instantly. The figure became tall and well-proportioned, Gold's hair also began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and some indescribable places also began to grow instantly. But just a moment later, a beautiful girl about 20 years old with waist-length hair, good figure, beautiful face, and full of aura appeared in front of Ling Yun. The user will always maintain the most vigorous form of the body. FK. Ling Yun, on the other hand, looked at the living person who had undergone a major transformation in front of him in bewilderment, unable to accept such an exciting setting for a while. Especially after seeing Koala looking at Ling Yun with innocent eyes without knowing it, Ling Yun pointed at her speechlessly. Clothes. Your clothes. Clothing. Koala also lowered his head after hearing the words, and then found out. As her figure got bigger, her previous small clothes certainly couldn't accommodate her body. Therefore, now she is in a state of extensive exposure, and after taking the fruit, most of her crystal-clear jade skin is exposed outside. So Ling Yun saw Koala's face change from pure white to crisp red at an extremely fast speed, and then... Qua! Ling Yun knew it. It turns out that when a person is extremely shy, his head can really smoke. Okay. After getting Koala's consent, Ling Yun, who was obediently blindfolded, turned his head, and then saw that Koala had an extra set of clothes that fit him. The clothes themselves are like the tree clothes worn by the elves in Legendary, fully revealing the aura of Koala. But what Ling Yun cares more about is Koala. Race, human. Age, 14, 20. Grade, this world A+. Available abilities, Armament Haki LV.2, Observation Haki LV.2, Plant Control LV.6, Eternal Tree LV.6. Fruit ability, Logia Mumu Fruit Mother Tree Form. The improvement is huge. Seeing that Koala's strength has climbed to A and in an instant, Ling Yun also sighed for a while. This is obviously the strength that Koala's natural physical fitness can bring to her when she is about 20 years old. And obviously, as Koala's familiarity with the fruit ability and her two-color Haki training keep up, her strength is very likely to be promoted to the S level in a very short period of time, and she will definitely become even in the new world. Weak powers. And after waiting for a few years, Ling Yun thinks that maybe this girl will reach the level of shisha buyukai. It can only be said that it is worthy of the Logia fruit. This increase in strength is simply appalling. Master Ling Yun, Koala, Dad asked me to invite you to the banquet. At this time, Sola, who had already taken off his armor and changed back to the dwarf ethnic costume, pushed open the door of the medical hall with great difficulty, and the scene that caught his eye was Master Ling Yun. Who is this beautiful sister? Your wife. Chapter 109. In short, explaining the origin of the matter to Sola is obviously very troublesome, especially after the girl Koala's head is smoking again. So Ling Yun also decisively chose not to explain, but took Koala on the Yemengard Luffy to the royal city of Noel Lund and met the long-awaited Rudolph. As for Rudolph, a character with a lot of knowledge, Ling Yun's explanation is obviously much simpler. She ate a devil fruit. Oh, that's how it is. That's about it. On this sea, there are people who will look like after taking devil fruit, so Rudolph also quickly accepted this setting. However, after seeing Koala's elf-like posture, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Could it be? Well, it's the fruit of the queen. Speaking of this, Ling Yun actually felt a little embarrassed. After all, although what he did was reasonable, it would be a bit strange if the fruit manifested by the other queen's life was directly taken away by him. Queen, where is she now? However, it is obvious that Rudolph does not care about the ownership of the fruit itself, but cares about the queen's ending. Inside the mouth. So Ling Yun also informed Rudolph of the queen's position and final outcome, but concealed the historical text and the words the queen left in his heart. Thank you, Master Ling Yun. After Rudolph heard the words, he nodded slowly, and then he didn't say anything else. He just said to Ling Yun, "This matter is very important, so I hope Master Ling Yun and Miss Koala will wait here for a while. I'm going to find Talina's now." Not long after, Talina's, who obviously knew about the queen, also came back here with Rudolph. After entering the main hall and seeing Koala's current appearance, Talina's no longer had any doubts, and directly bowed to Ling Yun. "Thank you for telling us the location of the queen. The Bloodblade clan of the Titan clan and Al-Buff will always remember your kindness. Same goes for the dwarves' Wildhammer clan." And Rudolph bowed sincerely to Ling Yun. "You are always welcome in the Land of Iron. Are you going back?" And looking at the performance of the two, Ling Yun also faintly guessed their plan. "Now that the queen is gone, so are my allegiances. I will return to Al-Buff." "Me too. Our Wildhammer clan will take the queen out of the mouth, bury her and return to Cosmo." Talina's and Rudolph did not hide their intentions at all. "In this case, Koala and I will float Noel Lawn to the surface tomorrow, and it will remain in this state for 3 days after that. You can choose a time to leave within 3 days. You can also inform us about this matter. Others, let them specify when to leave." And Ling Yun also said the same thing after taking Moo fruit. Koala already has the power to control Noel Land, so they have already confirmed that they will leave the island tomorrow. After all, if it drags on, Zoe might really miss it. Good. After knowing Ling Yun's plan, Rudolph and Talina's also nodded. And after the matter of leaving is roughly confirmed, the next step is party time. Ha 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 ha. Long live Master Ling Yun. Long live Broca. I really didn't expect to have a drink with you again. Ha ha ha. The queen is on, hiccup. I need another bottle of rum. You idiots. Who the hell stole the captain's cap? Don't look for those boring things, come here. Raise your glasses, we want to thank Master Ling Yun. Oh. Miss Koala, you are so beautiful. Hiccup, am I drunk? Why does it feel like you have grown taller suddenly? Master Ling Yun. From now on, you can talk whenever you have something to do, we will definitely be there for you. With the passing of the shadow and the demise of the robbers, although the queen is no longer there, but the prosperous and relaxed scene of Pushan seems to reverberate in this main city again. The tall titans toasted with the dwarves, and the pirates had a happy chat with their enemies who had been involuntarily confronting them not long ago. The so-called sea is full of things. Most of them are just like that. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yermengid was entrenched on the top of Noel Land, eating a huge meat steak grilled by the titans, while Ling Yun below was facing a siege. Seeing that Ling Yun was also surrounded by a group of people and kept drinking, while Koala stayed with Sola on the side, holding a glass of blackberry juice and laughing cheerfully. "Hey! I'll be rude to you guys if you do this again. Asking for flowers." Ling Yun was a little helpless as he spoke. These people who were controlled by Edric not long ago were also extremely grateful to him after they regained their freedom. As for men, there are only a few ways to express gratitude. Besides formal expressions of gratitude, drinking is obviously a very good one. "Hey! Master Ling Yun, although you are one of the shisha buyukai, when it comes to drinking, I, Milo, have never been afraid of anyone at this scene." The speaker is the leader of the Blue Turban Pirates, Milo the Blue Turban, the leader of the pirates with a bounty of 110 million Baileys. This cool north blue guy was swallowed by Noel Lund after straying into the sea area more than a month ago. But Master Ling Yun, it is said that you are leaving here tomorrow. 0. Well, you can also leave here. Seeing that Milo was filling Ling Yun with wine, a fat man with blue skin next to Ling Yun also suddenly asked. He was also a ship rescued by Ling Yun, and the reward was 150 million blue boar Harry of Van Bell. Where does Master Ling Yun plan to set sail from? Where can it be? Of course it is the place where I landed before. Ling Yun answered as a matter of course, but just when he suddenly felt that this question seemed a bit strange. Ha 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 ha. Why do you ask so many people? Come on, come on. Drink and drink. Yes yes yes. Drink. The surrounding pirates suddenly all raised their wine glasses, and Ling Yun had no choice but to give up his previous thoughts. But he didn't notice that among the pirates around, there seemed to be a light shining in the eyes of a dozen or so pirates. Not long after, somewhere in Noel's house in Lund. Then brothers have agreed, gather tomorrow at the place where Master Ling Yun is going to see, and get everything ready. Okay, but is this really okay? I think Master Ling Yun has a pretty good temper, so why don't we just tell Master Chi to go directly? What a fart! Laozi has already told Master Ling Yun before, but the master said that he is not a pirate. How could he drink wine? Then we stop dawdling, go back and get ready for 3. Chapter 110. On the Sea of New World, originally there was only a piece of blue sea in sight, but the huge figure of Noel Lund has already stood on the sea. The laughter brought by the banquet last night has come to an end. Many people have chosen to leave this place full of bad memories. When Noel Lund floated up early this morning, without the surrounding red fog, it is also very easy for them to leave. On Ling Yun's side, he was making preparations to go to sea while thinking about taking a good inventory of his gains for a while. What a hassle! Looking at the base of the lower island of the Paradise Lost, which was bumped and bumped for various reasons during the previous voyage, Ling Yun was also a little worried for a while. The repair of the ship can still be done. Please ask the dwarves' help, but the repair of this island ship is not that simple. Master Ling Yun, this can only be temporarily filled with mud, but you can come to the Iron Kingdom later. Our dwarves have the best ship manufacturing technology. Sure. 697 Al Buff also welcomes your arrival. We have the strongest warrior. As long as you come over, you will definitely be able to enjoy the fun of fighting. It's free. Here Ling Yun answered the invitation of the two, while Koala over there patted him lightly, and then pointed at the broken island base with a smile in his puzzled eyes. And the next moment, Ling Yun actually saw a large piece of light brown plant growing out of the soil of the island base that had some gaps, and after the plant grew, it circled the island base in an instant, covering the bottom of the entire island. The half part is surrounded by a standard wood bottom island boat. This is... While Ling Yun was still puzzled, Rudolph looked at the brown wood with burning eyes. It's shisha steel wood, a wood that is a specialty of the flower country and can rival common steel. Ling Yun, on the other hand, took a look at Koala, who was asking him for credit with a proud face, and finally said, "Good job." Koala seemed to be satisfied after hearing the words, and after nodding cheerfully, he came to Ling Yun's side again, wrapping his arms around his right hand as in the past. In the future, if I have a chance, I will go back to Albuff or Cosmos. See you then. Everyone. And looking at the dwarves and titans who were full of reluctance and gratitude, Ling Yun waved his hand lightly, then. Yermungand, get ready to set sail. Roar. After Yermungand heard the words, he also let out a low growl, and then the huge body that was already in place on the shore dragged the lost paradise directly towards the sea. Boom! The sound of the island boat entering the sea was very loud, and Ling Yun was looking at the flash steel wood produced by Koala curiously, but found that the wood did not show any damage even when it bumped against the rocks on the coast. Then, Ling Yun suddenly had a thought that touched his heart. Koala, those herbs in the medicine garden, Do you also? Brother Ling Yun. Boss Ling Yun. Master Ling Yun. Just when Ling Yun was about to ask Koala about the details of her abilities, he suddenly heard several voices. But when he looked down suspiciously, he saw 16 pirate ships floating busily on the sea not far away. Ling Yun is no stranger to those figures on the pirate ship. Langlot, Owen, Milo, Harry, haven't you left? After watching the 16 captains of the pirate group slowly approach the Lost Paradise and jump up directly, Ling Yun is also quite puzzled. What are they trying to do? However, after seeing the serious expressions of these 11 people without exception, no way! There was a faint guess in Ling Yun's heart. He knows that personal values may be different among pirates, but there are always some people who value an eye very much. Just like Harry the Blue Boar among the 16 captains before Ling Yun. In fact, after Ling Yun killed Eldridge and released him from control, and took time to heal his injuries, this New World pirate once proposed that he hoped to work for Ling Yun and become his pirate group. Naturally, Ling Yun must have rejected it on the spot. He is not a pirate, and it is not of much use to him to let others become his pirate group, but he is also invisibly burdened with a certain burden. Kind of responsibility. For Ling Yun, who is used to being alone, he is not willing to accept this kind of responsibility. However, judging from the current situation, the other party is trying to force the palace. Master Ling Yun, the next actions are all our own decisions. We don't mean to force you, nor do we need you to do anything. And at this moment, the man standing in front of Ling Yun also spoke. The man has a tall figure of more than 2 meters and is wearing a thick silver and white armor. The square face of the square character does not look like a pirate at all, and behind him is a huge knight that is almost as long as his entire body. Gun. This person is quite unique among the people saved by Ling Yun. He is not a pirate, but a famous pirate hunter in New World. Silver Knight Langlot, a powerful pirate hunter who sailed alone on the sea, once hunted down a big pirate with a bounty of more than 300 million Baileys. What needs to be mentioned is that the Silver Knight's personal combat power is the strongest among all the people rescued by Ling Yun. His system evaluation level is quite high, and he is still in the S rank. The top level of strength is almost approaching the $+ level. Besides, it is said that his own temperament is also extremely upright. He will not attack enthusiastic and kind pirates, he will only hunt and kill those vicious gangsters. Ling Yun also knows that the biggest reason why he abandoned his original identity as a knight and became a pirate hunter is because the Admiral Droughtjack under Kaido of the Beasts destroyed his hometown, and he wants to seek revenge from him. The knight idiot is right, we didn't mean to force you here, it's just that we made our own decisions. And the other one who spoke was Aowen, the bad lizard that Ling Yun had seen before. Even pirates, I know the way of grace. The next person who spoke was an acquaintance, the leader of the blue-hooded pirates, Milo the blue-hooded pirates. And these three seem to have finished talking directly, so after that, the other 8 captains of the pirate group stopped talking and just laughed, especially those who were once rejected by Ling Yun. Harry, at this time, laughed even more wickedly. Ling Yun was about to say something, but... Everyone, raise your glasses. Lancelot's words fell, and all the captains took out their wine glasses. I Lancelot. Owen. Milo. Carmit. The 16 captains reported their names respectively. They will act as representatives and take the oath in person. Your kindness must be repaid, this is the way we worship. Master Ling Yun rescued us from prison, and we shall pay back with our lives. Drink 1.4 of this wine after today. Although we travel thousands of miles, we are still pirates under the command of the great fleet of the underworld. After today, wherever Master Ling Yun is in danger, we will be there, we will fight, and we will be the last one. Drink. So the next moment, they all drank the wine without exception. Then, the captains bowed slightly to Ling Yun, and then each placed an item in front of Ling Yun, or a captain's hat, or a small stone, or a rusty family crest, or it's a Bailey. In the end, they put their right arms over their left chests and turned themselves in. And these actions represent the grandest etiquette on the sea. Take an oath, drink the wine of the sun, it means swear allegiance. Surrender the most precious thing, it means pay tribute. There is also bowing the head and caressing the heart. Its meaning is dedicate your heart to the king whom you are loyal to. Chapter 111. The so-called Big Fleet Group actually refers to an organization created by the established rules among pirates. However, any pirate who drinks the Yiza wine for someone will join the other party's subordinates to serve the other party, but they will not fully join the other party's team. This kind of situation usually happens to some pirates who already have a good climate. Once there are more pirates who are grateful for someone's kindness and are willing to serve him, then they will form this so-called large fleet, with the person they are willing to swear allegiance as the leader, and they are the one of the large fleet member. They will still continue their voyage as their own pirate group, but once the leader needs it, they will immediately go to help from anywhere. The most famous practice in New World is the Whitebeard pirates. In addition to the captain of Whitebeard's 16th team on the Mozambique, there are 43 New World pirates under Whitebeard's command. There are tens of thousands of pirates under his command. And now, the number of the 16 captains of the Grand Fleet of the Underworld who swore allegiance to Ling Yun also has a huge number of more than 1,000. That is to say, in the future, if Ling Yun encounters any trouble and needs their help, they will come from anywhere in this sea immediately. It's really. And looking at the 16 captains of the pirates who arbitrarily set the name of the Great Fleet of the Underworld and then went away as birds and beasts, Ling Yun could only be speechless. Even if he can destroy mountains and mountains, he can't control people's thoughts. Obviously these guys agreed to gather here today, and they didn't intend to get his approval. The reason why they are here is to drink a glass of the wine of foster son. Forget it, it's not too bad. But the entanglement is only short-lived after all, because Ling Yun also thinks that this situation is not bad. Only. Hello. The 16 captains who were driving their ships to leave suddenly found Ling Yun's voice in their hearts. And the next moment. Despair. Huge sacks of medicine bottles were driven by the wind to their ships. Red medicine can save lives, and grey medicine can strengthen combat power. Ling Yun looked at these guys who called themselves subordinates, and gently lifted the last glass of wine on the ground before drinking it. Don't die so easily. After hearing Ling Yun's words, the 16 captains and the pirates under their command also laughed out loud. Of course the leader. 5 days later. Thick mist floated on the dark sea, and the white moonlight was hidden behind the clouds and could not shine on the sea. This is the Mist and Night Sea area, a sea area where few ships will take the initiative to set foot. But at this time, there is a huge island ship sailing at an extremely fast speed in this sea area. Really? Ming said he was going to miss it, and hid in the treasury at the same time. And in the medicine field, Koala, who was constantly sprouting trees around him, was looking at Ling Yun's room with a pouted dissatisfaction while familiarizing himself with his own power. I clearly agreed to practice swordsmanship with others today. But for the girl's dissatisfaction, Ling Yun in the room said that Lu didn't know anything, and even laughed out loud. In fact, during these 5 days, it took Ling Yun a lot of time just to determine the route and accompany Koala to figure out her abilities, but fortunately, the latter brought him enough surprises. First of all, Ling Yun confirmed that Koala's ability to control vegetation can indeed be applied to the herbs in the medicine garden. And you must know that the output of Ling Yun's ancient healing potions and iron army potions are all linked to the number of herbs. The faster the growth rate of the herb, the more it can increase his drug production, and it can also increase the speed of his points acquisition. The connection between them is really touching. Therefore, under the effect of Koala's ability, the speed of herb maturation has been accelerated by at least 5 times, and the stock of medicines in Ling Yun's hands, which had gradually bottomed out due to the massive consumption of marine, is starting to rise again. And Ling Yun didn't intend to sell these medicines to marine immediately, but to store them for future use, because as he got deeper into the new world, he also had to think about the fact that it was obviously impossible to get along with Kaido. What to do with his reconciled enemies? And the answer to this question, although there is no conclusion now, but no matter what is done at that time, keeping such a batch of medicine as inventory must be a good option. In addition to the impact on the medicine garden, the strength improvement brought by Mumu fruit to Koala is even beyond Ling Yun's conjecture. The huge piranhas that may rise from the ground at any time and the huge wooden spear formed by the flash steel wood, combined with the extremely fast speed, it is almost impossible to guard against. Although Koala's attainments in haki and swordsmanship are not enough to pose a great threat to Ling Yun has to admit that if Koala's current stage goes all out, it may not be enough to deal with him. It's a little bit more, but it's not a problem to get a bounty of about 200 million in the sea. Especially now that Koala's body has grown to more than 20 years old, so the strengthening potion she took before has been completely absorbed by her, and the growth rate of her strength in all aspects is still increasing at a high speed. Ling Yun felt that if she was given more than a year, maybe even he would have to use a little strength to defeat Koala. And after helping Koala to get familiar with her ability of 280 for a few days, Ling Yun, who finally started to count what she had gained, was really pleasantly surprised. It's a lot of money, it's a lot of money. Titan Power LV.3 Blacksmith Forging LV.5 Dwarf Power LV.3 Titan Martial Arts LV.4 Night Spear LV.3 Boxing LV.3 Navigation Technology LV.6. Looking at the sudden addition of a large number of skills in his skill bar, and his ability to improve in every aspect, Ling Yun felt that if he was allowed to kill Edric a few more times, he might really be in the world invincible. You know, just the moment he killed that guy, he was equivalent to healing thousands of people at once. And those people who healed are not small characters like stinky fish and rotten shrimps among them. Each of the Titan and dwarves is also a character with powerful combat power, and these pirates are also experienced. After the baptism of battle in paradise, all the way to the characters of New World. So, just this time of treatment, although a lot of repetitive skills were extracted, the skills, system points and task completion rate Ling Yun got, can already be said to be appalling. Congratulations to host for completing the task of treating the S-level powerhouse 2020s. Host now holds 498/500 system points. The fourth phase of the task, which he thought would be an extremely long process, has already been completed. Chapter 112. The closer the acquisition of system points is to the final completion, the more difficult it will be. This is something Ling Yun has long known. So according to his guess, if the 498 points he holds now want to reach 500, it is probably unrealistic to expect Marine to use ancient healing potions to complete it. What he needs to do is to personally treat a few people whose strength has reached S. It's better to be a strong person above S+, so that the possibility of obtaining the final points will be maximized. However, it is difficult to meet such strong players even in New World, so Ling Yun can only secretly look forward to their appearance, while continuing his own voyage. Ling Yun, you agreed to practice swordsmanship with me. At this time, the voice of Koala outside the door woke Ling Yun up from his thoughts. I'm coming. 2 days later. The moonlight and the sea reflect a beautiful luster, and the beautiful tone that has been there since ancient times seems to never change. But the huge creature walking on the thick foggy sea is far more shocking than the sea and the moonlight. Boom! Boom! Each step spans over thousands of meters, and its very existence is one of the world's oldest wonders. It's Zo the giant elephant. And while it continues its never-ending pace, there are 5,000 nautical miles behind it. Is that so? Koala looked at the huge ancient elephant that could be seen clearly even in the dark, and was stunned for a while. Indeed, the world itself is the greatest miracle. And Ling Yun looked at the tall ancient elephant whose appearance could not be seen at all in the distance, and could only sigh for a while. Such a big guy, it's no wonder that he can instantly kill the drought. But at the same time, Ling Yun was also more satisfied with his plan if he hadn't had the idea to use Doflamingo's power to find it, Cao Dan would only rely on his own power to find it. I am afraid that the difficulty of a huge ancient elephant that exceeds several kilometers is really great. Okay. Get ready to land on the island. So Ling Yun also said loudly. Ooh. The cute girl gave a military salute, and then laugh. With a wave of Koala's hand, a few dense vines suddenly appeared from the base of the steelwood island below the lost paradise, extended downwards and then wrapped tightly around Yermangandra's body. Cork winding. Okay. And after confirming that everything was ready, Ling Yun also began to ask Yermangard, are you really okay? He knows that to get to Zhou Island you need to be able to fly first, because this giant elephant does not offer you a place to go ashore like other islands. But with the size of the lost paradise, normal methods such as inflating balloons are of course unreliable. So all Ling Yun can rely on is the power of Yermangandra. Rest assured. And Yermangard said that it dare not say anything else, but it is definitely a good player in terms of strength. Without the resistance of the sea, I will definitely can. Good. Ling Yun naturally nodded with satisfaction, and then Guangfeng, listen to my orders. A huge gust of wind blew onto the hull in an instant, and the instantly bulging sails drove the hull to explode at a huge speed. Go to the island. And under Ling Yun's order, Yemanjade's huge body also rose from the sea surface, carrying the lost paradise wrapped by trees on its back, and flew directly towards the back of the huge ancient elephant. However, as the distance from the giant elephant Zhou got closer and closer, a voice suddenly appeared in Ling Wei's heart. Well, just meaningless monosyllables, but there's something ancient, remote, and painful in them. Zhou. But Ling Yun's expression turned serious after hearing the words, and then he looked at the huge and incomparably ancient elephant not far away. He knew it was the sound of it. The giant elephant Zhou made some kind of mistake in the past, and then was ordered by someone to walk on the sea continuously, never stop. Only after getting the order of the descendant of that person, can he temporarily stop himself from walking forever and do other things. In the original book, it was ordered by Momosuke, a descendant of the Kojiki clan, and when it went to battle, it also showed that this giant elephant has a terrifying power no less than that of ancient weapon. Just a single nose shake, it directly killed the drought. Jack and his massive fleet. Only those who can hear the voice of all things can hear the voice of Zawu, and unfortunately, Ling Yun happens to have this ability. Human beings who can hear my voice after a long time. At this time, the giant elephant seemed to have noticed his existence. You have the aura of Princess Pasky on your body. The range of the trunk swing was slightly stagnant, and then... No, you are not their descendants. After discovering through some means that Ling Yun and Koala were not descendants of that clan, Satori also let out a dull silence. Are you also here for the historical text like that, Gordy Roger? When these words were spoken, the Paradise Lost also completely flew behind Zawu, and Zawu's voice fell silent. Gold Roger. Ling Yun, on the other hand, looked at the silent giant elephant, and slightly raised his eyebrows. He knew that Roger had also had a conversation with the elephant owner, and that he had also been to Zawu Island to observe the historical text in person, so this not surprised at all. What surprised him, Zhao Qian Zhao, was that the name mentioned by the Lord between the words Pasky, the name of the Queen of Noel Land, except that Zhou called her princess. What is worth mentioning is that Rudolph once told Ling Yun that Queen Pasky had lived for 400 years now seems to be a false proposition. Because of the existence of Momuguo, the actual age of the queen, no one knows. But in any case, judging from the current meaning, Zhou seems to have known the Queen of Noel Lund once. Or to be more precise, the name Princess Pasky seems to have given Ling Yun some bold guesses. One who has lived for at least hundreds of years, carries the historical text, and from Zawu's words, she seems to be a princess. Which country's princess will it be? That answer doesn't seem too difficult to guess. Chapter 113. The Furry Duchy, the Palace of the Night King. La 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 la, I'm so happy, meow, hey ho meow. In the bathing pool of the palace, there are sharp fangs and a ferocious face, a thick mane on the neck, a huge black tail, and a deep scar near the left eye. This huge and hideous-looking beast, the big golden retriever cat, is taking a bath and singing a tone-deaf tune. And it is none other than one of the two kings of the furry principality, the shopkeeper of the king of the night, Cat Viper. Boss Cat Viper, please pay attention to your injuries, it won't work if you soak in the bath for too long. But a subordinate of the polar bear fur tribe who watched the big cat cheering on himself was speechless. Ha ha meow. How can you not take a bath when you are happy? It is rare to enter this kind of sea area where there is only darkness. I haven't seen that guy for many days. It's really happy, meow ha ha ha. It would be great if the elephant master could keep moving in this sea area. Yes yes yes. And after hearing the words of the cat viper, the polar bear fur clan also pouted speechlessly. He knew who that guy the Lord was talking about. Couldn't that be the day King Duke Inuarashi, who became the double king of the furry principality with him? During the recent period, because the location where the elephant owner passed by is the foggy and dark sea area that has been in the dark for a long time because the sun cannot shine, so according to the agreement between the cat Mamashi and the dog 040 Arashi, this principality will always be protected by cats. Viper's leader, and the Lord is clearly enjoying it. But Meepo Parode hasn't come back yet. But at this moment, Cat Viper suddenly remembered something, turned its huge cat's head and asked this polar bear fur tribe named Meepo. No. Parode seems to have found out about who owns the historical text, so. Well, let him come back quickly, don't be alone on 11. The nearest sea is not calm. But in this kind of serious discussion, the cat viper is quite serious. Although the fur clan has been isolated from the outside world for thousands of years, as the leaders of the principality, Nekobamushi and Duke Inuarashi still maintain an understanding of things on the sea due to their past experiences and various reasons. Since that man was executed, the situation in the sea has been changing rapidly without a specific stop. But, if there is going to be a balance, it will be within a few months. 7 warlords of the sea, 4 emperors, naval headquarters. A delicate balance has been created, and now is the throes of grinding. Obviously, Cat Viper has an extremely clear and accurate view of the situation at sea. I will contact Parode, so the key is Cat Viper boss, should you really come out of the bath? The wounds are bursting and bleeding. Meow ha 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 ha. It's okay. The old man is strong and strong. It's because of this that your old injury will never heal, right? But when the two of them were talking, Boss Cat Viper, a tall bovine fur tribe, suddenly strode into the palace. Rono, when will you be like Roddy? Do you know? Calmly. Lord Cat Viper, who has always been known for his unsteadiness, said so. There are humans. There are humans landing on the island. But after hearing Luonyo's words, Cat Viper's eyes froze. Human. There is a human being who went to the island with his boat, and now he is in the House of White Sheep to the west of the king's city. That's fine. But Cat Viper frowned after hearing the words. Human beings are human, as long as they don't approach the forest and don't cause damage, then let them go. After finishing speaking, he also glanced at the cow-like fur family very unhappily. It is said that this is not the first time someone has come to Zawu. Why is this subordinate still so panicked? No. No, Boss Cat Viper. That guy, his boat is an island boat. And it was carried by a sea kings and flew directly to the island. That guy is one of the shisha buyukai you told Boss Parode to be careful some time ago. But what Luonyo said next surprised the Cat Viper. Island ship? Sea kings? Shisha buyukai. The three are connected, and a very simple logic can be deduced from this. Among the shisha buyukai, there is only one who has these two things, that one. Kdech, and that one, also happens to be one of the most dangerous shisha buyukai considered by Niko Mamashi. It's really amazing, it's obviously on the back of an elephant. On the central street of the furry principality, Koala, who was following Ling Yun, made a surprised sound when he saw the trees and rivers that could be seen not far away. The inevitable trend of biological development is to follow the changes in the environment, but since it is dark now, the one in power should be the shopkeeper of the cat viper. But Ling Yun, who already knew the general situation of the island, was not very surprised. Didn't it say that fur tribes don't like humans very much? Koala, who didn't quite know what Ling Yun was talking about, looked curiously at the fur tribes who were paying attention to her. It's not that I hate it. But Ling Yun smiled. The owner of Cat Mamushi and Duke Inuarashi is a human being. How can there be such a saying that he hates humans so much? Even in his opinion, this kind of rumor might just be released on purpose in order to protect the safety of the object in the forest. Is that so? Are you disappointed? A little. Koala was really disappointed. She wanted to test the results of fighting training between herself and Ling Yun for so long. There will be a chance, hey. And when Ling Yun was talking, ha 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 meow, I didn't expect the famous shisha buyukai to come to this old man's kingdom. Accompanied by the slightly respectful boss cat viper from the fur tribe not far away, the huge figure of cat viper slowly walked towards Ling Yun. It's very disturbing to come here rashly. Cat viper. Race, cat fur race. Age, 49. Level, S and in this world, SMAX in mad state. Available skills, cat's sensitivity LV.3, great strength of the fur race LV.4, armament haki LV.7, observation haki LV.7, madness LV.1, special skill. Very strong. But, not strong enough. Ling Yun looked at the big cat with a chuckle, but he had already commented on the cat viper while his expression was flat. I don't want to bother you, but I need to ask first, what is your purpose for coming to Zhou? After cat viper saw Ling Yun, the instinctive warning that he belonged to the cat clan in his heart also told him that the person in front of him was extremely dangerous. However, responsibility still drove him to send out an inquiry. If Ling Yun came here just by chance, then naturally it would be the best. I came here to go to the Mobi Whale Forest to see the thing inside. Ling Yun didn't mean to hide anything, although the calm words were not loud, but there was only determination in them. This is his goal of coming here, and he doesn't intend to hide it. Because, no one can stop it. Chapter 114. Roar. And the moment Ling Yun's words fell, Cat Viper and his fur tribe warrior had already moved. The fastest shot was a majestic cow-like fur family and a tall bear-like fur family. When their legs stepped on the ground, they even directly stepped out of the ground into a huge depression, which shows their strength. As far as all the fur tribes are concerned, they are neither resistant nor disgusted with humans, but yes. Only the White Whale Forest mentioned by Ling Yun is a holy place that absolutely cannot let others set foot. Boom! The fists of the two guys, who are definitely strong men even among the fur tribe, went straight towards Ling Yun, and when Ling Yun was about to fight back, Ling Yun, let me come. Koala, who had been eager to try it for a long time, let out a low cry, and then her delicate body flew out. Humans! Get out of the way! Seeing a young girl appear in front of him, the bull man Rono and the bear man Beja also shouted loudly. They thought that they were fur warriors who were not very good at shooting women. Willing. But Broadwood Vajra branch. The next moment, they saw the graceful blonde girl in front of her just stretching her arms. Then, crack! The sound of the ground breaking came instantly, and the hard branches rose from the ground instantly. And then, under the horrified gazes of many fur warriors, Koala's blow unexpectedly knocked the two of them flying in an instant. Boom! Koala, who was still a little nervous at first, was a little unexpected when she saw that her random blow sent two fierce opponents into the air. In the usual confrontation with Ling Yun, her moves were considered offensive at all. No, it can only be regarded as a warm-up move. But Ling Yun at the side was not surprised at all after seeing this. Because he knows that after getting familiar with his own fruit ability and Koala who attached Haki to the ability, the current level has reached Amax, the ultimate of A-level powerhouse. And if she is given another 2 months to raise her Haki to a level that matches her physical age, then her grade must be S. And looking at the fur tribe in front of me, most of them are only B end level, and the few who can fight are only AORA end level. How can she be her opponent? But those guys from the Nox Pirates don't seem to be in Zo. Glancing at the fur tribes around Cat Viper, he didn't find any of those fur tribes who were more capable of fighting. Ling Yun also thought to himself for a while. And at this time, didn't bring Rono and Buyer back. Seeing that the 2 warriors under him were instantly killed by Koala, Cat Viper also said grimly. Yes, the Cat Viper boss. After hearing the news, the fur tribe of the cat tribe named Dinan also jumped directly to the rear, as if to save the 2 fur tribes before. And after that, roar. Cat Viper looked at Koala and let out an angry roar. Little human girl. The purest wildness emanates from the voice, that cats are such wild and untamable creatures. Your ability is not bad, but in front of the old man Mao Viper, you'd better back down. Saying so, his big bloody mouth and sharp fangs that could almost swallow Koala in one bite were also revealed instantly. Otherwise, as long as it's someone who covets the Holy Land, I don't care if it's a man or a woman. The huge momentum swept the surrounding grass with a strong wind. And Koala's expression froze after seeing this, in front of the cat viper whose strength far exceeds her, even accepting the aura is extremely difficult for her to deal with. Remember, Koala, if you want to really fight, then you have to do at least 2 things. First, even in the face of an opponent stronger than yourself, you must remain calm. Second, never lose your fighting spirit. Ling Yun's earnest words seemed to be still ringing in her ears when he was practicing with her, which made her feel a little clearer. Isn't it? Didn't she carry out combat studies, collect and read a large number of books and materials, for the purpose of helping him in the battle? If it's as simple as that and you're scared, that can't be done. The girl whispered to herself, and then there was a green light in her eyes, and a large number of sharp trees spread out from the ground beside her, and she threw it directly at the cat viper. Sharp wood, 1000 wood spike. Roar. Facing Koala's attack, Viper Cat directly chose to attack as he said. So, old man, the king of the night, the cat viper. Laugh. The sharp claws stretched out from the fleshy palm, and the left claw of the cat viper swung out, instantly cutting the sharp trees summoned by Koala into pieces. And his right paw is waving directly towards Koala. Just like what he himself said, when it comes to the Holy Land, he will never hold back. Boom! When the minions swung, the strong wind directly drew a deep mark of more than half a meter on the ground, and the terrifying power and speed displayed by the huge body of the cat viper is worthy of its S+ rating. Whether it is Jack of the 3 disasters or anyone else, you will not be afraid to confront it head-on. Asking for flowers. 18 euro. Just when its claws were about to hit Koala, the figure of Ling Yun also appeared in front of it. Then, Ling Yun stretched out his right hand and punched its incomparably sharp right claw. Boom! When the dark armament haki collided, all fur tribes present were surprised to find the claws of the cat viper boss, who had never been defeated by them in the competition of strength, were able to pierce steel at will, was held tightly by the young man, even. Woo! Instinctively let out a cry of pain. The cat viper looked at its right paw that had undergone violent deformation in an instant, and its expression became more ferocious. As one of the 2 kings of the fur family, it has sufficient confidence in its own strength. But under Ling Yun's little hand that is completely incomparable to her, it even feels like it can't even move its arm. That's the end of combat practice for now. But at this time, Ling Yun didn't pay much attention to the cat viper, but turned to look at Koala. "You did a good job." This is what he really said. Compared to killing the two fur tribes in seconds, Koala's performance in the face of the cat viper made him very satisfied. Kindness. And Koala looked at Ling Yun, who was suppressing the cat viper at will, nodded slightly with some regret, and then jumped out of the battle group directly. Next. At this time, Ling Yun finally turned his head to look at the cat viper, who had been struggling hard, and smiled softly. He knows that the people of the fur race value the piece of historical text in the Moby Whale Forest as much as their lives, and they will never consider showing him that piece of historical text on this point. They don't even have room for dialogue. But, something like dialogue space. Let's have a fight first, and then we'll have a good discussion. If not, create it. Next moment. A huge pain appeared in the right abdomen of the cat viper, but when it looked down, it only saw Ling Yun's right leg kicked out at some point. Then, boom! The cat viper's huge body over 5 meters flew towards the left at an extremely fast speed in an instant, smashing 4 houses heavily before falling to the ground. Chapter 115. 115. Okay, so scary. What's the matter with this guy? Is this Shisha buyukai? No, I've seen the Moonlight Moria in the Shisha buyukai before when I was following Perod's adventures. That guy is definitely not the opponent of the cat viper. Stop talking about this, hurry up and inform the Lord of the Day. Already notified. Furry Principality, on the streets of the House of Ares. Almost none of the buildings on the street are intact, horrible claw marks and the wreckage of houses shattered by a huge force are everywhere. Roar! Boom! And many fur tribe warriors watched the fierce battle not far away, but each of them could only watch in place because they knew that even if they went forward, they would not be able to understand the 4-0 science of this kind of battle. No help. What made them feel even more incredible was that one of the 2 kings of the furry kingdom, the powerful king of the night Mamushir-sama, was at an absolute disadvantage in the duel with that human being. Yes, even they can see that they are absolutely at a disadvantage, which also shows how crushing the battle has become. Meow! With a loud roar, the cat viper, which had already revealed its weapon, stabbed the double-headed trident towards Ling Yun again. On the other side, Ling Yun swung his knife casually and collided with the weapon of the cat viper. Boom! At the same time that the huge force erupted a huge shock wave again, the figure of the cat viper was also sent flying tens of meters away, falling into the rubble and disappearing. And in the same place, compared to the blood-stained and messed up cat viper, Ling Yun's body can be said to be spotless. It's weaker than expected. Seeing the cat viper standing up slowly from the rubble, Ling Yun didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue, but thought so in his heart. There is no chance his suppression of the cat viper is truly comprehensive suppression. Whether it's speed or strength, anything related to combat, the cat viper is undoubtedly suppressed by Ling Yun. And you must know that in the original book, although the cat viper is fighting with the drought disaster Jack with the king of the day, it is also an S-end level strong man who can fight against the disaster one-on-one. It can be said that although he is not the strongest group among the S-end level powerhouses, he is undoubtedly the top combat power. Even if he is fighting against 3 admiral level guys, he will not the slightest bit. But such a person has no chance in front of Ling Yun. It's really, even I don't feel it myself. So Ling Yun just understood at this time, compared to himself in Marie Joy's before, he seems to be much stronger again. Now, how strong is he now with all his strength? Perhaps only by finding a truly suitable opponent can we know. Kaido. Whispering the name of one of the 4 emperors in a low voice, a trace of coldness flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. The reason why he has been actively looking for historical texts and looking for various ways to complete tasks since he came to New World, this 4 emperors is definitely one of the indispensable incentives. Because from the time Ling Yun killed Kun, he and Kaido were doomed to be irreconcilable enemies. Although Ling Yun is now invincible in the medical hall, but for the huge power line and various means emerging under the command of the four emperors. Even Ling Yun, he must avoid eating. Call. Call. While Ling Yun was thinking like this, Mao Viper, who barely stood up from the rubble, was panting heavily and looked at Ling Yun with extremely strong fear. It's not an uninformed house cat. Its protagonist Kojiki Odin once served as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and later joined the Roger pirates and the Cat Viper who accompanied the protagonist from the beginning to the end. He knows more about the real top monster in this sea than anyone else. So he also knows the shisha buyukai in front of him is likely to be of that level too. FT. A monster of the four emperors class. In other words, monsters that can easily destroy the furry principality. Such a guy. It's time to use that. Cat Viper made a decision in his heart. Even if he used his trump card, it might not be able to change the situation of the battle much in front of this guy. But if you don't use it, you have absolutely no chance. The furry principality may be destroyed by this guy, and the thing in the Holy Land will also be taken away by him. That kind of thing. Absolutely not allowed to happen. There was a red flash in the eyes, and the wildness in the Cat Viper's roar seemed to become more intense. And the next moment, boom! The muscles of the body instantly swelled, and the ferocious face of the Cat Viper instantly became as terrifying as a prehistoric monster. And the power of a completely different level from before was also revealed in an instant. Crazy! A unique power of the Fur Clan Beastman. Oh! Ling Yun looked at the Cat Viper who had changed a lot in the distance, and raised his eyebrows slightly. It's kind of interesting now. He has no intention of killing the opponent because he still has his own plans for the Kojiki clan in Wano Kuni, and killing the Cat Viper and the leader of the Kojiki clan at this time is obviously of no benefit to him. What's more, to be more precise, the Furry Principality, which is destined to be the opposite of Kaido, may be a helper for Ling Yun in the future. And that's when. Break! The sound of a sharp blade piercing the air came from behind 1.0, and Ling Yun turned around at high speed and blocked the attack from behind with a random sword strike. Looking at the tall dog man dressed in a duke's aristocratic costume, holding a long sword and glasses in his hand, Ling Yun stepped back a few steps and teased, "It's not decent to attack from behind, the King of Daylight won." Wrong words. For intruders, there is no need to be decent. Compared with the Cat Viper's wild temperament, which is full of wildness and immediately fights, the one who suddenly appeared is obviously much more gentlemanly and polite. At least he didn't chase after Ling was pushed back a little, and he even attacked Ling Yun. Explain. And of course it goes without saying, the one who suddenly appeared on the battlefield and joined the battle group, there is only one person in the entire Zou Island. That is Duke Inuarashi, the King of the Day. Chapter 116. After temporarily forcing Ling Yun back with a blow, Duke Inuarashi also jumped directly to the side of Mao Mushi. Fighting side by side during the years still made its movements an instinct. "Hello, are you okay?" The voice was very impatient and disdainful, but it seemed to be a little concerned. What are you doing out here? It's night, Lao Zi's time." The Cat Viper just curled its lips in disdain. "Hey? I think you are going to be killed, right?" Duke Inuarashi also responded with disdain. "What nonsense, the old man is Master Cat Viper." But the bickering is back to bickering. Duke Inuarashi looked at Ling Yun, who was not far away, waiting in full force. "Grasp of Hades? How did you provoke him? Obviously, he is not someone who knows nothing about the sea. He had ideas about that thing." And after Cat Mamushi replied softly, Duke Inuarashi's expression was also serious. "No matter how you say it, that thing is what he must protect." 23. Strong. Very strong. Then settle the battle first, and settle the enmity between us later. Let's just agree. So the next moment, the people of the fur race were lucky enough to see the King of Day and the King of Night, who had become extremely hostile to each other since returning to Zou from serious injuries more than 10 years ago, finally fighting side by side again. Roar! With the lessons learned from the past, Duke Inuarashi didn't intend to test it at all. He knew that the strength of Viper Cathay was on par with him, so since Viper Cathay had chosen to become crazy, then he is naturally the same. So soon, Duke Inuarashi's physique more than doubled in an instant, and then the two behemoths, a cat and a dog, instantly turned into two invisible figures, one gold and one white, and rushed towards Ling Yun. Seeing the figures of the two, Ling Yun's expression finally became a little dignified. If there are two SMAX level powerhouses, even he has to take it a little more seriously. Then, the third gear of inner potential, activate. 15 minutes later, card. Boom. The long sword in Duke Inuarashi's hand was knocked away, and his body suddenly flew backwards, falling into a deep hole on the ground. The cat viper on the other side is also the same, all the claws of the right hand have been cut off, one of the trident in the hand has been cut off, and the blood on the whole body is also extremely dead. Call. But at this time, the two kings who had no strength left to stand up looked at the young man stepping out of the ruins from the smoke and dust. Their expressions were not sweet but also helpless. Compared with the tragic situation of these two, Ling Yun's body seems to have never fought. Of course, this is an illusion caused by high-speed self-healing. And actually, as for it, so desperate. It has to be said that Ling Yun was a little surprised by the fighting power of these two people. It's okay if one person's ability is already strong, the key is that the tacit understanding between the two is simply perfect. When the cat viper is attacking, Inuarashi will naturally defend, and when the cat viper is injured, Inuarashi will naturally cover. This kind of tacit understanding, which can only be achieved through countless times of fighting side by side, even made them team up to put pressure on Ling Yun, almost approaching the pressure given by the X-level Hawkeye. Since I have received the grace of the Lord, I will naturally repay it with my life. And even now, the two who have been seriously injured are still struggling to stand up and continue to fight Ling Yun. Rub. But Ling Yun just waved his hand lightly, and then Muramis's cold blade instantly lay across the necks of Duke Dagong and Mao Viper's palm. Master Inuarashi. Boss Cat Viper. And seeing that the two kings were not Ling Yun's opponents and they were obviously about to be killed, the fur warriors on the side finally couldn't sit idly by. Led by one of the flamboyantly dressed lion fur tribe, they are about to attack Ling Yun. But Meepo. Sicilian. Go back, old man, me. Don't do anything. Duke Inuarashi and Nekomushiru let out a roar at the same time. Because they know that these actions by their subordinates are meaningless. At least for this guy in front of me, no point. Are you quite prestigious? And looking at the fur tribes who stopped moving after the two roared, Ling Yun also said with a light smile. What on earth do you want to do? And Duke Inuarashi looked at Ling Yun. What are you doing? Ling Yun just casually retracted Muramasa into the sheath, then slowly put on the gloves, and then directly pressed on the heads of Duke Inuarashi and Momomushi. And then, Duke Inuarashi only felt the slight warmth from the wound on his body, and the strength in his body also slowly recovered. This is. But when he raised his head 043 suspiciously, what he saw was Ling Yun's smiling face. Now, can we have a good chat? Ling Yun looked at the two people with puzzled faces, and said with a light smile, even if it's for Kojiki Oden. And after hearing this name, Cat Momomushi and Duke Inuarashi finally changed their expressions. But when the two were terrified, they didn't notice at all, the joy that couldn't be concealed in Ling Yun's eyes. Detected that the host cured the character Cat Viper. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Cat's Sensitivity. Detected the host healing character Duke Inuarashi and got 2 points in the system. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to host for getting the skill Dog's Smell. Congratulations to host for completing the task. Conditions: obtain system points 500/500 and treat $20/20 of the strongest people. The fourth phase of the task is completed, and the host will get a system gift package. The fifth stage task, milestone task, release, get system points 0/50,000, treat A and above strong people 0/7,000, treat S level strong people 0/300, treat X level strong people 0/5. Task reward, milestone achievement, a milestone gift pack. Chapter 117. Furry Kingdom, inside the palace of the Day King. Feeling the almost completely healed injury in his body, Duke Inuarashi and Mamushi glanced at each other, but their hearts were horrified. Of course they have also heard that one of the shisha buyukai's grasp of the underworld is famous for its unpredictable medical skills, but they did not expect that this medical skill has really reached such an exaggerated level, let alone that Ling Yun will save them. What I have to say is that at this time, the advantages of Ling Yun's consistent fight first, then cure style of dealing with things have once again come into play. There is no way to show kindness better than treating him after defeating one. I hope your excellency can explain clearly, what is the meaning of your coming here this time? As I said before, for the piece of historical text in the Mobi Whale Forest, I hope I can borrow it. Therefore, even Duke Inuarashi and Cat Mamushi, who are extremely sensitive to the Holy Land, stand in front of Ling Yun at this moment, but they have no intention of continuing to attack. Borrow. Duke Inuarashi frowned. Yes, I can read historical texts through some means. However, what Ling Yun said was very meaningful. I think you should also know what kind of method it is. To hear the voice of all things. So Mamushiro and Duke Inuarashi also came to a conclusion naturally. We don't care whether you can understand that, the Mobi Whale Forest is a holy place that our Lord ordered us to protect, and no foreigners are allowed to enter. But, that's not why they can let Ling Yun go to Mobi Whale Forest. Didn't Gordy Roger go in there in the past? However, Ling Yun exposed the loopholes in the two people's words in one go. How do you know? Ah! When Cat Hashiba said something, Duke Inuarashi grabbed the cat's tail severely, and then instantly knew that he had slipped his mouth. Zhou told me. But Ling Yun lied directly without changing his face. Elephant Lord. So the two cat vipers were shocked for a moment, and then they also recalled that when Roger and their master came to Zhou Island together, they seemed to have mentioned that the elephant owner had his own consciousness, but its whispers seemed to be only to be heard by people with unique abilities. That's different. Lord Roger has great kindness to us, and our Lord has sailed with him in the past, so he can enter the Mobi Whale Forest. Percent at 1. But Duke Inuarashi also reacted at this time. Then I have no kindness for you. This. So Duke Inuarashi was also speechless for a while. Their injuries were obviously caused by Ling Yun. Can treating them be considered a kindness? Don't say it, it seems that it really counts. Cat Viper whispered. Shut up. Duke Inuarashi became furious. And at this time, seeing these two fur clan kings who are quite interesting in cross-talk, Ling Yun also directly spoke about the situation they are in now. First, for some personal reasons, I must go to the Mobi Whale Forest to read the content of the historical text. Anyway, you can't beat me, and you certainly can't stop Zero. The first sentence left Duke Inuarashi and Mamushi speechless. The key point is that they still have no way to refute. After all, they were beaten up by Ling Yun about half an hour ago. Secondly, I don't want to say anything to the fur tribe, but as a reward for watching the main text of history, I can give you a piece of news. Ling Yun looked into the eyes of Duke Inuarashi and Mamushi the cat. Your master Kojiki Oden may die soon. And the moment his words fell, the auras of Duke Inuarashi and Mamusheim swelled strongly at the same time, and their gazes towards Ling Yun became sharper instantly. Do not misunderstand. And Ling Yun naturally knew that his words seemed to be somewhat ambiguous, so he continued to explain, it's not a threat to you, but a fact. I know that Kojiki Odin returned to Wano Kuni to guard his family's secrets after sailing with Roger in the past. But, now there's a guy who's very greedy for the hidden secrets of the Kojiki clan. So, Kojiki Odin's life is likely to be lost. Impossible. Cat Viper said in a deep voice at this time, my lord is Wano Kuni Kuri Daimyo, who can do anything against him. But between the words, he was obviously a little flustered, not only because the news that Ling Yun said was correct, but more importantly because Ling Yun has no reason to lie. He can completely kill the two of them directly, and even wipe out the furry principality directly. This is not too difficult for a monster of the Four Emperors level. And such a character said such words, plus he even took the initiative to save the two of them before. Who is it? Duke Inuarashi chose to believe what Ling Yun said. Ling Yun didn't answer, just looked at Duke Inuarashi with a smile. So Duke Inuarashi and Mao Mushi understood his meaning in an instant. Okay. We allow you to enter the Holy Land to watch the main text of history, but you can only go there alone, and we will follow you. No problem. An hour later, Beluga Woods. Huge white whale-shaped trees stand here, and all kinds of vegetation around them grow densely. On these trees and plants, there are countless hidden traps and alarms, as well as the sacred place of the Furry Principality, which is protected by the Night Group. But at this time, the members of the Fur Knights secretly hiding in the tree were all curiously looking at the tree hole under the beluga tree not far away. Just now, they saw Mr. Cat Viper and Inuarashi-sama walked in with that human. And in the tree hole, it is detected that there is a road sign history text in the surrounding area, whether to absorb it or not. Do not absorb, make rubbings. Redstone rubbings are in production. The production is completed. Congratulations to host for obtaining the World Task Item Landmark History text, and the holding amount is now 2/4. Congratulations to host for obtaining the historical text of the side mission item, and the current holding amount is 8/30. After hearing the system's report, Ling Yun, who had finally completed the biggest goal on Zou this time, also felt a little rest suidai and also turned the light to the piece of history text not far away. What is different from the imagination is that the historical text of this road sign is not written with some incomprehensible strange words like the previous one, but clearly written. A coordinate. Well, you really can understand it. And Duke Inuarashi nodded after hearing Ling Yun's muttering, this is the red stone, which is different from the common historical text. It is recorded that road. Historical text. It is said that after collecting the complete contents of the historical text of the four road signs, the central point found through the four places described by the coordinates is the final island Lavru. Is that so? But although Ling Yun said so in his mouth, he didn't think so at all in his heart. Because he has already confirmed that this statement is wrong in the text of the road sign history, Qian Hao, at least one of the two pieces in his hand does not record the coordinates. Where the morning star hangs upside down, when the four seas converge, the key to the convergence will open the door. This is the content of the first piece of historical text he got, and what it specifically refers to is obviously not a coordinate. It's actually. Ling Yun was thinking secretly, but the words of the cat viper at the side interrupted him. Boy! Now hurry up and tell this old man who is plotting against my master's life. Compared with Duke Inuarashi, this impatient big cat is obviously already impatient to know who the enemy Kojiki Odin is going to face. Or to be more precise, the cat viper has already begun to think in his heart, if he knows who the other party is, he must go directly to kill that guy and everything around him. However, after Ling Yun said that name, he wisely gave up his previous idea. The one who wants to kill Kojiki Odin is Kaido. Ling Yun looked at the two seriously, and then said the names of the four emperors. Beasts Kaido. Chapter 118. Kaido wants to and will join forces with Wanakuni's generals to kill Kojiki Odin, that's for sure, because in the original book it's going to happen a few years later. And the reason why Ling Yun informed Mao Mushiru and Duke Inuarashi of this matter at this time is that he did not want the current daimyo of Wano Kuni to be go. Because as the people who made the historical text steal, the Kojiki family is very likely to keep a lot of information about the historical text, and this information is exactly what Ling Yun needs. In addition, as someone who has irreconcilable conflicts with Kaido, Ling Yun naturally does not want any of Kaido's plans to succeed. Kaido actually plotted against His Highness. After learning about this incident, although Duke Inuarashi and Mao Mushir did not fully believe what Ling Yun said, but they also vaguely felt that what Ling Wei said might be true. But feelings are feelings after all. As the kings of the Fur tribe, of course the two of them will not simply rely on feeling to make a judgment. So, we will investigate what Your Excellency said. Duke Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi also resolutely abandoned their old grievances when their lord's life was at stake, and began to work together. If it's true, then I hope that His Excellency Ling Yun can give me a little help when the time comes. But the two of them also know that Kaido is a very important existence. As one of the 4 emperors of King's Landing New World, this big pirate has the power to subvert a country at will. And in front of such a strong man, Cat Viper and Inuarashi naturally hope to have helpers to help them fight against it. And I have to say, among the people they know, except for Whitebeard who used to be the captain of Kojiki Oden, Ling Yun in front of him is the most qualified. Although they are not sure about the strengths of Ling Yun and Kaido, there is no doubt that they are at the same level, and Ling Yun personally killed Kun, one of the husband's signatures of the Beast's pirates, Wind Disaster. Of course. And Ling Yun also readily agreed, but how to do it when the time comes, that's what he needs to consider. And after the preliminary intention of strategic cooperation between the two parties was shown, Ling Yun, who had already obtained the historical text of this road sign, was also invited into the palace again by Mobemushi and Duke Inuarashi, and the celebration banquet began as a routine. That is, when everyone deliberately draws closer to each other. New World, Isle of the Day Baldi. The wind and sand swept across the sky, blowing over the faintly visible broken walls and ruins under the white dust. In this world, all journalists and bounty hunters wish to know where this place is. And the reason is that the world government spent a full 3 billion baileys just to reward the location of this island. Here. It is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. And at this time, in the dilapidated small house in the headquarters. Darag, is there any news about Mr. Ling Yun? Ivankov sat on a chair with nothing to do, tilting his head and looking at Darag not far away. Well, I have some news. On the side, the genius monkey D. Darag, who was once the most proud of Marine, is seriously looking at the information in his hand. Intelligence that is an important thing for the Revolutionary Army. As the absolute evil that directly intends to overthrow the world government, once the existence of the Revolutionary Army is known to the world government, it will be directly obliterated. And the reason why Drago was able to develop the Revolutionary Army to such a point is that their intelligence network is so powerful that Ultimate can even be said to be the strongest in the world. From the rich and powerful in the kingdom to the beggars on the street, as long as there are people, there must be people who yearn for revolution. It is precisely because of this that Durag and Ivankov know very well about Ling Yun's things that are mostly concealed or unknown. It's a pity that Marie Joya's character can be made a big fuss about a girl. It was a pity that he was not successfully invited to join the Revolutionary Army. We must seize the opportunity this time. For example, Ivankov seems to have heard about Marie Joyce. It's not that simple, no, it's better to say that getting such a person to join the Revolutionary Army may be the hardest thing. But Drago obviously didn't think so. Well? How do you say that? Ivankov is a little curious. After hearing the words, Drago directly took out the relevant information about Ling Yun in his hand. A few months ago, in East Blue, I had an exchange with the current 4 emperors' red hair shanks who went to East Blue for some unknown reason, and according to the people on the island, they seem to have a good relationship. Then saved my life in Rog and defeated my father Garp. After that, he became the champion of this glory contest on Fighting Island. He then got in touch with Pluton Rayleigh at the Sabayati archipelago, beat Hawkeye my hawk, and healed Teacher Zephyr's arm at naval headquarters shortly thereafter. But that same day, he went to Marijoy's and made a big fuss, defeating Polu Sereno and destroying the Celestial Dragon's house. But 2 weeks later, instead of holding him accountable, the world government concealed the information for him and announced that he became a member of 7 warlords of the sea. At the same time, he started a deal with Marine for 2 drugs. The details of the deal are directly it is carried out through Marshal Sengoku. The specific nature and content of the drug cannot be found out, but the quantity is huge. And according to the news reported by Seong, it seems that even Dr. Vegapunk can't perfectly replicate his medicine. 1 month later, Princess Otohime was rescued on the Fishmen Island, and now the Fishmen Island has begun to try to communicate with humans. It is initially expected to officially announce the joining decision at this year's World Summit. Afterwards, his first battle in New World was to kill one of the 3 disasters under the command of 100 beasts, and after disappearing for a while, he now appeared in Zou. Except for Noel Lund's experience that is still unknown, most of the things that Ling Yun encountered were read by Drago, and then he also looked at Ivankov. Who do you think he is? And looking at this luxurious resume, Ivankov was also a little speechless for a while. He was a free man. Looking at Ivankov, Durag expressed his own judgment. His behavior has no basis to follow. He seems to be simply sailing and saving the people he can save. He doesn't intend to stand by anyone. But such people are generally not. But Ivankov is a little puzzled. It is common sense that the character who remains neutral is generally the one who is the most disliked. But he's good enough. But Drago apparently has a different view. His strength is very strong, and his medical skills are terrible according to our statistics. He has treated more than 10,000 people so far. Among these people, there are pirates, marines, bounty hunters, and civilians. He has even rescued the Murlocs and our revolutionary army. And these people are his bargaining chips to keep freedom. Saying so, Drago sighed in his heart. There are still such people in this sea. Before he knew it, this grasp of Hades already had a huge connection. Those saved by him may not be ashamed of him, but they will definitely help him within their ability. But now, this kind of connection has become an invisible trump card. Whether it's Marine, pirates, revolutionary army, or any other force, there is a mixture of dread and recognition towards his existence. In Drago's view, the shisha buyukai with terrifying strength who perfectly maintains this dread and recognition. He's a really perfect physician, so there's no way he's going to be drawn into either side. Plus, then we, after giving him the things, just talk about cooperation, and the rest can't be forced. Chapter 119. After the incident on Zou Island came to an end for the time being, Mao Mushiru and Duke Inuarashi were very eager to send people to investigate Kaido's movements, and Ling Yun took a rare break from his busy schedule to rest. Or to be more precise, he's working on what the system gives him. System, open the gift bag. Gift package is opening. Congratulations to host for opening the system gift package. Host has obtained the Special Disease Diagnosis and Treatment Qualification Certificate, the Special Skill Blood Vein Breaking, Special Items and Spirit Protection String Pendant One-Time Item VIP Patient Special Treatment Card. Ling Yun, who has experienced the system rewards 3 times, is also very familiar with picking up his reward items one by one and looking at them. Special Disease Diagnosis and Treatment Qualification Certificate. Introduction: allow host to treat mental illness and non-normal diseases. In short, the first thing is something that is useless, because at least Ling Yun has not encountered an incurable disease until now, and he doesn't think that Qin Xi will be of much use. So after skipping the first item, blood vein broken, you can specify to remove a blood skill from an object for 30 seconds. Use interval, 1 month. After seeing this skill, Ling Yun almost instinctively thought of someone. Is it possible to remove Kaido's immortality with this skill? Ling Yun is not sure, since Kaido's immortality seems to be derived from the final surgery, and whether this ability counts as a bloodline ability is unknown. But no matter what, for Ling Yun, who is already vaguely planning to confront Kaido, this ability will definitely help him in future battles. Not bad. So Ling Yun also smiled and moved his eyes to the next item. Anti-Spirit Protection Pendant. Introduction: immune to all mental investigations and attacks. Very straightforward introduction. Looking at the outrageously straightforward item introduction, Ling Yun was a little dazed for a while, but then he realized that this is also an absolutely good item. The system has always been straightforward and precise, so since it says it is immune to all mental attacks, then it really is all. While Ling Yun hasn't encountered an enemy that attacks with spirits so far, with such a wide variety of devil fruit, it's not a bad thing to be prepared in advance. As for the last item, Special Medical Card for VIP Patients. Category: Disposable Special Items. Introduction: allow the host to designate a patient to draw an extra time when drawing skills, and the drawing skills will not be repeated. FK. And looking at that little gold card, Ling Yun couldn't help but swear. The meaning of this thing is that he can choose to extract an additional skill from the opponent when heals a strong person, which has never happened before. Unfortunately, for disposable items, you need to choose a good object. Although it is a pity that it is only a one-time item, Ling Yun is quite satisfied with the quality of this gift package. But on the other side, the introduction of the next stage of the mission can't help but make Ling Yun both troubled and looking forward to it. The fifth stage task, milestone task: obtaining system points 0/50,000, treating the number of A and above strong people 0/7,000, treating the number of S-level strong people 0/300, treating the number of X-level strong people 0/5. This order of magnitude is a huge jump in a completely different concept from the previous numbers. Not to mention anything else, just talking about the number of X-level and S-level powerhouses, Ling Yun even wonders if the total number of powerhouses in the entire world is about this number. But on the contrary, Ling Yun also has enough reasons to believe that once this task is completed, he will definitely get a huge surprise. But no matter how you say it, this kind of task that you know at first sight is a long-term work, you can't think about it yet, and Ling Chu thinks more about the future than thinking about it. Because from the next voyage, he will completely enter the sea area ruled by the four emperors. And in New World, the only place where he confirmed that there must be a historical text. Now it is the Tato land of all nations ruled by Big Mom. And there is no need for Ling Yun to look for a reasonable reason to enter Tato land. The invitation sent by Pakmas and Baron Eggball was the most reasonable reason for him to enter Tato land. But until now, there is still more than a month before the Big Mom's tea party begins. And during this period of time, what should be done has become what Ling Chu should consider now. So, after 2 days, as Zawu gradually stepped out of the range of the foggy and dark night sea, the blue sky and sunlight were so close to sprinkle on Ling Yun's face. Asking for flowers? Well, otherwise, why not just rest here for a month? Sunshine, sea breeze, delicious food, fresh air at high places, and a girl's knee pillow. Ling Yun thinks it's pretty good for him to be decadent like this. Ling Yun, don't move around. Looking at Ling Yun, who started to move around, Koala, who was reading a book, also patted him speechlessly, but his face was slightly flushed. But right now, Ling Yun, who was about to take a nap, turned his sharp eyes slightly as if he sensed something, and Yemen Guard, who was entrenched under the island, also seemed to sense something, and slowly lifted his huge head up. And at this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yun. And this is exactly what surprised Ling Yun. These 3 people turned out to be Darag, Xiong and Ivankov, who had been in contact with him in Rogtown in the past. Oh ho 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 ho, Ling Yun boy, long time no see. Ivankov smiled cheerfully after seeing Ling Yun, while Koala looked curiously at this man who looked like a man but was dressed in a strange way. But Ling Yun ignored Ivankov, and just looked at the calm bear with teasing eyes, as a shisha buyukai, don't you think it's a bit out of line to appear here with the cadres of the Revolutionary Army at the same time? This is so, no one will find out. Bear spoke calmly. That's right, your fruit is really convenient. But what makes Ling Yun curious is Bartholomew Kuma. Age, 35 years old. Level, this world S+. Available abilities, Armament Haki LV.7, Observation Haki LV.7, Physical Power LV.6, Body Transformation, Thinking Enhancement LV.4, Body Transformation, Physical Enhancement LV.6, Body Transformation, Speed Enhancement LV.51. Fruit Ability, Paramecia Meatball Fruit. Fruit ability and strength are nothing, the key is. Have you ever undergone body modification? Although Ling Yun's expression didn't change, there was a gleam in his eyes. But then he didn't pay much attention to the bear, but turned to look at the last person. Besides this meeting, last time I was saved by Dr. Ling Yun. You are welcome. Mr. Durag. Chapter 120. Looking at the white-clothed youth in front of him, it was actually the first time that Drago saw Ling Yun for the first time. While deeply sighing the youth of this shisha buyukai, he was shocked by the power he possessed. He is an ability user who has taken the Zoan Phantom Beast Dragon Fruit, so he also has the ability of Dragon Perception. Even this ability is stronger than Yemenjiad. And you must know that with the help of the Dragon's Perception, Yemengard can even clearly feel the direction of the ocean current thousands of miles away. This kind of perception ability that belongs to the dragon itself is closer to a creature's perception of the sea than Haki. Perception of the nature of external things. But in Ling Yun's body, what Drago felt was an extremely strong sense of crisis. Although obscure, the gigantic power that occasionally leaked out shocked Durag. 643. Even besides Ling Yun, on the girl next to Ling Yun, Durag also felt it has a good strength and a unique vitality. So he can also judge that it only takes some time to brew, and this girl will definitely grow into a strong person in the sea. As for the dragon that he glimpsed just now, Duo La Ge is even more aware of the blood in the opponent's body that echoes his own. It is a real dragon, and it is also the top race among sunflowers. Dragon species. Sure enough, not a simple guy. After analyzing and sorting out a lot of information at the first time, Durag looked at Ling Yun with more serious eyes. What is Mr. Durag's business here? But at this time, Ling Yun ignored Drago's thoughts and just asked the revolutionary directly. I'm here to thank Dr. Ling Yun for saving my life last time, but at that time I couldn't thank him in person due to my status. I really felt guilty. Drago first bowed to Ling Yun to thank him, but Ling Yun just smiled lightly after seeing this and said, I am a doctor, and it is my duty to save lives. And Mr. Durag, you are already well. Diagnosis paid. Mr. Ling Yun is kind. Durag also gave a seemingly sincere compliment, and then directly changed the topic back to the main topic. Actually, apart from thanking you, I have other things to discuss with you, Mr. Ling Yun this time. Please say. And Ling Yun was not surprised when he heard this. The leader of the dignified Revolutionary Army and two very important cadres of the Revolutionary Army appeared together in a place like Zhou, saying that it was just to thank. Ling Yun felt that Dora Ge should not be so idle. To be honest, besides thanking Mr. Ling Yun, we also hope to cooperate with you, Mr. Ling Yun. Cooperate? And Ling Yun frowned after hearing the words, what cooperation? Has Mr. Ling Yun conducted any two drug transactions with Marine? And Drago didn't mean to be around the corner, and said bluntly. Ling Yun raised his brows after hearing this sentence. He didn't expect that Drago knew about the drug trade at all. But after thinking about it, this seems to be normal after all. The Revolutionary Army should have a lot of undercover agents in Marine, and perhaps some of them are in high positions. That's right. But Ling Yun had no intention of hiding it. I don't know if Mr. Ling Yun can tell me the specific information about those two medicines. After Duolage heard the words, his eyes were also burning hot after Marine got these two medicines from Ling Yun. It can be said that he almost had the upper hand in the pirate crusade in the paradise, and the voice and trust among the people, the speed is getting higher and higher, which makes the leader of the revolutionary army both annoyed and a little envious. If these two medicines can be obtained, Durag believes that the future development of the revolutionary army will be smoother. It's okay to tell you the two potions are called Iron Army Potion and Ancient Healing Potion. Ling Yun showed an unexpected cooperation, and directly informed Durag about the effects of the two medicines. A potion that treats most external injuries and a potion that greatly strengthens the body in a short period of time. After hearing the effect of these drugs, Drago frowned immediately, and he naturally understood the huge effect these drugs can have on the battlefield in an instant. To put it bluntly, in the most critical battle between countries, the existence of these two medicines can directly tip the balance of victory and defeat. Are there no side effects? After hearing such news, Ivankov, who was already well known as a doctor, couldn't help but open his mouth if, as Ling Yun said, he had such medicine in his hand and the quantity was large enough to trade with Marine. So for any force in the world, the value and importance of Ling Yun. No wonder the Marie Joy's world government still chose to make him shisha buyukai even after making a fuss. Ivankov thought secretly. Mr. Ling Yun, can these two drugs also be sold to us? On the other side, Durag asked directly. Kindness. After hearing Durag's inquiry, although he had already guessed, Ling Wei still couldn't help but pick the wrong one. Why did Mr. Durag make such a problem? Logically speaking, the relationship between the shisha buyukai he personally recruited as the world government and the revolutionary army may not be said to be absolutely hostile, but it certainly cannot be the same camp. Because once the world government knows that he has a relationship with the revolutionary army, then his shisha buyukai name will be revoked immediately and he will be hunted down. 0.3. So Ling Yun didn't quite understand why a smart person like Drago would directly propose to him the willingness to cooperate, because according to the normal way of thinking, Ling Yun would definitely agree to such a thing. I believe Mr. Ling Yun you will agree. And after Drago's words fell, the bear behind him also silently took out a small blue bag from himself, and put it in front of Ling Yun. This one is Logia's Wiz fruit, please accept it, Mr. Ling Yun. Under Durag's introduction, Xiang also slowly opened the blue bag, and in it, there was a light blue devil fruit. Wiz fruit. Category, Logia devil fruit. Introduction, the high-level Logia fruit of the element wind. Chapter 121. When Ling Yun saw the information about the light blue fruit in the bag, Ling Yun's eyes were fixed. It turned out to be Logia's devil fruit. And its system introduction also makes it very clear that this swish fruit belongs to the high position among the same type of Logia fruits. This kind of high position is similar to the Aokiji Yang fruit compared with Monet's snow fruit, or the lava fruit of Akainu versus the Mara fruit of Ace. In the level of Logia fruit, the gap between the upper fruit and the lower fruit of the same type is very huge. In other words, even if this fruit is in Logia, it belongs to the class with the strongest wind element. If this fruit is used on the right person, it will definitely allow the revolutionary army to have another 3 admiral level existence. As for Ling Yun, whose strength has almost reached 100 feet, this type of fruit is a rare treasure that can clearly improve his strength. Moreover, although Ling Yun could partly control the wind with the help of the weasel fruit before, he could only control but not manufacture, so the wind he could control has always remained at in terms of strengthening the sharpness of weapons and controlling things on a small scale. 23. In this regard, the attribute of this fruit wind can perfectly match the fruit of weasel he holds, which makes Ling Yun extremely coveted. But Mr. Durag is trying to trade this fruit. He looked at Drago curiously, but he didn't expect that the other party would give up this fruit that can produce top powerhouses for the ancient healing potion and iron army potion. It's not a deal because I think Mr. Ling Yun's heart as a doctor will definitely not give up his plan to save more people. As for this fruit, it's just that the 2 fruits I gave you to Mr. Ling Yun before were of poor quality, and I've always felt guilty in my heart." Between the words, Drago seems to have seen the extremely rare devil fruit illustrated book, so he seems to be very clear about the internal potential fruit and small fruit he gave Ling Chu before. After hearing what Drago said, Ling Yun's eyes flashed, and then he began to think seriously. After seeing this, Durag waited patiently for Ling Yun's reply, because he also knew that this must be a difficult choice for Ling Yun. Because in this transaction, Ling Yun needs to bear a lot of risks. Once the world government discovers his drug deal with the revolutionary army, then Ling Yun will definitely be removed from shisha buyukai by the world government and directly wanted in the eyes of the world government. Anything related to the revolutionary army must be zero tolerance. Faced with such a choice, Drago is also ready for Ling Yun to open his mouth. "But I promise." What Ling Yun promised was much happier than he imagined. Just kidding, for Ling Yun, who has reached the 5th stage of the mission and already needs a huge amount of healing to complete the mission, Durag is simply dozing off and sending him a pillow. Unlike world government or marine, the revolutionary army's casualty rate and the number of battles they have experienced are undoubtedly a lot, so the system points they can provide to Ling Yun will undoubtedly be more efficient than marine. In addition, due to the fact that Koala has taken moo fruit recently, the production of medicines in the medicine laboratory has been greatly improved, and there is no problem in the supply of medicines. So, of course, Ling Yun agreed to cooperate with the revolutionary army without even thinking about it. As for the possibility of the potion itself being discovered. System, can the smell and appearance of the medicine be modified? The appearance modification of medicines can be carried out in the pharmaceutical laboratory by adding materials containing a large number of other pigments. Very good. For Ling Yun, who has a system, this is not a problem at all. Of course, even if Ling Yun modified the appearance of the medicine, the world government may still doubt the relationship between this batch of medicine and Ling Yun. But, with Ling Yun's current identity and demonstrated strength, even if they suspect that Ling Yun has a deal with the revolutionary army, it is absolutely impossible to do anything to Ling Yun before it is confirmed, because it is just like before it is said that they also extremely need Ling Yun's medicine, and they are extremely afraid of Ling Yun's existence. After that, the overjoyed Durag directly discussed all the details of the transaction with Ling Yun as if he was afraid that Ling Yun would repent, and directly gave him a list of the revolutionary army personnel and places where the transaction was made. "So happy to work together, Mr. Ling Yun." After the deal was concluded, Durag also shook hands with Ling Yun and planned to leave. But at this time, Ling Yun suddenly stopped him. "Mr. Durag, I still have a deal here, I wonder if you are interested." Ling Yun looked at Drago with a chuckle, but said lightly in his mouth, "Mr. Ling Yun, please tell me. For some reason, I now have a very important enemy to deal with." Ling Yun said softly, "So I am willing to pay a large amount of Bailey to hire Mr. Durag and your revolutionary army to help me at that time." "Hire?" After Duel heard the words, he was also startled, and then his expression was greatly moved. As an underground party that can only survive in the underground world, Drago and the Revolutionary Army are extremely eager for Bailey. The funds for activities and the maintenance of the army require a lot of money, and as the Revolutionary Army grows stronger, in the expenditure the burden on the internet will naturally increase. So don't look at Durag agreeing happily when negotiating with Ling Yun on drug prices, but in fact his heart really hurts. It is precisely because of this that after hearing Ling Yun's words, Durag was a little moved. Who is that enemy? However, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he still had to ask about the specific situation with Ling Yun's strength, someone who could be called an important enemy by Ling Yun. Kaido. When he mentioned this name, Ling Yun's expression was also rarely dignified and serious. He attached great importance to this 4 emperors who had caused him the most pressure so far. 2 billion Baileys, and I will provide the Revolutionary Army with 5 months of medicine for free. As the other party to the deal, you need to help me when I fight Kaido. Of course, I don't need you to fight the beasts head on, I just need you to plan. After hearing this sentence, even Darag and Xiong, who have always maintained a calm attitude toward everything, instantly changed their complexions. As for Ivankov, who is already called the Emoticon Emperor, his eyes are almost staring 83 out of his big face. War with beasts. Are you crazy? Yun, just personally. After the three of Darag left, Koala, who had consciously walked into the hospital after the owner arrived, also looked at Ling Yun curiously. Well. Revolutionary Darag. As for Koala, Ling Yun naturally wouldn't hide anything, and immediately nodded with a light smile. Do you have friendship with him? Koala didn't have any ill feeling towards Drago, but he knew that the communication between Ling Yun and Drago might affect Ling Yun, so he said worriedly at this time. I saved him once before, but I can't say that I am friendly. However, after a while, maybe there will be friendship. After hearing Ling Yun's unclear words, Koala was also a little confused. But Ling Yun didn't intend to explain, just said to Koala, is Bailey still in the storage room? Kindness. And when it comes to Bailey, Koala also feels a little bit worried. The cash in the storage room has even reached more than 4 billion is a scary number. Even Koala is considering whether to burn those extra Baileys when the storage room is full. Anyway, she and Ling Yun can't use up such a large number of Baileys. Take out 2 billion Baileys. Chapter 122. Half a month later. In the waters about 3,000 nautical miles west of Zhou Island, a pirate ship is docking on the shore. And the pirate flag hanging on the sail also shows their identities, the pirate group Nox Pirates formed by the Fur Clan. Boss Parode, why are we waiting here? And on the boat, a polar bear fur family with a coxcomb head asked impatiently while chewing a peach. What can I do about this after all? The old Duke Yamato Inuarashi gave the order together. In front of him, a jaguar fur tribe with a sword on its waist also answered speechlessly. He is the leader of the Nox Pirates and has a bounty of 382 million Baileys Parode on the tree. At this time, his voice still has an incredible meaning. The conflict between the shopkeeper Maomushi and Duke Inuarashi has been going on for more than 10 years. How could he know that he has only been sailing for more than a year? Seems to be okay? And the person you want to pick up is very important to the principality, so whatever he wants can satisfy him. Parode has followed Cat Viper for such a long time, and this is the first time he heard such words from that arrogant adult. Then even if we want to pick up that person, we should pick him up on Zhou. Could he still fly over from such a far away place? Jabo, why do you think so fast only at this time? Or do you think Boss Mamushi is an idiot? Well, even if he is an idiot occasionally, do you think Master Inuarashi is an idiot? Halfway through the talk, Parode also seemed to think that the big cat that washed the wounds on his body with a long-term bath was not convincing, so he immediately changed his tone. Forward. And the bear man named Jabo obviously knew something about Duke Inuarashi's approach, so he didn't say anything for a while. Compared to this, Boss Mao Viper actually wants us to take that person to Toto Land. Isn't that Big Mom having her tea party recently? Didn't we die in the past? And next to Parode, a chimpanzee fur family who was eating bananas was also a little worried. Anyway, we're only responsible for escorting him to the edge of Toto Land. It's his business to seek death. No. I think that since the boss of Cat Viper has such a unique request, maybe that guy is also a powerful character. Hey, in front of the 4 emperors, no matter how powerful a guy can be, how powerful can he be? And amidst the discussions among the crew members of the Nox Pirates who knew nothing about what happened on Zhou. Kindness. Suddenly feeling the gloomy sky, the fur tribe looked at the sky with some doubts at the same time. Then, what's that? They saw from a distant position in the sky, a huge island ship wrapped in brown wood below was dragged down by a huge gold creature. Boom! And what Parode finds it extremely incredible is that the huge waves that should have been raised when the huge island ship landed on the sea, no matter what, seemed to completely disappear under the suppression of some kind of force. And the next moment, "You are Mr. Parode, aren't you?" Parode saw a beautiful human girl with long gold hair sticking her head out of the island ship. You're..." Parode was a little confused about the situation for a while. "My name is Koala, Mr. Cat asked you to pick us up." That's right. Ling Yun asked you to come aboard the Lost Paradise first." After hearing Koala's words, Parode glanced at his boat with some doubts. "Go to the island?" "But my boat?" "They can go to the island, but no matter how you look at their ship." Laugh. When Parode was thinking like this, he suddenly saw several long and hard branches extending from the brown trees surrounding the base of the island under the huge island ship, slowly wrapping around the body of his ship. "Stand still." Accompanied by the slight voice of the weak girl, "No matter how you look at it, their entire hull was lifted up, and then moved onto the island ship. This is..." And after going to the island, there was no time to enjoy the paradise-like scenery and the refreshing fragrance of medicine on the island boat. Parode just looked at Koala in shock. It was just a glimpse of this amazing glimpse. Erla's display of competence almost left him speechless too. He might be able to cut a ship in half, but he can't move a ship intact more than 10 meters high. But at this moment, Koala didn't care about his gaze, and just waved his hand at him. "Ling Yun is studying in the woods to the east, otherwise, you can go and call him with me." Ling Yun. After hearing this name, Parode also blinked his leopard eyes. "Hey? Ling Yun!" he exclaimed. "The grip of Hades, the Ling Yun? Paradise Lost, cause of the East Forest." The surroundings of this forest, which has gradually been reduced to a martial arts arena, have been completely transformed by Koala under the instructions of Ling Yun. The fir and mahogany trees that originally grew in the surrounding area have been replaced by flash steel wood that is as hard as steel. But, even the thick steel wood of the bowl, which is even used as a material for weapons in the Kingdom of Flowers, is in an extremely miserable state under the raging power at this time. Trademark OM. He couldn't even see his figure, only the sound of the wind kept coming out. Boom. Laugh. Crack. And the originally hard flash steel wood was broken one by one in an instant amidst the continuous sweeping of the wind, and at the cracked gap, it was either directly pressed by the legs at high speed, or directly with the fist. The broken red gap is impressively clear. Buzz. But at this time, accompanied by a slight sound of wind, Ling Chu's figure also slowly condensed out of the void. And that scene symbolizes the ability that only belongs to Logia ability users. Elementation. Call. Ling Yun, whose face remained unchanged in the slightest, let out a mouthful of foul breath slowly, and looked at the dilapidated forest around him with a little surprise. It can only be said that the fruit of the high-level Logia is really extraordinary. After Ling Yun extracted the gene from it and took it, the wind control ability of his sickle weasel fruit showed a miraculous effect. For most common people, the almost invincible elemental ability needn't be mentioned. The key point is that under the blessing of this ability, Ling Yun's speed and offensive ability have once again been strengthened by about 10%. This is an extremely rare improvement for a powerhouse of Ling Yun's level. Well, the people arranged by the Cat Viper should have already gone to the island, and they can go back after practicing one more slash. And after discovering that the Lost Paradise seemed to have landed on the sea, Ling Yun also muttered softly. Maybe it's not good to go all out. Just use 60% of your strength. Saying so, he also put his hand on the hilt of Muramis's knife. Then. Heart Sword Art Secret Sword Sunfen. Chapters 123. That's what. Parode and his little brothers were planning to follow Koala to call the grasp of Hades, whose name even they had heard of. This famous shisha buyukai is now known to everyone in the New World, not just the title of the current world's #1 swordsman. The key is. Over the years, there have been many people who have dared to face the beasts, but this one is the only one who has the ability and courage to kill the 3 disasters. But just as they were about to meet that shisha buyukai, What they saw was a shocking scene. In the next moment, more than half of the lush forest in the east was directly erased by some kind of huge force. That's right, it's not cutting off or anything else, but a real erasure. More than half of the entire forest was directly torn into pieces under the terrible gust of wind, and the appearance of the brown tree debris scattered in the air exudes a strange beauty. That is the unique beauty produced at the end of destruction. And among the debris, Parode, who had excellent eyesight, saw the man. His figure is floating in the air, his white long gown and jet black hair are dancing with the wind, and he is holding the scarlet demon sword that has long been famous in the sea. That appearance is simply, like a god. Parode wanted to say something, but after exchanging glances with the partners behind him, they all just turned into nothingness and smiled. For this guy, they have no way of saying anything. Call. But in just the next second, accompanied by the sound of the breeze blowing, Parode discovered, that young man in white who seemed to be descended from a god just now had unexpectedly arrived in front of him at some point. Ling Yun scratched his face and looked at Koala with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, I didn't hold back. Got it, Sen Lin will fix it tomorrow. Koala also curled his lips in dissatisfaction. And Ling Yun also smiled awkwardly, and then turned to look at Parode. Parode, right. Parode naturally nodded. Exactly, tell me about the flight to Toto Land. By the way, I have something to ask you. Good. 5 days later. In New World, the existence of an island seems to exude a sweet fragrance. That is called Toto Land, an area called All Nations. In this area, a total of 34 islands are included in the sphere of influence of the same person, and there are 34 ministers with different duties to manage them. Naturally, in the New World where the stable islands are very precious, this kind of behavior of occupying the islands will generally be attacked. But Toto Land doesn't. No matter how prosperous this place is, no matter how coveted this place is, no one has ever dared to have the slightest idea about this place. And the reason is because the owner of this area, one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom Heavy Lot Linlin. The existence of this 4 emperors is the wall of size for all violations. As long as one thinks of this 4 emperors, all evil thoughts will be dispelled, and only surrender remains in the heart. And recently, all the islands in this area are preparing for the celebration in full swing. Because, Big Mom's annual tea party is about to begin. Give me a quick, CDDI, you guys. Toto Land, East Tess Island, donuts. The tall and strong man has a strange hairstyle like a circle, and he is constantly urging the workers in front of him to make donuts with terrifying eyes. Master Snug, it's not that we don't speed up but the war with beasts some time ago caused us to lose the origin of the materials of not in vanilla. The spare materials in the warehouse are really not enough. Then you will die for me. The helpless words of the leader among the workers seemed to have angered the burly man. In a rage, he flew up and kicked the worker away, his whole body melted into the hot cream. In the process, it melted into the cream without even making a sound. You idiots, hurry up and speed me up, or I will make you all into pastries when Mom gets angry. And amidst the angry voice, Charlotte Snug's eyes were filled with strong fear even for him. The fear of his moody mother accounted for most of it. So he can't imagine that if the donuts needed for this tea party are ridiculously out of stock, his mother will do to him, the Minister of Donuts. Master Snug, the materials have been used up. The remaining 30 caddies of materials need to be delivered by Master Katakuri from Cake Island. Under normal circumstances, of course no one is willing to speak, but helplessly, these workers are clever women who can't cook without rice without materials. If they don't explain clearly, their death will be even worse. Kindness. After hearing the words, Snag grinned angrily again, and when he was about to say something, Lord Snuggle, a soldier wearing a strange donut costume hurried in. Found that's in vanilla. What? It's just, on an island ship at the pier, a procurement soldier found a lot of not vanilla on it. Really? Snag was also overjoyed after hearing the words, and after pushing away the soldiers in front of him, the tall figure put on his coat and walked out directly. He can't control who owns that island ship now. Because if there weren't enough special donuts as a tribute, in front of the raging mother, he's going to die. Chapter 124. Ling Yun, is that island really a donut? Looking at the huge island in the distance that looks like a special cocoa donut magnified countless times, Koala also asked a little happily, but girls always seem to have some special preferences for sweets. Well, the head chef of Big Mom, Long Bread, has the ability to eat fruit, and can turn anything into food. Whether it's trees, dirt, or islands. But even knowing the situation of the Big Mom pirates, Ling Yun looked at the strange island that should not appear in the sea no matter how you look at it, and once again praised the wonder of this world. But while sighing, Ling Yun also turned to look at Parode. This pier can't dock my boat. It doesn't matter from the Sweet Wind Seaway in the east, you can directly reach the ring cave inside the island of Dong's Island, where extra-large ships can be docked. And at this time, the importance of a character like Parode who has studied various things is also reflected. If Ling Yun went to Toto Land by himself, he would probably choose an island to stay at random, but don't choose East Tess Island, which is the only island boat parking area in Toto Land, to stay. Afterwards, Yermungandr, who was lurking under the sea, also directly dragged the lost paradise towards the Sweet Wind Seaway exuding bursts of fragrance, and Parode also planned to leave at this time. Master Ling Yun, we don't have an invitation for the tea party, so we are not eligible to enter the capital city of Cake Island. Well, I know after the ship docks, I will put your ship back on the sea, and then you can just return to the voyage. Ling Yun also nodded. But then, Ling Yun made a final confirmation to Parode. You are sure that Big Mom only has one historical text, right? In fact, asking Parode about the historical text is also the biggest reason why Ling Yun offered to hope that Cat Viper can let Parode lead the way for him, because the Hair Tuft Nox Pirates was established. One of the biggest reasons is to find the whereabouts of the Kojaki clan's historical text. Even in the original book, a few years later, Parode will sneak into Big Mom's sea area to try to steal the historical text held by Big Mom, and even lose his life and an eye for this. But what surprised Ling Yun was that although Parode knew that Big Mom had the historical texts in his hand, the number of them was not the 2 pieces that Ling Yun knew, but only 1 piece. And this matter made Ling Yun very concerned, because according to his original idea, Big Mom should have a piece of road sign history text and a piece of common history text in his hand, and after 12 years of the original work, Jinbei will also bring she is a piece of history text. But, now she only has 1 piece in her hand, that is to say, that piece is not necessarily the main text of the road sign history. And whether this is true or not, the gap is very large. According to our information, she obtained the historical text many years ago, and has continued to study the information on it. And Parode also nodded to express his confirmation. He has already told Ling Yun all the news of the historical text he has obtained. There is nothing hidden in it. And Ling Yun nodded slightly after hearing the words, but just when he was about to say something. Boom! A tall figure suddenly fell from the sky, and landed on the ground of the lost paradise, trampling the ground into a big depression. Who is the master of this island? Hurry up and hand over that nourishing vanilla to me. And after seeing the tall man in the colorful coat with his right arm slightly vacant, Parode was also shocked for an instant. Charlotte Snag. Of course he knew the man in front of him, because this man is the manager of this East Tess Island. One of the top cotters of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 generals of desserts, minister of Toto Land Donuts, and the 6th son of 4 emperors. Charlotte Linlin. Hey? You know me? Then you are the owner of this island. At this time, Snag also turned his attention to Parode, and quickly made his own judgment. Compared with Ling Yun and Koala, the furry strong man with a strong body and full of wildness and intelligence is obviously more like a master of a ship. So, Hurry up and hand over all the non vanilla to me. No. Just give this island to me. Among the 4 desert generals, Snug is undoubtedly a hot-tempered and reckless person, especially compared to his cold-tempered elder brother Katakuri, who likes to think clearly about everything. He is closer to based on the idea of one of the most common pirates. Asking for flowers. He doesn't pay too much attention to the news on the sea, anyway, no one in this sea can beat his mother. What he needs to do is just to plunder whatever she wants for mom. 18.5. Ah. I'm sorry to say it, but this ship is actually mine. Contrary to Snug's expectation, the person who spoke was not the fur tribe but the frail young man behind him. Hey? It doesn't matter who it is, it's handed over to Laozi anyway. Then, just as he was about to say it, he was interrupted directly. Now you have 5 seconds to get off my boat. Otherwise, the consequences are at your own risk. 00. The young man said such words with a calm expression, and his calm appearance even made Snag think for a while before he understood what the other party said. Then. Absurd. Compared with the irritable and surly, he is even more furious in an instant. UBD, who do you think Laozi is? Laozi is Desert 4 stars, one of the top cotters under the 4 emperors. Charlotte Snuggaw. Anger drives his donut-like hair into flames, and sizzling flame donuts. A red donut suddenly emerged from the air, and then from the hole in the center of the donut, huge flames spread out instantly. Snag is a circle man who has taken donut fruit. He can make various types of donuts with various attributes. Among them, the scorching flame donut is obviously his most used and favorite move. Burn you! With a light flick of his finger, a huge ball of flame spread out in an instant, escaping towards Ling Yun directly. However, what surprised him was that 5 seconds passed. Facing the scorching flames, the young man in white just calmly said this sentence. Then. Snug, heard the wind. Chapter 125. Master Katakuri, you will arrive at Dong's Island soon. Do you need to inform Lord Snug in advance? In the eastern waters of Dong's Island, a strange ship is heading towards the pier of Dongtis Island. What is astonishing is that the bow of this ship has a big face like a human, and it is still talking at this moment. However, if there are people here who know something about Big Mom's ability, then they will not be surprised because this ship is the special life Ami created by the 4 emperors who used his own ability to extract other people's souls. Hereby. And this ship-shaped homise called Mifra also symbolizes Big Mom's unique favor for this son. Unnecessary. After hearing Mifra's inquiry, the man sitting in the middle of the deck of the ship also replied coldly. The punk-style man in black has a tall 5'6" figure and strong muscles. Black's short hair is concise and stern, and his slender figure has the agility of a cheetah. There are scars on both sides of his cheeks. He has a skull tattoo and a white scarf around his neck. And if someone is here, then the name of this person will definitely be exclaimed. Charlotte Katakuri, the first of the 4 desert generals, with a bounty of 1.08 billion Baileys. At the same time, he is also the second core figure of the well-known Big Mom pirate group, and he is the son who is most loved and trusted by Bagram himself. Okay, then I'll go directly to the inner port to dock. Mafran is obviously still a very attractive homise, but its owner is obviously aloof, so he didn't speak any more at this time, just continued to sit on his seat silently with his legs crossed. But right now. Kindness. Man seems to feel something, somewhere. Mifra, go west. 11. It is still concise. Yes, Lord Katakuri. So Mifra also slowly turned the bow of the boat, and headed towards the west at the next corner. And the moment he turned around the corner of the island, the man's pupils shrank suddenly. Because he has already sensed there is a very familiar smell of power. That is the power of the fruit ability of Snag, who belongs to one of the sweet 4 stars with him. So the next moment, the man slowly closed his eyes. The unprecedentedly huge observation haki suddenly spread out, and the man's perception range is getting wider and wider. 100 nautical miles, 200 nautical miles, 500 nautical miles, 1000 nautical miles. Then finally at a certain moment, he saw that picture. It was within a certain seaway outside the central port of Dong's Island, and a huge island ship was moored not far from the mouth of the seaway. And on that island ship, Charlotte Snag was being held up by the neck by a young man in white with one hand. Who is it? And as a calm powerhouse, Katakuri's first reaction at this time is to see who that person is. The person who can defeat Snug should definitely not be a nameless goodness. Then, he realized he was wrong. Because maybe it is not appropriate to use the word defeat, because at least it can be called defeat when there has been a battle between each other. But from the body of the man in white, he can't see the traces of fighting. Clean white clothes, calm face, even breathing, he didn't even pull out the dagger at his waist compared to Snug, who was already spitting blood and couldn't move it with one hand, he didn't even. It's not like fighting. What the hell is? But just when Katakuri was going to increase the strength of observation haki again, he clearly saw, that man's eyes seemed to be looking at him. Yes, even if he wasn't there at all, he could confirm that the other party has discovered his existence. On the Lost Paradise, the mouths of Parode and the Fur tribes have been in a semi-dislocated state since just now, and their eyeballs have also maintained intermittent communication with the eye sockets for a long time. In fact, of course Parode knew that Charlotte Snuggle was a very strong person. Although he is only the last, being listed as one of the sweet 4 stars is enough to prove his strength. His bounty is even as high as 780 million Baileys. When Parode first came to Tato Land, he saw Snug chasing and killing a big pirate. That was the bombing and killing of the supernova who tried to overthrow the rule of the 4 emperors with a bounty of 400 million Baileys. Fort Mass. However, when the supernova who almost swept away all the pirates in the same channel in Paradise faced Snug. There are rookies like you who try to defy your mother everywhere. Don't think you're invincible after eating a piece of bullshit fruit, idiot. The Desert Star directly summoned 3 kinds of donuts, flame, wind, and ice, and blasted me and his partners into scum. At that time, Parode, who was lucky enough to secretly witness this scene from a tree beside him, also had a deep understanding of Snug's strength. After that, he is a very strong guy. But, it is such a strong person recognized by Parode, when he faced Ling Chu just now. Just one punch. That's right, even the famous demon knife was not even out of its sheath, when facing the flames sprayed out by Snug's scorching flaming donuts, Ling Yun only punched it. And in that punch, Parode seemed to hear the howling of the wind. Then, whether it's the flame or the donut, or the 4 desert generals themselves in front of that punch, it's just nothingness. A strength that is extremely close to the S+ level can of course be considered good, and even if Snag has made a full attack from the beginning, Ling Chu may still need a few moves to defeat the distance. But Snug obviously didn't take Ling Yun seriously, so he was instantly killed by a punch, and then his body was directly grabbed by the neck by Ling Yun while flying upside down, and then he was directly lifted in the air at 5.7. Cough, ER. The huge pain in the abdomen and the feeling of gradually suffocating made Snug even ignore the humiliation and shock in his heart, but kept struggling. But Ling Yun didn't look at him at this time, instead he glanced into the distance with great interest. If he didn't feel wrong just now, someone seems to be watching him. And in this kind of place, those who can observe him from a long distance without being discovered by him. Either it's Big Mom himself, or the guy who might have the strongest observation haki in the world. So, who could it be? Ling Yun thought with some expectation in his heart. And after a few seconds, boom! The huge trident fell directly from the sky, and what fell with the trident? It's Charlotte Katakuri. Chapter 126. It's not for nothing that Charlotte Katakuri is trusted by Big Mom. Because he is undoubtedly a top-level powerhouse in terms of personal strength, he can do most of the physical attacks of the coronary plague just like Logia's ability users after taking the special Paramecia waxy fruit, and even Logia Haki, who is not immune to capable users, can also reduce half of his attack damage. In addition, he also has extremely strong physical skills, agility, and armament Haki, and is also extremely strong in combat skills. And in front of his other kind of Haki, all the things said before can only be regarded as appetizers. That's how incredible his observation Haki is. Even due to excessive practice of this kind of Haki, Katakuri can even see the short future when he is fully driven by knowledge. This is the biggest reason why he is trusted by the ant, because he can always eliminate bad things. Make a correct judgment on the future. It was precisely because of this that he looked at Ling Yun with a look of horror that would hardly appear on him. The reason is that just now he ejected himself into the air on the island ship through the Homai's anti-aircraft gun of Mifra, and he already had countless thoughts of attacking Ling Yun. But in the end, he still didn't dare to swing his trident, his instinct seemed to dissuade him. Don't shoot. At the same time, Ling Yun was also observing him. Charlotte Katakuri. Age, 41. Level, S and in this world, X after special skills are activated. Available skills, Armament Haki LV.7, Advanced Physique LV.8, Advanced Speed LV.6, Observation Haki LV.10 Dialysis of the Future, Special Skills, Combat Experience LV.7. Fruit Ability, Special Paramecia Waxy Fruit. Naturally, other abilities are not in the eyes of Ling Yun, but only the Observation Haki LV.10 degree mark can be said to be the strength Ling Yun has seen for the first time. I'm Charlotte Katakuri, I don't know who you are. With his body in a fighting posture at all times and his mind in high tension, Katakuri looked at Ling Yun and asked in a cold voice. I'm Ling Yun, and I've been invited to this tea party but I've been treated a little bit badly. Ling Yun casually pointed to a part of the lawn not far away that was burned by Snug before, and his words were also a little cold. Tea party. Katakuri, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to the origin of the conflict between Ling Yun and Snag at first, but was a little surprised after hearing Ling Yun's explanation, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually the one who killed Kun, the famous grasp of Hades. But at the same time, he became more and more vigilant in his heart, because he had fought against Wind Calamity Kun before, although in the end he won with his own haki and ability, but it was only a miserable victory, that's all. There are still nearly 2 weeks before the tea party begins. Is it too early for your excellency to come? I don't know if it's early or not. I always planned to go around the world for a while, but I didn't expect this person to come directly to trouble me. Not only want the not in vanilla on my island, but also snatch my ship? Is this how the Big Mom pirates treat guests? Ling Yun chuckled. Katakuri looked at Snug, who had lost consciousness, but his expression became sharper because he came to Dongster Island this time to deliver the herb of Nodin to Snug, so he also knew that most of what Ling Yun said was not false, because Duan Yi's way of acting was indeed Snug's style. But I hope you can release Snag. As the core figure of the Big Mom pirates, even though he knew that Snug might be the main cause of the conflict, Katakuri still had to demonstrate the majesty of the 4 emperors. That's all. But Ling Yun just sneered after hearing the words. Then, in the next moment, Ling Yun's figure turned into a gust of wind and appeared in front of him in an instant, and the red muramasa in his hand was even pressed against his neck. And Katakuri's pupils shrank in shock, and then he shrank his neck back in an instant, and his body rolled towards the market in an instant, and at the same time, he also agilely held the trident that was originally inserted upside down on the ground. Ding! The moment the trident collided with Muramasa suddenly, a huge impact exploded in an instant. Boom! Crack! Then, Katakuri was surprised to find that the power coming from the end of the trident in his hand. Big, incredible! Boom! The body was suddenly lifted, Katakuri barely reversed his figure in the air, But buzz! The scarlet knife and that young man are inseparable. Nyonyo rice cake armor. Katakuri's body was instantly covered with white and soft glutinous rice cakes, and then the dark armament haki instantly attached to it. This kind of rice cakes has dual characteristics of being hard and indestructible at the same time. The biggest guarantee for self-safety. Even the pterodactyl destroyer attack after the awakening of Wind Calamity Kun could not completely penetrate this armor, which was also the biggest reason for his defeat in the past 773 days. But seeing that the red blade instantly attached to armament haki, which is far superior to him, and the constantly rotating wind blade on the blade tore off the shell of the machi armor. Laugh. Katakuri, who had his right arm cut off, groaned, but the thumb of his left hand suddenly bent. Jelly bean bullets. White's jelly bean bullet shot out from his thumb in an instant, and its speed is even enough to penetrate the human body. And in the several back and forth between each other, the gap between Katakuri and Snag is also clearly displayed compared to Snag, who is also a 4-star general. Katakuri is obviously stronger, I don't know how many grades. Interesting. After confirming this fact, Ling Yun also chuckled lightly. Then, Heart Sword Art Itaki. He decides to get a little serious. And at this moment, Katakuri's observation haki sent a warning signal through his mind. And the intensity of the warning, unprecedented. So the next moment, a dazzling red light flashed in Katakuri's eyes. Then, dialysis of the future. In his mind, the picture of future flashed. Chapter 127. Dialyzing the future, Katakuri's special ability. With the help of the maximum output, he raised the intensity of his terrifying observation haki again, and finally reached the point where he could truly control himself to see the future, although it was only possible to the short future after 3 seconds, but you must know. In a duel between the truly strong, 3 seconds is almost enough to decide the outcome of the battle. And choosing the best one from the countless futures is Katakuri's greatest advantage. With such abilities, even Jack and Kun, who are stronger than him in terms of physical strength, will not be his opponents in real battles. 8. Ling Yun is neither Kun nor Jack. He is a higher being. How can it be? Even with a cold face like Katakuri, his pupils shrink when the future unfolds in his mind. Because in that fleeting variety of futures, each with the same result. That's him swinging his weapon at Ling Yun, and beheaded with a knife. And in every future he sees the power of Ling Yun, it makes him feel like standing in front of his mother Big Mom. Although there are differences in power itself, they are all of the same level. So, Katakuri finally chose the only way he could survive, that is, give up the fight. The red blade cut through the skin of his neck, and Ling Yun looked at Katakuri, who was motionless in front of him, with an appreciative smile on the corner of his mouth. Brave and strategic, powerful in battle. This guy. Very nice. For a character like Katakuri, as long as his strength is still at the same level as him, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to be at the same time unless he uses some means to decipher his ability. Levels to beat him. The only way to beat him is the one that Ling Yun is using now. Can you see my future moves? It doesn't matter, when my speed completely crushes your speed, when my strength completely crushes your strength, when my defense completely ignores your attack. In the face of the absolute power and speed gap, even if you can predict the future, you will definitely lose, because even if Katakuri sees, you can't stand the court. You foresee the end of the world so you can survive? The answer is of course no. Even though Ling Yun put the knife on his neck, Katakuri still looked at Ling Yun with a stern expression. Your life, plus the life of that fellow named Snug, I need you to promise me one thing. Explain. Katakuri replied calmly. I want to meet with Big Mom in advance to discuss something with her. After hearing Ling Yun's words, Katakuri's eyes flashed sharply. What's the matter? About a partnership against a man. Ling Yun has nothing to hide about this leader of the 4 generals who has a great say in the Big Mom pirate group. Partnership against one person. After Katakuri heard the words, his eyes froze. If anyone else said such words, then Katakuri's first reaction would definitely be disdain. Cooperating with 4 emperors is not something that ordinary people can consider. But if it is Ling Yun, he has to consider the authenticity and feasibility of his words. Because he has now confirmed that the opponent's strength has the qualification to talk with his mother on an equal footing. And correspondingly, which of the other 3-4 emperors? He guessed almost instantly who Ling Yun was going to deal with, because he needed a strong man like Ling Yun to find helpers to deal with, and it could only be one of the 4 emperors. Kaido. And the next moment, Ling Yun's voice rang in his heart. You don't need to ask more specific things, you just need to consider whether you can take me to Cake Island. First, he was taken aback by Ling Yun's ability to directly transmit sound to his heart, and after hearing Ling Yun's words, Katakuri also thought for a while. Although it is said that in the process of preparing for the tea party, Big Mom does not like to meet guests, but that is also divided. If it's a character at the level of 4 emperors, then of course there is no problem. Very good. But Ling Yun also chuckled, and then put the villager in his hand back into the sheath. Then now, let me treat you. Katakuri looked at Ling Yun in puzzlement. But Ling Yun just smiled lightly. You should have heard of it, I'm a doctor. Congratulations to host for healing character Charlotte Katakuri. Available skills, Armament Haki LV.7, Advanced Physical Technique LV.8, Advanced Speed LV.6, Observation Haki LV.10 Dialysis Future, Special Skills, Combat Experience LV.7, Special Paramecia Sugar Candy Practice. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Observation Haki LV.10 degree. After casually stretching out his hand to treat Katakuri, Ling Yun, who heard the system prompt, was also a little stunned for a while. When did he leave Africa and join the European Union, and he is so lucky today? You know, he originally planned that if he couldn't extract this ability, even if he spent the precious VIP patient treatment card, he would definitely get this pervert ability. Who would have thought that he would suddenly enter his soul now? This is really wonderful, wonderful. Ling Yun, what have you been talking about since just now? Looking at Ling Yun, who has been chanting non-stop since the treatment of Katakuri, Koala, who is using her ability to repair the surrounding trees and lawns, is also muttering speechlessly. He never doubted that Ling Yun could defeat these 2 people, so his mood calmed down very quickly at this time. But relatively speaking, the moods of the other few people did not calm down so quickly. Master Ling Yun. We just received a message from the boss of Mao Viper. We have to go back to Zawa first. Compared with the somewhat arrogant appearance when we met at the beginning, Parode now looks somewhat cautious when he walks in front of Ling Yun. Because he has already seen clearly that the reason why the Cat Viper boss asked him to obey Ling Yun's words does not seem to be due to any favors, but simply obeying power. What kind of monster is this guy? 2 of the 4 generals were defeated directly. And one of them is the head of the 4 generals, the most powerful Charlotte Kata, Chien Lizao, Kuri. Parode said that following such a character, he really can't bear the burden of this little man. Well, thank you for leading the way this time. After hearing Parode's words, Ling Yun nodded slightly and prepared to let Parode and others leave, but unexpectedly at this time Parode suddenly handed something to Ling. Is this, or? But Ling Yun looked down and found that it was a very miniature phone bug. The phone bug's face was divided into 2 shapes, cat and dog, which looked cute. At this time, the Cat Viper old Yamato Inuarashi-sama's direct phone bug. Parode's expression was also very serious, even though he didn't know why the 2 adults asked him to keep this with him in the past 2 years. The special phone bug was given to Ling Yun, but he knew that the symbolic meaning must be very important. They asked me to tell you that they have confirmed the truth of the news you said. When you need it later, tell them through the phone bug. Fur family, will participate in your plan. Chapter 128. Tato Land, Cake Island. The whole island looks like a huge cake stacked on top of each other, standing on the sea like a fairy tale. And on this island, there is indeed a fairy tale-like plot. Talking trees and fruits, endless delicacies and candies that can jump on the table by themselves, and the old witch that exists like a nightmare in fairy tales. Alara, the tea party is about to begin. Gathering together people from all over the world. Whether you guys like it or not. Everything laugh out loud. Otherwise I'll be eaten. Surrounded by various types of homies, an old woman with a very hideous appearance hummed a creepy song. Huge enough to look like a titan, wearing a pink dress, wearing a captain's hat, homies on his head, bloodshot eyes, thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, and saliva pouring out of his bloody mouth. It dripped and landed on the ground, and even made a squeak of corrosion. And while she was singing happily, the ground was cracked and broken along with her voice, and then it was repaired very quickly by homies. 647. Of course, in fact, for her, talking about appearance is meaningless because no one in this world would dare to comment on her appearance, and her strength is enough to cover up all shortcomings. She is Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors who rose to the top of the pirates with sheer power. But Mom, will there be any special guests for this tea party? But in the cheerful dance between homies and the ant, a cloud-shaped homies floating above the ant's head asked doubtfully. Zeus, you asked a stupid question. Immediately afterwards, a flame-shaped homies floating beside the ant spoke again. Of course, the guests invited by my mother are not ordinary people. Hey, although Prometheus, you seem to be right when you say that, but... While the 2 homies, who had a terrible reputation in the sea, were waiting to communicate, the hat-shaped homies on the ant's head laughed. Hey ha, there is no special friendship, they are just guests. In front of the 4 emperors, there is nothing special, because as long as she is willing, those guests and their forces, CDDI, will disappear in an instant. There is no need to pay attention to what is under your feet, just like the rules of a tea party, those who receive invitations but don't come, will die. Napoleon, Prometheus, have you 2 forgotten? But at this time, Zeus said softly, didn't you invite that Dr. Ling Yun from shisha buyukai this time? You say that? After hearing Ling Yun's name, Prometheus and Napoleon were also slightly taken aback, and then they all turned their gazes to the master below. Ah, I'm really looking forward to it. At this time, the ant's bloodshot eyes also flashed with a ferocious luster. As the 4 emperors, she certainly doesn't care much about shisha buyukai, even though those guys have now become the 3rd largest force in the Grand Line in name. Her attitude has not changed at all. However, among the shisha buyukai, there are very few 1 or 2 people who deserve the attention of the 4 emperors, such as the Hawkeye Mihawk, who defeated his Hades grasp. Among them, the ant's importance to Ling Yun is even more extraordinary. Not just because she's been fighting Kaido lately, but because Dr. Ling Yun heals everyone, whether it's marines, pirates, bounty hunters, or anyone else. He was a man of great love and a true and pure doctor. No matter what kind of illness, no matter what your status is, as long as you can find the paradise lost in the island of Hades floating on the Grand Line, you can be cured. The spread of similar news is now not only in New World, but in the whole world. And for Big Mom, the presence of Ling Yun reminds her of a person. No matter what kind of child they are, they have the right to live, don't they? That was the most important mother she ever had, and she was also the original person who directly led her to establish the Wangguo, Karma Luojiu girl. So, if that guy isn't what he's been rumored to be. Thinking about it like this, remembering the past, the ant gritted her teeth and whispered, her body couldn't help shaking. Then, Zeus, Prometheus and Napoleon all felt instantly. The power inside their mother, is rioting. If it's not that guy, that's the guy who let me down. The ground is shaking. A guy like that. The air is shaking. Just kill it. Anger, is spreading. If you want to talk about moodiness, then Ultimate's Ant, who is originally a child character, must be the most famous one. Mom, Mom, Mom. Looking at the ant who suddenly became angry with Ultimate, Napoleon and Prometheus exchanged glances. What to do? How could I know? Let's talk about something that Mom likes to divert her attention, otherwise it will be troublesome. Good. And when it comes to what Grandma likes? Mom, I heard that the donuts with nut and vanilla taste really good this year. Are you an idiot? X2. Zeus suddenly opened his mouth, but what he said caused Napoleon and Prometheus to curse at the same time. This guy, doesn't he know how to say something that can be found on the island? The original place of nut and vanilla, Kahan Island, was taken by wild beasts not long ago, and the only small amount of nut and vanilla in Tato land was also taken to Dongster Island by Katakuri. Snag over there. If my mother's disease occurs at this time. But when Prometheus and Napoleon turned their heads in horror, they found that nut and vanilla donuts. The ant murmured in a low voice, and then a lot of saliva leaked out of that huge mouth. I haven't eaten for a long time, I really want to eat. Then, her gaze began to become distracted, and her figure began to shake slowly. It's over. After seeing this scene, Napoleon, who was originally just a hat, even curled up in fright. Quick! Tell the people on the island to leave the capital. Mom's thinking about eating attack. Chapter 129. On the direct channel between Dongster Island and Cake Island, Mifra is constantly moving. As Katakuri's special car, Mifra certainly doesn't need to go through any procedures to enter Cake Island. He passed the Temptation Forest and Capital Warning Tower along the way and came to the right path of the direct channel. Hey, did you eat devil fruit too? Why can you talk? Looking at the human face on the penetrating screen, Koala is still tirelessly questioning Mifra. Ah! I am the homies made by my mother, I didn't eat the fruit. What is homies? I am homies. So what's that? Koala is obviously a very curious girl, and next to her are Katakuri with a stern face and Ling Yun with a smile on her face. Katakuri is obviously thinking about what Ling Yun said before to deal with Kaido, and considering the possible impact of this matter on the Big Mom pirate group as a whole. My mother is not a person who likes to think about such things, so the pros and cons of this part of decision-making need him to think clearly every time. On the other side, Ling Yun was secretly trying out the new ability he had just acquired. He discovered that although the observation haki LV, the drive is not as predictable as Katakuri. Obviously this guy's ability to foresee the future is probably due to the special ability that is naturally derived after practicing observation haki to the point where it breaks through the limit among the individual skills. But even so, the observation haki, which is as terrifying as the lines in the palm of your hand even at a long distance, is still ridiculously strong. Ling Yun, what is homies? At this time, Koala, who had a lot of meaningless conversations with Mifra, also ran over to ask Ling Yun. Homies swords are a special life form created by Big Me Bite with her ability. After hearing the words, Ling Yun also responded naturally. Auntie is a person capable of soul fruit, so she can extract a person's soul and give it to an item, so that non-life can gain life and this special life exists. Wash is called homies. Having said that, Ling Yun's eyes are also slightly dignified. He has seen the strength of the four emperors from Kaido before, so although he is essentially here to seek authorship, since he will definitely try to obtain history because of the relationship with the text, of course he was 120,000 vigilant towards Big Mom. And the life form of homies is itself one of the strongest abilities of Big Mom. The three highest level homies around her, Thundercloud Zeus, Sun Prometheus and Napoleon in Bicorn, each one of them has extremely terrifying power, among which Thundercloud Zeus, who only showed his power slightly in the original book, can call Wanlei to destroy the entire island. It is precisely because of this that Ling Yun didn't even bring the Paradise Lost here this time in order to let Yemengade come over and bring them out of Todd immediately when the situation is wrong. Otherwise, if even the trump card of Lost Paradise is accidentally bombed. Even if Ling Yun thinks that his combat power is not afraid of Big Mom, it will be quite troublesome. But on the other side, Katakuri, who watched Ling Yun talk about Koala, felt shuddering in his heart. Why does he know so well about Mother's abilities? And in his heart, he became even more loyal to Ling Chu. This guy is too mysterious. It is in this kind of suspicion and solemnity. Master Katakuri. There seemed to be a little fear in Mifra's voice. How? Katakuri also turned his head after hearing the words. Just now, just received a message from Lord Napoleon to all homies. And after hearing Mifra's words, his iceberg-like complexion also changed drastically. Mom craves eating. What? How come? Katakuri's figure stiffened for a moment. What is it this time? Is there not one on Cake Island? It's not in vanilla donuts. And when he heard exactly this, Katakuri's face turned pale. Too bad. Donut Minister Snug was lying on the ground like a dead dog about 3 hours ago, and he threw him back to the factory here. As for not in vanilla, he put all of them in the factory for production. Asking for flowers. It's over. The pale-faced Katakuri looked at the Cake Island that had already appeared not far away, feeling a little hopeless in his heart for a rare moment, because he knew that unless the ant who fell into the sickness was defeated or eat what you want, or you won't stop until you destroy everything in front of you. And among the only two options, defeating Big Mom is obviously an impossible proposition. Even if you look for someone who can fight her in this sea, you can hardly find anyone who can beat her. As for the second option, there is no hope now either. So, Cake Island, it's over. 0. While Katakuri was thinking this way. Not in vanilla, I have it here. But at this moment, Katakuri heard Koala's words instantly. What? As a result, the figure of the leader of the 4 desert generals came to Koala in an instant, and his stern face most of the time was finally loosened obviously. But when he got close to Koala, boom! The huge coercion instantly stopped his actions, and looking at Ling Yun with a flat face, Katakuri also knew that he had lost his composure. What did you just say? Then, he also took a deep breath and asked. I say, if it's not in vanilla. And the next moment, he saw Koala's small hand raised slightly, and then a light purple plant really slowly emerged in his hand. It was not in vanilla. At the same time, Ling Yun looked at him with a light smile. I have a deal, are you interested? Trade. Well, I'll help you stop Ant's rampage, and as a reward afterwards, you need to do one thing for me. There was teasing in Ling Yun's eyes. Katakuri looked at Ling Yun, who was smiling lightly, and his expression was full of thoughts. Then, if you can really stop her. So Ling Yun also smiled. Please wait and see. Small. Chapter 130. Cake Island, inside Cake Castle, Sweetheart Avenue. Boom! The houses around the avenue were broken and collapsed, and a huge shock came from the ground. Donuts! Where are the delicious donuts? Big Mom's huge figure stepped towards the surroundings step by step, and the huge power continuously dissipated, directly shattering everything around it. Countless homies were caught by the ant because they couldn't dodge in time, and they stuffed them into her mouth and ate them. Her existence itself was like a huge glutton, devouring everything in front of her without being satisfied. And in the distance, my lords, Baron Dandan and Master Pak Musi have already evacuated the residence. A spherical homies reports the evacuation of the island's residents and common homies, and standing in front of it are all the cotters of the Big Mom pirates on Cake Island. Among the 2 leaders, one was a tall, thin woman with a long sword and long legs, wearing a hat and a scarf, and carrying a 863 spiral scabbard on her back. Listening to the report of the subordinate in front of her, she also nodded to express her understanding, and then turned her head to look at the other brothers who gathered together. She is one of the 4 stars of dessert, the Minister of Juice Charlotte Smoothie with a bounty of 930 million Bailey. Residents are fully evacuated. After Katakuri arrives, we need to stop Mom. Stop it? How to stop it? And the one who spoke was the leader, another man with purple hair, a scar on his right eye, a pink armor on his right shoulder and a big sword hanging from his waist. Also one of the 4 stars of dessert, Charlotte Cracker, Barry's biscuit minister with a cooking reward of 860 million. That's right, that's the mother who fell into thinking food. If we are not careful, we will all be killed. Minister of Candy Charlotte Parrot Ross Parrot obviously doesn't want to fight Big Mom, because he knows that's totally impossible. Cake Island must not be destroyed, or Mom will be angry when she wakes up. If you want to stop you, go, Moscato. If you cannot be killed by your mother, I will buy you a cookie later. You. Seeing that Big Mom was getting closer and closer to their position, Smoothie gently slapped the spiral sword in his hand on the ground. Boom! While the ground was shattering, the other brothers who were caught in the quarrel also quieted down. We only need to hold on for 10 minutes, and Katakuri will definitely come back. He should have not in vanilla in his hand, so that he can definitely make food that Mom wants to eat. If Cake Island is destroyed before then, the tea party will be affected. We will not have good results when Mom wakes up. Well, to put it simply. And just when Ross Parrot grinned slightly and wanted to say something. Donuts, where are they? A huge figure descended from nowhere, and the biscuit barrier that Smoothie asked Cracker to delay time before was turned into powder by Big Mom's huge power in an instant. Ah! Smoothie, Cracker, my boys. The ant's eyes, which had completely lost focus, looked at the people in front of her ferociously. Where is the donut? Mom, the donuts are at Snug's, please be patient. And the man named Moscato wanted to dissuade him, but... Snag. After hearing the words, the ant repeated it again, and then... That is, not here. Yummy donuts, not here. And at the end of the words, she seemed to finally understand the meaning of no food, and her voice suddenly became louder and louder. Then... Boom! The surrounding ground instantly shattered and bulged, and the power of the huge conqueror's haki combined with Big Mom's unique strange sound instantly shattered everything around it. Ah! Ah! And in this huge roar, the weaker part of the descendants of the Charlotte family who gathered here passed out directly, and only at least the stronger ministers among the 34 ministers were able to stand still. So only a dozen. Moscato, come back quickly. At this time, Smoothie, whose body was under the tremendous pressure from the ant, also glanced at Moscato from the corner of his eye. She knew that this brother was an upright and brand new person. Mom, the donuts will be delivered soon, please. Shut up. But when Moscato was still talking, the ant just waved him with a big hand and sent him flying. Shoot! Seeing this situation, Smoothie let out a loud roar. Then... Roll pretzel. Devil slash. High heat broken. Those who were still able to fight at the scene released their abilities at the same time after listening to Smoothie's order. So all of a sudden, all the abilities of 5 Flowers 8 Gate are all directed towards the ant. Originally, these people were also very strong in the sea, and even among the dozen or so people, there were as many as 8 people whose bounties exceeded 500 million, but... Boom! Boom! After the huge smoke and explosion, Big Mom appeared in front of them. Not even a scratch can be seen. You! And the attacks of the sons and daughters obviously completely irritated the 4 emperors who were already in the stage of thinking about eating. All, stop me from eating snacks. Then, her left hand took out a huge sword from the bicorn hat Napoleon on her head. That's the mist that belongs to the Titan clan Al-Buff's gun. Then... Wagyu. Just like the warrior in the Titan legendary swung his weapon, the moment the huge sword was swung, the entire ground was instantly split into a huge gap like a canyon. And the huge sword energy that followed, destroyed everything in front of him in an instant. And it is worth mentioning that the fact is exactly the same Charlotte Linlin, when she was 5 years old, she killed the hero of the Titan clan with her own hands. Ahem. Smoothie, who barely dodged, looked at the brothers behind him who were all injured without exception, and his complexion became more and more serious. If this goes on, let alone 10 minutes. Even half the time, they guys who don't obey me and steal my snacks, you can't be so selfish. If you're so willful, I have to kill you guys. Waiguo. The big sword in your hand is raised high again. The Great Wall of Cookies. Juice Barrier. So Smoothie and Cracker, the 4 dessert generals with the strongest 4.7 combat power, can only try to fight against them regardless of their injuries. But boom! The big sword in his hand slashed directly, but it didn't fall to the ground, but made a dull and loud sound as if it hit something. And the huge and unscrupulous conqueror's haki, which has been permeating the air all the time, seems to have finally encountered something that can compete with it at this time, and begins to slowly change. Up. And Smoothie and Cracker looked at Ant, and then they are all in a dream. Because right in front of Big Mom, at the front end of the big sword that cuts down vertically, a person whose body is extremely small compared to Big Mom is standing there. White's gown, black hair, and red knife. And that red knife is now colliding with the big sword Albaf's spear in Big Mom's hand. Chapter 131. Right in front of the Charlotte family cotters at the scene, the unstoppable mother in their hearts was really blocked for the first time. Without using any tricks, the person who blocked her used the purest power. Ka. The collision of Conqueror's haki happened in the void, and the huge Albaf's spear was still unable to go beyond half a step when facing the little red Tadeo. A huge pothole was stepped on the ground by the two's legs, and the ground around the pothole is still cracking and breaking. That scene was unprecedented. Who's that person? Smoothie looked at the young man who blocked the ant, his expression was full of confusion. It's grasp of Hades Ling Yun. But at this time, a voice came from behind her. Katakuri. Smoothie turned her head, and saw Katakuri standing behind her holding a trident without knowing when. Then she also reacted instantly. 23. When did you arrive? Where's the not in vanilla donut? Didn't you bring it? The ingredients just got in and it's still in the works. A client, please. Katakuri said so, but his eyes were extremely solemn looking at Ling Yun not far away. Guest? No, wait, the person you just said was. There are literally 1,000 questions on Smoothie's mind. But she obviously doesn't have that much free time. Because at this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Everyone who stops me from enjoying my snacks will die. At this time, the right arm of the ant who was in the state of thinking about food was also slowly clenched into a fist. Buzz. Armament haki is colored, and Big Mom's fists exude a strange dark red color that is the difference between armament haki and ultimate, due to the difference in each person's haki. Hey! Brother Katakuri, although you hired me as a helper, but Mom is really serious now. And after seeing Big Mom really used armament haki, Cracker also turned to look at Katakuri. No, we don't need to make a move. It's better to say, we should think about how to get out of here now. On the other hand, Katakuri shook his head lightly, then stretched out his hand and transformed into dozens of rice cakes to wrap up all the brothers on the ground, and then ran towards the rear. Ha! And Cracker instinctively turned his head to look at the battlefield after seeing Katakuri's movements. Then he saw that mysterious young man's left fist was actually covered with a pitch-black armament haki. Then he punches. 2 fists of different sizes collide together in a visually powerful way. Buzz. Silently, as if the air was still under that collision. Only the ground of the Cake Island, which instantly crumbled and turned into powder under the feet of the two of them, proved the power of this blow. That's 4 Emperors level collision. FK. With a cry of surprise, Cracker, who couldn't dodge, was blown away suddenly, and then hit the ground heavily. But Katakuri and Smoothie looked stiffly at the ground not far away that had been completely penetrated, and the two people standing on the only remaining ground in the center that were still colliding. Did you just say that he is grasp of the underworld Ling Yun? It's really... There was a wry smile on Smoothie's face. She had no way to make an evaluation. In this world, there really are monsters that can confront Mom head-on. But in the next second, she realized that she was wrong. Because, what Ling Yun can do is not just being right. The right hand holds Muramasa with one hand and fights with the ant, while the left hand also wrestles with the ant. Ling Yun looked at the ant who was in a state of thinking about food and kept mumbling kill you, and her attribute panel directly flashed in her eyes. Charlotte Linlin. Age. Level, this world X, will be strengthened in the state of battle frenzy. Available skills, Armament Haki LV.9, Observation Haki LV.7, Conquerors Haki LV.8, Evil Gods Giant Power LV.7, Man of Steel LV.10. Combat Experience LV.9, Thundercloud Zeus, Special Skill, Sun Prometheus, Special Skill, Titan Battle Skill LV.7, Battle Mania LV.10. Fruit Ability, Paramecia Soul Fruit. Special Disease, Craving for Food. It can only be said that as expected of 4 Emperors, this attribute panel has reached an outrageous level except for another 4 Emperors Kaido that I have encountered. There is almost no one who can compete with this attribute. The ant in front of me is shoulder to shoulder. But I don't lose to her at all. It was also at this time that Ling Yun finally confirmed how far his strength had grown. Because he discovered that even now when he was duel with Big Mom, he actually had the advantage. He is not inferior to Conqueror's Haki, and in terms of physical strength, after countless strengthenings, he found that he is not inferior to this natural monster who destroyed half of Al Buff alone at the age of 5. But, 323. It's not enough to just fight like this. Looking at the two weird-shaped home eyes above the ant's head, Ling Yun's eyes flashed. Crack! The villager on the right hand suddenly swung to the right, and the huge force even pulled Big Mom's body slightly unsteadily to the right. And that very moment, Heart Sword Art Ida Ki. A blue light flashed in Ling Yun's eyes, and then the Muramasa's blade in his hand was instantly whipped up with a gust of wind that was as sharp as the ultimate. After gaining the power of the swish fruit, the power of his swordsmanship was restored. Promote. Then, cut. The moment he swung his sword towards Big Mom, the LV.10 observation haki also allowed Ling Yun to avoid the fist that Big Mom returned to him in an instant. And the next moment, Ka. Chi. First there was the sharp sound when the metal was cut, and when Muramasa's blade hit Big Mom's skin, a large spark burst out. Then, at a certain moment, everyone present was silent. Because they saw Big Mom's slashed right arm, a wound appeared. So at the same time, they had exactly the same idea in their hearts. Mom, hurt. She, would get hurt too? Chapter 132. How is it possible? How could Mom be hurt? For all members of the Big Mom Pirates, the phrase Mom will get hurt is something they can never imagine. Because their mother Charlotte Linlin is a monster known as the Evil God. They've never seen her get hurt in any way, whether it's a bomb blast, a titan slashing, being struck by a lightning bolt, or a hail of bullets. She never wraps her body with armament haki, because her body strength itself is different from ordinary people. That so-called steel balloon body is almost impossible to break. But, that guy just did it. Although he only cut a small wound of up to 5 centimeters on Big Mom's right arm, it was enough to shock them. What the hell is that monster, that shisha buyukai? What the hell is this monster, this guy? Correspondingly, Ling Yun also has the same emotion here. Seeing that his strongest blow in his normal state other than the bottom of the box turned out to be a small wound of less than 5 centimeters on Big Mom's right arm, Ling Yun. It's not just tongue-in-cheek, you know. 12 craftsmanship supreme big Quaseo Muramasa plus apex armament haki plus weasel fruit and swirling fruit plus heart sword art, Ling Yun, but I am sure that I am definitely the strongest person in the sea in terms of offense, no one. But, the other party was able to defend against his attack by relying on pure physical strength. Her physical strength is even stronger than that of Kaido, who has transformed into a dragon at the first stage. But under such circumstances, Ling Yun frowned with some annoyance. He didn't come here to fight his aunt to death. But right now. This is, what asterisk? The ant, who had been motionless since being cut by Ling Yun and repelled, suddenly looked at her right arm and muttered to herself. She didn't seem to realize for a while, what was that red thing flowing out of her right arm? Ah, it's blood. Her brain quickly gave her the answer. It was blood, and pain. But why did this kind of thing appear on her body? When was the last time she felt pain and saw her own blood? I don't remember. The voice became more and more deep. The last pain, it was too long ago. So, it's hard to describe the instant changes in the surrounding atmosphere in words. That's the feeling of falling into an ice cellar. Boom. The body stood up again, but Big Mom's body was already covered with armament haki. Like a giant god in Legendary, she held the Albuff gun in her hand, and a red murderous intent flashed in her eyes. UBD, not only stopped me from eating snacks, but you even hurt me. Stepping on the ground with both feet directly crushed the already collapsed ground, and the speed displayed by Big Mom's body at that moment. Boom. Ling Yun raised his hand and raised the knife, and the figure of the ant had already come to him at this moment. Boom. And with the complete collapse of the remaining ground around this area, Ling Yun's figure was also directly blown away by this blow. The strength has grown. Ling Yun, who stabilized his figure with the help of the wind in the air, looked at the ant below and muttered softly. Then, don't hide on it. Auntie looked at Ling Yun in the sky, and then raised her right hand towards the sky. So at the next moment, Ling Yun saw that the Prometheus among the 3 strongest Ms in the sky above the ant's head turned into a real sun at that moment. The blazing flames danced with the ant's hand, and the face on Prometheus also turned into a hideous face like a demon in the next instant. Fire from heaven. The huge flames are not at the same level as the flames used by Snug before. Even to put it bluntly, this thing is closer than Ling Yun's imaginary Maramara Fruit's ultimate move, Great Flame Ring, Yandi. But Big Mom's attack is obviously not over yet. I saw that her left hand was also stretched towards the sky, and then Zeus also turned into a dark cloud with a devil's face. Wanjun. Luolei. And then, a huge thunder pillar with a thickness of even more than 10 meters also shot out from the thunder cloud. It's over. Mom is really angry. Seeing the giant great fireball transformed by Prometheus and the terrifying thunder radiated by Zeus, Smoothie, and the others, who had already hid in the distance, also changed their complexions. If it hits the ground, the whole Cake Island will be wiped out in this blow. Be ready, if the situation is wrong, we will withdraw immediately. And just when Katakuri was also worried about paving the way. What is that? Cracker, who could only half lean against the wall due to the previous fall, suddenly pointed to the sky. Kindness. Smoothie and Katakuri looked up, but they directly saw Ling Yun, who was facing the thunder and flames in the sky, and slowly raised Muramasa in his hand. And the next moment, in the surrounding air centered on the village, a huge wind began to circulate endlessly. Boom! 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 As if it were an external skeleton, the whirling wind gathered at the tip of Muramasa's knife, and then, in the sky, Ling Yun held an incomparably huge wind knife just like that. Zhao's, drink! And the next moment, facing the thunder pillar and the fireball, Ling Yun waved the huge wind knife in his hand. That is one of the latest 3 ultimate moves of Xingqianju developed by Ling Yun after he recently obtained the power of the Wiz Fruit. Heart Sword Art Secret Sword Feng Shen. Then, everyone was horrified to see. At the moment when the 3 forces of fire, thunder, and wind collided, the huge clouds that originally gathered in the entire sky disappeared in an instant. Boom! Huge shock waves spread in the sky, that terrifying scene, shocking. And it is at this time. Finished! Smoothie suddenly heard a voice, and when she turned her head, she saw Katakuri's exclusive Homi's Mifra on top. The blonde girl is holding a box in her hand and cheering. B. Special Not in Vanilla Donut, it's done. Chapter 133. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. There is a saying that people are refreshed on happy occasions, and this sentence is very suitable for Sengoku. Since the deal with Ling Yun started, Marine's strength has increased greatly with the help of the 2 potions, and it can be said that it is invincible in capturing the pirates in the first half of the 4 Seas and the Grand Line. And you must know that the biggest threat to the people of the common in this world is actually these pirates, who are very weak compared to the new world, because if they reach the 4 emperors or shisha buyukai, if the altitude is high, then they will not do such worthless things as robbing merchant ships. Therefore, in the past few months, the popularity and popular support that Marine lost due to the lack of containment of the pirate forces has gradually recovered, and the number of young people who signed up to join Marine is also increasing. More. And at this moment of great momentum, Sengoku is also deeply proud of the fact that he stepped forward to win Shisha Buyukai's position for Ling Yun in the past. Look at his eyes. See you at the hospital. See what Dr. Ling Yun did after becoming Shisha Buyukai? Trade with Marine to strengthen Marine's power. Say voto him, the princess of the Murlocs, and let the Fishmen Island join the world government seat. Killed one of the 3 plagues under Beast's pirates. In addition, he rescued an unknown number of people from New World in 783. Although they also included a large number of pirates, they also gained fame for the newly established Shisha Buyukai, making the entire sea everywhere in the world knows that there is such a miracle doctor in the world. Seriously, if Shisha Buyukai had any award for outstanding Shisha Buyukai, Sengoku would have given it to Ling Yun without batting an eye. Of course, this is without Sengoku knowing about other things Ling Yun has done, such as collecting historical texts, such as making deals with the Revolutionary Army, which are really big taboos. Marshal Sengoku. And when Sengoku was thinking about how to maximize the strength of Marine, the Marine guard outside the door also walked into the office after knocking on the door. What's up? A message from Vigo Vice Admiral. Virgo. Sengoku was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, and then his expression was also serious. Virgo Vice Admiral is the Vice Admiral of the Marine G5 branch, and the G5 branch itself is the only support point for Marine in New World, and it is also the place Marine understands. One of the biggest sources of intelligence in New World, where the atmosphere is treacherous and ever-changing. And if the content of the intelligence itself is worthy of Marine passing through the various Marine generals at the lower level and directly sent to him, the Marine Marshal. Those guys are moving again. The biggest possibility is that the 4 emperors of New World have started to play tricks again. And the sailor nodded after hearing the words. Who is this time? Big Mom. She? Fighting Kaido again? After Sengoku heard the words, he also asked softly. The battle between the 4 emperors is something worthy of attention, because no matter which side of the 2 sides has a complete advantage or both sides are injured, Marine must have corresponding actions. No, since the last big war, Beasts and Big Mom seem to be in a period of truce recently. I don't know if there is any intention of peace talks. According to the information given by Virgo Vice Admiral this time, it seems that a battle took place in Cake Island. Cake Island. But Sengoku's eyes widened after hearing the words. How could there be a fight in the lair of Big Mom? One side of the battle can be determined to be Big Mom himself, but the identity of the other side cannot be determined, and the outcome of the battle cannot be determined. But according to Vigo Vice Admiral, the battle should be very fierce. Kaido went to the enemy's lair by himself again. So Sengoku can only come to such a conclusion. Now there is no definite information to prove that Kaido has left the island of beasts again after all. After the wind calamity was killed by Master Ling Yun of Shisha Buyukai some time ago, beasts are currently selecting the new 3 disasters, so it should be. As the person in charge of passing important information to Sengoku, this sailor is naturally, CDBH, not an ordinary person, so he is very good at analyzing information. It means that it may not be Kaido, but there was a fierce battle between unknown people and Big Mom himself on Cake Island, and the outcome of the battle is unknown, right? Yes, and it's not just us, the other 4 emperors should know this news. Well, if there is any other news, let's talk about it together. And Sengoku simply waved his hand while frowning. In addition to this matter, there are 2 other pieces of news. The first is an order from the world government. The rebellion led by the Revolutionary Army in the Kingdom of Haze and Meadows has basically been suppressed, but the world government requires us to provide the world government with the ancient healing potion and the Iron Army potion triple the size of the army and army. Why don't they die? And Sengoku couldn't help but swear after hearing the words. The only source of these 2 potions is not mentioned, and even the substitutes developed by Drive Vegapunk are completely incomparable to the original ones, and Marine is not enough to use them himself. It's alright for these guys to take part of the plunder before, but now they want to poach corners? Our Marine dispatched 2 admirals and 2 vice-admirals to help resolve the rebellion in these 2 countries. Could it be that they suffered heavy casualties? I don't know the specific situation, but it is said that the Revolutionary Army's combat effectiveness and armaments have suddenly increased a lot, so until the arrival of Sakazuki Vice-Admiral and Polu Sereno Admiral, the battle situation is actually very pessimistic. And after hearing Marine's words, Sengoku couldn't help but frown. The combat effectiveness of the Revolutionary Army has always been the same. How could it be possible to suddenly have money to buy new style armaments, let alone improved combat effectiveness? These idiots can't beat others by themselves, so they come to take the old man's potion. After cursing a lot of sharp words that were slightly more elegant, Sengoku also let out a long sigh of relief. Can you confirm Dr. Ling Yun's current location? Dr. Ling Yun has been in a difficult position since he entered New World some time ago. After seeing Hai Bing's expression, Sengoku also waved his hand in disappointment. Understood, let me know as soon as you have any news about him. I think I need to discuss with him about the supply of medicines. Yes. By the way, you said there were 2 more things. What's the last one? Well. Hai Bing carefully looked at Sengoku, who was a little annoyed by the 2 news just now, and said tentatively, Vice Admiral Garp, he skipping work again to go home to see his grandson. Hai Bing smiled awkwardly, but didn't want to say much. Then. Garp. You old BD. Above Marine Ford, Marshal Marine's angry voice lingered for a long time. Chapter 134. On Cake Island, the originally beautiful fairytale-like cake houses and streets have been crushed into powder. The huge and deep pothole on the ground seems to have been hit by a meteorite, and beside the pothole. Looking at the ant who keeps putting donuts into her mouth with a happy expression on her face, Ling Yun, who just fought with ant with all her strength, also has a strange expression. Strange. Because just after he completely deciphered the heavenly fire and Wanjun Luliai cast by the ant with the heart sword art secret sword Feng Shen, he has fully realized that he originally planned to continue fighting. But at this moment, Koala gave him a bag of freshly baked donuts through the power of Mu Mu Guo from afar. Then, he saw the scene in front of him. It's hard to imagine the ant who was fighting like an evil god just now really gave up fighting and chose to enjoy donuts in the next second. This kind of childlike behavior also made Ling Yun quite speechless. Please respect your opponent, please. And although Ling Yun is helpless, he can only give up for the time being. After all, considering the current physical strength of the ant, even if he really has all the cards in his hole, he can't. impenetrable. So the scene became what it is now. A group of sons and daughters of the Charlotte family didn't dare to approach this area at all, they only dared to watch from afar. Not Ling Yun, who is a member of the Big Mom Pirates, the person who dares to stand in front of the ant. Whoa, the taste is really good. And after sending all the dozens of donuts that were just made to her stomach, the ant's gaze also began to slowly regain focus. Has it happened again? After looking at the surrounding scene, Yun's mother also murmured inaudibly to herself. Then, kindness. Her gaze shrank suddenly, because she saw Ling Yun in front of her, and at the same time felt the faint pain from her right arm. Who are you? Looking at Ling Yun, she seemed to completely forget that she had fought Ling Yun before. My name is Ling Yun. After Ling Yun saw this, he was not very surprised. He knew that after the ant got out of the craving state, she would forget what happened before. Ling Yun. After hearing his words, the ant also looked at Muramasa, who had not yet sheathed in his hand. It was you, who cut me. She seemed a little surprised that someone could hurt her. Yes. Of course Ling Yun will not deny what he has done. Then. Boom. The fist waved in front of Ling Yun in an instant, and the ant laughed wildly. Prove it to me. Obviously, the mind of this four emperors is still so difficult to guess even after she left the state of thinking food, at least for now, facing the destructive behavior that prevented her after thinking food Ling Yun. Her first reaction turned out to be let Ling Yun prove it to her. But luckily. Good. Of course Ling Yun is not afraid of the other party. Just like before, he directly waved his left fist to meet him. The moment his fists collided again, Ling Yun, who wanted to show his strength a little, also secretly activated the third stage of the inner potential fruit. As a result, the ant's body actually took a step back slowly during this fist fight. Really? Interesting. And the ant looked at Ling Yun, whose face was still calm, and there was a flash of astonishment in her expression. For her, the rival is as hard to find as the most delicious dessert, because since she was 5 years old and until she became 4 emperors, he has never been smooth sailing. And it wasn't until she became 4 emperors that her path finally encountered a little bit of resistance. Be it redhead, beasts, or even Whitebeard, they're all guys that Auntie seldom meets enough to make her serious. And Ling Yun in front of him is obviously one of them. You're here, for a tea party? Or, want to claim the title of 4 emperors? Asking like this, there was a huge smile on the corner of her mouth. I'm not interested in 4 emperors or One Piece. In fact, I'm not a pirate either. But to her surprise, Ling Yun said such words. I know, you are shisha buyukai. After hearing the words, the ant also said quite loudly, it's just that I didn't expect that the group of trash from the world government could actually recruit people like you. Asking for flowers. But in the next moment, she looked at Ling Yun seriously. I like you very much. Ling Yun boy. Then, she actually said a wonderful suggestion. I have 39 daughters, and now there are 21 unmarried. You pick one at random. No, pick 3 to get married, and then we'll join forces. As long as you join forces with me, it doesn't matter if Al Buff and I don't ease the conflict, we join hands, whether it's redhead, beast, or even Whitebeard, it won't be us opponent. Although the suggestion was so blunt, the 4 emperors obviously meant it seriously. At this time, Smoothie and the others, who saw that the ant seemed to have left the state of thinking about food and came towards this side, simply pointed at him. Look, this is my daughter Charlotte Smoothie, how about having her as your wife? And Smoothie, who just came over, didn't expect that he would lie down on the gun at all, and the topic of the conversation was still such a strange topic. Well. And Ling Yun didn't know how to respond at this time because he knew that the ant's temper was a very pure extreme child's temper, the kind that fans would really be furious if they didn't handle it right away. But luckily, compared to that, Ling Yun looked at Ant seriously, and then said softly, the eating disorder on your body, don't you plan to cure it? After the ant heard the words, the face that was still smiling slowly sank, and then it also turned into a rare seriousness and ferocity. You know what you're talking about? Ling Yun boy. The voice contained extremely strong conqueror's haki. If someone who is not brave enough to face her, maybe he would be stunned by this sentence directly, and it may not be possible. Thinking food is her forbidden word, and it is also the biggest nightmare of the whole Big Mom pirates. Even if it's a guy like you, if you talk nonsense without authorization, I will never die. So what Ling Yun is trying to touch now is her Ni Lin. But Ling Yun turned a blind eye to the ant's arrogance. I said, I can completely cure your casual meal. Chapter 135. Charlotte Linlin, a child who was abandoned by her parents in the village of Titan at the age of 5 because of her Titan-like physique and monster-like strength. Kill a wolf with your bare hands, kill a bear, kill a tiger, or kill a Titan, it's all routine. And it was at that time that she met Sister Carmel Luo, a woman who adopted countless orphans of various races. People of any race can live in the same paradise, this is my ideal. So baby, don't cry. Come to me, I will take good care of you. And in later time, Garmer Luo Jiu and Jinping became her mother. Day. At the age of 5, her cravings broke out for the first time. And in that outburst, he killed Al Buff's hero, the former leader of the giant soldiers pirates, Waterfall Beard Jorel. But it doesn't matter, because Karmer Loxiu protected her. 620. If you want to kill this child, kill me first. With the name of Holy Mother, even the furious titans reluctantly chose to forgive Linlin, but let them leave Al Buff forever, and are not allowed to continue to live. But not long after they left Al Buff, Linlin's cravings broke out again. But when she woke up from the emotion of indulging in delicious food, Miss Garmer Luo and the other children had already disappeared. Woohoo! But at that time, the young Linlin was just crying, looking for the trace of daughter Luo Jiu of Garmer. She became a pirate, looking for it. She became a big pirate and is still looking for it. She became the 4 emperors, still looking. In fact, she may already have a feeling in her heart, what happened when the cravings broke out. It's just that she doesn't want to recall this important thing. She just keeps eating her favorite sweets, and then conquers the sea with her great power. People of any race can live in the same paradise, this is my ideal. She never forgot what Ms. Garmer Luo Jiu said, so she created Tato Land, a place where people of all races can live together. And in the future, she will become the One Piece and fulfill the ideal of her mother. But before she knew it, thinking had become a scar in her heart. Anyone who tried to uncover the scar would be obliterated by her, even his daughters would never dare to be sober. She mentioned these 3 words in front of her. But now in front of her, a man told her, I can cure your cravings. So. The ant looked at Ling Yun with cold eyes, so, what do you hope for? At this moment, she is more like the queen of Tato Land who rules the sea than the monster in the state of thinking about eating before. If Ling Yun can really cure her cravings, then you can choose anything in this sea. But if you lie to me, you will be buried here or you will be hunted down by me forever. But facing the serious threat from the ant, Ling Yun chuckled lightly, I'm not lying, I can indeed diagnose and treat your illness. As for the consultation fees required for treatment, I am not interested in money, but there are 2 things that I need to discuss with you later, I hope you can think about it more. After a treatment? Well, heal first, and then settle. This is the rule of my 10 belts. Aren't you afraid of other people's repudiation? Or is the person you treat will bring you trouble? There was suspicion in Dama's voice. She hadn't forgotten the identity of Ling Yun Shisha Buyukai. Being the world government is also the biggest reason why she has always been skeptical about Ling Yun's words. For doctors, it is their duty to treat patients. As for the identity, race, and consultation fees of patients, Ling Yun chuckled, I don't care. This is the truth for Ling Yun. The ability and system points gained from treating patients are the key. As for consultation fees? Just kidding, there were so many Baileys on the Lost Paradise some time ago that they were burned. But Ling Yun didn't expect at all. After hearing Ling Yun's words, Auntie's complexion changed obviously. Don't care about race and identity, just happy to save lives. Although Ling Yun, as a doctor, has different reasons, but this idea itself. It's very similar to the Garmer Luojiu girl that my aunt knew, very similar. Very good. So the aunt also took a deep look at Ling Yun. Don't worry, if you can really cure my eating disorder, then I will not only give you enough rewards, but I will try my best to do the two things you mentioned. Help you achieve it. After finishing speaking, she also slowly looked at the surrounding rooms. Smooji. Mom. Have someone tidy up the surroundings. It's not okay to be in such a mess when the tea party starts. Yes. Smoothie bowed his head. Big Mom nodded, then picked up the buff gun on the ground and stuffed it directly into the hat on the top of her head. Then, come in with me Ling Yun boy. She spoke loudly, then turned around and strode back to the somewhat damaged cake castle. After Ling Yun heard the words, he motioned to Koala lightly, and the two of them walked in. Not long after, the interior of Cake Island Cake Castle, the living room. So, when can treatment begin? Sitting on her own throne, the aunt looked at Ling Yun with a ferocious and aggressive expression like she looked at other people, but with a rare solemnity. This kind of divine virtue rarely appeared on her face. Now you can. Ling Yun replied in this way, and then put his hand on the glove directly for the healing ant. He himself is the person who is looking forward to the most besides the ant. Among the three people who followed in from the side, Smoothie, Katakuri, and Cracker, except for Katakuri who had some small gaps with Ling Yun before and who was already indifferent, the remaining two after seeing Ling Yun's movements and expressions, he was also very moved. He is indeed the most famous doctor in the world, and his enthusiasm for treating patients is a model of a doctor. Besides the two of them, the aunt also noticed Ling Yun's slightly excited expression very keenly, and in 3.8, she admired this little ghost who has a high similarity with Garmer Luojiu in her heart. I think you can still consider my proposal just now as long as you nod. I can marry 5 daughters to you. And Ling Yun, who knows the PS of the aunt's daughters, immediately shook her head to express her gratitude and insensitivity. And if he knew that the aunt actually thought he was very similar to Miss Carmel Luo, then he must feel sorry for himself. Because does he know that the Garmer Luojiu girl is not a good thing herself? She is a human trafficker who sells potential children to the world government. But fortunately, neither Ling Yun nor Dama knew what each other was thinking. And in this happy atmosphere, Ling Yun started one of the most important things after he came here this time, that is, the treatment of the ant. Chapter 136. It has been detected that the subject of treatment has a special disease, hunger out of control syndrome, and the treatment authority is being confirmed. It is detected that the host has a special disease diagnosis and treatment qualification certificate, and the disease can be treated. Do you confirm the treatment? After hearing the message from the system, although Ling Yun's face didn't change much, he was secretly happy in his heart. God is sorry, if he didn't just go to Noel Lund and get a lot of system points to complete the task of the 4th stage, then maybe he doesn't have the authority to treat Big Mom's thinking food at all. And if that's the case, the aunt will definitely mistake Ling Yun for cheating her, and the plan will inevitably fail, let alone unite with the aunt to fight against Kaido. I'm afraid he will have to be caught by the 2-4 at the same time in the future. Emperors are regarded as sworn enemies. Confirm treatment. And at the moment Ling Yun answered slowly in his heart, the enhanced treatment gloves on Ling Yun's hand also instantly began to shine with a faint green light. Kindness. And the moment the aunt saw the green light, her eyes flashed for an instant, and then, Lin, rest assured. The voice of Carmel Loxiu seemed to flicker in her ears for more than 50 years across the domain, and her voice relaxed like never before. Then point 23. She just fell asleep like that. Congratulations to host for healing character Charlotte Linlin. Available skills, Armament Haki LV.9, Observation Haki LV.7, Conquerors Haki LV.8, Evil Gods Giant Power LV.7, Man of Steel LV.10. Battle Experience LV.9, Thundercloud Zeus, Special Skill, Sun Prometheus, Special Skill, Titan Battle Technique LV.7, Battle Frenzy LV.10, Fruit. Soul Fruit. Skills are being drawn. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Man of Steel LV.10 degree. The sound of the system's prompt brought Ling Yun great news. He didn't extract the Conqueror's haki he didn't need, but the world's unique super defense Li. But system. I want to use the special treatment card for VIP patients. In system analysis, this item is a special item for one-time consumption. Are you sure you want to use it? Yes. Of course, Ling Yun would not hesitate in the slightest. How could he find another chance to heal the four emperors, not to mention that for him, other abilities besides the existence of Big Mom have almost no meaning. Successful use, start to extract additional skills. The available skill pools are, Armament Haki LV.9, Observation Haki LV.7, Conquerors Haki LV.8, Evil Gods Giant Power LV.7, Combat Experience LV.9, Thundercloud Zeus, Special Skills, Sun Prometheus, Special Skills, Titan Combat Skills LV.7, Battle Frenzy LV.10, Fruit Ability Soul Fruit. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to host for obtaining the skill Fruit Ability Soul Fruit. I don't know if it's because Ling Yun had too much bad luck before, but this time Ling Yun can be said to clearly show the essence of the Emperor of Europe. The 2 consecutive draws allowed him to get what he wanted most. 2 abilities. After the treatment was over, Ling Yun turned around and opened the door of the living room when he saw the aunt who was still asleep. Dr. Ling Yun, mother, she. The leaders of the Charlotte family, who had been waiting outside the gate for a long time, and the leaders of the Big Mom pirates who had evacuated the crowd gathered here one after another. The leader, Cracker, took a curious look at the situation behind him. The title of Ling Yun also changed from the usual arrogance to appear very humble. Well, the treatment has been completed for 10 years, and when she wakes up, the craving disorder will be cured. And Ling Yun nodded lightly, and then looked at the Charlotte family cotters present. Some of you were injured in the previous battle, right? Come here, I'll help you heal. Hey? This. It's okay, no consultation fees will be charged. And while watching Ling Yun heal the cotters who were injured in Big Mom's sishy state, Koala, who has made great contributions in this battle, has become accustomed to Ling Yun's behavior. On the contrary, while chatting with the surrounding common homies, my eyes noticed another person. Hey, you said Ling Yun, Master Ling Yun won't bear my grudge, right? Bookmas hid in the corner of the crowd, carefully watching Ling Yun not far away. Who knows, you were impolite in other people's medical clinic last time, you flicked your tail and folded flowers. Baron Dandan was drinking tea with his teacup hat as usual, but his words were full of ridicule. Can you blame me? It's all instinct. Pokmas said that as a feline, he has no resistance to fluffy string flowers. But he asked himself, his previous attitude towards Ling Yun did seem to be a little bit bad, but that was just because he didn't like drinking strangers, and there was nothing malicious about it. Probably not. A strong man who can fight with his mother won't remember a small person like me. Although he comforted himself in his heart, recalling the scorched earth-like horrible scene outside when he entered the castle just now, Pokmas was still a little worried. He had never thought that gentle young man would actually are him. To this extent. MTA. Mr. Lion. A delicate voice came, and Pokmas looked back furiously, only to see a blonde girl standing in front of him. Hey, you, you know me. Although Koala doesn't have much similarity with the little girl before 437 at all, Pakmas, who is a fur tribe, still recognized this girl at a glance as the little girl who grabbed her own tail in the Ling Yun Medical Center before. Even speaking was a little trembling for a while. Although this guy was tall and belonged to the lion fur tribe, he was actually unexpectedly cautious and shy. "Oh, good morning, dear lady." Baron Eggy completely ignored his partner who was already trembling, but looked at Koala curiously. As a human being, Koala's growth rate is not normal. "Well, you're early too." Koala and Egg Baron greeted each other, and then continued to turn their heads to look at Pakmas. "Mr. Lion, you haven't seen me for a long time." Are you all injured?" She suddenly discovered that the left forehead of Pakmas and Baron Eggy's right leg were both wrapped in extremely thick gauze, and there was a little fluff between the two of them when they spoke and moved. Following Ling Yun for so long, she also knew that this was obviously a serious injury. Well. I got a little injury before." After hearing the words, Pakmas and Baron Dandan also nodded lightly, with lingering fear in their expressions. But Koala didn't intend to ask more questions, and just said "oh" lightly, saying that he knew, then hurry up and let Ling Yun help you heal. Well, I see." Pakmas trembled even more after hearing the words. Chapter 137. New World, 100 Beasts Island. Master Kaido, it has been confirmed the battle that took place on Cake Island 3 days ago did indeed have traces of Big Mom himself taking action. David the Plague, one of the Beast's Pirates' 3 plagues, also reported the news he had just received to Kaido at this time. That woman? How many people fought with her? And Kaido, who was soaking in the magma, looked up and took a big gulp of the fine wine in the flagon in his hand, and asked with a grinning grin. It is impossible to confirm the number and identity of the other party, but judging from the information obtained by our spies, the battle area should be around the Cake Castle, so the initial judgment should not be a large-scale military operation. Oh! After Kaido heard the words, he snorted noncommittally, and then said instead, "You mean, it wasn't those 2 guys who made the move?" It was confirmed a week ago that the location of Red Hair was near the Magnetic Sea area, so it couldn't be them. As for the Whitebeard Mozambique, there is no trend of moving recently. Interesting. After Kaido heard the words, he laughed even wider. It is clear that the fight took place in that woman's lair, but it wasn't the 4 emperors who did it. So, who will the other party be? Whispering to himself, a name instinctively emerged in Kaido's mind. Oh yes, maybe it's them. The wound seemed to be aching again. In order to carry out the original revenge, Kaido also made a lot of preparations during this period. And now, he seems to be able to feel more and more. That guy's pace, approaching. Ling Yun. Obviously grinning, but Kaido's eyes are extremely cold. He confirmed that he had made enough preparations, and also confirmed that his strength had been greatly improved. And with the improvement of his strength, he also became more and more sure that the last sword that Ling Yun slashed at that time was definitely not normal. That slash that seems to be able to split even the sky and the earth, is a power that can only be stimulated through certain conditions. As for that condition, Kaido already had a guess in his heart. Also, Duyan people. But at this time, Plague David spoke again. In the previous battle on Kahun Island, Qiuyen performed very well. Whether the selection of the new 3 plagues. Since the wind calamity died in Ling Yun's hands, there is also a vacancy in the position of the 3 calamities. Therefore, a contest was launched within Beasts to select new members of the 3 disasters. As for the content of the contest, it was with the Big Mon pirate group that has recently been in more intense conflicts with Beasts. And not long ago, Red Shadow. Kwon, one of the 5 strongest Codder's 5 Beast Shadows besides the 3 disasters, also won this competition. On Kahun Island just one person killed a large number of pirates in the Big Mom pirate group, and only a few of them managed to escape from Kahun Island. So David is now here to inform Kaido of the results. However, To his surprise, Kaido, who was originally extremely sensitive to the victory of the battle, waved his hand suddenly at this time. "Got it, Kun's promotion is up to you. Do it, you go down first." As a strong IQ type, David, who has followed Kaido for so many years, naturally knows the character and tone of his boss. So he also knows that now Kaido is a little impatient. Yes. So he didn't say a word at all, bowed directly to Kaido and then backed out immediately. But after seeing David leave, the sharpness in Kaido's red eyes did not diminish in the slightest. "Come out, old man." Whispering to himself, the conqueror's haki in his voice shook the surrounding rock walls. It was just this conqueror's haki. Most of the people who tried to pick him as the four emperors, I will definitely kneel down in front of him and be unable to move. But... gee ha 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 ha. Since the death of that guy Roger, there have been quite a few amazing new faces. The person who fell slowly from the shadows and was not affected by his haki in the slightest spoke softly. "The rudder above your head is a remnant of the legendary battle of yesteryear, and the broken legs are a testament to your bravery. And the twin swords Sakura Ten and Deadwood that he originally held in his hands now exist as his legs. And even facing the most powerful pirate of this era, his expression is still full of haki. Although I heard that you escaped from Impel prison, I haven't been able to find you, old guy." Seeing the golden lion Shiki who suddenly appeared in front of him, Kaido also made a slightly warlike voice. "Old guy? I don't like this kind of address." Shiki looked at Kaido, who was still younger to him. "Get old man, your time is past." "I don't think so, but you, join me. After I conquer the world, you can choose the title of One Piece or whatever." Although we don't know the purpose of the other parties coming here, Kaido and Golden Lion are obviously the same kind of people, the kind of people who respect and recognize great power. So, no matter what they're going to do, the first thing they need to do, it's fight. Boom! Kaido threw a punch abruptly, but Golden Lion raised the dead wood on his right leg in response to the blow. The huge shock wave continued to spread wave after wave, even to the point where the entire 100 Beasts Island could feel it. "Lord David!" But when the members of the Beasts Pirates who felt this force were about to ascertain what happened, they were stopped by the extremely winking David. "Master Kaido is meeting with guests. You all go back to rest." "This. I said, go back and rest." "Yes, yes." Under David's stop, the members of 100 Beasts retreated one after another. At this time, the confrontation between Kaido and Golden Lion is also slowly diminishing. "Not so old, Golden Lion." Wang Li's slowly retracted his fist. Kaido looked at the Golden Lion in front of him with an excited smile, and then sat down and poured it into his mouth again. After taking a sip of wine, he asked, "So, what's your reason for coming here?" "Looking for your cooperation." But Golden Lion chuckled lightly. "Cooperate?" A sharp light flashed in Kaido's eyes. Although this old guy has been hidden for so many years, he still has ambitions. The Golden Lion's eyes also did not hide his ambition at all. "I want to dominate the world, so I want to cooperate with you to get something county." "What? A dragon?" Golden Lion laughed wildly, then took out a newspaper from his arms, spread it out, and pointed to a picture on it. "Grasp of Hades, Ling Yun, he killed your subordinates, right? I can work with you to kill him. But as a reward, that dragon must belong to me." Chapter 138. 1 week after treatment. Cake Island, in the highest VIP room of Cake Castle. Numerous homies keep this area clean and hygienic all the time. This is the highest VIP room in the entire Cake Island. And in the room, Ling Yun is doing self-mutilation. He is chopping off his left hand with the village. What a pervert intensity! And looking at the left arm where only a mark of white appeared after intersecting with the blade, Ling Yun couldn't help but sigh. This is from the ants. The strength of the man of steel is really too scary. But, the current me. This is Ling Yun, who is the strongest offensively in the whole sea. after getting this power. Even he himself can't think of any aspect of his own strength that still has obvious flaws. Whether it's offense, fruit ability, elementalization, haki, sword skills, or now defense, he has reached the strongest level. In addition to the pure destructive power, it may be a little worse than Whitebeard's shock fruit's ability, other aspects. Now, I should be said to be the strongest, right? Talking softly to himself, a trace of fire flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. But afterward, he also calmed down the slightly swollen emotions in his heart, and instead turned his mind to another ability he had just obtained. Soul Fruit, absolutely one of the top fruits in Paramecia. Soul and Soul Fruit, host can choose 3 items to attach to his own soul as his own strengthened soul carrier, and at the same time, he can extract other people's souls to make special life meters. Strengthen the soul carrier. The powerful life with part of the soul of the capable person can strengthen all aspects of ability while maintaining self-thinking. The introduction of Soul Fruit's ability obviously surprised Ling Yun, although he knew that Thundercloud Zeus, Prometheus the Sun and Bicorn Hat Napoleon were homies made from Big Mom's soul, but he didn't expect them to be so special. It was even mentioned in the introduction of the system, only 3 soul carriers can be made, that is to say, these 3 strongest homies are not of the same type as other homies at all. But at this time Ling Yun is also facing a big problem, that is, at least until now, he does not have any needs for common homies like Big Mom. As for the only 3 strengthened soul carriers, he has to choose what to strengthen. This is a problem. Ling Yun frowned and thought, but at this moment... Boom! There was a soft knock on the door, and after Ling Yun walked over to open the door, what he saw was Koala, who was holding a sword and looking at him happily. "Are you going to practice sword again?" Ling Yun looked at Koala and smiled. "Well, please Sister Smoothie to practice with me." Koala also didn't deny it. After witnessing Ling Yun fighting with Dama, she felt touched in her heart. "Although I knew it a long time ago, even though she has become so much stronger, the distance between her and Ling Yun is still so far away that it is impossible to estimate. This sword." Ling Yun, on the other hand, glanced at the exquisite night sword exuding a sharp luster. "This is the famous sword Fu Qiangui, a gift from mother to Koala." And after seeing Ling Yun walk out of the room, Smoothie dared to step forward to explain, facing Ling Yun's level of strength, even if she is the daughter of an ant, she must be respected enough. "Oh? Thank you so much. You don't need to be polite." Mom said that Dr. Ling Yun, what you discussed with her before, will write back to you after this tea party, and the 3 devil fruits that were used as consultation fees have also been placed in your island boat. Smoothie is obviously a very meticulous person, and he can tell all kinds of things just right in a few words. But in her words, she was obviously very curious about what the ant who woke up a few days ago and Ling Yun talked about. "Then thank you." Ling Yun didn't mean to explain to Smoothie, but just replied like this. "The tea party is about to begin. Mom asked me to invite you over." Naturally, Smoothie didn't ask too many questions, but just directly expressed his intention for coming this time. I see." At the same time, the Cake Castle reception hall. "Welcome all the guests, please sit in the order on the invitation card." The aroma of various confetti and delicacies filled the air. Accompanied by the voices of welcoming homies, all kinds of well-known existences in the entire sea also sat down one after another. After coming here, they first looked at the ant who was sitting in the main seat, who was laughing and saluted respectfully, and then they also took their seats according to the rules. What is worth mentioning is that most of the people who were invited by the ant to this tea party are the mafia bosses of a country or the big bosses of the dark world. They belong to the kind of big shots who can decide the death of many lives. But, in front of the ant, they can't even see the slightest bit of usual domineering. "Hey, you old bird came early." And on the table seat in the front, a tall man who just arrived at the scene extinguished the cigar in his mouth, looked at a bird in a suit and a high hat in front of him and sneered. "He is one of the 6 kings of the dark world, the god of fortune Lu Feld who masters the usury of the new world. Hey, what's the matter? What did I do to offend you? And the bird he provoked is also one of the 6 kings of the dark world, the president of the World Economic News Agency Morgans who holds the authority of all fishing boat newspapers in the world. Asking for flowers, 0. I need you to tell me why the headline this time is about the deal between me and the Dupont Kingdom. Is it because I didn't give enough money last time, or what does it mean? Feld was obviously extremely annoyed. Although he and Morgans were both one of the 6 kings of the dark world, Morgans who controlled the world's fishing boat was also one of his important targets, and he spent a lot of money on this time. He was very annoyed by the fact that Lee was still betrayed. That's because the original headlines and the backup headlines have been told that they can't be used, so I have no choice but to use your news to make up the number. Morgans, on the other hand, lifted his top hat casually with his wings. Feld frowned a little. Who? How much did you pay? Could it be that someone wanted to FK him, so he deliberately paid more money to buy Morgans? You'd better not know that's someone you and I can't afford to offend. Morgans, on the other hand, let out a laugh like a night owl. Who? Feld, of course, will not let it go. It's okay to tell you one of them is the CPO officer of the world government. And the first name Morgans uttered made Feld slightly startled, and then his face sank. The CPO behind him represented the world government and the celestial dragons, and they were indeed figures he could not afford to offend. What about the other one? Unwillingly, he continued to ask. Here. And Morgans pointed to the ant not far away with his beak. If you want to trouble her, you'd better ask Pierrot to help you prepare related services. Dracula Piedro, also one of the 6 kings of the dark world, is the leader in charge of all funerals in the world. And Feld is completely speechless. Don't look at the reputation, power, and money of the so-called 6 kings of the dark world, but in the face of the existence of the 4 emperors, which is enough to break the naval headquarters' wrists, they still have nothing to say. The weak without resistance. Even Feld didn't dare to ask Morgans what the 2 headlines he originally wanted to issue were because he knew that the information that could make the world government and Big Mom move to warn Morgans must be very important information. And at this moment, Ara Feld, why is your expression so ugly? With a cute voice, Feld and Morgans turned their heads and saw a beautiful woman with a handbag. After watching her come, Morgans also had a sharp light in his eyes, and then he also shut up and didn't say a word. Because in fact, the CPO coder he mentioned earlier, is this woman. One of the 6 kings of the dark world, Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy 10. Chapter 139. As the time for the tea party gets closer and closer, the guests who received the invitations are also pouring in. Of course, no one dares not to come, because as long as they accept, if the client fails the appointment, the ant will kill him directly. But on the round table where the 6 kings sit, most of these 6 bigwigs who hold the economic lifeline of all the countries in New World have extremely strange faces. Because they also noticed that there was an extra table seat at the front position in front of the ant, and there were only 2 seats arranged on that table seat. This unreasonable place is very clear, because if it is said that it is prepared for the dessert 4 generals of the top coders of the Big Mom pirates, then there must not be only 2 seats. As for who the seat is reserved for, among the 6 kings, except for Feld, who has only risen as a usury upstart in recent years, the rest of the kings are also guessing. Because their huge information network can bring them a lot of information, and among them, one piece of news they all know about 863 is that not long ago, a terrible battle took place on Cake Island. That position. Could it be? Although it was essentially an unreasonable guess, several kings also became concerned about the person who would sit in that position. Especially the Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy among them. The beautiful queen herself secretly is a high-level coder of the CPO directly under the world government, and of course she is extremely curious about the distinguished guests who treat even the ant like this. And it was at this time. Hey? It's Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Smoothie. The first person to spot the two figures not far away was Umit, the sea freight king who mastered New World shipping. After the classical Hyuxia, Feld also looked at the strongest children under the command of the two ants from a distance, and after guiding the two behind them to sit in the position that attracted everyone's attention, his expression was quite curious. Who are those two people? The young man in white and the girl who has been holding his hand. Feld really don't know each other. Ha, don't you even know him? Interesting. It's interesting that Shisha Buyukai actually came to the Four Emperors banquet. But the remaining 5 kings, who recognized the identity of the young man in white at a glance, all showed surprise expressions, especially Morgans, who knew a lot of inside information, glanced at Stussy. As expected, the Queen of the Pleasure District's expression at this time is also extremely strange. It's no small feat that Shisha Buyukai's grips of Hades showed up at Big Mom's tea party and were treated so grandly. Ling Yun, what are they all looking at us for? On the other side, even Koala can clearly feel the dazzling eyes around him, let alone Ling Yun. But Ling Yun also dislikes the eyes of these guys, so. A faint conqueror's haki diffused, and then everyone around who turned their gazes to Ling Yun felt that their hearts were in extreme pain as if being pinched by someone, and their complexions instantly turned pale. Although this feeling disappeared in the next moment, they also knew that it was Ling Yun reminding them to be careful, so they didn't dare to look at Ling Yun again for a while, but turned their eyes to anti-dash according to the tea party. According to the rules, Ling Yun's approach is a little bit. Ha ha ha. Boy Ling Yun, you are a bit late. The ant looked at Ling Yun. Not only did she not have the slightest unhappiness in her expression, but she was unexpectedly close. Just catch up. Ling Yun laughed lightly after hearing the words, and then sat down naturally. Are you still used to living here? Shang Kai, thank you for the gift you gave Koala. Ha ha ha. It's just a trivial matter. The casual conversation between the two shocked all the unsuspecting guests around to blood. Even the 6 kings of the dark world opened their eyes wide to see. Mom! After so many years, when did they see the Queen of Tato land so kindly? God is so pitiful, even when facing her most trusted children, she never showed such a look at all. Especially Stussy, at this time, slowly squeezed his handbag tightly, his eyes flickering constantly. All right. And at this time, the ant who had exchanged some pleasantries with Ling Yun also stood up, and her expression instantly became as domineering and surly as before. We will start now. Everyone, enjoy the banquet for me. And with the announcement of the banquet, the guests with different thoughts, no matter what they thought in their hearts, immediately enjoyed the banquet. As the ant said, even though many of them don't like sweets, they still keep going. Put food into your own mouth. La la la, the banquet is really good. La 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 for our mother. La la la, the world is so amazing. La la la, enjoy the tea party. The homies played joy, and the ant also started to eat and stuff up after confirming that the eating disorder that accompanied her for most of her life was indeed completely cured. She also decided to eat a lot fan. And that's when. I'll leave first. Katakuri, who was holding a piece of cake and slowly putting it into his mouth, suddenly said this to Smoothie, and then he left his table for a while and went to the place where he was working. Yo, Katakuri! At this time, Ling Yun was already there waiting for him. The ability to foresee the future is really useful. I don't need to call you personally. For you, this ability is useless. But Katakuri is still looking at Ling Yun sternly, even though Ling Yun is already a guest of the ant, but his character determines that he will not get close to Ling Yun. Don't gossip too much, can you tell me the meaning of ant's side? And Ling Yun also chuckled. He had made a deal with Katakuri before, as long as he helped Katakuri restrain the ant who was in a state of thinking about food at that time, then Katakuri would help him face a given opinion on something. Don't worry. Mom has agreed with my proposal. And Katakuri's eyes are also slightly sharp. It's no problem for you to rub a copy of the historical text, but I'm still thinking about the joint extermination of the 100 beasts' mothers, and I have no room to intervene in this matter. Even though he said so, even Katakuri was trembling for Ling Yun's thoughts on Big Mom. Even though the recent conflict between Kaido and Big Mom has become more and more intense, both sides know very well that it may be possible to gain an advantage, but it is almost impossible to completely wipe out 4 emperors. That's enough, I'll tell Big Mom about Kaido myself. But Ling Yun just chuckled after hearing the words, and then he glanced in a certain direction from the corner of his eye. However, in 2.1, I need to trouble you to be optimistic about Koala for the time being. I need to leave the banquet hall first. Katakuri was slightly taken aback, and then followed Ling Yun's gaze. A woman was quietly leaving the banquet venue alone. That is Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy. Whispering sound. Katakuri obviously had a little impression of this woman. You know her? But he looked at Ling Yun with some doubts. I've heard a little bit about it. But Ling Yun didn't answer, just said a word casually, and then his body turned into a breeze and disappeared in place in an instant. Katakuri squinted his eyes to see where Stussy was leaving, stood quietly for a few seconds, then turned and returned to the banquet venue. But not long after, it is said that the spies of the Big Mom pirates conducted a thorough investigation and visit to the Happy Street run by Stussy. As for the specific reason, no one knows. Chapter 140. Stussy secretly found an excuse to leave the banquet hall and came to a corner. After looking around for no one, Stussy quietly took out a phone bug from his handbag. The logo of the phone bug is the original appearance. It will not reveal its identity in any detail, which is also the basic quality of being a spy. As an advanced cadre of the CPO in New World, Stussy was able to become one of the 6 kings of the Dark World, and controlled the largest intelligence organization in New World, Happy Street. From this, one can also imagine how much information she has provided to the world government in private, whether it is pirates, marines, revolutionary army, or any other forces. They will inevitably pass by the Queen of the Pleasure District hands, can do a lot of private transactions. And now, all she has to do is report what she sees to the CPO headquarters of the world government immediately. One of the Shisha buyukai, Grasp of Hades, and the 4 emperors' aunt seem to have an extraordinary relationship. This is a big event. But Miss Stussy, 23, you seem to have misunderstood. A sudden voice sounded, and Ling Yun's figure slowly appeared from the air in front of Stussy. Seeing that the protagonist he wanted to pay back appeared in front of him, Stussy's expression froze slightly. Not enough for her good qualities as a spy, but she calmed down instantly, and a coquettish smile appeared on her face instantly. Ah, Dr. Ling Yun from Shisha buyukai, is really famous for a long time. But Ling Yun just looked at her with a smile. I have also admired her name for a long time, Miss Detective of CPO. Dr. Ling Yun joked, I don't understand what you mean. After hearing the words, Stussy's complexion also obviously stagnated, and then her heartbeat speed began to increase sharply in an instant. How could he know? How could he know? Her identity that has been hidden through countless layers of encryption, even in the Dark World, is only known to Morgans, who is closely connected with the Marine and World Government, and Ling Yun directly revealed her identity. You can understand me. No, it's better to say that it doesn't matter whether you understand or not. But Ling Yun doesn't care about Stussy's sophistry. Absolute power brings him absolute authority. Put down the gun in your right hand, that thing won't do me any good. First, she lightly pointed to Stussy's right hand hidden behind her, and Ling Yun said flatly. That's not necessarily true. Dr. Ling Yun, you chased a woman like me to such a remote place. I'm really scared. But Stussy's face turned cold at this time, and the musket hidden in her right hand was directly taken out by her. Then, click. Looking at the special military flintlock pistol that was torn into pieces by some force the moment he took it out, Stussy's pupils also shrank suddenly. But Ling Yun has no interest in fighting wits with this woman here. Listen, I know your identity very well, and I don't care if you have to report this incident to the world government. But when reporting, you must help me bring a message to the world government. Saying so, Ling Yun also handed an envelope to Stussy. Don't try to take it apart yourself, what's inside is important. After softly adding another sentence, Ling Yun ignored Stussy, but turned around and left here. And looking at Ling Yun who left, and looking at the envelope in his hand, Stussy also looked slightly solemn. But after thinking about it for a while, she finally dared not open the envelope in her hand. Ling Yun, what a mysterious guy. It's just that she has made up her mind to pay attention to this grasp of the underworld who seems to know everything. After a day-long feast of drinking and sweets, the guests who had eaten a lot of calories also expressed to the ant one after another, today's banquet is very happy and the snacks are very delicious, and then they each offered their own a gift or a tribute. And after the party is over, "Boy Ling Yun, come here." The ant who was full of sweets grabbed a tissue, Homies wiped her mouth, and then said directly to Ling Yun. "Katakuri, smoothie, cracker, snug, you watch out for the people around you, whoever tries to get close to the castle, kill them all." "Yes." After asking her children to pay attention to the surrounding situation in a very formal way, the ant and Ling Yun also came to the candy house where the two had a discussion. This is the place where the ant meets the most important guests. "Boy, how is today's banquet?" And after entering the candy hut, the ant also sat down directly on her huge candy seat, and asked with a big smile. "Not bad." Ling Yun chuckled. "That's good." After the simple politeness, the ant also got straight to the point. "I asked you to come here this time, and I want to talk to you about the two things you said before." After Ling Yun heard the words, his expression remained unchanged, but his eyes sharpened suddenly. "I agreed to your first request, Katakuri also mentioned it to me. You want to see the historical text stone tablet in my hand and make a rubbing copy? Wow! Right. Ha, boy, you're clearly from 7 warlords of the sea, right? Why are you after that kind of thing?" The ant laughed, but she looked at Ling Yun with a very strange expression. She didn't understand that Ling Yun had already said that he was not interested in the title of One Piece, but Xiang was so interested in the historical text. There are several pieces in the historical text that record the medical skills of the ancient kingdom of D. I am very interested in that. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't tell the ant that he collected the historical texts to complete the task, so he just lied casually. "Is that so?" The ant nodded slowly after hearing the words, but then said directly, "You can ask Katakuri to take you to rubbing that piece of historical text at any time." After she finished speaking, she also directly skipped the matter about the main text of history, and instead asked, "Then, let's talk now. What you said before, about destroying Kaido." Chapter 141. Killing Kaido. This kind of thing seems impossible even to Big Mom. Just like her power, the number of soldiers on the 34 islands of Tato Land is already extremely scary, but this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Big Mom pirates. The territory she occupies, the country she governs. When a real war starts, these people will inevitably be drawn into the battle group. Among the 4 emperors, Kaido has the most powerful military power in terms of pure military power. He is even a little bit stronger than Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 emperors. And of course, because the Big Mom pirates are family pirates, the Red Hair pirates are small group core pirates, and the last Whitebeard are big ship types pirates. They each have their own pursuits, and they didn't intend to develop their own military forces. And Kaido is different. He is a fleet-style military pirate group through and through. In addition to himself, he also has the Mammoth Fleet commanded by Drought Jack, the Plague Fleet commanded by Plague David, and the former Pterodactyl commanded by the 3 Plagues who are said to be trusted recently fleet. Under the 3 disasters, there are 5 beast shadows of the 100 beasts, namely red, blue, purple, black and white, each of whom commanded a fleet, and each governed all the islands in the 100 beasts domain, carrying out battles. The most thorough militarization operation. Based on this, it can also be imagined that Kaido, which occupies a quarter of the second half of the New World, has been stored for such a long time, and the army under its command should be an extremely scary value. Of course, the number of troops does not mean that Kaido is the strongest of the four emperors, it can only be said that he is the most ambitious of the four emperors. So even Big Mom has always wanted to become one piece, but she never had the idea of completely destroying the other four emperors because that is very impractical. However, since Ling Yun proposed to destroy Kaido completely, after thinking about it again and again, Auntie decided to listen to Ling Yun's thoughts. Ling Yun boy, although my children have had conflicts with that guy Kaido recently, but as a parent, I can't just promise you this kind of thing. After hearing her words, Ling Yun's answer really surprised her a little. I know. Of course Ling Yun knew that even though Big Mom might be grateful to him, it was absolutely impossible to launch an all-out war with all the beasts for this. In fact, he never expected anyone to declare war on Kaido because of his words, that would be unrealistic. So, you don't need to go to war with all the beasts, all I need is the illusion that you can attack Kaido. Illusion. Yes, to attack the island under Kaido's command, it would be the best if you can kill 1 or 2 beast shadows or 3 disasters. Oh. After hearing Ling Yun's words, the ant also opened her eyes wide with interest, and grinned slightly at the corners of her mouth. Ling Yun's meaning is very clear, the Big Mom pirates don't need to formally declare war at all, but only need to continue the conflict and friction with Kaido as they did before. And if it's just killing 1 or 2 beast shadows or disasters, it's really nothing to the ant as long as she is given time, she will be enough to kill all the evil disasters like the above shadows. Therefore, what Auntie cares more about is another meaning expressed in Ling Yun's words. He seems to be prepared for this matter. Where's Kaido's pirate unit? So the ant also asked with great interest. Except for the batch you're dealing with, you don't need to worry about the rest, I'll take care of it here. Ling Yun answered very easily. What about the world government? The ant asked again. I'll fix it too. Very good. And after hearing this, the ant also slowly asked the last question and at the same time the most critical question. Baronet. So, what about Kaido? The 4 emperors themselves on the Isle of Beasts, how should we deal with it? But facing the ant's question, Ling Yun just smiled lightly. I'll kill him. The voice is full of confidence. After hearing this sentence, the ant finally became serious. When? 2 months later. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. While Sengoku, who was working hard to deal with various matters of marine, was busy writing, the door of his office was suddenly kicked open. Who? Didn't I say that no matter what? As the dazzling sunlight shone into his eyes, Sengoku, who hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days, raised his head annoyed. Teacher. Seeing Sora standing in front of him in a white military uniform, Sengoku was also surprised. Why are you here? Sora is now the commander-in-chief of the world government. In theory, he is a busier person than him. How could he appear here? Of course there is something important. And Kong walked up to him and kicked him off the chair, and then sat directly on the marshal's chair. Well, it's still comfortable to sit in this position. Teacher, you are joking. And Sengoku looked at Sora with a wry smile after getting up. You boy. Hanging up on the 5 elders because they asked you for a little potion? And saying something important is going on. Looking at the disciples in front of him, Kong spoke bluntly. Little, nice, potions. After Sengoku heard the news, he was burned to pieces. Too bad. Marine spent a lot of money in the shipping industry in the underground world to transport the potion back from New World. Those vampires cost him 3 times with just a few words. 1/1 of stock. Ahem. But looking at Sengoku, whose face was flushed with anger, Sora decided to change the subject without hesitation. These are not important. Anyway, the old man is not here to find you because of these trivial matters. While saying this, Kong also took out a letter from his arms and threw it directly on the table. look at it. What's this? Looking at White's envelope, Sengoku was also a little puzzled. Here's what the CPO agents in New World brought back. While Sora was talking, there seemed to be flames flickering in those old eyes. As for the inside, that's really enough to change the situation in this sea. Chapter 142. What do you think? In Marineford's office, after reading what was written on the letter in the envelope, Sora also asked Sengoku with a serious face. He is a thorough soldier, and he would never joke around at a time like this. What do you think? But Sengoku frowned, obviously not knowing how to make a decision. The authenticity of the news and its feasibility. There's no questioning the authenticity. Ling Yun has a lot of deals with us right now, and he doesn't get much out of it. Sengoku easily judged the authenticity of the contents of the letter. 5 elders have a lot of opinions. They are very doubtful about the level of Marine's selection of Wohei for the fact that Shisha Buyukai, who was recruited by the world government to check and balance the 4 emperors, wants to join forces with the 4 emperors 7. Ah! Sengoku sneered after hearing the words. The relationship between Hawkeye my hawk and Red Hair has always been irreversible, don't they know? Didn't they put his name on the Shisha Buyukai list at that time? Even the scum of the sea like Don Quixote da Flamingo can become Shisha Buyukai, don't they want to think about their own problems? What's more, compared to the Shisha Buyukai they chose, hasn't the one we elected not doing what they want to do? Obviously, Sengoku has a lot of opinions on the differential treatment by the World 047 government. Of course the 5 elders know what convenience Ling Yun has provided for the world government and marine, but the celestial dragons don't. Facing the disciples' anger, Kong just said softly. There was a moment of silence in the office. Then let's talk about the results. What do you plan to do with the plan proposed by Dr. Ling Yun? After a while, Sora took the initiative to interrupt the silence. Agree, and fully assist. But at this time, Sengoku showed a decision beyond his expectations. Sengoku. Kong looked up, but saw that this disciple, who was a little bit incapable of making a decision in the past, in this plan that was almost destined to change the situation in the sea, unexpectedly made a judgment in an instant. Marine can't let go of this opportunity. If one of the 4 emperors can be eliminated, it will have a huge impact on the development of Marine and the stability of the sea. What's more, we don't need to face Kaido directly. If it's just a cadre of the 3 disasters under his command, no problem. Sengoku's voice was very firm. Obviously he couldn't bear the current situation of the 4 emperors raging in the sea. In that case, I'll report it to the 5 elders. Seeing his disciple's determined expression, Kong also stood up with a serious face, and then left the office directly. However, when he walked to the door of the office, his figure seemed to pause slightly. For justice. For justice. This is where the historical texts are stored. Go in. Cake Island, among the treasures of Cake City. A large number of various treasures are piled up in this area as the treasure house of the 4 emperors. It should have this scale. Task items detected, the distance to the host is eastward. However, Ling Yun didn't feel anything about the many treasures in the treasure room. He just listened to the system's information broadcast and followed Katakuri to the place where the historical text was stored. It's here. When arriving at the storage location, Katakuri also said directly to Ling Yun. And Ling Yun took a look, and sure enough, he saw a stone tablet standing in a room not far away. But to Ling Yun's disappointment, the stele was not the red stone he wanted to see the most, nor was it the one he had collected 2 of, which was called one of the 3 beacons by the Queen of Noel Lund the Grey, CDFD, historical text, but the black historical text. In other words, it is a stone tablet with a similar history to the one he found on the Jammu Island. Please print it. At this time, Katakuri also slowly walked out of the treasure room and waited outside. Good. But Ling Yun nodded and moved towards the stele even though he didn't need any rubbing. Congratulations to host for getting the quest item historical text stele, the current holding amount is 9/30. After receiving the system's message, Ling Yun shook his head in disappointment, then turned around and was about to leave here. But... Task item detected, the distance from host is current position. Why is the notification still beeping? Ling Yun frowned suspiciously. What's going on? Could it be? He faintly felt that there seemed to be something wrong in his heart, but at this time he also slowly closed his eyes. Observation Haki of level LV.10 diffused, and Ling Yun also discovered it instantly. Behind the blue-black stone tablet, near the ground, there is a group of small raised grey things that seem to be worn out. Despair. Ling Yun stretched out his hand to gently break the grey thing, only to find that it seemed to be a strange spherical object that looked like a stone but not a stone, and it seemed that it was not born on this stone tablet. Otherwise, given the incorruptibility and immortality of the historical text stele, it would be impossible for him to break it off so directly. Congratulations to host for obtaining the special item Beacon of Entering the Island, which is a special task item. Island Beacon. Introduction: special items needed to enter an island. Obviously, this thing seems to have something to do with a piece of historical text, so the system automatically judged it as a quest item. But... into the Island Beacon. Ling Yun looked at this small grey ball, and frowned even more for a moment. Mr. Ling Yun, is the rubbing finished? At this time, Katakuri's voice also came from outside, and Ling Yun said directly after seeing this, well, it's finished. After talking, he also turned his head and looked at the steel. Although the grey thing on the back of the steel was broken off by him, it didn't look any more complicated as a whole. So Ling Yun also put down Xinlei slightly, then looked down at the grey ball, put it in his arms, and walked out of the treasure room. Chapter 143. New World, outside the sphere of influence of the Big Mom pirate group. The Paradise Lost, which had just left the territory of Big Mom, was constantly moving on the sea. But unlike in the past, the huge chain at the base of the island that was used by Yermungandr to tow it has disappeared, and Yermungandr, who was originally responsible for providing power for the ship's navigation, is also confidently and boldly walking around. Flying and tumbling on the sea, having fun, completely ignoring the meaning of the Lost Paradise. And if there is a ship that is closer to the Lost Paradise, then it will be found. The base of the island below the Lost Paradise seemed to have a human face, and it was even talking. Boss Ling Yun. Koala Big Sister Head. Do you think this speed is appropriate? With a slightly deep voice, Paradise Lost said so. It's fine, just keep it up. And Ling Yun, who was lying flat in the medicine garden, feeling the fragrance of the medicine and thinking about the next move, also agreed casually after hearing the words. Okay. Paradise Lost also expressed his understanding after hearing the words, and then the sailing speed that had been increasing gradually stabilized. Ling Yun, why can you also create homies? And even until now, Koala is still a little incomprehensible. Since Cake Island left, Ling Yun got into his room in the medical center and stayed there for 2 full days, and he came out again 2 days later. 2 homies were produced, which really surprised her. Does that matter? Of course it's because Boss Ling Yun is a genius. But at this time, before Ling Yun could speak, the S*X paradise below was the first to make a sound. Is that so? For such an answer, Koala really dared to believe it. Paradise Lost, UBD, wouldn't it be good to sail obediently? Why are you flattering so much? And at this moment, a gust of wind swept across Ling Yun, and then a human face appeared in the wind. Artorias, you've only been born for less than a week, so of course you can't understand the deep bond between me and old Lady Urushi. Ha! Seeing that the 2 guys he created seemed to start bickering again, Ling Yun, who was thinking about something, said speechlessly, "Shut up, both of you." Yes. Boss Ling Yun. Yes. Master. So Paradise Lost and the wind-type homies known as Artorias immediately obediently admitted, while Ling Yun looked at the puzzled Koala, and after thinking about it for a long time, he just found a reason to explain, because Homise is actually the creation of the soul, and the soul, actually belongs to the category of medical skills. You know what I mean. Bar. Oh, I see. Seeing Koala, who believed in this completely unreasonable explanation, Ling Yun also chuckled, and then stroked the little girl's hair. That's right, after Cake Island left, Ling Yun used the ability of the soul fruit he obtained to create his own enhanced soul carrier. And in the beginning, one of the things he was going to create was Muramasa Rakan, and Gad. But in the end, he changed his mind. Because Muramasa already has the soul of the sword, and in the previous battles, Ling Yun also felt that the tacit understanding between the soul of the sword and himself is improving, and changing is not a good thing. The same is true for Yemengade. Its wisdom and thinking are becoming more and more mature. It is obviously not appropriate to make it into Homise at this time. So after thinking about it for a while, Ling Yun finally made only 2 Homise for the time being, that is, the island ship Homise Paradise Lost and the Homise Gale Artorias, made by imitating Big Mom. This Homise can greatly enhance the strength of Ling Yun when he uses his abilities, and because it is wind itself, it can be invisible and invisible. Compared with the large-scale battles that Ling Wei may face in the future, it is a very powerful killer. As for the final 3rd place for Homise, Ling Yun has not yet made a decision. It's really so hard to choose. After muttering something in a low voice, Ling Yun also casually took out the grey ball that he had been carrying in his arms from the historical text stone tablet and started to play with it. But at this time, Koala, who was combing Ling Yun's disheveled hair in distress, suddenly let out a soft "Hey! Ling Yun, what is this seed?" But Ling Yun was slightly taken aback after hearing the words, "seeds." "That's right, the one in your hand is the seed of a plant, although it seems to be dying." Koala pointed to the grey ball in Ling Yun's hand. "Seeking flowers 0. She is an ability user of Momuguo, so she can clearly perceive that the ball is definitely the seed of some kind of plant." But Ling Yun frowned and looked at the seed in his hand after hearing the words, "Can you make it germinate?" "Well, yes." And Koala is also very clear about her abilities now. No matter what kind of plants, as long as they still belong to the category of plants, she can control them, but Mu's potency and range are different due to her own influence. That's all. So Ling Yun also handed this so-called seed to Koala, and then he saw Koala throwing that seed far away. Despair. And the moment the seed lands, Koala's ability is activated. Crack. Then I saw a gap in the seed grey shell instantly, and from that gap, a tree began to grow in an instant. Boom! The canopy of the tree soared into the sky, and the height climbed nearly 20 meters before it stopped growing. At this time, Koala also turned his head to look at Ling Yun. It can only go so far. But in the end, she also looked at the tree with some doubts. But, what kind of tree is this? Who has never seen a species before? But Ling Yun stood up slowly at this time, and then punched the tree. Boom! There's a loud pop of air, but the trunk of this tree faced Ling Yun's strength enough to crush his ship, but there was not even a trace of it. I think I probably know. But Ling Yun's eyes flickered slightly. With this kind of toughness, it should be the toughest tree in Legendary, right? In other words, in the past, the kind of wood that was used as the raw material of the Golden Roger that the One Piece Roger rides on. Is it the same tree as the precious tree atom? This rare tree species was discovered by Ling Yun on the stone tablet in the main text of the history, and it was also judged by the system as the so-called beacon of entering the island. I'm getting more and more incomprehensible. Shaking his head slightly, Ling Yun simply stopped thinking about it. Now is not the time to focus on these things. Because of the war, but it's about to start too. Chapter 144. There is one question that has to be mentioned, that is why Ling Yun set the time to launch the attack on Kaido as 2 months later. In fact, this time is not what Ling Yun said casually, but there are corresponding reasons. And that reason is related to the experiment in the genetic laboratory. Congratulations to the host, the research project of the ape fruit gene in the genetic laboratory has been completed. Congratulations to host, the research project rhino fruit gene in the genetic laboratory has been completed. The gene research is completed, and the host can make potions, ape sensitivity potion, rhino power potion, agility burst potion, physical burst potion. Simian sensitivity potion, it can permanently increase agility and speed. The monthly production volume is 5 bottles, and the current stock, 20 bottles, initial number. Rhino power potion, it can permanently increase strength and stamina. The monthly production capacity is 5 bottles. The existing 680 quantity, 20 bottles, initial number. Agility explosion potion, enhances agility and speed in a short period of time, daily production capacity is 15 bottles, current stock, 300 bottles, initial number. Physical explosion potion, strengthen strength and stamina in a short period of time, daily production capacity is 15 bottles, current stock, 300 bottles, initial number. Internal. Congratulations to host, the research project Universal Healing Mixture in the drug laboratory has been completed. Universal Healing Mixture instantly heals all injuries and restores the body to the most perfect state of life, lasting for 2 hours. Annual production volume, 1 bottle. Existing stock, 1 bottle, initial number. 1 month and 4 weeks after Auntie's tea party ended, Ling Wei, who had been docked in New World Scale Wave C for a week, finally received the system message he had been waiting for. That's right, the research and preparations that have been started since Rog Town, and now it's finally time for preliminary acceptance. Although he couldn't create an artificial devil fruit as he thought, there is no doubt that compared with the devil fruit that can only be taken once, the Li in Ling Yun's hands are the things that can really change the world. A potion that can permanently increase agility and speed, and a potion that can permanently increase strength and stamina. The combat power of a person who takes these 2 potions at the same time is almost the same as that of a person with common building abilities. And the key is, these potions do not restrict users, that is to say, even those with abilities can use these potions to get another upgrade. It's a pity that the production of this potion is relatively low, there are only 5 bottles per month. Obviously it will take a long time to arm a terrifying existence that is close to an legion of ability users. But obviously, Ling Yun has no patience to wait any longer. Koala, go get those phone bugs in my room. Gently waved at Koala, and when the latter went to get the phone bug, Ling Yun also stood up slowly, looking at the special sea surface like fish scales in the scale wave sea area from afar. But his eyes seemed to see the sea surface at the end of the scale wave sea territory from afar. There, he has the target he wants to kill this time. Begin, war. 3 days later. New World, 100 Beasts Island. Master Kaido, this time Big Mom and the others may be serious about it. The words spoken by David the Plague were obviously a little dignified. In fact, the Beasts Pirates have already confirmed that Big Mom has no time to take care of them in the process of preparing her very important tea party, but after the tea party, she will inevitably retaliate against their previous attack. But David did not expect that the ants' revenge came so formally and decisively. 3 days ago, they suddenly launched a large-scale offensive against Kahun Island. 3 of the 34 ministers of the Big Mom pirate group went there. Carrie has already sent a message that he needs support, and it may not last long. Up. Kali dash the name of Purple Shadow among the 5 beast shadows of 100 beasts. And even in the face of the slightly dignified expressions of his subordinates, Kaido still poured the wine into his mouth casually. Kun did go too far last time, so it's only natural for that woman to be angry. But Master Kaido. However, David reported another message at this time. Charlotte Katakuri, one of the 4 generals of Big Mom, has confirmed to go to Kahun Island. Katakuri? He's an interesting guy. Kaido was a little surprised when he heard the words. Obviously, he also has some impressions of Katakuri. A very troublesome guy. And David, who once fought against the Big Mom pirates, naturally knows Katakuri's prestige, as he defeated the previous 3 disasters. Wind disaster Kunbuki in the previous battle. Katakuri is undoubtedly very strong. And now, he is also facing a big problem, that is, since Katakuri went to Kahun Island in person, who should they send for support? Because if you want to fight against Katakuri, then the character you want to go must be Sanwen or other advanced cotters at Lu Cage level. But now, the drought disaster. Jack, one of the 3 disasters, went to Dressrosa not long ago to find Joker to negotiate the previous arms deal, and the new soldier disaster. Kuyen, one of the 3 disasters, went to in the western area, eliminate the rebel forces on an island that suddenly started to riot 3 days ago. And similarly the remaining 3 white and black 2 big beast shadows among the 5 beast shadows are not in 100 Beasts Island at this time, and they are each carrying out missions outside. And the last beast shadow Blue Shadow Shami is on the island, but he is obviously not Katakuri's opponent alone. So for a while, David couldn't find a suitable candidate to send reinforcements. Go ahead. But at this time, Kaido waved his hand lightly. For information, I will ask the shaman to tell me that you go to get rid of that guy, and it can be regarded as a reminder to that woman, what I have already snatched, I will not give it back easily. Go back. Also, call back the fleet from 1.2 miles away, if that woman wants to force it, we will have a fight with them. Kaido's words are full of the consistent tough style of 100 Beasts, or to be more precise, after accepting the cooperation with Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido has become more confident and tough. Yes. After the plague heard the words, he bowed directly in response, and then directly left the crater in the center of the island where Duo was located. So not long after, the pirates under the command of 100 Beasts who were scattered all over the New World and carried out various tasks of destroying the country or massacring the city also received the news that they should return to the island of 100 Beasts immediately, so they also set off one after another. When they set foot on the return journey one after another, the obstacles that appeared in front of them told them. Now what they are facing, is not as simple as they thought. Chapter 145. New World, Kurhan Island. Leading his own plague fleet, Plague David was approaching the island to prepare for landing, but for some reason, a trace of unknown bad premonition kept rising in his heart. He suddenly felt that everything was too coincidental. The 5 beast shadows were carrying out their missions, the soldier disaster suppressed the rebellion, the drought disaster left 100 Beasts Island earlier, and the other cotters also left 100 Beasts Island not long ago due to various reasons. These things didn't make David feel any problems at the time, but now, he suddenly felt as if 10 loyal players were playing with the chessboard. Is it Ant? And looking at the Kahun Island, which was not far away, David frowned. Why didn't Carrie come to greet him? And when the boat curves one way to the other side, David's pupils shrank suddenly, because not far away, the pirate flag on the top of a big ship was not the 8-headed skull flag of beasts, but a skull wearing a top hat and rubbing red. That is Big Mom's pirate flag. And on the lower mast of the pirate flag, the person who was tied up and hung upside down, was none other than Purple Shadow Carrie. Damn it! Seeing that Carrie was hanging upside down on the mast and seemed to have lost his breath, Dai Wei also had great anger in his eyes. This is also a unique reaction of being a member of 100 Beasts. They look down on the defeated crew members very much, but they cannot tolerate such humiliation of the beasts themselves. Take out the equipment and prepare to attack. And David, the leader of the 3 disasters, was naturally furious at this time, and was ready to launch an attack in an instant, teaching Katakuri a lesson. At this time, he didn't have time to think about one thing at all. That is, why Carrie, who clearly said in the phone bug that he could last for about a week, was directly defeated in just a little more than a day. Crack! There was only a crisp sound as if the skin was being torn, and David's body also changed suddenly. Originally, he had only the appearance of a gentle military advisor, but suddenly his muscles swelled, and they were even covered with dense wrinkles. And behind him, the sun rises instantly against the transparent insect. A strange pale yellow gas slowly diffused out of his body. It was a poison that would instantly kill anyone if anyone inhaled it. Zoan, ancient insect species, poison fly fruit. This is the fruit held by David the Plague, and it is also the reason why the think tank of all beasts has the highest bounty, but wherever he has fought, no matter the people, as long as they are living things, they must perish. It's like the scene after the plague has spread. Oh! And the pirates of the plague fleet responded instantly when they heard this sentence, and then each took out their own combat equipment. It was a light green fiber bag with a special gas mask and a special shell on the outer shell. The plague gun. This kind of clothes can help them resist David's poisonous gas, and the plague gun can inhale the poisonous gas into their bullets to strengthen their combat effectiveness. And until this time, David still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Until he turned into a huge poisonous fly and flew towards the big ship of the Big Mom pirates. Katakuri! Let's fight! Looking at Katakuri standing on the deck, he roared. War! Katakuri just glanced at him coldly. Someone is fighting with you, but that person is not me. And as his words fell, David just noticed, behind him there is a very arrogant and exquisitely decorated candy house. And at this time, the door of that candy hut was kicked open, and from it, a huge figure stepped out. I don't like flies, they'll spoil mother's cake. The cocked hat on the top of the head makes a sound, that is the most advanced Homais Napoleon. The owner of the hat, on the other hand, watched David and made a loud noise. I know you, David. 3 months ago, you shot Cracker, right? And when David looked at that tall figure, his heart was torn apart. How is it possible? He couldn't understand why the 4 emperors themselves would appear here. Retreat? But no matter what he has to do now is certain. Facing the 4 emperors, even if he is the 3 calamities, he has absolutely no chance of winning. But don't go. At least, stay here until the plan gets an answer. Accompanied by a ferocious smile, the bloodshot eyes of the ant filled the air. And above her head, the huge thundercloud and the brilliant sun descended slowly from the clouds. And the next moment, thunder and fire filled the sea, like the most beautiful fireworks. At the same time, Jack the Drought was returning from Dressrosa. The deal discussion with Joker was very simple, because Jack just said his terms from start to finish, and turned a deaf ear to Doflamingo's words. This is the consistent style of beasts, and Jack also knows. Doflamingo has no right to resist. Sipshed, speed up. At this moment, Jack is venting his never-ending anger on his subordinates. Master Jack, the current speed is already the peak speed. When Lao Zi tells you to speed up, crush those messy merchant ships on the road and crush them. Jack is clearly bored, he's a violent love of destruction. Yes. And it was when Jack said so. Master Jack. One of the sailors on the Mammoth rushed up to Jack. Ahead, a ship ahead. Boats? Crush them if you have one. Idiot. No. Not its marine. Marine's warship. After Jack heard the words, his eyes were fixed, and then he looked at the sea not far away. Sure enough. On the sea not far away, several marine warships had already intercepted the Mammoth. Hey! However, facing the interception of the marine warship, instead of panicking, Jack laughed ferociously. As a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, of course he has been hunted down by marine countless times. 182. Crushing marines was a lot more fun than crushing those merchant ships. Grinning ferociously, Jack ordered to his subordinates, bump over. 467. Yes. After hearing the words, Sip's head also had a fierce light in his eyes. 18,2. Just as the mammoth suddenly increased its horsepower and rammed into those marine warships, Jack suddenly made a suspicious sound. Because he saw that the sea not far away, unexpectedly began to freeze rapidly. And then, the rough sea between the marine warship and the mammoth has turned into an extremely cold sea. And on the completely frozen sea, two figures are standing not far away. Really, it's just this kind of mission. One of them was wearing a yellow formal suit with a pair of sunglasses. After all, it can be regarded as repaying his kindness to you before. And the other is wearing a blue gown with an eye patch on his head. Well, you are right when you say that. Marine Admiral Aokiji and Kizaru. But looking at those two figures, the pirates on the mammoth who knew about Marine's highest combat power all looked horrified. There are two Marine Admirals, why did they suddenly appear here? Hey! In comparison, Jack's expression at this time is even more ferocious. Is Marine finally going to all-out war with our 100 beasts? I don't know if there will be a full-scale war. But Aokiji said calmly after hearing the words, but the mission we received this time, is to keep you in this sea area. So, please, stop here. Buzz. The cyan ice cone and the shining laser burst out at the same time, followed by a fierce battle. Chapter 146. In fact, apart from David and Jack, the recently promoted soldier Calamity Kun is leading his newborn saber-toothed tiger towards the place where the rebellion took place, Rodri's Island. Go ahead. And as his first official mission after becoming the Three Disasters, Kuyen is determined to do it flawlessly. After all, he also knows that his strength and prestige are not as good as those of the plague and drought. The old Three Disasters. Just destroy the island. Only then can the anger of Kaido-sama be shown. He muttered so quietly that he was undoubtedly the same kind of guy as Jack. But at this moment... Kuyen, who was sitting in the cabin, suddenly heard a shrill cry from outside the cabin. But when he stepped out of the cabin to check the situation, the scene he saw made his expression suddenly become ferocious. All the members of the saber-toothed tiger fleet he had just formed fell to the ground without a sound, and the blood flowing from the claw marks and sword marks spread all over the deck. And in the center of the corpse, two tall figures were standing there looking at him. I haven't left the elephant owner for a long time, and I'm really not used to it. Compared to this, I haven't fought with you for a long time. I feel that your knife is much slower, meow ha ha ha. Stop joking. Are your claws blunt? And the two fur tribes who spoke were the king of the night shopkeeper Nico Mamushi and the king of day Duke Inarishi on Zo Island. Who are you? But looking at the two fur tribes, Kaido gritted his teeth impressively, and slowly covered his body with long fur. He is the Zoan ancient species saber-toothed tiger fruit-capable user. Instead of asking so many questions, why don't you prepare yourself for death, meow ha ha ha. Why talk so much? It's just the weakest of the Three Disasters, let's get rid of it quickly, maybe over there will need our help later. You are right in saying that. After hearing the words of these two fur tribes, Kaido was also very angry. What he doesn't like to hear the most, is the title of the weakest of the Three Disasters. You, court death. At the same time, the beasts pirates garrison island, the small oceanic island de la Cruz. This is the base of the conscript legion ruled by the two beast shadows Black Shadow and White Shadow. And what is stationed here is the conscript legion composed of soldiers recruited from around the area ruled by beasts. Although their combat effectiveness is generally not strong, in real battles, these cannon fodder can also provide not a small force. But at this moment, not far from this large oceanic island, a ship was wandering around the island, and at the front of the ship, two figures were standing there. That's Bear and Drago. Don't you need me to take action? Xiong's unexpectedly clear voice came, but his expression remained unchanged. No need, since Dr. Ling Yun promised to help him get rid of these guys, then try to do the best you can. But Drago shook his head lightly. The effect of your ability is too obvious. If you expose your identity, it will not be a good thing for us or Dr. Ling Yun. But your body just recovered not long ago. It doesn't matter. Drago waved his hand lightly, and then he glanced at Delacus not far away, and then raised his arms. Dragon Power Thunder. So the next moment, a huge dark cloud suddenly appeared in the originally cloudless sky. And in that cloud, the billowing and shining thunder snake kept entangled and collided, and then fall towards Delacus. New World, Rhodes Island, an island within the sphere of influence of 100 beasts. On this small island that has been quiet for decades under the authority of the 4 emperors, the peace has finally been broken in the recent period of time. Are you crazy? Do you know exactly what you're doing? The place where the beasts' pirates are stationed nearby has already been alternately crushed into dross by countless huge trees, and a burly man with a fierce face is hanging upside down from a tree at this time, looking at the cold-faced man below. The eyes of the petite blonde girl are full of fear. He is Powerful Fist Palu Guys, the leader of the beast pirates under the command of the beasts pirates. But he and the pirates under his command were instantly killed easily in front of that pretty and lovely girl in front of him. The forest rising suddenly from the ground was almost as close to the night sword dancing hundreds of times in an instant. Instantly crushed them to pieces. I'm telling you. Master Qian, the soldier disaster, will arrive soon. If you are more sensible, please be good to me. It's so noisy, don't you see? Master Koala frowning. But in the middle of his words, a figure suddenly jumped up and chopped off his head with a knife. And at the last moment of Palu Guy's death, the words he heard were, "Remember, Lao Zi is the captain of the 13th team of Grasp of Hades, Milo of the Green Turban." Saying this, Milo's figure landed on the ground. He was beaten up. Are you ABD? You're obviously from the 15th team. You chicken. The real captain of the 13th team, Blackcurrant Musket Katos, expressed strong dissatisfaction with this guy who raised his rank without authorization. He had already passed the fight before. The method determines the order. How can this guy change it? Aren't you going to kill this guy, so why don't you say hello? Oh, stop hitting, stop hitting. The way Milo was beaten and begged for mercy seemed quite funny. Day. Koala, with a slightly cold face, ignored the two of them, and just turned around slowly and left. Looks like you're still fighting. After seeing Koala's actions like this, Milo and Katos also stopped playing tricks. Bullshit, Master Koala has so much affection for Master Ling Yun. Of course she will be very sad if she can't be by your side in such a dangerous situation. That can't be helped, after all. We are personally going to attack the main formation of Kaido. Even Lancelot and the others can only use it as a cover except Lord Ling Yun himself. Maybe you have the qualifications to intervene in the battle. It makes sense too, but the height you jumped up just now is really scary. Master Ling Yun's potion is amazing, it feels almost as good as devil fruit, right? During the discussion between the two, Koala, who left first, Qian Zhao Zhao, slowly put away the night sword in his hand, and his expression was still very sad. She doesn't like her current age very much because she is sure that if she is a few years older, she will not be standing here, but will accompany Ling Yun on the Lost Paradise to fight the most dangerous battle. But it was because her desire to become stronger appeared too late that she could only fight this painless battle here now. Yes, painless. In fact, everyone knows that whether it is the 3 calamities or the shadow of the beast, it doesn't matter whether they are killed or not. Intercept them all, in the final analysis, just to ensure that Ling Yun can enter Kaido's turn smoothly. Whether or not the 100 beasts can be destroyed depends only on one point. That is the result of the battle on Island of Beasts. Ling Yun. The little white hand was holding the hilt of the sword tightly, and the determination in the girl's voice had indeed become a beacon for her future path. She will definitely become stronger. Then in the next fight, stand by his side. Chapter 147. In less than 2 hours, almost all forces and troops under 100 beasts were intercepted and attacked. And among these people who blocked them, there were so many types of forces. If people knew about it, they would be so surprised that they couldn't even say a word. Fur tribe, marine, revolutionary army, shisha buyukai, and even another 4 emperors. This kind of huge network of relationships that can even be said to be completely incompatible with each other. The only person in the world who can mobilize all of them is probably Ling Yun is alone. But even though Kaido didn't know the whole story, after confirming that all the subordinates he dispatched had lost contact, the 4 emperors naturally confirmed one thing. That means that someone did hit him, and it was a very big move. Drought Jack, Soldier Disaster Kyun and Plague David all lost contact at the same time, and the reinforcements of Del Acus and the Beast Shadows also had no news at all. Interesting. Looking at the message he just got in his hand, Kaido whispered to himself. Solved 3 of the 3 disasters and 5 Beast Shadows at the same time, although I don't know who did it and what method, but it is a 240 extremely terrifying thing to be able to do this kind of thing. Is that woman finally unable to hold back? Kaido's long dragon whiskers are constantly shaking, but his red eyes cannot hide his doubts. It's not that he hasn't fought against Big Mom before when dividing up the territory and fighting for the title of 4 emperors in the past. These big pirates undoubtedly had actual fights. Besides the remnants of the Whitebeard era, the forces among the remaining 3-4 emperors all belong to the same level, and it is almost difficult to distinguish the specific strengths. So Kaido also confirmed that unless Big Mom suddenly got some whole cards, she should definitely not start a full-scale war with him when the situation in the sea has been completely stabilized. But, the only people who can create such a situation are the 4 emperors. Kaido, who was thinking secretly, felt his heart skip a beat when he thought of this. Because, he suddenly thought of someone. That's the person that Golden Lion Shiki mentioned to him not long ago when he came here himself. No. He is just one person, there is no way to all my subordinates at the same time. But after a short thought, he threw that name out of consideration. But Kaido. Master Kaido. From outside the crater, a pirate rushed in. Outside, an island ship appeared outside. It is confirmed that it is the ship that Grasp of Hades Ling Yun is on. It's no wonder this pirate is so panic-stricken. As long as he is a member of the Beast's pirates, then no one knows that the old wind disaster died at the hands of this shisha buyukai. After Kaido heard the words, his complexion changed dramatically. Boom! His body instantly stood up from the boiling magma, and then he threw out the wine jug that was always in his hand, and smashed it on the rock wall to form a huge hole. Who are you talking about? Grasp of Hades, that's the shisha buyukai. And the pirate was almost incontinent in awe of Kaido's boiling haki, but he still managed to say the message. I don't know how. The 4 guards of the island were dealt with, now, already in front of the island. In the east, west, north, south, and 4 sides of 100 Beasts Island, there were originally guard islands. These guard islands were semi-artificial islands that Kaido spent a lot of money and manpower to forcibly manufacture, and extremely huge firearms and military equipment were deployed earlier. And no matter what happened, these 4 islands were supposed to protect 100 Beasts Island from anyone's footsteps. The meaning is just like Swanland 34 Island around Cake Island. But at this time, Halan, the captain of the 3rd Special Guard Team of the Beast's pirates who guarded the northern island, the Fan Leaf Bird, fell to the ground, surrounded by only a dilapidated scene and a raging sea of fire. You are Silver Knight Lancelot. Looking at the silver-armored knight with the huge knight spear in front of him, he couldn't understand at all why did this guy attack here? Besides, he and those unknown guys, why are they so strong? If you can, please call me the captain of the first team of Hades. Although Master Ling Yun does not recognize this title. Amir. 300 million guy. Heron taunted with some difficulty. 300 million? It doesn't matter what kind of bounty it is. Master Ling Yun's bounty is still 0. At this moment, Lancelot casually threw the potion bottle that he drank in his hand on the ground, and then gently shook his arm. Feeling the renewed physical strength after taking the Rhino Power Potion and Ape Sensitivity Potion, he also smiled slightly. What's more, the current me should be more than this price. At the same time, the island to the west of 100 Beasts Island. It seems that Lancelot has also solved it. Aowen, the captain of the second team of the underworld ship regiment, the poisonous lizard, also smiled slightly when he saw the flames igniting in the direction of the northern island. He can solve an island by himself. Sure enough, after taking Master Ling Yun's potion, he has improved the most. And the other one who spoke was Jess Carl, the captain of the fourth team of the Hades Grand Fleet. Misty illusion, he is a phantom man who took the paramecia fruit, but he has always been a very low-key pirate. Yet, it's almost equivalent to taking a devil fruit, isn't it? Aowen also chuckled. Even if he had already taken the fruit, his strength had been greatly improved after receiving the 2 bottles of potions bestowed by Ling Yun, let alone land slow. The next thing is to see Master Ling Yun. But such a small envy only stayed in his mind for a moment, because compared to what he might witness next, everything is nothing worth mentioning. Because not since the 4 emperors came to power, never has a single pirate managed to touch their hem, let alone pull them off their thrones. They are aloof and rule over the new world. But right now, if Ling Yun can really do it, then with one of the 4 emperors ending in this way, the title of Grasp of Hades will truly become legendary. Chapter 148. On the edge of 100 Beasts Island, the huge figure of Lost Paradise has docked on the shore. On the shore, Ling Yun dressed in white was walking forward step by step. If someone is watching around at this time, they will definitely see an extremely shocking scene. Hundreds of pirates from the Beasts Pirates who stayed on the island watched Ling Yun step forward step by step, but they couldn't even move. Not just because of the giant gold dragon hovering in the air above his head, but because can't move. The strong wind around seemed to be clearing the way for its king, squeezing the pirates immobile, and as Ling Yun walked slowly to the intersection below the central volcano of Beishao Island. Blast wind! After whispering softly, the bodies of all the pirates under 100 beasts were shattered. Puff! In the dense blood mist, Ling Yun's footsteps did not stop. And at this moment, behind him, Blue's figure suddenly emerged from the air, a Gundam man with his eyes spun 360 degrees like a chameleon, holding a short sword and thrusting towards the back of Ling Yun's head. He is the Blue Shadow Sammy, the ability user who took the Zoan Chameleon fruit. And at the same time, he's one of the most feared assassins in all of Beast's pirates. Even if it is the king of a country or the master of a power, there is absolutely no chance of being spared under the short sword mass in his hands. But the person in front of him is obviously not the target of his attack. Nice raid, but too slow. Ling Yun didn't even turn his head away, just casually swung the knife backwards. And that cut, too fast. Laugh. But a second later, Ling Yun retracted the knife and continued to move forward. But behind him, the body of the Blue Shadow Sammy fell on the spot. Even with a bounty of 640 million, he is nothing more than an existence that can be killed with a wave of his hand in front of Ling Yun. Or come here. Ling Yun's goal has never been set on him. Walking up the winding road, Ling Yun came to the core area of 100 Beasts Island, the central crater. After a while, the strong sulfur smell is pungent, the scorching air and the volcanic ash flying in the air make this place seem like hell. You came. And in hell, the evil ghost looked at Ling Yun, and then showed a meaningful smile. The figure slowly detached from the magma completely, and every step he took ashore, the magma on his body dripped on the ground and made an ear-piercing chi-chi sound. Long time no see. Boy Ling Yun. He greeted slowly to the only opponent in his life who had never won. And Ling Yun also responded seriously because Kaido is also the only monster he has had to use the power of the medical hall to defeat so far. Long time no see, Kaido. As agreed before, I'm here to kill you. After hearing Ling Yun's words, Kaido smiled ferociously. Kill me. Remove the 3 disasters from my side, and kill all my subordinates. Do you think that you can defeat me? It's ridiculous. Ha ha ha. He seemed to really find it funny, so he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He is Kaido. As long as this fact remains unchanged, it doesn't matter whether the pirate group is wiped out or all of them are killed. Because as long as he is still there, 100 beasts will still be 100 beasts and 4 emperors will still be 4 emperors. I don't think it's funny. But in the next moment, the people who heard Ling Yun's words stopped laughing. And I'm not trying to beat you. Saying so, Ling Yun also stretched out his right fist slowly. The wind is rolling on the fist, and haki is attached to the fist. The reason why I transferred all your men away was not because I wanted to kill them. Saying so, Ling Yun's figure instantly disappeared in place. And the next moment, Kaido felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Boom! For the first time, the huge figure was completely blown off the ground, and hit the surrounding volcanic rocks heavily. And Ling Yun's attack didn't stop there. Roar! Just as Kaido was struggling to stand up from the lava, suddenly there was a loud roar from above his head. And the next moment, a huge dragon claw directly pressed him down again. Boom! And between the huge vibrations of the entire volcano, I moved them away just for more convenience, to kill you completely. So for a while, all that could be heard in the entire crater was the sound of magma tumbling. And after a long silence, hey! The sudden low roar sounded like it came from hell. Roar! Asking for flowers. Accompanied by a loud sound, Yemenjade's dragon claw, which was almost the size of 10 people, was slowly lifted up. Then, roar! With Yermungandra's loud roar, Kaido threw its claws directly to the side. At this time, Kaido, covered in jet black armament haki, is grinning grinningly. Kill me! Standing up step by step, his red vertical pupils made him less and less human. Don't think that I can't guess you who weren't on that island ship can't slash like that at that time, can you? As he gritted his teeth, his voice became more and more wild. If you want to kill me, try it if you can. Then, under Ling Yun's astonished eyes, his hands suddenly slapped towards the volcanic rock next to him. 0. Boom! Accompanied by a huge sound, a hollow suddenly appeared in the volcanic rock. And in that hollow, Kaido draws his blade. It was a terrifying weapon like a huge mace. It was named Beast Roar, and it was a special weapon developed by Kaido through training with Flying Dragon's Fang and Flying Dragon's Blood and special refined iron arms. And after taking out the weapon, Duo still didn't rush to attack. That dragon likes to cause trouble and hinder the battle. After whispering, Kaido also slowly clenched the beast roar in his hand. Gemguard, hide quickly. Seeing the light gold lines slowly emerging on the beast's roar, Ling Yun also hurriedly reminded him. 18. It's getting late. Boom! The light gold lines on the beast roar permeated ultimate, and when the shock wave Kaido swung suddenly hit Yermungandra's body that could not be damaged by hundreds of shell explosions, it made it there was a shrill roar, and then the whole body fell directly to the bottom of the volcano. Haven't used it for a long time but, not bad. And after one blow made Yemenjiad lose the battle, Duo just now took a serious look at Ling Lu. In this case, you have no way to escape, right? He doesn't seem to know that Ling Yun possesses the power of Zhai's fruit, and what he did just now seems to be purely to prevent Ling Yun from escaping. And the reason? Then, let's get started. He looked at Ling Yun, feeling the constant pain from the wound on his right abdomen. In order to wash away the fear in my heart, let's, death fight die. Chapter 149. Master, I'm fine. Fortunately, Yermungandra's slightly weak voice from the spiritual link told Ling Yun that Kaido's blow just now didn't seem to be aimed at Yermungandra's life, so now it's just injured, so it's hard to move. But it doesn't matter, because as long as it is an injury, then Ling Yun can solve it. But at this time, Ling Yun didn't have much time to pay attention to Yemenjiat. In fact, the biggest reason for bringing it here was to ensure that it left and Kaido might have a weapon of mass destruction, and when dealing with Kaido himself. Yemengard is still a little short of fire. Come on, Ling Yun boy. And at this time, the black dragon scales had unconsciously completely covered Kaido's body, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Ling Yun holding a mace full of Gold's dragon blood. Come and fight. Then, die. 737. After thinking for a long time, Kaido is already very confident in his own judgment. On Sky Island before, the slash that Ling Yun slashed will definitely not be the strength of his normal state. Because the strength of that blow is completely beyond the scope of human understanding. As for the reason why Ling Yun was able to strike that blow, Kaido naturally has a judgment. He has not forgotten that Ling Yun suddenly showed Cheng's power after returning to his island boat. So, that ship is the key to his power. Because of such speculation, Kaido also resolutely activated Dragon Transformation, this time when making a move. Boom! The huge mace was waving in the air, and at the same time, Kaido's left leg kicked towards Ling Yun like a whip. The skills and tactics of the pinnacle of the martial arts school were fully revealed in the details of this blow. Beast Foot Mountain Stepping. Beast Roar Chop. J.A. Boom. Under Kaido's surprised eyes, Ling Yun didn't adopt the half-retreat and speed-shifting fighting method like in the previous battle, but greeted him upright. The same left leg, the same weapon, what Ling Yun chose was the most direct collision. Heart Sword Art Ida Ki. The moment the pitch-black blade attached to armament haki collided with the beast roar in Kaido's hand, Muramis's scarlet blade made a piercing sound, as if he was happy for this hearty collision. Then, boom! The moment Kaido's left leg collided with Ling Yun's left leg, the huge wind and shock wave directly lifted the surrounding volcanic rocks out of the crater, and even scattered the clouds in the sky. Varied. And it was at this time that Kaido was shocked to find that he had locked himself in the magma for such a long time, and his body, which had been destroyed and strengthened countless times, couldn't beat Ling Yun. Compared to Kaido's body, which is insignificantly small, it is as incredible as the power of a god is hidden. You seem surprised. The Muramasa in his hand slowly suppressed the beast roar, and Ling Yun's increased force made Kaido suddenly take a step back. And Ling Yun looked at the horrified Kaido, and the corner of his mouth slowly opened a subtle arc. The encounter with Kaido on Sky Island was the first failure in this world for him. Although it seems that Kaido was defeated in terms of the overall situation and result of the battle, Ling Yun knew very well in his heart that if there is no blessing from the medical hall, then the final result should be a side effect of the Mind Spark electric shock device. He was defeated. In that battle, even if he used all the controllable and uncontrollable moves in the end, he couldn't really defeat the monster in front of him. There was indeed a door between them at that time, although the door was so weak that it almost broke when touched. But now, can win. The opponent's mighty aura-like prison can no longer bring any ups and downs in his heart, and in the past, he might have to try his best to deal with the moves to avoid, but in the eyes of Ling Yun now, there is no threat. And after the simple test just now, he was sure. He can beat this guy. Buzz. Strange sound waves came from the air, and Ling Yun's body instantly disappeared in place. His figure appeared in front of Kaido wrapped in a berserk hurricane, and the villager with his right hand was slashing directly towards Kaido's left shoulder, and the left fist wrapped in the mighty armament haki was directly and reluctantly swung by Kaido. Fists collide. And the incredible thing is, under Ling Yun's slash, Kaido's left fist covered with dragon scales was instantly cut with a deep bone-deep wound, and his invincible right fist was hit by Ling Yun's punch, the horrible sound of bones shattering. Ah! Kaido's figure was thrown into the air again in an extremely embarrassing situation, smashing a large piece of volcanic rock into pieces. Afterwards, Kaido, who stood up from the ground again, spitting out pale gold dragon blood, looked at Ling Yun in shock. What the hell is going on with this guy? It's only been less than a year, how could he be so strong? No. No one, and no one is allowed to beat me. Then, amidst Kaido's angry whispers, the horns on the top of his head began to lengthen impressively, and the crimson lines began to spread on the horns. The fangs in the mouth began to grow, and Kaido's body was slowly swelling up. Absolutely not allowed. That is the gesture once glimpsed on Sky Island. The second stage of dragon transformation. Seeing Kaido, whose aura changed dramatically, Ling Yun also murmured to himself, but there was not much panic in his expression after all. He already knew that Kaido still had this number 7. So. Artorias, in armor. Yes, master. Boom. 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 The huge vibration suddenly spread across the surrounding sea, and even the people on the 4 guardian islands outside Beishao Island could definitely feel the terrifying coercion and the sound of battle that instantly calmed the sea. Every huge roar must be accompanied by terrible shock waves. Looking at the huge waves rolling 0.6 times like a storm on the sea and the constantly changing clouds over the crater in the distance, all the surrounding islands are occupied to prevent people. The crew members of the underworld Grand Fleet who participated in the battle could only watch blankly. Even not long ago, all the captains of the Netherworld Fleet who drank the wine of foster sons were strengthened by the potion bestowed by Ling Yun, but it is clear that those 2 people who are fighting, their fighting power is still beyond the comprehension range of ordinary people. And in the next moment, Lancelot was surprised to find that the top of the volcano in the center of Beast Island. A huge storm rolled the surrounding dark clouds, and in the center of the storm, a huge human face suddenly emerged like a god in legendary. Amidst the sound of the wind, Kaido clearly saw above Ling Yun's head, a huge human face slowly revealed in the strong wind. What is that? Chapter 150. What is that? And the same whisper as Lancelot also happened to Kaido. After entering the second stage of dragon transformation, his thinking will gradually become violent as the concentration of dragon blood increases. Combined with his immortal body ability, it can make his body stronger the more he is injured, that is, with constant fighting and strengthening his body, he will gradually get closer and closer to the dragon. And at this time, I have to mention the knife that Ling Yun slashed on Sky Island in the past. The knife that almost killed Kaido can be said to be the only thing that Kaido left in his life. Shadow. But it is undeniable that Kaido's body has also received the strongest enhancement in the past 10 years after healed most of the injury from that knife. His current body is already strong enough to maintain his sanity in the second stage of dragon transformation. This is exactly the case. So he also instantly discovered that the huge human face above Ling Yun's head made of strong wind, is very similar to Big Mom's ability. And needless to say, that is Ling Yun's special soul carrier wind god, Artorias. At this time, it is slowly shrinking its huge body and solidifying it. The huge storm that almost enveloped the entire crater slowly solidified after a while, and then landed on Ling Yun's body unexpectedly. Turned into a set of weird armor. It was a blue full-body armor made of wind. Countless whirlwinds surround the armor, and in the center of the armor, the face of Artorias is clearly visible. The strange lines on the lower armor and the greaves are in the same line, and the 3 holes on the greaves are erupting with huge wind force at this moment. UBD, what the hell is going on? As a result, Kaido's face was also a little hideous for a while. Could it be that the woman was really involved in this matter? As for Kaido's words, Ling Yun of course turned a deaf ear to them. He just slowly clenched the Muramasa in his hand, feeling the wind blade instantly encircling the sword from the gauntlet, and then smiled softly. It's coming, Artorias. Yes, master. After Artorias responded softly, Ling Yun's body suddenly moved. Sieve. And at that moment, the huge wind gushing from the greaves, made his speed reach an extremely frightening level. In an instant his step even directly pushed the ground out of a huge. The pits and dark volcanic rocks were directly mined into powder by him. Come. And after the second stage of dragon transformation, Kaido is obviously also confident. Although Ling Yun's current posture is obviously abnormal, but he still greets Ling Yun without any fear. Boom! Boom! But in a moment, the figures of the two collided together. First, each of them kicked and punched, but they all fell through the air, and then Kaido suddenly raised the beast roar in his hand when Ling Yun's slash was swung. 100 Beast's Titan Body. The muscles on his body suddenly swelled to ultimate, and armament Haki used the strongest Kaido, as if he was a giant soldier that existed in ancient times in the Titan legendary, and slammed down the mace in his hand. Albaf combat technique Wanjun. The fighting skills of the Titan clan are in his hands. The speed at which the mace hits and the instant sonic boom and short-term vacuum of the air make no one doubt how powerful it is. But Kaido clearly saw that Ling Yun's body did not change at all. He was still maintaining the posture of swinging the knife and did not dodge. However, the armor on his body started to move by itself. Crack! A part of the gust of wind surrounding the armor suddenly turned into a wind shield and stood on top of Ling Yun's head, and several hands of wind appeared behind Ling Yun and struck towards Kaido in an instant. The strength of the wind tunnel of the greaves increased dramatically, and Ling Yun's figure also accelerated instantly. This is... At this time, Kaido was also shocked. This kind of trick is useless. Kaido. At the same time as he made the three actions of defense, dodge, and attack in an instant, Ling Yun sneered. Wind God Armor Artorias. This is the real posture of this special soul carrier he created. The wind armor attached to his body can provide him with strong anti-shock ability and speed, and all the control is done by Artorias, no need for Ling Yun to distract him at all. Boom! Kaido's beast roar hit Ling Yun directly, but meaningless. And after being slowed down by the armor of wind, it is almost impossible to hurt Ling Yun who has the steel body. And the opposite is Ling Yun, who doesn't need to be distracted from defense at all, can make the strongest slash. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, Ling Yun returned the village to its sheath. And the next moment, a huge airflow began to spin on the pitch-black scabbard. Heart Sword Art Secret Sword Sunfen. The red knife came out of the body, and then the wind swept away. So in the next instant, the boiling magma in the crater flew up into the sky, and then turned into dots of sparkling fire and rained down on the surrounding sea and the island of Beast Island, shining the surrounding sea crimson. And in a distant place, the captains of the Netherworld fleet and the surviving beasts pirates on Beast Island witnessed that scene with their own eyes. I saw that the active volcano Antuan active volcano that existed on 100 Beasts Island for more than 400 years, started from the edge of the crater, to collapse and shatter. And among the collapsing mountains, Kaido's huge body fell from the top of the mountain and smashed heavily into the ground, even causing a huge gully to appear on the ground instantly. Despair. And following Kaido's fall, Ling Yun's body slowly descended from a high place in the wind, and then gently landed on the ground. Come out! Looking at the deep ravine, Ling Yun whispered to himself while holding a knife. Boom! Crack! And Kaido's figure jumped out from below as soon as his words fell worms, but at this time he has a very hideous scar from his left shoulder to his abdomen. Of course, the recovery ability from the immortal body is constantly repairing the wound, but the speed of repair is obviously very slow. The wind blade remaining in the wound is constantly tearing the wound being repaired 367. Haha! And looking at Ling Yun standing with a sword, Kaido felt an unprecedented feeling in his heart for the first time, that is, can't beat. He is called the strongest creature, but now for the first time he has the idea of being completely unable to defeat a person. Body like a big mother, sword skills like red hair. Conqueror's haki, and all kinds of weird abilities, even the weapons used. From any place, Kaido can't find the slightest flaw in Ling Yun now. Even he himself suddenly felt that the title of strongest creature should be given to this guy in front of him. But, even so, lousy, is Kaido of the beasts. Escaping or surrendering is unacceptable to him. So, crack. Kaido suddenly took out a small medicine bottle from his body, then directly opened the lid and took a sip of wine to pour down the strange potion of red in it. And it was at this time that Ling Yun, who was about to stop him when he saw the situation, suddenly stopped his actions after hearing the news from the system. Detected Special Potion Ravenous Beast Potion SIQ, Unfinished Product, 1. Introduction, Special Stimulating Potion, which can greatly strengthen all attributes and blood strength of non-human life. Note, this potion is an unfinished product, and it will cause out-of-control runaway after use. Complete analysis of ingredients. The analysis results will be displayed in the drug laboratory. Chapter 151. SIQ. Looking at the medicine bottle that Kaido drank and threw away, Ling Yun's heart shuddered when he heard the system prompt. It's fine if it's some other potion after all, Kaido has been in the sea for so many years, it's not surprising that he has some whole cards. But, it happens to be SIQ. Ling Yun knew, this potion should be a special potion belonging to Golden Lion Shiki, and Golden Lion wants to use the power of this potion to conquer the world. This kind of thing, why did it appear in Kaido's hand? And more importantly, it's clearly a potion for beasts. Is it really okay for this guy to drink it? With such thoughts in mind, Ling Yun is also the Kaido whose body begins to change again. Ha! The long exhalation is accompanied by a faint dragon's prestige, but now Kaido is completely recognizable. The double horns on the top of the head stretched to the point of exaggeration, the fangs in the mouth completely turned into the shape of a dragon, and a huge black dragon tail grew from the back. The scales on the body and the minions on the limbs were all hideous and terrifying. Whether it's the body, the minions, or even its standing posture, it seems to show the ferocity and wildness of it. So Ling Yun understood in an instant this kind of posture, it is too forced to say that it is a human being. Roar! But at this moment, Kaido, who had completely turned into a huge monster, slowly turned his scarlet eyes to Ling, and then let out a monster hissing sound. He seemed to have lost the ability to talk to himself. But, without a sound, when Ling Yun came back to his senses again, Kaido's huge figure had disappeared in front of him. But his LV.10 observation haki immediately told him the answer, the opponent is right behind him. So Ling Yun immediately slashed backwards with a knife. Ba! Boom! Black's giant tail collided with the Muramasa in his hand, and the sharp fangs were blocked by Artorias with the wind barrier in the next moment. But, roar! Accompanied by the irrational roar, the flame of gold started to shine from his mouth or it. B. Long Yan. Boom. The scorching dragon flames instantly enveloped Ling Yun completely, and the extremely high temperature even melted the ground. Laugh. And the next moment, Ling Yun, who was brandishing the dragon flame, directly took Kaido's punch, and his body was sent flying for the first time since the start of the battle. Boom. A piece of burning forest was directly pierced by Ling Yun in the fire rain that fell before, and at the end of the long ravine, Ling Wei stood up and looked at his abdomen. Wounds that are healing. Then, he suddenly smiled. Because he knows he's already won. Although I don't know how SIQ fell into Kaido's hands, although Kaido's body has undoubtedly been greatly strengthened after taking SIQ. But, one thing has already been confirmed by him. Because if Kaido was still a human, then the part that attacked him just now would definitely not be the abdomen but the heart. And since now, this guy seems to just use brute force to force himself into the air, so that means I really lost my mind. Looking at Kaido, who had really turned into a wild beast and was destroying the surrounding area, Ling Yun also had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. If the opponent is still sensible, then what he must do to truly kill the opponent is to make the opponent completely lose their fighting power. But, since the other party is irrational. Blood, broken. Ling Yun slowly stretched out his hand towards Kaido in the distance, and then displayed the special skill he got before. Blood vein broken, you can specify to remove a blood skill from an object for 30 seconds. Use interval, 1 month. That is a special skill that only lasts for 30 seconds, and it is also the biggest reliance on his confidence that he can kill the immortal Kaido. Are you sure you will use broken blood on the character Kaido? Yes. The bloodline skills detected on this character are, Dragon Bloodline, Titan Bloodline, Undead Bloodline. Please choose one of them to remove. The blood of the immortal body. Blood is being removed. Along with the system's prompt, an inexplicable fluctuation also came from the void, and then directly spread to Kaido's body. At the same time, Kaido, who has turned into a beast, seems to feel a sense of crisis. It also seems to be aware that his greatest reliance has disappeared. Roar. So it let out a huge roar, and then its huge body rushed towards Ling Yun in an instant. The blood of the immortal body is successfully removed, and the duration is 30 seconds. But at this time, Ling Yun, who heard the system prompt, smiled. Mind Spark Shocker, activate. Inner Potential Fruit 5th Gear, start. Blue's lightning flashed slowly in his eyes, and he slowly placed Muramasa in front of him, facing the attacking giant beast. Then, the last secret sword that can only be used with the blessing of the Thought Spark electric shock device. Cut out. Destructive energy gathers in an instant and then spurts out. Die. Kaido. And accompanied by the shattering of the ground and the huge explosion sound like the doomsday, as if it had really reached the military mansion, it also appeared on the sea Machiens. That's Heart Sword Art Secret Sword Grasp of Hades. So just 1 hour later, a news enough to shake the entire sea has spread throughout the entire New World. Battle of Beasts Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, took place on Beasts Island. The battle caused huge damage to 100 Beasts Island. The Antuan active volcano in the center of the island was shattered, and will soon erupt completely, while the entire peninsula of 100 Beasts Island was completely destroyed in the battle. Hit straight to sink. And the result of the battle is even more incredible. The 4 emperors Kaido, who has the title of the strongest creature in the world, died in battle. And whoever killed him? One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Law of Hades. Chapter 152. The changes in the world are always dizzyingly fast. No one can imagine that in just a few days, the beasts pirates that once conquered the world were wiped out. Yes, destroy. Because shortly after the news of Kaido's killing came, several other news came one after another. Military disaster. K-Wuan died in battle, the shooter is unknown. Drought Jack was captured by Marine Admiral. Plague David and Purple Shadow Carry were executed by the Big Mom pirates on Kahan Island. Black Shadow Jones and White Shadow Uther were killed in Delicus, the shooter is unknown. The sudden news made everyone who got the news feel dizzy for a while, and even doubted the authenticity of the news for a while. But not long after, Marine confirmed the news, and the whole sea was really sensational. What is happening? On the Mozambique, Diamond Jaws looked at the shattered beast island in the newspaper photo, and kept talking to himself. In front of him, Whitebeard poured the wine into his mouth silently, with no expression of joy or anger. Daddy! Marco spoke softly, but before he could speak, the Day spoke first. Ah, I know. He looked at the message in the newspaper and said softly, things are more complicated than imagined, or simpler than imagined. Others may be even more shocked by the fall of the beasts, but as Whitebeard was originally the strongest among the 4 emperors, he considered another matter. That is the force involved in this operation. Marine, Big Mom, Ling Yun, and 2 other unknown forces. Among them, Big Mom and Kaido had conflicts, so it may be just an accident that she executed Plague David and Purple Shadow Carry. After all, the battle on Kahan Island has been going on for some time, even Whitebeard has ears. However, the real purpose of the remaining 4 forces is extremely interesting. There are two possibilities in front of you. First, the plan to kill Kaido this time is only a plan aimed at Kaido alone, and the leader is the grasp of Hades who has a feud with Kaido. The second is that this plan to kill Kaido is just the beginning, and the leader behind it is the world government. The difference between these two possibilities will have an absolute impact on the sea. Marco. Yes, father. Go send out an invitation, invite that young man to come and visit me. After Marco heard the words, he was stunned for a moment. Whitebeard seldom uttered the word guest, and the Mozambique seldom had guests outside of the group. Before the invitation was sent out this time, the guest who came to this ship last time was the Golden Lion who escaped from Impel Down, and the last time was Red Hair Shanks, and the last time was One Piece Roger. Among these three people, two of them came uninvited, and they were really invited by Whitebeard. In fact, only Roger, the old enemy and best friend, was the only one. Whitebeard Edward Newgate hardly ever really recognizes other people as guests, even redheads are just junior to him. But now, he asked Marco to extend an invitation to Ling Yun. That young man is different. No matter who the leader of this incident is, it will not affect a fact. That is, the grasp of the underworld who can kill Kaido must be the person with the strongest personal combat power in the sea right now. Moreover, he only needs to raise his arms now. CDDI. He'll be the new four emperors. At the same time, Marineford Sora and Sengoku were discussing. And you must know that Kong Na, as the commander-in-chief of the whole army of the world government, is the real leader who decides everything, and 10 minutes on weekdays cannot be broken into 2 minutes. But after receiving the super explosive news that shocked the world, he immediately received a special order from the 5 elders, and left the world government headquarters and came to Marineford. Because whether it is for the world government or for the Marine, the fall of 100 beasts is undoubtedly a milestone progress. Even Sengoku, who approved to participate in this plan and sent 2 admirals to intercept the drought disaster, did not expect the result to be like this. He knew that Ling Yun was very strong, but he didn't expect Ling Yun to be so strong that he could go to Beast Island alone to kill Kaido. But at this time, even if he didn't say anything, he was a little worried. Because after killing Kaido, Ling Yun's reputation will undoubtedly become extremely loud, and according to the rules of the pirates, it is reasonable that Ling Yun, who killed Kaido in a one-on-one duel, occupies more territory. The right thing to do. That is to say, now he just needs to shout with his real arms, and then he will become the substantial new 4 emperors. And here lies the question, if one 4 emperors is killed and another stronger 4 emperors emerges, what is the effect of Marine's actions this time? Not at all, because the situation in the sea will not change in the slightest. And the reason why Kong appeared here was because he brought the 5 elders' orders. This is the biggest opportunity. He said to Sengoku, for that Dr. Ling Yun, you said before that he is not an ambitious man, right? To be precise, he has his own persistence in some areas such as treating patients. And Sengoku replied softly, he still remembers how Ling Yun exchanged 2 medicines and the treatment for Zephyr in exchange for the right to practice medicine freely. So in his opinion, Ling Yun is a very thorough doctor. That's enough. After Kong heard the words, his eyes were also burning. After so many years, he seemed to have finally seen the biggest opportunity that he had never seen when he was the Marine Marshal. 1. A chance to restore peace to the sea. Sengoku, call that grasp of Hades. Just tell him that the world government wants to discuss cooperation with him. Chapter 153. When all the power masters in the world are shocked by the demise of beasts, the Golden Lion may be the one who is the most surprised. Because just 2 months ago, he had just discussed with Kaido about destroying Ling Yun and snatching Hormungandr together, and he even took out the SIQ test drug, which is also extremely scarce, in his hand, as proof. But he didn't expect that Kaido had already been wiped out before the plan even started. Moreover, the person who killed him happened to be Ling Yun. That brat has such power, dash. There is seriousness in the eyes. Golden Lion knows how powerful Kaido is, so he completely put away his previous arrogance towards Ling Chu. Especially Golden Lion doesn't know at all whether the reason why Ling Yun is so cruel to Kaido is because of his own reasons, or because he knows the cooperation between him and Kaido. If it's the former, then that's fine. And if it's the latter, Master Shiki, what shall we do now? In front of Kaido, Dr. Indigo, the developer of SIQ, asked. Get out of here first. But after thinking for a while, he shook his head lightly. Before the SIQ research is completed, no matter what happens, don't disturb the rhythm of the research. What's more, if that Ling Yun boy can kill Kaido, then we will have a hard time fighting against him now. The Golden Lion is not one to lose sight of the situation. Perhaps his air fleet was stronger than Kaido's beasts pirates in the past, but that is the past after all. Since the Battle of Eight Wall, his fleet has suffered heavy losses, and after he escaped from Impel Down, he has been keeping a low profile and not developing his own military power. So actually speaking, the power under his command is far inferior to that of Kaido. Since even Kaido and 100 beasts were completely destroyed by Ling Yun's hands, then, of course he would not be so stupid as to be an enemy at this time. Transfer the floating sky island to East Blue first, and put it into use directly after the development of SIQ is completed. Once successful, let's get rid of that kid, get that dragon, and finally, conquer this world. Of course, Ling Yun himself has no idea that Golden Lion and Kaido ever conspired to kill him. To be more precise, although I was a bit skeptical about why Kaido would have SIQ's unfinished product, Ling Yun didn't think much of it at all. Right now, he is picking up the drop after defeating the boss, that is, the treasure that Kaido stored on the Isle of Beasts. It was a pitch-black box, and it was originally located under the magma lake where Kaido had been staying. If it wasn't through the powerful observation haki, it would be impossible for people to think that Kaido's treasure was hidden in it. And after opening the box that was burnt black by the magma, Ling Yun also found something very interesting in it. Dragon's blood. Category: Special props. Introduction: The blood of the dragons in this world. Flying dragon's tooth. Category: Special props. Introduction: The teeth of the dragons in this world. Dragon scale. Category: Special props. Introduction: The scales of the dragons in this world. Does Kaido have any special preference for dragons? Seeing the three items occupying most of the space in the box, Ling Yun also felt strange for a while. In fact, he was already very surprised before, because after sailing in the sea for so long, although many people seem to know the existence of dragons, there is actually only one dragon that Ling Yun really saw. It's just a dream. And you have to know that Yemenjiad was just a common sea king's at the beginning, and gradually turned into a dragon after Ling Yun's body transformation, and it was still a semi-finished product. So Ling Yun has always been curious, where are those dragons? But now Kaido's hidden treasure has deepened his doubts about this a lot. He knows that Kaido has the blood of dragons and the blood of titans, but he has never heard of the origin of this place. Asking for flowers. What is this? However, after a short period of curiosity, Ling Yun simply turned his attention to the only thing left in the box that has nothing to do with dragons. It was a strange disc pointer. There were quite ancient characters engraved on the top of the pointer. These characters themselves were extremely authoritative to the characters on the historical text steels that Ling Yun had seen, and they were obviously works from the same era. Of course, Ling Yun also asked the system to translate, but the result of the translation made him feel so stupid, because the meaning of the words on the compass is simply the direction of east, west, north, south, and nothing else. Any word exists. However, Ling Yun also knew that it was very important to be able to be so treasured by Kaido, where the pointer of the disc could guide people, so he put the disc away carefully. Yemen guard, bear with me for a while. And after taking away all Kaido's treasures, Ling Yun also looked at the wreckage of Beast Island not far away that was directly sank by his last slashing attack Hades, and then came directly to Yemengard. Looking at Yemengard, who was looking at him with a pitiful expression, Ling Yun also laughed speechlessly. Who told you to provoke him at that time? You said that I will solve it. Master fights, of course I have to fight. Unfortunately, I'm too weak. Yemengard's answer was a little discouraged. And Ling Yun shook his head speechlessly after hearing the words, then put on the gloves and prepared to help him heal. But right now, it is detected that the host has the prop dragon scale, flying dragon's teeth and flying dragon's blood. Host genetically modified half-day dragon species creature Jomgard can use this item to upgrade bloodlines. Do you want to use it? The prompt of the system made Ling Yun startled, but then he smiled lightly and looked at Yemengard with a puzzled expression. You will become stronger in no time. Long. Chapter 154. Nearly a month after Kaido was killed. Boss Ling Yun, I think you can actually consider changing Yemengade's position. It will block my vision when it stretches occasionally. The lost paradise was sailing on the sea, and the huge figure of Yermungandr was coiled on the base of the island just as it had evolved in the past. It is also for this reason that Paradise Lost said at this time that it felt very uncomfortable to have such a big thing coiled on its body. I think that's all very well, and besides, don't you have eyes? And Ling Yun yawned, casually dismissing the protest of the lost paradise, and then simply lay down on the green grass at the bow and took a nap. Ling Yun. But just as he closed his eyes, Koala's voice came from the side. Ling Yun opened one eye, and saw Koala landed beside him stepping on an ever-extending tree, and her expression was also somewhat helpless at this time. Are there any guests? Hey! 603 Ling Yun frowned after hearing the words, Paradise Lost. What's the matter with you? Didn't you tell me to speed up your speed? Boss, this is already a very fast speed. I don't have a high power booster on me, and Yermungandr is also sleeping and can't provide me with power. And Paradise Lost is clearly innocent. Never mind. And thinking of the mountain-like weight of Yemengard, who is in the process of evolution, Ling Yun couldn't say much for a while, just looked at Koala. Who is this time? It is the land of Morrowind, one of the 5 countries in the Eastern Sea region. It is said that a high-ranking official is here. Come on, Paradise Lost, let him come up. Okay, boss. So not long after, I saw a long-legged fat man with a big belly and wearing an exquisite costume came to Ling Yun and Koala with a lot of worry, fear, and respect. And if there are people who have stayed here long enough in New World, then they will definitely find out this expression is clearly the expression that all the state bureaucrats in the 4 emperors' jurisdiction have on 4 Subaru. Donka, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Morrowind, has met Lord Ling Yun, the grasp of Hades. And this foreign minister, who is at least over 50 years old, kneels directly to Ling Yun and Koala. It is really frightening to take the liberty to land on the island. What's the matter? And Ling Yun seemed to be a little used to this kind of thing during this period of time, so he also cut straight to the point. I am here to visit you on behalf of the king. The long-footed fat man named Donka was very humble, and he gestured to the rear while talking, so the servants who were carrying 2 huge boxes behind him also hurriedly carried the boxes forward. Boom! It's just that one of the servants didn't seem to grasp the strength of putting it down properly, causing the box to fall on the ground with a rather loud dull sound, and Koala frowned instinctively after hearing this sound. She always likes to be quiet, it was her instinct. But Donka, who was extremely nervous in his heart, keenly observed Koala's frowning movement, so his complexion changed instantly. Yuan's body flew up and kicked the servant out, and his mouth started directly. He scolded and apologized, I'm very sorry. My subordinates are not serious. Please believe that we have no other intentions. Saying so, the cold sweat on his head could not help but break out. All right, I won't embarrass you for such a trivial matter. And Ling Yun was speechless after seeing this. What's inside? This is a special product of our country of Morrowind, the super-large ship engine IEQ-412, which His Majesty the King specially prepared for you, my lord. In this box, there are 3 billion baileys, it's a tribute to you. While swallowing his saliva, Donka watched Ling Yun's expression without blinking. And this is not the first time Ling Yun has seen this look recently. You know, the sea area ruled by the 4 emperors almost occupies more than half of the territory of the entire New World, occupying huge resources. To be more precise, many supplies that marine needs in New World are traded through the hands of the 6 kings of the Dark World, and these transactions themselves provide the 4 emperors with huge money. Although Marine knows about these things, there is nothing she can do about it. And in these territories, besides resources, there will naturally be a large number of countries. As long as these countries want to survive, they must obey the 4 emperors and pay tribute to the 4 emperors in exchange for their protection. Just like the countries within the sphere of influence of the ant must provide her with a huge amount of deserts as tributes, for the leaders of the country, this has become a way of survival. This is also the reason why the 4 emperors can develop so quickly. The chaos in the New World and the number of terrible pirates make many countries in the New World have to attach. They survived, which became another kind of sea ecology. Therefore, after one of the 4 emperors fell, the most flustered and excited is not the marine or the pirates, but these countries that originally lived under Kaido's territory, because if they don't immediately find a replacement Kaido, if the protector of the country is destroyed, they will destroy the country in a very short time. And as the person who has now replaced Kaido and is almost the 4 emperors, Ling Yun has naturally become the object of most of the countries that were originally under the jurisdiction of Kaido to attach their allegiance to. It is precisely because of this that many countries and islands are now actively showing their favor to Ling Yun. People like Donka are not the first batch to come to Paradise Lost. Although Ling Yun knew this, he still murmured in his heart. He has no interest in becoming the 4 emperors. Becoming 4 emperors means becoming a thorn in the side of the world government and marine, and this is definitely not worth the loss for Ling Yun, who needs a huge amount of healing and points for the 5th stage mission. However, what Donka brought was a good thing that he could really use. Paradise Lost just complained to him about the lack of a good power plant. I see. So after pondering for a while, he also chose to accept what Donka brought. Thank you. Thank you, Master Ling Yun. After Donka saw this, he immediately let go of his heart, and then he was sincerely grateful. The Morrowind Kingdom where he was located on the edge of the sea area under the jurisdiction of the beasts. It is a very chaotic sea area. He couldn't even imagine, if Ling Yun refused their tribute, what would happen to those vicious pirates who have been coveting around the country for a long time. Toka, you must successfully make a tax covenant with the new Lord 4 Emperors, otherwise the country will be ruined. This is the entrustment of the King of Morrowind Kingdom to him before he came here, and even the King donated the largest technological creation of Morrowind Kingdom and nearly a year of national tax revenue for this. But luckily, he succeeded after all. What a hassle! Seeing Donka leave happily, Ling Yun also shook his head helplessly. He didn't know what to say to this kind of person who was happy to die while giving money. But right now. Jingle Bell 5.7. Suddenly, the sound of a phone bug came from the hospital, and when Ling Yun waved his hand to capture the phone bug, he saw that it was a phone bug that had never rang. The phone bug itself wears a miniature marine cap, and the phone bug has the world government cross on its sticky feet. That's a special phone bug that the world government rations every shisha buyukai. Of course, most of the shisha buyukai just threw it away when they got it, and Ling Yun just kept it for future trading because of the drug deal with Marine. Hello. And after connecting to the phone bug, Ling Yun's very familiar voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Ling Yun, if possible. I hope you can now go to Marine's G5 base in New World, where there are warships waiting for you. Sengoku's voice seemed to be a little more dignified than before. What's up? Yes, there are some things that need you to come to the Marine headquarters to discuss. Chapter 155. Marine G5 Branch, a special branch under the command of Naval Headquarters, is mainly responsible for the security of the New World Sea area and the observation and surveillance of the four emperors. And naturally, the marine branch located in the waters of the four emperors itself can be said to be the most dangerous of all the marine branches. Fighting to maintain law and order will inevitably happen every day, and countless pirates who hate marine will even launch a direct attack on this marine branch. But recently, there have been almost no attacks on this marine branch. And the reason is because a marine admiral came to this marine branch. Aokiji Kyuzan, cooperating with Kizaru Salino not long ago, directly defeated Drought Jack and imprisoned him in Impel Down. Admiral did not know that Xiang suddenly came to the New World not long ago. And so naturally, no idiot would choose to go to hell knowing that Marine Admiral is on the island. But obviously, the marine officers and soldiers of the G5 branch on the island don't have time to enjoy the rare tranquility. They just gathered at the port of the island's 23 islands under the order of the base chief Virgo Vice Admiral, and watched the island ship slowly appearing not far away. Virgo. Standing in front of everyone, Aokiji's expression changed from his usual lazy expression, and he looked at the island ship with a very dignified expression. Are there any recruits in the base? No, the soldiers who are still alive in the base are all veterans who have joined the base for more than half a year. A man named Virgo is wearing a checked coat, a pair of sunglasses, and holds a bamboo in his left hand. But after hearing Virgo's words, Aokiji just said something flat. No. In front of that guy, all soldiers under 3 years old are recruits, let them all return to the base. While the two were talking, the island ship had slowly docked at the port. Koala, Paradise Lost, you go to Lanslow to handle the handover of things according to the previous plan, and I will be back in a few days. The young man in white casually asked a few words towards the island, and then walked towards the large number of marines in front of him. Stepping out step by step, he didn't mean to show strength. Just the natural breath was exposed, and the experienced sailors of the G5 branch discovered, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Dr. Ling Yun, long time no see. And Aokiji felt Ling Yun's subtle but extremely dangerous aura, and his body tensed up unconsciously. Although he knew that the relationship between the person in front of him and Marine was actually not too bad, but the glimpse of Marie Joyce in the past still prevented him from letting his guard down on Ling Yun completely. Especially not long ago, this guy also killed the Kaido who was called the Immortal Body. Well, long time no see Aokiji Admiral. Ling Yun also said Kaido flatly, and then glanced casually at Virgo who was beside Aokiji. And with just that glance, Virgo felt that everything about him seemed to be completely seen through. And at this moment, it just so happens that you are here, pass a message to Doflamingo for me. Ling Yun's voice suddenly sounded in Virgo's heart, and the name contained in those words made his heart beat almost to ultimate. How can it be? Although his good espionage qualities did not change his expression at all, there was already a huge wave in his heart. He was originally the top cadre under Doflamingo's Red Heart, and he joined Marine only as a spy, and he has been lurking for more than 10 years so far. And in these 10 years, he thought to himself that he had not revealed any telltale signs, and the information exchange with Doflamingo was absolutely confidential. Don't be too surprised, I'm not interested in anything about you and Doflamingo. I just want you to tell him that I will take over some of his business after a while, and I hope he will not make meaningless moves. Otherwise, he himself knows the consequences. For Virgo, Doflamingo's spy, Ling Yun's words are not polite at all, just like Kaido's view of Doflamingo. For Ling Yun now, this heavenly yaksha is just casual and extinct existence. Yes. I'll pass the news on to Dover. Although Virgo was terrified, he still agreed to Ling Chu's request in his heart. So after just a few words of exchange, Ling Yun ignored Virgo, but continued to look at Aokiji. Then can you reveal it? What's the sign this time? It's the recruiting news directly from the world government. The specific situation, Dr. Ling Yun, you will naturally know when you arrive in Marine Ford. And Aokiji also shook his head to express that he was not too clear, but then pointed to the marine warship docked not far away. Dr. Ling Yun, please board the ship. Good. And after hearing the news that the world government directly issued an order, Ling Yun's eyes also flashed with obscure thoughts, and then he walked onto the warship with a chuckle. Different from when he came here, this time he needs to go back to the first half of the Grand Line through the special passage of Marie Joyce, so he needs a warship called Marine to pass smoothly. January. 5 days later. The speed of the marine warship is naturally much faster than that of the common ship, but after only 5 days of voyage, the warship has already reached the steep west side of the Red Line. And in the sea area at the edge of the Red Line, there are countless checkpoint guards along the way. And on the steep red rock wall, a huge facility passage is standing on the cliff. That's the special passage. Aokiji also said 657 casually. As expected, when approaching the huge equipment, the warship that Ling Yun was on also seemed to be attracted and hung upside down on the cliff, and then went directly upwards as if in an upwelling current. Is it related to sea stone? And Ling Yun also had a guess in his mind at the first time Marine's warship is inlaid with a base plate made of sea stone technology, so it can sail on the calm belt. This is not Zyakan. But what he didn't expect was that the world government or that Dr. Vegapunk actually mastered such a technology. Being ahead of the world by 500 years, is really not empty talk. And at this time, when Ling Yun was sighing in his heart, detected that there are 4 task items around, and the distance from the host is 812 meters east, 714 meters east, 816 meters east, 931 meters east. The sound of the system came suddenly, and Ling Yun was also taken aback for a moment. Quest item? History text? After realizing the meaning of the system prompt, Ling Yun's expression also changed slightly. You know, where he is now, is on the cliff of the Red Line, and he is moving at high speed along a special passage towards Marie Joyce above. And if the location of the historical text is to the east of him, then inside the Red Line, is there a historical text? After reaching this conclusion, Ling Yun's heart shuddered instantly. Chapter 156. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. From the warship that just arrived, Ling Yun is still thinking about what he discovered before. He had made a big fuss about Marie Joyce before, but he didn't find the real historical text still there. The 3 historical texts he got were all obtained from the mansion of the dragons, even as their master the celestial dragons don't seem to know it themselves. But in Ling Yun's view, this is obviously unreasonable. You know, there are a total of 30 pieces of historical text, and they are distributed in various sea areas around the world. So no matter how you think about it, it would be absurd if the world government that controls the entire world doesn't have a few historical texts. But the experience of climbing the Red Line this time made Ling Yun instantly understand the reason of the matter. Why didn't he get any system prompts when he arrived at Marie Joyce before, and why the defense facilities in Marie Joyce were so simple? Now it seems, in the land below Marie Joyce, there is definitely an extremely huge space, and in that space, there are a total of 4 historical text steals. Even Ling Yun has reason to believe that the real military equipment and cards of the world government should be there. Jun Vice Admiral. At this time, Aokiji didn't notice Ling Yun's expression, but just looked at the Marine Vice Admiral Momuzagi, who came to meet them not far away and greeted them softly. I am here to welcome the guests under the orders of Marshal Sengoku and Marshal Kuzan. Admiral, you continue your previous mission in Byron's. No. After nodding slightly to express his understanding, Aokiji also turned his head to look at Ling Yun. Dr. Ling Yun, please get off the boat. All right, I got it. At this time, Ling Yun also came back to his senses, and then came under the warship in a flash, looked at Momuzagi at the side, but greeted familiarly, Yo, Momuzagi Vice Admiral. Long time no see. Ling Yun admired the Marine Vice Admiral who dared to stand in front of him alone at the time. Dr. Ling Yun, please, Please follow me. But for some reason, when Momuzagi saw Ling Yun, a little blush suddenly appeared on her fair face, and her voice seemed a little nervous. Is there any problem? And Ling Yun looked at her curiously. Has the previous battle left any shadow on her? But Momuzagi didn't answer any more, just turned around immediately and seemed to be running towards the attic of naval headquarters. The speed was not so much leading the way, but running away. Vice Admiral, what happened to her? I don't know, maybe I'm in a bad mood. No, I think she was very happy when she received the task this morning. Yes. The subordinates beside Momuzagi were also whispering, and then the leading adjutant also stepped forward. Mr. Ling Yun, please move. Okay. After all, it's not the first time Ling Yun has come to the Marine headquarters, so he knows the route. Not long after, he followed Hailey Shilly to the meeting room dedicated to the Marine Marshal. After entering the conference room, the three people in the conference room made Ling Yun's eyes narrow slightly. Crane Vice Admiral. Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sora. Dr. Ling Yun is here. Momuzagi's adjutant gave a military salute to the three people, but Sengoku, who was sitting in the middle, frowned slightly. Hey? Where's Jun? Jun Vice Admiral. She first suddenly ran away and then disappeared? Wouldn't it be nice to say that? Okay, I see you go out first. But when the adjutant was thinking about how to repay, the crane, who seemed to know something, laughed speechlessly, and then waved his hand to signal that he could leave. Yes, yes. After the adjutant took the order to leave, the three people in the conference room also turned their different eyes to Ling Yun. And naturally, Ling Chu also observed the master's personal expression. Naturally, Sengoku, needless to say, since the deal between Ling Yun and Marine, the Marshal Marine and Ling Yun have also talked on the phone several times, and they are very familiar with each other. But Crane looked at Ling Yun with rather complicated eyes. There seemed to be some apprehension in those eyes, some appreciation, some expectation, and some teasing. As for Kong at the end, what exists in his eyes is pure dread. This is also his consistent attitude towards all dangerous people in the sea. Then, please sit down, Ling Chu. At this time, Sengoku, as the Marshal of Marine, coughed lightly to break the somewhat awkward atmosphere, and then he let Ling Yun take his seat directly. You did us Marine a big favor this time. What he said was obviously about exterminating all beasts for Marine. The elimination of the four emperors, one of the most serious worries, is undoubtedly a great booster. Marshal Sengoku praised me. Marine also made a lot of effort to solve the drought jack, didn't he? Where is he now? Has he been executed? And Ling Yun also chuckled at Kaido. He is still being held in the Impel prison, and he will not be executed until the world government's ruling is made. Is that so? And after the routine politeness, Sengoku didn't worry about it anymore, and just shifted his gaze to Sora. And Sora also coughed after receiving Sengoku's eye signal, and then directly spoke to the man. Ahem. Dr. Ling Yun, I am the Commander-in-Chief of the World's, Wang Hao, Government, Kong. You are called here to attend this meeting this time because I need to know something. Here we go. Ling Yun secretly thought in his heart, but in his mouth he asked with some doubts, Marshal Kong, please tell me. When designing this plan, Ling Yun already knew that it would definitely attract the attention of the world government. After all, the forces involved in this plan are indeed some. Or even to be precise, if it wasn't for the fact that the enemy to deal with was Kaido, the first thing Marine did when he got Chi Mi's plan through Stussy was definitely to investigate Ling Yun instead of participating in the plan. It's just that the temptation of killing one of the four emperors was too great for Marine, so they chose to help Ling Yun kill Kaido immediately, and talk about the rest later. And now, it's clearly time for them to figure things out. Chapter 157. We need to know why there is a connection between you and the Big Mom pirates. Sora asked directly. Before I killed the wind disaster Kun, so I was invited to a tea party by Big Mom, and by the way, I talked with her about the cooperation afterwards. Ling Yun also has nothing to hide. This is not news worth hiding. That's it. Kong obviously doesn't believe it because according to Stussy's information, Big Mom's attitude towards Ling Yun is extremely friendly and Common's partnership seems to be completely different. But Ling Yun gave him a flat look after hearing the words, "Is it so unimportant? The important thing is that her power can help me kill Kaido." Kong was also speechless after hearing the words because the fact is also true, Ling Yun as shisha buyukai and world government are only in a cooperative relationship, so even if he has friendship with Dama, that is his freedom. Especially this time Big Mom cooperated with him to kill Kaido, so even Marine has no right to make irresponsible remarks on Ling Yun's actions. Second question, who helped you kill Soldier Calamity Qyen and 5 Beast Shadows, and who helped you occupy the 4 islands around 100 Beasts Island? Friend. Compared with the first question, Ling Yun's answer to the second question is obviously much more perfunctory. Please answer seriously. And Kong obviously cannot be satisfied with this kind of answer in this incident. Ling Yun's friends showed 343 extremely extraordinary combat power, enough to defeat half of Kaido's subordinates. They were all killed directly in the sea. Especially now, it is no longer a secret to talk about the great fleet of the underworld, so Kong can't just skip this topic. It's just a friend who has been healed before. However, after Ling Yun heard the words, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Marshal Kong, don't make a mistake. Although I accepted Shisha Buyukai's call-up, I'm not a CP person. Whoever I'm friends with, and whoever I ask to help kill Kaido are all my business. So, please don't ask these silly questions. Between the words, there was clearly a bit of coldness. Kong's aggressive question obviously made Ling Yun a little annoyed. And if someone dared to talk to Kong like that in normal times, then this violent commander-in-chief of the whole army would probably pass by with a single punch. But Ling Yun is the one person that Kong and the world government don't want to offend. Because everyone present knows that Ling Yun's current strength is close to that of the 4 emperors. Especially now Ling Yun is not actually a pirate in essence, and he is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea who cooperates with Marine. So even Kong suppressed his inner anger when facing Ling Yun, and Sengoku on the side even, CDCG, hurriedly said to help, "Ling Yun, you don't care, Teacher Kong just wants it's just to understand the circumstances of this incident. You also know that the death of the 4 emperors was not a trivial matter." And after finishing speaking, he cut the babble directly and started to talk about the real business. "Actually, we invite you here this time, and we hope to cooperate with you on one matter. Marshal Sengoku, please." And Ling Yun, who had no intention of falling out with Marine now, also softened his tone at this time. "We hope you can cooperate with us to destroy the other 4 emperors." And when Sengoku opened his mouth, what he said was earth-shattering. Obviously, this time Kaido's death has provided a message to the world government, that is, although the 4 emperors are strong, they are not unbreakable. So they began to consider whether it was possible to wipe out these biggest threats to the sea almost immediately, and the biggest reason why Kong came here is also this. I reject. Before Sengoku even came to talk about the details of the cooperation, Ling Yun directly refused. And Ling Yun was also very speechless in his heart. Did the world government and Marine think that the 4 emperors were Huxia cabbages? Did they just pull them out? Not to mention that Big Mom and Shanks have a pretty good relationship with him, even the last 4 emperors. Whitebeard, that is a monster that can destroy the world when it is fully activated. Even the current Ling Yun thinks that his strength can definitely gain the upper hand when facing any of these 3 people, but when it comes to destroying the power of these 3 people, Ling Yun is not a fool. He is not from the world government, and it can even be said that he will fall out with the world government sooner or later because of the historical text. So, how could he do such a thing? Seeing Ling Yun's resolute look when he refused, Sengoku was not annoyed either. Ling Yun's refusal was in his expectation, and this inquiry was just a tentative one. The cooperation he really wants to achieve is actually then another collaborative project we want you to. He looked at Ling Yun with a very serious voice. Can be 4 emperors. What's the meaning? Ling Yun was slightly surprised after hearing this sentence. It's like this. And after Sengoku glanced at the crane, the latter explained all the plans directly and in detail. After hearing the specific content of the plan, Ling Yun fell silent. It turns out that since the official appearance of the 4 emperors, Marine's own power has hardly spread to New World. Their existing branches in New World are only a few, such as G5, and the huge number of pirates in New World, there is no comparison with power at all. So until now, all their intelligence and resource acquisition had to be obtained through espionage operations or transactions with the Dark World, and the control over all areas of the New World has been completely lost. And for the world government, this is obviously something that is in the throat. But, the appearance of Ling Yun turned this incident into a turning point. Because as long as Ling Yun can withstand the pressure from other 4 emperors and succeed in taking the position, then he has a great possibility to replace Kaido and become the new 4 emperors. And after he becomes 4 emperors, he will also be the shisha buyukai, who will become the only one of the 4 emperors who has a friendly relationship with Marine. So, we will help you to deduce the fishing boat and make you 4 emperors, but we hope that you can allow our army to maintain and protect the surrounding countries. We will not send a large number of troops. You can also enjoy absolute control over the sea area through the authority of shisha buyukai. To put it simply, Ling Yun has reached a cooperation with Marine through shisha buyukai's authority. Marine can restore the protection rights and resource acquisition rights to parts of the New World in the World Government Alliance. In return, Ling Yun will actually gain control of the entire sea area, and neither the World Government nor the Marine will take any action to stop or arrest him. In other words, he will become the only legitimate 4 emperors. But after hearing what Crane said, Ling Yun looked at Sengoku with a half smile. And Sengoku's old face was also slightly red at this time, because although the Crane said things a little bit more reasonably, but he knew that Quayle's words were completely unreasonable. Legitimate 4 emperors? What is this? 4 emperors don't need to care about whether it is legal or not. They in King's Landing New World don't care whether Marine allows them to exist, because their existence itself cannot be stopped. So in essence, the cooperation that Marine is proposing now, is actually close to empty glove white wolf. 2 requests, if you agree, I can agree to cooperate. But what surprised him was that Ling Yun, who clearly saw through this point, just smiled casually, but she didn't seem to refuse to cooperate. Chapter 158. Of course, Ling Yun will not refuse to cooperate, although he can see at a glance that the cooperation proposed by Sengoku is actually quite empty-handed. But for him, this kind of cooperation has no loss because he is different from other 4 emperors. He has no pursuit of the title of One Piece, and he has an absolute opposite relationship with Marine. He has no interest, and as a traverser, he has no desire for power in this world. As for the pressure of the other 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks is his good friend, and the ant has a very good relationship with him because of the cure of eating disorder. As for the last Whitebeard, although he has never met, Ling Yun also knows that the other party is not a meddling people. In other words, Ling Yun will not encounter any resistance at all to become 4 emperors. So for him, Marine's proposal can even be said to be the best solution, because he can obtain the status of 4 emperors without losing a large number of patients on Marine's side. And for most of the countries in his own sea area, he doesn't even need to send people to protect it because Marine will act as the role of the bodyguard. And Ling Yun can even get the country's tribute and taxes reasonably. And all he needs to pay is the protection rights of some countries that he already finds very troublesome, as well as the Marine's passage authority in the sea area. But you have to know, with the strength of Ling Yun's current subordinates, it is impossible for him to protect these unknown countries in that corner, and it is impossible for him to completely own this sea slope. So, Ling Yun had no intention of rejecting this cooperation from the very beginning. Only those who can get benefits in vain are idiots who don't want them. 2 conditions, if you agree, I will agree to cooperate. You say. And Sengoku is obviously well prepared. First, I hope to obtain the right of full autonomy in the entire sea because I may go to other sea areas to treat my patients in the future, and I don't want to be blocked by marine in other sea areas. Secondly, I will integrate the business of the drug supply industry and medical supplies industry in the underground world recently, and I hope that people related to marine and world government will not stop it. And Ling Yun didn't procrastinate, and directly raised his two demands. The first requirement is naturally a pretense. The reason why Ling Yun needs to go to other sea areas is purely because he wants to go to other sea areas to find the remaining historical texts. As for the second requirement, it is what he is already doing now. Once the drug industry in the dark world is unified by him, then as long as the drugs sold through his hands will become the carrier for it to obtain points. In this way, the amount of points and speed he can obtain will definitely go up to more than one level. And Ling Yun also knows that Marine will not refuse her offer. Can. Sure enough, Sengoku nodded lightly after hearing Ling Yun's words. You can sail anywhere in the four seas and the Grand Line, and you can also use the marine navigation channel and related navigation equipment. But your second request? I hope you can promise not to put Iron Army Potion and Ancient Healing Potion into the drug industry of the Dark World, and give priority to marine in terms of drug transactions. It can only be said that worthy of the title of the resourceful general, Sengoku examines the pros and cons and considers the details very quickly. Can. After Ling Yun heard the words, he only smiled lightly, and then he also stood up and shook hands with Sengoku. Then, happy cooperation, Marshal Sengoku. Happy cooperation. And looking at Ling Yun's faint smile and completely unable to see through his mind, Sengoku also felt as if he had passed away for a while. It was only a year and a half, that day, although he had great power, he was just an unknown little person. The doctor has become a king-like figure of the king of the sea. In this case, then I will leave first. Okay, I will arrange for Marine's warship to take you back to New World. And after watching Ling Yun leave, Sengoku also turned his head to look at Tsuru and Sora. True, Teacher Sora, what do you think? It's smart, it's poised, but it's also scary. Crane made his evaluation lightly, and Sengoku also nodded lightly. Even if he watched Ling Yun's growth during this period, he felt very surprised in his heart. There's no way to restrain him, Sengoku. And Kong, who has been watching coldly since Ling Yun said something, also made his own judgment at this time. Your cooperation with him is only based on your trust in him, which is not a rational choice. This is the standard thinking of the world government. What they need to achieve is absolute control over a thing. But teacher, he has shown his sincerity in the previous cooperation with Marine. And he's not the kind of person who can be controlled. But Sengoku is obviously not as iron-blooded as his teacher. Anyway, I'll take note of today's situation. But Kong looked at this somewhat stubborn disciple, but shook his head slightly. I am leaving. And when Ling Yun reached a cooperation with Marine New World, aboard Paradise Lost. Miss Koala, I have received all the things Master Ling Yun ordered, please give them to him when the Master returns. Asterisk. Lancelot stood in front of Koala and handed over the 3 contracts to her. And those 3 contracts are not true. They are the 3 Dark World tycoons who control 20%, 30%, and 50% of the New World drug trade respectively, Sewer Medicine King Millen, Poison Rat Hank, and Joker Doflamingo, a contract for the transfer of the drug business. And from this, we can also know why the 6 kings of the Dark World in the past were so afraid and jealous of the Ant, because their so-called monopoly of a certain line in the New World is nothing to the 4 emperors, just little things that can be done in a moment. Oh, I see. After Koala received the 3-point contract, he also placed it on the table in the main hall of the medical hall, and there was still an invitation card on that table at this time. That's the 2 from the Fur Clan. And Lancelot was slightly taken aback when he saw the invitation card with the pattern of sakura flowers. Well, it's an invitation to invite Ling Yun to Wano Kuni. Koala nodded lightly, but in the middle of speaking, she and Lancelot turned their eyes suddenly at the same time. Koala asked softly, and the door of the medical hall was slowly pushed open at this time. Ah! I'm so sorry to bother you, you two. The talking man has Vegapunk head and a dagger at his waist. And the tattoo on his chest is exclusive to the most legendary pirate in this sea. I'm Marco, captain of Whitebeard's first team. The man revealed his identity with a lazy smile, and then turned his gaze to Lancelot. You are, the Silver Knight Lancelot, the captain of the first team of the underworld, right? It's right down. Lancelot said so, but Koala looked at Marco seriously. Please explain your purpose, otherwise. Otherwise? Marco was still a little lazy. Otherwise, please leave this island. Koala spoke softly, and from her body. Boom! The wind armor transformed by Artorias slowly covered her upper body. When she looked at Marco, she couldn't see the weak little girl who only knew how to cry in the past. Don't get me wrong. Seeing that Koala seemed to want to do something, Marco, who knew that he seemed to be a little contemptuous of the other party, quickly apologized with a smile, and then took out an envelope with a Whitebeard pattern drawn from his arms. I'm here to deliver invitations. Father Whitebeard, Mr. Ling Yun is invited to be a guest on board the Subidk. Chapter 159. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 13. The daily life that can be seen every day is also continuously displayed in today. Hey! Go go go! What's wrong? Did you see that person? Hey! What's the matter? That guy is this time's supernova Sumino the Sick. Let's go quickly, or we will be in danger. Dangerous? Why is it dangerous? Could it be that he can't kill people if he sees them? No, it's just that he and the blonde ghost Meldesis who landed on the island some time ago are notorious enemies. If they meet, they will definitely. The experienced passers-by by the side let out a low cry when they saw the hideous and tall man with a pipe in their mouths, and then dispersed. And this supernova, who is called the consumptive ghost, also directly led his subordinates to a bar. Sith, 780 get Laozi out, ahem. While talking and coughing, this new generation of pirates obviously has his own haki as the person who conquered one of the 7 roots in the paradise. He is extremely rich and has his own haki. Sumino, how dare you, you trash, appear in front of me. Along with his shout, a blonde man also kicked open the door of the bar from the hotel and came out. Obviously, he was the blonde ghost Melworth. Hey! Laozi is not the same now as before. And Sumino sneered, and then just shook his right arm suddenly. Then, his right arm suddenly turned into a sticky cloud of liquid. Laozi is now a soapy person who ate Logia's Zayazao fruit. Let me see how you fight me this time. What? After seeing this, Meldesis' expression changed drastically. The biggest reason why he has been able to suppress Sumino is because he once took a devil fruit, so he is very strong in combat, but now this guy doesn't knowing what kind of shit luck I had. I actually took a piece of Logia's devil fruit. Logia's devil fruit. My god! Isn't this guy lucky? A person with Logia ability. Maybe he is the strongest among the supernovas this year. So the people who were hiding far away and eating melons were all amazed, and Sumino, whose vanity was greatly satisfied, instantly turned the soap in his hand into a soap sword and danced. Sith, you die for Laozi. And at this moment when the war is about to break out, there was the sound of light footsteps, and a young man in white clothes with a black sword on his waist slowly walked over. Stay out of the way. But after seeing Sumino and Meldesis who were confronting each other, he said something casually without blinking his eyes. So the atmosphere at the scene was a little stiff for a while. Then, you wanna die? Sumino, who was already full of vanity, was also furious in an instant. He is a dignified Logia-capable user, a supernova with a bounty of 300 million Baileys. This guy simply doesn't want to live. So he directly held the soap liquid sword in his hand and slashed towards the opponent directly. Then, He saw the opponent throw a punch casually. Haha. Useless Laozi is Logia, Sumino is about to demonstrate the special skill elementalization unique to Logia ability users to kill the opponent handsomely, but he suddenly finds out. The man looked at him impatiently. I said, get out of the way. So the next moment, the bodies of Sumino and the group of partners behind him were instantly turned into powder, even including bones and flesh. Everything about him was crushed by this punch. A guy who feels invincible just because of the low-ranking Logia fruit. And the body of the white-clothed youth didn't even take a step, and the bright white clothes still had a trace of red after passing through the blood mist. Then, he walked into that bar. Gulp. And beside him, Meldesis, who had not dared to move since he appeared, couldn't help swallowing. The difference from Sumino is, he likes to pay attention to the news from the sea, and he knows the identity of this person. Or to be more precise, anyone who is concerned about the situation in New World and has a way to know the situation, no one will not know this person. Because just recently, behind the titles of Legendary in the series of Grasp of Hades, Hand of God, 7 Warlords of the Sea, World's #1 Swordsman and Miracle Physician, he has many. It was a title, and this title was directly published in the World Economic News, a title recognized by the world government and the whole world. One of the new 4 emperors, Grips of Hades, Ling Yun. This kind of legendary level guy, why did he appear here? Whispering in an unbelievable low voice, Meldesis looked at the bar with the words Shucky's ripped off bar embarrassingly, and was extremely puzzled. And this kind of doubt is the same for the owner of the bar. Puff. When Ling Yun said hello with a flat face and said yo, Rayleigh, who was drinking, also spit out the wine directly. Why are you here? Pluton, who can be described as moody and indifferent on weekdays, is also a little speechless at this time. He just discussed with Shucky about Ling Yun not long ago, but he didn't expect Fang to appear so soon in front of him. I went to Marineford before. And Ling Yun also smiled without saying a word. Marine asked you to cooperate. But it can only be said that Rayleigh is worthy of being Rayleigh. Just from Ling Yun's simple sentence, he who is very familiar with Marine's approach guessed the purpose of Marine looking for Ling Yun. Well, a little cooperation. Hey boy, you did a good job, you actually killed that Kaido. While talking, the two directly entered the dark room inside the bar, and Rayleigh also took out a bottle of good wine and threw it to Ling Yun with a light smile, but there was no lack of surprise between the words. Even he didn't expect that when he met Ling Yun again at such a short time, the other party was already a character called 4 Emperors. 4.8 But you are called 4 Emperors even though you are not a pirate. Fortunately, it was written in the newspaper. Especially when thinking of the 2 largest newspapers in the world, the World Economic News and the World Government General Report, which uniformly called Ling Yun 4 Emperors and intentionally or unintentionally promoted it, Futura also felt very absurd. It's just part of the collaboration. And Ling Yun also understood Rayleigh's thoughts, so he smiled speechlessly. The promotion of him in the newspapers really made him feel that the legendary is not himself after reading it. But he didn't come here to stay for a long time after all, so after casually drinking a few glasses of wine with Rayleigh to talk about the past, he also straight to the point brought up a point that he wanted to mention in the past, but never mentioned it. The problem. Rayleigh, I came back this time to ask you something about Loverud. Chapter 160. Rayleigh, I came back this time to ask you about Loverud. Ling Yun got straight to the point, but what he said surprised Rayleigh. Loverud? How do you say you want to pursue One Piece too? Rayleigh took a few more sips of the wine while smiling, but looked at Ling Yun's expression intriguingly. I can of course also tell you what I saw if you want to know. But I need to remind you that Loverud is not the kind of place you imagined. What I saw, what Roger saw, and what you went to, maybe it won't be the same. Speaking of which, the deputy of the One Piece seems to be a little bit less interested. In fact, until now he also feels, they seem to be too anxious. No. But to his surprise, Ling Yun turned him down with a chuckle. Really, I'm not asking you about what's on Lawfrud or what One Piece is. If I really want to know, then I'll see for myself. What I want to ask you 23 is about the location of the red stone. Where are the 4 beacons located? Yes, that's what Ling Yun wanted to ask Rayleigh. He originally knew the location of the 4 road sign history text, in the hands of Zawu, Kaido and Anti each held 1 piece, but he knew where the last piece was. But now, the piece held by Kaido was directly taken by him in the mysterious Sky Island, and the piece on Zou was also taken by him. But, the remaining 2 pieces are nowhere to be seen, and the ant still doesn't hold the red stone in her hand. In other words, his mission is in the middle of a puzzle. It is precisely because of this that he came here to ask Rayleigh about the location of the red stone. As the first deputy captain who started to sail with Roger, Rayleigh should know the location of the stone of the realm. Red stone. Rayleigh was startled when he heard the words, but then he also looked at Ling Yun curiously. You got it now. 2 pieces, the one on Zou's back, and the one on Sky Island. You actually went to that Sky Island. As expected, Futura obviously knew the location of the Sky Island mentioned by Ling Yun. But then there's not much I can tell you. Rayleigh shook his head with a wry smile, but Ling Yun frowned after hearing what he said. What did he mean? Because I don't know the location of the remaining 2 red stones. But Rayleigh just shook his head, and then explained to Ling Yun, Roger has an observation haki that can hear the voice of all things, so we may not know many things he knows, and he often makes some very dangerous thing. As he spoke, Rayleigh also fell into memories. During our voyage, he had 2 long-lost experiences in those 2 times. It took us several months to find out. Get him back. And his illness was contracted during one of the separations. Rayleigh didn't intend to hide anything from Ling Yun, so he told all the stories. It turns out that during the sailing career of the One Piece, Gordy Roger, he was separated from his companions twice. The first time he got lost was in the first half of the Grand Line. He disappeared with the Golden Roger for 2 months before returning to the city. What's worth mentioning is that when he came back after being separated this time, there seemed to be some strange changes, and his temperament became quite calm, as if he knew something very important. In addition, the second separation happened in the second half of New World, and the separation time was longer this time, nearly 3 months. And 3 months later, when Roger met the crew again, he was already seriously injured, and not only brought back a rubbing of the red stone, but even brought back a person. Hey, this guy, but I dug it from Edward. The wine in his hometown is very good. Ha ha ha. Obviously there were hideous wounds on his body, but Roger still smiled wildly, and beside him, the man in a kimono. His name is Kojiki Oden, and he's a very interesting kid. Saying so, Rayleigh drank the wine in one gulp. After listening, Ling Yun gradually completed how Roger got the 4 red stones. The first piece was obtained in the Sky Island Sanctuary where he first confronted Kaido before. The second piece was obtained by Roger on an island in the first half of the Grand Line when he was lost for the first time. The third piece was obtained by Roger in a certain place when he was separated for the second time, and there was something in that place that could cause Roger to be seriously injured, and Kojiki Oden also left the Whitebeard pirates at this time, joined Roger's pirate group. The fourth piece was obtained by Kojiki Oden taking Roger to Zou and in the big tree hole in the Beluga forest. To sum up, what Ling Yun needs to look for now should be the second and third pieces. And if it is not expected, there may be 2 people who know more about the location of the third red stone, that is, Kojiki who joined the Roger pirates during that time. With Whitebeard Edward Newgate who definitely met Roger during that time. But after sorting out the news, Ling Yun has some points in his heart. Looks like, going to Wano Kuni once. And he also secretly made a decision in his heart that country. It seems that he really needs to go there. 440 But at this moment, Rayleigh suddenly spoke again. Ling Yun. You're going to Wano Kuni, aren't you? This Pluton seems to have guessed what Ling Yun was thinking. Well, I should go there. If you really want to go, then you can go to the Kamigawa area and find a blacksmith called Forging Heart. There, maybe there's something you need. 2 hours later, Shuki also slowly came to Rayleigh's side, seeing the handsome figure of Ling Yun who came and went quickly. Why don't you tell him something? There seemed to be something in her words. No need. But Rayleigh just lightly adjusted his glasses. He is very strong, almost the person who has the best chance to go to Lafrud. Redundant and uncertain information will only interfere with the truth he saw in Rashid. Are you so sure he'll find Lavrud? Shuki has never been to the final island, so she is also a little curious. Hey! But after Rayleigh heard the words, the corner of his mouth just grinned slightly. Not he found Lavrud. After getting enough beacons, Lavrud will find him himself. Chapter 161. After leaving the Sabayati archipelago again, Ling Yun also returned to the Lost Paradise very quickly with the help of his ability and spiritual connection with the Lost Paradise. The speed of his return to the East Park was even faster than before. It's even faster to ride a warship. And when he returned to the Lost Paradise, the 2 invitations that Koala handed him made him feel extremely funny. He just got the news about Red Ruo from Rayleigh, but unexpectedly 2 people who may be related to Shizushi sent invitations to themselves at the same time. But no matter what, now is not the best time for Ling Yun to move immediately. Before proceeding to the next voyage, the first thing he needs to do is sort out the things he got this time. After all, if it is to be said, the things he got this time may really be the most in history. There are a total of 74 islands and countries in the sea area that originally belonged to Kaido's sphere of influence, and almost without exception, these countries are now under the jurisdiction of Ling Yun. In addition, after killing Kaido, there are a total of 18 pirate groups who have come to express their desire to join the underworld. Group, a small part is some guys trying to speculate. Also, after taking over the drug business in the dark world, the management of this part of the business needs to be dispatched. After all, the drug sales industry is a profiteering industry, and there are many people with different intentions. In addition to this, the cleanup of the only small part of Kaido's remnants also needs to be put on the agenda, otherwise it will be a trouble after all. And under this series of events, Ling Yun also has to face the fact that he may become very busy in the coming time. But in fact, the busyness that Ling Yun thought did not happen. Because Ling Yun, the allocation of islands and countries in the region you mentioned has been completed. Marine is responsible for the protection of some peripheral dangerous islands, and we are. All the pirates who want to join us have been recruited and assigned to 16 captains for unified command, and. Looking at Koala who handles all kinds of things in an orderly manner, Ling Yun is also so surprised that he can't speak at all. The little girl handles these things that he feels a headache at the first sight, but the little girl handles them very well. It's very sophisticated. And Koala himself is obviously very happy about the fact that he can help Ling Yun in this aspect, so under the superimposition of the hatchback, Ling Yun also quickly made a sensible judgment, that is, it's good to be a hands-off shopkeeper. With such a reply directly, the famous new Lord Four Emperors got into his room and began to study other things. And that thing is nothing else, but the historical text he got from the ant. Because he had to deal with Kaido before, he never had the opportunity to read this revised text carefully. And as expected, after reading this piece of historical text, Ling Yun also found that it is indeed continuous with the historical text found in Si Mokad on the Jammu Island. Artemis, with the crimson stone in his arms, blocks the curtain of death. It is hidden in the island surrounded by 4 phases, a place abandoned by time. If there are latecomers who get them, please set foot on the path of truth. Remember, the power itself is not terrible, what is terrible is its owner. This is the content of the first piece of Qing Black's historical text, but Ling Yun has not been very clear about the meaning of the content recorded in it. First, what is Artemis? Secondly, the Crimson Stone obviously refers to the text of the history of the beacon, but the so-called curtain blocking death is something completely meaningless. As for the following content, there is a sentence that makes Ling Yun very curious, that is, the place abandoned by time. Because of this word, he had heard it in the message of the Queen in Noel Lund. The stone tablet in front of me is one of the 3 beacons in the land abandoned by time. The devil fruit on my body is inhabited by a sea demon named Mumu. It may be helpful to you in time abandoned lands expeditions help. She said so at the time. What is worth mentioning is that the piece of historical text found in front of the white tree in which the queen was incarnated is grey again. So Ling Yun has always had a guess, that is, the 2 historical texts of black and grey that he discovered, may be the same place. The text of Qing Black's history records the information of the treasure stored in the land abandoned by time. And the grey history text records the exact location of the land abandoned by time. This way of recording is not without precedent, because according to Ling Yun's knowledge, the records of ancient weapons are all such a routine. One piece of historical text records their information and the other one records their location. However, due to the lack of information obtained in this regard before, this speculation has always remained within the scope of speculation. Only now did he finally confirm that his guess was not wrong. Moon Lord Artemis, the 4th thing that protects and destroys the world. Teach life what justice and sacrifice are, that is, to hide the suffering of evil and extinction. Its location is recorded in the 3 signposts, and the ancient and wise guardians will eventually watch over it. Those who hold the beacon can enter it. If those who have not found the beacon enter the land abandoned by time, they will be trapped in the curse forever. People of future generations, if you get the power of her, please remember the power itself is not terrible, what is terrible is its owner. Obviously, it is exactly the same as the content of the previous piece of historical text. The only difference is that this time this stone tablet reveals a lot of things a little bit. Like Artemis. How good is ancient weapon? Pluton Pluto, Poseidon Poseidon, Uranus Uranus. Ancient weapons all have titles belonging to gods. And, Zhao Hao, coincidentally, the so-called Moon Lord Artemis that Ling Yun learned this time seems to be the same. With some details, Ling Yun can almost confirm that it must also be an ancient weapon. And the later records are also very clear. The fact that the 3 words 3 road signs, land abandoned by time and curse appeared together made Ling Yun enough to confirm that his previous guess was correct. So, he couldn't help but start to look forward to it. Because if this is the case, then this so-called land abandoned by time is a place recorded by a full 5 pieces of historical text. So how important are the things that exist in this place? It is somewhat conceivable. Chapter 162. Wano Kuni, Guri area, Yangdu. The busiest city in the Wano Kuni Guri area is surrounded by mountains, and there are many sakura trees on the hills. Although at this time, due to the lack of season, the grand scene of the falling sakura flowers on the mountain has not yet been revealed, but the fine petals are still slightly audible. And on the top of the mountain on the east side of Yangdu, a huge and magnificent building stands impressively. That's the Tenshikaku, the Kyoto daimyo, but also the residence of the Kojiki clan daimyo of the entire Wano Kuni Kuri area. But at this time, there is a buzz of people in the Tianshao pavilion. Kineman, what is your request, my lord? A man with a huge head and wearing ninja costumes was seriously asking a swordsman in clogs in front of him. My lord just promised us to prepare for the guests. The benefactor that Inuarashi and Nekamushir mentioned. Exactly. Do you need me to greet you? The ninja was obviously a little excited. After all, that guest was a benefactor who saved his lord to some extent, and it would be a big facelift if he went to greet him. Stupid words. It is said that the guest is the successor of Muramasa, presumably he must be the successor of Miyamoto Musashi-sama, and it should be greeted by a samurai. However, the 403 swordsman Kineman, who was wearing clogs, obviously disagreed with the other party's statement. Nonsense! Reizu of the Fog, was the top ninja under the Lord's command. Not to mention Mr. Miyamoto Musashi is the successor of our country's sword master. Naturally, I, the strongest retainer under the Lord's command, is the best to greet him. Good. Hey? You are the strongest? Don't you want to fight with me? I can't ask for more. Seeing the two of them getting closer and closer as they talked, and finally staring at each other, the man in the castle tower who heard the voice also murmured speechlessly, "Shut up, both of you. It is said that Mr. Ling Yun, the benefactor, will go to Father Whitebeard before coming to our place. Inuarashi and Mao Mushi will personally bring him into the picture." Ah? How could this be so? No. My lord, this should be my Foxfire Kineman's responsibility. After hearing the words, the two people who fought repeatedly were also in mourning. It's such a happy decision, ah ha ha ha. The man laughed loudly. The benefactor just happened to be on the island, and it happened to be my son Momonosuke's full moon banquet, but it was just right. It's a pity that Shanks couldn't receive news when he was out on an adventure. Otherwise it would be really lively. While speaking, he seemed to feel a little pity. As for the two of you, don't be idle, pay attention to the general's situation a little bit, and don't cause any trouble. Yes. At the same time. New World, aboard the Mozambique. The new guys go in the cabin, and the rest stay on deck. Marco looked at the huge island ship sailing in the distance, but turned his head and said to the pirates on board. The other party is one of the 4 emperors, don't embarrass the old man. And the captain of the third team, Diamond Kiaz, also shouted loudly at this time. So not long after, only the old people in the pirate group were left on the deck of the lively Mozambique. And when the huge island ship approached the Mozambique, crack! Amidst the clear voice, huge trees suddenly began to grow at the base of the island ship, turning into a bridge in the air and extending directly to the Mozambique. And from the other side of the bridge, a young man in white is also walking towards the Mozambique step by step. Hey! And the man who had been silent since just now, just holding a jug of wine and sipping continuously, also let out a faint laugh, CDB, at this time. Beside him is a huge naginata, a weapon that has accompanied him in killing countless enemies. White's beard is like a crescent moon and his tall body. The huge and strong body has scars all over it, but there is no back injury. Silently telling the legendary life of this man. You must know the guys who caused these injuries to him are all great pirates on the sea for a while. He is Whitebeard, the closest thing to One Piece in this era. It can even be said, as long as he is willing, then he is the One Piece. The name of 4 emperors doesn't matter to me, but if you want to call it with me. And as a king, after seeing the posture of the young man in front of him who was recently crowned as the new king, he would naturally have to try, whether that person is strong enough to bear the name of 4 emperors. So. Boom! The unprecedentedly powerful conqueror's haki suddenly dispersed, and the wooden bridge built in midair and the entire Mozambique immediately began to make squeak and squeak sounds as if they were under heavy pressure. Boy, show your aura! But facing Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, Ling Yun didn't stop at all. But from his body, the same extremely powerful conquerors burst out instantly. Boom! The wooden bridge that was already on the verge of collapsing was suddenly propped up by some kind of force, and the cloudless sky made a loud noise like thunder, and in front of Whitebeard, all the cotters except the 16 captains had all expressions on their faces. All slightly off-white. Very strong haki. But Marco looked at Ling Yun, who was not far away, with a serious face, and didn't notice that behind him. It is a force worthy of respect. A man named Marshal D. Teach hid in the corner, looking at Ling Yun with eyes full of admiration, but it was pure worship of power. But at this time, Ling Yun only had Whitebeard in his eyes. Edward Newgate. Age, 6'2". Level, X in this world, explode to X and in its heyday. Available abilities, Conqueror's Haki LV.9, Armament Haki LV.9, Observation Haki LV.9, Physique LV.9, Naginata LV.9, Great Strength LV.9, King's Heart LV.9, Combat Experience LV.10, Fruit Awakening LV.1. Fruit Ability, Paramecia Shock Fruit. Chapter 163. Without a doubt, Whitebeard is the strongest person Ling Yun has seen so far. For reference, Shirahoshi as the ancient weapon Poseidon is X+, and all she can do, is destroy the world. Which means, Whitebeard, who exploded at full strength in his heyday, can do the same thing. But I've heard of you for a long time, Mr. Whitebeard. Gulala la. I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, Ling Yun brat. Suddenly taking back the conqueror's haki at the same time, Whitebeard laughed and threw the big bowl with sakura flower pattern in his hand towards Ling Yun. Come, have a drink. The huge wine bowl moved towards Ling Yun, but the wine in the bowl did not spill at all. Thank you. But Ling Yun didn't move, but the wind transformed by Artorias beside him slowly delivered the big bowl to his hand, and he just raised his head and drank it down. Good wine. Of course. But Whitebeard also laughed when he saw Ling Yun's appearance. Aren't you afraid that the old man will kill you here? Not afraid. Goo ha 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 ha. As if those extremely concerned words were spoken casually, Whitebeard laughed louder when he heard Ling Yun's casual answer, you are interesting. After Roger's death, everyone except the red-haired kid, it's been a long time since I saw someone like you. But saying this, Whitebeard also slowly looked at Ling Yun. Don't worry, this old man is Whitebeard, this kind of thing that invites people on board and then shoots at them, this old man won't. Saying so, Whitebeard also motioned for Marco and the others, who were a bit tense, to take their seats, but then looked at Ling Yun who was already sitting on the ground. I originally just wanted to ask you a question when I invited you here, but you don't need to ask now. What he originally wanted to ask was also very simple, nothing more than to confirm whether Ling Yun's move to kill Kaido this time was his own doing or was ordered by the world government. But now, just seeing Ling Yun for a moment, he knew that there was no need to ask this question. A guy with this level of conqueror's haki is definitely not a character ordered by others, but a real overlord. So, now that you are sure that you are not an enemy, then, Marco, prepare the family dinner. The remnants of the times shouted, then looked at Ling Yun and smiled lightly. Odin has told this old man about you and Kaido, you saved his life. So, this old man won't stop you from becoming the 4 emperors. With Whitebeard's seasoned wisdom, it is certainly not impossible to fail to see that the Marine and world government are building momentum for Ling Yun. But after confirming that Ling Yun is not a running dog of the world government, he also made a very direct decision: the Whitebeard pirates will repay their kindness. Ling Yun saved Kojiki Odin, so he won't prevent Ling Yun from taking the throne, even though he knows that Ling Yun and Marine are likely to cooperate. Thank you then. Faced with Whitebeard's overtures, Ling Yun certainly would not refuse. But then, he also said directly to Whitebeard, but, I want to ask Mr. Whitebeard if he knows his current physical condition. While talking, he also looked at Whitebeard's eyes. Oh? The old man's body. And Whitebeard laughed again after hearing this. Yes, you have a lot of hidden wounds in your body that if you don't treat them, in another 20 years your body will be very bad. Ling Yun directly pointed out the condition of Whitebeard's body, but in his heart he was looking forward to what skills he could extract after treating Whitebeard. After all, he would normally understand what he meant when he said this. But obviously, Whitebeard is not normal. The old man knows. The big pirate just chuckled, then picked up the wine and took a few sips. The old man knows that you are an excellent doctor, and you also cured the red-haired kid's hand. But I'm sorry, I'm not interested in receiving treatment. Among the 4 emperors, the 2 related to Roger seem to be extremely strange characters. Needless to say, Shanks, his love of adventure far outweighs his pursuit of One Piece, and he's even willing to give his arm to a kid in East Blue. In comparison, Whitebeard, this pirate who gallops like an emperor on the sea, as Roger's old opponent, has a more unique temper. From the very beginning, he made it clear that he has no interest in the position of One Piece. If not, the second generation One Piece in this sea may have already been determined. In fact, what he is after is just a home. As an orphan, he longed for a family, and established the current pirate group for this purpose. He treats every member of the family as gentle as a loving father, and he does not allow anyone on board to plot against each other, nor does he allow anyone to plot against his SONS1. And in fact he was successful too. Every member of the Whitebeard pirates can block a fatal blow for another person on the ship. Each of them can safely hand over their backs to their partners. This is the bond that exists in this team. It is precisely because of this that Whitebeard refuses Ling Yun's request for treatment. Because he is satisfied enough with his current situation, his only pursuit now is to watch his sons grow into Li Han in the family he established, and then die surrounded by them. As for One Piece, 4 emperors or world's strongest man. To Whitebeard, that's all meaningless stuff. But Ling Yun obviously didn't expect that Whitebeard would reject his proposal, so he was slightly taken aback for a while. But for this kind of thing, he doesn't force it, because after his strength has reached this level, his desire for Whitebeard's power is not so great. Therefore, he stopped talking about this matter, but raised his head and looked at Whitebeard. I hope you will not regret today's decision. In the words, it seems that there is a meaning. Then. 0. Mr. Whitebeard, I have come here to ask you something. Ling Yun's voice suddenly rang in Whitebeard's ear, and Whitebeard also shrank his eyes at this time. Listen to the voice of all things. As Roger's lifelong friend and enemy, Whitebeard naturally knows this ability, so he looks at Ling Yun with more interest. This age, this strength, and these strange abilities. What a funny kid. Tell me the story. Do you have the historical text in your hand? If you have it, I hope you can borrow it. While having an inner dialogue with Whitebeard, Ling Yun also asked directly. Historical text. Whitebeard replied softly after hearing the words, Are you also interested in Void Century? A little bit. Ling Yun did not deny it. As for those things, the old man has no interest in collecting them. But Whitebeard gave Ling Yun a very bad answer, but at the end he added, But as far as I know, there are 2 pieces of those things in Odin's hands, and Roger has collected those things before. You may be able to get some clues by asking him. $2. And Ling Yun was overjoyed immediately after hearing the news. This is not a small news. Well, but brat. But at this time, Whitebeard looked at him with a slightly inexplicable look in his eyes. If you want to chase the blank 100 years, you must be mentally prepared. He clearly sees Ling Yun as someone like Roger, someone who chases the truth and wants to change the world. What you have to face, is the whole world, O soil. Chapter 164. East of 9 Mile Area. Ueno-kuni, Hanfu Area, Kyoto. Holding the handle of the knife tightly, with an iron pocket on his head, and wearing a battle armor, the tall man with an obvious sword mark on his left gauntlet angrily swung the Taideo in his hand to smash everything in front of him. The huge slash shows his extraordinary bravery, and in fact his identity is completely worthy of his force. General, please suspend your anger. He is the Ueno-kuni Admiral Army, and in essence the ruler of Ueno-kuni. Calm down? How do you want me to calm down? But at this time, after hearing the voice of the subordinate lying in front of him, he let out an angry low growl. Kaido, that useless guy, this general has already paid the superstar Bailey a lot of ordnance in return, but he was wiped out without making a sound. No wonder he was so annoyed. Anyone would be so angry when his long-planned -7 plan was instantly destroyed. Of course, if Kaido was still around, even if he borrowed some courage from him, he wouldn't talk to Kaido like this. It's a crime other than war. The power of the 100 beasts can be wiped out by humans, so I implore the general to temporarily extinguish his anger, not to mention the matter about the Kojiki clan, but it's not incomprehensible. And his subordinate also gave another big gift, and then spoke. What can you do? General Wano also took a deep breath after hearing the words, and then sent a delegation to ask. As a very old country, Wano has implemented a policy of closing the country since hundreds of years ago, and has almost cut off contact with the outside world. It does not join the world government and does not accept any foreign guests. It is an extremely independent country. And in Wano it is divided into 3 areas, namely the Benfu, Juri, and Shensan areas. And in each area, there are several or even dozens of daimyo. The daimyos raised samurai and retainers, and had their own army, and the most powerful daimyo in each of the 3 regions was called daimyo. And choose the one with the most powerful force among the 3, then it is the so-called general. For example, the current general of Wano is the daimyo of the Honshu domain, and at the same time the most powerful general in Wano the governor of the powerful family Anbei clan, who rules the entire Wano But, his general now has a huge problem. That is another family that is also the daimyo of the Kuri area, the Kojiki family. As the Mason family who created the historical text 800 years ago, the Kojiki family has always had a huge influence in Wano and the secrets about the historical text they hold in their hands are also extremely enticing. And for a general who now has a very strong force, and is very strong and ambitious, this kind of influence is like the emperor seeing someone shouting "Long live" to another person. That is absolutely intolerable. However, the head of the Kojiki clan of this generation, Kojiki Oden, is a very strange person. Compared with the pursuit of power, he seems to prefer going out for adventure, and even met the famous super pirate Whitebeard Edward Newgate when he was out, and even stayed on his ship for a short time after a while, serve as the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard pirates. He's my Whitebeard's son, and I'll kill anyone who lays a hand on him. But you must know that the words of that legendary big pirate have always been kept. It is precisely because of this that even though the Kojiki family is regarded as a thorn in the side, the general dare not take action against the Kojiki family for so many years. Until 2 years ago. After some twists and turns, he got in touch with the big pirate named Whitebeard outside Wano 100 Beasts Kaido. The 4 emperors took great interest in the secrets held by the Kojiki clan and the warriors of Wano itself. And after making a deal with Kaido, the general had already begun planning to purge the Kojiki clan years later. But, not long ago, he suddenly got the news Kaido was wiped out. And this news undoubtedly made the situation he was facing now awkward again. Not only did he pay a huge price, but also because after losing Kaido's protection, he couldn't do anything to the Kojiki clan. General. With that Whitebeard standing behind Kojiki Oden, we can't take a shot against him. But, as far as I know, it will be the full moon feast of Kojiki Oden's son Momosuke soon. The general may as well take this opportunity to remove his wife and son secretly. With Kojiki Oden's character, if his wife and son are all dead, then he will naturally be mentally depressed, and he will be easy to deal with in the future. And as long as we did it properly, and we didn't hurt that Kojiki Oden's life, I think that Whitebeard can't be our trouble. At this time, that staff member was also talking freely. Good idea, what should I do? After hearing the staff's words, the general's eyes turned slightly cold. Send an assassin to assassinate Kojiki Oden, it's a cover, and other than that. The staff laughed lightly. There is a kind of poison here, if that Juji and that child are in the middle, there will be no way to save it. At the same time, Ling Yun, who had left Whitebeard, also met 2 acquaintances. Big Cat Big Dog. Koala looked at Duke Inuarashi and Cat Mamashi shopkeeper who were waiting not far away with some surprises. Both of them also respectfully said to Ling Weishi, "We are here to take you into Wano under the order of our lord." Afterwards, a cat and a dog also directly jumped onto the Paradise Lost, and then said directly to Parode below, "Go back to Zou and take charge of the situation. We will come back after escorting Mr. Ling Yun." Yes. After Parode took the order to leave, Ling Yun also looked at the 2 guys who had reconciled with some curiosity, the invitation I gave me earlier has a chart attached, and you don't need to come here to pick me up mine. That's not the case, Master Ling Yun. After hearing this, Duke Inuarashi explained to Ling Yun, Wano Kuni has been closing the country for more than 700 years, unless it is approved by the general, for one outsiders are not allowed to enter the country. So, what we are going to go this time is a secret passage. While talking, Duke Inuarashi also showed a trace of nostalgia on his face. When Kojiki Oden sneaked out of Wano Kuni to take an adventure in the past, they entered through that channel. Is it possible to go in that channel without being seen? But Ling Yun was still puzzled after hearing the words with the size of the lost paradise. Even if it sailed in a special channel, it would definitely be found by someone as long as it landed. No, to be exact, if you enter through that channel, it doesn't matter if you are discovered. Duke Inuarashi smiled mysteriously, and just as he was about to whet his appetite, the shopkeeper Niko Mamashi directly said the answer cheerfully, meow ha ha ha. We will dock at the Asato of the Samurai, where even a place that the general can't control, meow ha ha. Chapter 165. In Wano Kuni, the way of the samurai has existed and prevailed since before the beginning of seclusion. The so-called samurai refers to the swordsmen raised by daimyo and generals. They generally have strong swordsmanship and combat power, and because of their presence as a deterrent, even marines can't get close to Wano Kuni. As a reward for swearing allegiance, the samurai can get fiefs and lumi from daimyo and generals, and have the privilege of wearing a sword. But you must know that not all warriors can find a lord who is willing to recruit them, and some warriors are not willing to swear allegiance to others. And under such circumstances, another kind of people appeared, wild samurai, or ronin. Such people generally wander among the fiefs of various daimyos and generals, and are recruited to participate in battles once a war occurs. And the place where these wild samurai gather is the special area no samurai village located in the Kamikawa area of Wano Kuni. This place was established by the swordsman Kami Izumi Nobuzuna in the Heisei period, and established the rule that even the generals cannot occupy the wild samurai village, otherwise all the wild warriors here will regard the 23 generals as enemies. When he came to this slightly dilapidated village, Duke Inuarashi also introduced to Ling Yun familiarly, this is also the only place where Wano Kuni can leave the country without the general's order. After leaving here, walk along the mountain road for a while, and we will be able to reach the Dajulai area. What a weird outfit! And at this time, Koala, who had been observing the warriors in this field of warriors curiously, also gently tugged at Ling Yun's clothes, and then quietly pointed to a person not far away. I saw the man wearing a strange long turban around his head, stepping on clogs, wearing a traditional Wano Kuni costume, with a knife hanging from his waist. This is the most standard samurai attire. But Ling Yun always felt that, he seemed to have seen this outfit before. This is the samurai armor, we need to dress like this before leaving here, otherwise the costumes of Mr. Ling Wei and Ms. Koala are too easy to be spotted. While speaking, Duke Inuarashi took out a set of samurai uniform and bamboo hat from the package on his back, obviously well prepared. But after Ling Yun and Koala replaced it, Ling Yun looked to get the blue duke but suddenly asked. Inuarashi, Nekamushaba, do you often come to Wano Kuni? As soon as he heard that this is the Shenchuan area, Ling Yun also suddenly thought of what really reminded him before. It's not a frequent visit, but I have been here a few times when I followed the Lord in the past. Although Malmushir and Inuarashi were puzzled, they answered truthfully. Then do you know that there is a person named Fei Village Forging Heart in the Shenchuan area? Ling Yun doesn't know what Rayleigh's purpose is for asking him to find this person, but it should be something beneficial to him. Crimson Heart Forging. Duke Inuarashi frowned slightly after hearing the words, I haven't heard of it. And the cat viper on the side also shook his head slightly, saying that he had never heard of it. Wano Kuni has been closed to the country for a long time, so in order to avoid causing trouble for the Lord, we are almost only active in the July area, but Feikin this is for the last name. You know. Well, it is said that a former sword master had this surname, but I don't know the specifics. Is that so? Ling Yun nodded lightly and stopped talking, but lightly supported the bamboo hat, and then continued to move. And the village named Wild Samurai Village is not too big, so after only 10 minutes, they came to the center of the village. Arrive. And the place where Inyulan leads Ling Yun is a mansion with the door plate of Shang Chuan. Can the people here help me send the Lost Paradise to the July area? Ling Yun was a little curious. Well, Zhang is a person with the ability of piercing fruit, and can send ships across the mantle to other places. While Duke Inuarashi explained, he also knocked on the door directly. Oh? Mr. Inuarashi, Mr. Nekomamushi? Long time no see. Afterwards, a middle-aged man with 2 daggers, one long and one short, walked out of the mansion slowly. Long time no see. Duke Inuarashi didn't procrastinate, and said directly, it's still the same, we have a very important ship for you to dock, and I hope you can use your ability to transport it to the docking point of the castle tower. Can. And this person who seems to be named Zhang also nodded slightly, but his eyes were curiously looking at the 2 obvious faces of Koala and Ling Yun. Then, his pupils shrank suddenly. Of course, it wasn't because he recognized Ling Yun's identity, but because Muramasa. Looking at the sword around Ling Yun's waist, although it was hidden in a black scabbard, it still exuded a strong aura, and he also exclaimed. And the next moment, Ling Yun saw scorching fire flashing in his eyes. Xin Yinlia Shang Chuan Zhang, please fight swords with your excellency. But after the words fell, he didn't wait for Ling Yun to react, and his right hand pulled out the Taidao at his waist at a very fast speed. Then, new shade stream refining. He swung his knife and slashed at Ling Yun. Long Zhang. However, Duke Inuarashi and Mamushi Cat exclaimed at the same time, and immediately wanted to block it. Be unnecessary. Ling Yun's low voice stopped the 2 of them. But Ling Yun himself smiled lightly and looked at Zhang who was rushing towards him. Shangaizumi Zhang. Age, 42. Level, S in this world, full burst is S+. Available skills, Jianhao Swordsmanship LV.7, Armament Haki LV.5, Observation Haki LV.6, New Yinliu Secret Sword LV.8. Fruit Ability, Paramecia Piercing Fruit. The knife is very fierce, the knife is very steady, but there is no killing intent on the knife. He didn't want to hurt Ling Yun, just as he said in 090, fighting swords. So, Heart Sword Art Half Wind. Y. He draws the sword at will, swings the sword at will, but the speed at which the red village is slashing through the air, is like a red light. Ding! However, Zhang's offensive was instantly dispelled in front of that knife, and even the Taidao in his hand fell off instantly and stuck upside down on the ground. Kill in 1 hit. Good swordsmanship. But looking at the Muramasa on his throat, Zhu Kang, who was extremely shocked, also gave a wry smile, and then resolutely admitted defeat. I lost. Between words, he seemed quite lost. Why are you throwing a sword at me? On the other hand, Ling Yun put the village back into the sheath casually, and then asked Zhang curiously. But unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Zhang was stunned, and then repeated again, I am a warrior of Xinyinliu. So what? Dare to ask about the sword in your hand, but it is the saber Muramasa of the former sword master Miyamoto Musashi. Yes. Then why don't you understand me? For a while, the atmosphere at the scene became a little stiff. But Ling Yun also seemed to understand this guy seems to have misunderstood himself as the descendant of Miyamoto Musashi. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Although he got his weapon Muramasa a long time ago, but the sword master who was said to be invincible to the sea 100 years ago. What kind of person is he? Chapter 166. Wano Kuni has always established a country with military force. With the powerful combat power of its warriors, the country's own national strength will definitely rank among the top 3 in the entire New World. Among so many warriors who practice swords, no matter which era there will naturally be some very powerful warriors, they will be dubbed Sword Master or Great Sword Master. But, there is a constant rule, that is, only one person will be awarded the title of Sword Master every 100 years. And this title means that he is the strongest among the contemporary swordsmen. In Wano Kuni, this is the supreme glory and hidden power. In Wano Kuni's closed-door policy for nearly 700 years, there were only 6 legendary-level warriors who were revered as sword masters. Kenshin Himura, the founder of Feishin Yujian Liu. Nobutsuna Kamizumi, the founder of Nu Yin Liu. Lu Sheng Shivingwei, the founder of the 3 strict streams. The founder of Dajiliu Anbei Yuju. Sasaki Kojiro, the founder of Wutei Liu. And the last one that Ling Yun is most familiar with. Miyamoto Musashi, founder of One Heart Flow. Umaizumi Kyuzo is the direct grandson of the swordsman Umaizumi Nobuzuna who founded the new Umryu 200 years ago. What is worth mentioning is that Umaizumi's father was originally an extremely powerful swordsman, ranking second among Wano Kuni's great swordsmen at that time. Under Keek. But, at that time, the birth of Miyamoto Musashi blocked the dream of Kamizumi Hisashi's father's sword master. This great swordsman who turned out to be out of the sky directly and easily defeated the father of Kamizumi Juzang, took the title of sword master, and became the youngest and strongest sword master in history, the strongest, so to speak. It's because he did leave Wano Kuni to challenge the whole world afterwards, and he never lost even once. Whether in the human or non-human realm, his swordsmanship is already invincible. These are the words of Kamizumi Hisashi's father before his death, and his lifelong pursuit is to defeat Miyamoto Musashi. It is precisely because of this. That's why you shot at me. I am stationed in this village of wild warriors, so that one day I can defeat Miyamoto Musashi's successor, the holy position. And hearing this part of the past, Ling Yun also laughed speechlessly. But at the same time, there was a little surprise in his heart because in the outside story, the swordsman Miyamoto Musashi was the challenger of going to Wano Kuni to challenge. But in essence he is a Wano Kuni himself. And this is just the history of more than 100 years ago, but there are already such different opinions at home and abroad, which also shows how easy it is for things like history to be tampered with. But I am not his heir. His heir is in East Blue. I just got his power by chance. Even though he said so, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel a little curious about the deceased Miyamoto Musashi. However, compared to Ling Yun, Juzang himself is obviously a little disheartened. Whether you are his descendant or not, I have already lost to you, and the position of the sword master is hopeless. According to the rules of Wano Kuni, once the samurai chasing the title of Juggernaut lose to another person, they can no longer get the title of Juggernaut because the Juggernaut should have been defeated. Your Excellency, please be careful not to let Anbei Jinsi get the title of sword master, otherwise Wano Kuni will never see the light of day again. But at this time, Juzang's words also made Ling Yun stunned. And Chuan Jinji? Who is that? General of Wano Kuni. Before Juzang could answer, Duke Inuarashi gave Ling Yun the answer first. In addition to being a general, he is also a descendant of the former sword master Anbei Yuju, one of the great swordsmen of Wano Kuni's generation. 1. Is that so? And Ling Yun's eyes flashed after hearing the words, although he didn't tell Inulan and Mao Mushi, but he knew it. In the original plot, the one who killed Kojiki Oden together with the United States, but this is the general. A day later, the castle tower. The majestic and solemn castle tower is decorated with lanterns and festoons, and the Shiminawa ropes hanging under the torii are all extremely festive red, and countless Kuri Wano Kuni nobles also come here to celebrate Kuri's daimyo. The reason for the celebration is because today is the full moon feast of the only son Momosuke, who is the only son of Kojiki Oden, the governor of the Kojiki clan. And above the banquet hall that has not yet started, a well-proportioned man in a handsome kimono with long hair is laughing loudly. But he is none other than the family governor of the Kojiki clan, and the key person Ling Yun wants to meet Kuri Daimyo Kojiki Oden. Beside him, his wife Juji and his infant child Momosuke are also preparing to accept the baptism of the three treasures. This is a must-have activity for the full moon banquet in Yu-Gi-Oh!, which means it is a very important ceremony to wash away bad luck, disease, and suffering for newborn children. But while the ceremony was in progress, a figure suddenly broke open the gate of the castle tower, holding a dagger and stabbing at Kojiki Oden. Protect the lord. As a retainer of the Kojiki clan, Kinemon reacted immediately. The tachi in his hand suddenly burst into flames, and then moved towards the assassin with a sword. But obviously, the other party came prepared. Boom! Boom! But at the next moment, dozens of assassins also rushed in from various areas of the castle tower, each holding a sharp blade and slashing towards Kojiki Oden. 82. Hey, it's been a long time since I fought. The Kuri Daimyo let out a chuckle, but then suddenly flashed his figure, and then accompanied by the clear sound of the sword, he actually pulled out, Lee's good, a short taideo from the belt around his waist. That is Otaki Onikaritsuna. A sharp aura emanated from the blade, and Kojiki Oden cut off several assassins who were attacking him with just one slash. But after eliminating the enemy so easily, Kojiki Oden frowned. The enemy is too weak. He secretly thought in his heart, and then instinctively realized something was wrong. You know, he used to be the captain of Whitebeard's second team, and he was also a character who participated in the 8-wall naval battle. If you want to assassinate him, just these assassins are not qualified at all. So, he also instinctively moved his gaze to the side. Then, he saw beside his wife and son, the two attendants who seemed to be frightened when they saw the assassination, were holding daggers in their hands. Ma'am! Run away! Chapter 167. Seeing those two guys pretending to be attendants swinging daggers at his wife and son, Kojiki Oden's eyes were tearing apart, and his figure even went there in an instant. But obviously, his speed is not the speed of light like Kizaru. And in that short time, the dagger fell. At this moment, Kojiki Oden's wife Juji also flashed a flash of determination. Then, I saw that she didn't care about the dagger that was stabbing at her, but turned around and fell towards the baby below. Oh! Laugh! A scalp-numbing sound came, and the two daggers glowing with purple light pierced into her body in an instant. Boom! At the same time, Kojiki Oden who arrived also directly killed the two servants one by one, and then picked up his wife, but after seeing it, his complexion changed instantly. No! I saw that Juji's originally fair face had already turned black in just a short while. Obviously, those two daggers were definitely poisonous. Oden, protect, Momonosuke. At this time, Kikuhime is even more vocal, and Kojiki Oden, a man who has ventured on the sea countless times and has never cried, can't help crying at this time. What kind of poison is this? Haven't you seen it before? On the other hand, after seeing this, they even ignored the escaped killers, and immediately rushed to Kojiki Oden. Lei Zhang and others picked up the dagger on the ground, and then became more anxious. Toxins that have never been seen represent there is no medicine to treat it, and this kind of poison that looks venomous will never give them time to search for information. And Kinemon has obviously heard of this poisonous weed. Contrary to the panacea in Legendary that can cure all diseases, this undead herb is a toxin that has indeed been discovered and can be cured in reality. No, it won't. 1. And looking at Kikuhime whose breath gradually became weaker, Kojiki Oden's expression became more and more desperate. But right now. Boom! Accompanied by a loud voice, a figure suddenly appeared outside the castle tower. Except for Kojiki Oden, Lei Zhang and others looked up, but they saw a few more people walking in front of the door. Two of them are very familiar to them. The cat and the dog with anxious faces are Duke Inuarashi and the shopkeeper Mao Mushir. Beside them, a blonde girl's head was suspended with several huge branches, and the assassins who escaped before were bound on the branches. At this time they were bound by the branches used by Shinu. Now, there is not even a leeway to resist. At this time, the girl looked at the purple dagger in Lei Zhang's hand, and seemed to feel something. Ling Yun, is that undead grass? Koala, as the ability user of Moo fruit, obviously has a huge existence value at this time, because no matter it is the juice produced by any plant or anything, as long as it is in front of her eyes, there is nothing to hide. Undead grass. But Kineman's expression changed drastically after hearing the words, because this herb is a poison that has no cure other than the panacea in Legendary. Especially after hearing Koala's words, Kojiki Oden's complexion instantly turned grey after hearing the name of Shilinko, who had a glimmer of hope. What are you afraid of? But at this moment, Ling Yun finally spoke. He took off the bamboo hat on his head, took off the coir raincoat on his body, and then slowly took out his gloves. Mr. Kojiki Oden? Right. Your wife can't die, let her down first. Saying so, Ling Yun's figure also came to Kojiki Oden's side as if teleport. Don't worry. I can save her. Smiled at Kojiki Oden, and then Ling Yun stretched out his hand. So the next moment, Kojiki Oden also knew, the rumors in the sea are not wrong. Ling Yun, who is currently one of the 4 emperors, has godlike medical skills. Just like the pirate group under his command is called Hades, he himself is the gatekeeper who controls the gates leading to Hades. And that's when. Ha ha ha. This government, the reason. Congratulations, General. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of General Wanakuni's Shinji Abai was extremely wild, because the dispatchers of the killers came back not long ago. The plan was successful, Kojiki Oden's wife mom was assassinated. Although the plan itself was not fully completed, Shinji Anbei couldn't help laughing when he thought of the pathetic look of the guy he regarded as a thorn in his side. General, we just need to wait for the development of Kuri. I believe that after Kojiki Oden lost his wife, he will be in a state of depression, and then it will be a great opportunity for the general to make plans. If the general can win the sword master position in one fell swoop, and then completely suppress the power of the Kojiki clan, then the general's business is done. Asking for flowers. And the staff member who provided reference under his command also rushed forward to congratulate him at this time, and it was difficult to hide his color between his words. After all, he proposed this matter, and I believe it will be given to him in the future. Laugh. He didn't even have time to finish his thoughts when the Higureta sword directly slashed his throat. Well. While the blood was gushing, the staff member whose life was slowly disappearing looked at the general he served with some puzzlement. At this time, Anbei Jinji was slowly wiping the blood on the knife in his hand. If this general becomes the sword master, I will definitely recite the Lord's gift to you. A cold smile appeared, and as the staff slowly fell down, the general remained calm and didn't even blink his eyes. But before that, in order to ensure that this matter is not known to Whitebeard, I need to trouble you, to die first. After saying that, the general also clapped his hands slowly. Then, a servant walked in from outside the door. Chop up his body, smash the bones and throw it into the sea and kill all those involved in this mission. Saying this plainly, looking at the attendant who left tremblingly, the general also slowly raised the teacup on the table and took a sip, but in his heart he was waiting to see what happened to Kojiki Oden. Situation, based on what he knew about Kojiki Oden, that guy would definitely not be able to accept his wife's death. But right now. General, General. From the secret door in the shadow of the room, a black-clothed ninja suddenly appeared in the room. He is a member of Anbu under the general, and he is also the person in charge of monitoring all movements. What's up? And after seeing the expression of this very capable Anbu member, the general also had a bad feeling in his heart. Kojiki Oden over there, went to a big shot. Big man. Yes, it is. The NBU member swallowed as one of the few members of the organization with access to outside information in the closed-off Wano Kuni when he said the name. I feel like my body is shaking a bit. It's 4 Emperors. The new 4 Emperors' grasp of the underworld. Ling Yun went to the castle tower of the Kojiki clan, and just saved Kojiki Oden's wife Juji. Chapter 168. 4 Emperors. And even as the general of Wano Kuni, Shinji Abai felt a sudden chill in his heart. Of course he is not unfamiliar with this new 4 Emperors, because Kaido, who was originally in contact with him to cooperate in killing Shiryu Oden, was killed by Ling Yun of. How could he be majestic? How could the 4 Emperors bow down here in person? Could it be that he? So Anbaijinji couldn't help but start to worry. Could it be that Guy Kaido let the grasp of Hades know something before he died? Hurry up! Hurry up and investigate why he came here. So he completely disregarded any previous plans. If Ling Yun really came here because of his cooperation with Kaido, then let alone killing the Kojiki 197 clan, even he himself extremely dangerous. Kojiki Oden, thank you Mr. Ling Yun for saving your life. Kojiki Oden. Age, 38. Level, this world S+. Skills available, Kojiki Chisel LV.6, Great Sage Assassination LV.7, Armament Haki LV.6, Observation Haki LV.6, History Text Reading LV.1. But at this time, not knowing that the general of the government had been scared out of his wits by his arrival, Ling Yun just looked at Kojiki Oden who was bowing in front of him, and said with a light smile, I just did what a doctor should do, Mr. Kojiki, no need to be so polite. Just now, he personally cured Juji, and now the latter has been sent to rest in the room. No. But Kojiki Oden shook his head lightly, you saved my life by telling Inuarashi and Momomushi about Kaido before, now you save my wife is also a great kindness. I, Kojiki Oden, will never deny it, but whatever you need or want, Mr. Ling Yun, you can tell me. Even if it's the position of the great name, you can take it as long as you want. But in a few words, the character of this character who is completely different from common's name is also revealed obviously, he once stayed on the ship of 2 big pirates for a while. Compared with ordinary politicians, this man's temper, his words are even cooler, and from the seriousness of his words, it can be heard that he is not joking. As long as Ling Yun really speaks out, then he will really give up his famous position. No. But Ling Yun smiled speechlessly. His current position as 4 emperors already made him feel very troublesome, and the position of the famous Wano Kuni was naturally even more unhealthy. But now that Kojiki Oden has already said this, Ling Yun simply opened his mouth. To be honest, I do have a few questions to ask, but... He gave a little signal with his eyes. It is obviously not good to talk about the historical text in this kind of place where people talk a lot. Since that's the case, Mr. Ling Yun is welcome to move into the inner hall if you have anything to ask. I will know everything. And Kojiki Oden's eyes flashed after hearing Ling Yun's words, as if he knew something. Afterwards, he also nodded in agreement. Anyway, under the current situation, it is estimated that the banquet will not be held. Good. So Ling Yun also unexpectedly got the opportunity to talk with Kojiki Oden alone. However, Ling Yun was slightly taken aback as he followed Kojiki Oden towards a passage inside the castle tower. I saw that this channel was full of light red bedding ropes, and each bedding rope had a small thing similar to a tablet. This is the stone tablet of my Kojiki family members and retainers through the ages. Kojiki Oden also explained after seeing Ling Yun's expression. Stone tablet. But Ling Yun took a closer look, and found that the name of Kojiki Oden was engraved on a certain stone tablet at the bottom, and under his stone tablet was the name of Kine Wyman Lei Zhang Qin. The names of Juros Inuarashi and Nyako Mamushi are obviously his retainers. But as a character with LV.10 observation haki, Ling Yun immediately noticed a very interesting place. That is, on the topmost stone tablet of these stone tablets, there is a name called Kojiki Hideyoshi written obviously, this should be the oldest ancestor of the Kojiki family. But, just above this stone tablet, there is actually a row of shrines with stone tablets. Although there is not a single stone tablet on the row of shrines, the meaning is very clear. The stone tablet that was supposed to be placed in the upper shrine was taken down, and the cloth tablet engraved, is undoubtedly the name of the owner enshrined by the Guangyang clan as the Yudayan clan. That is, DS family. And while walking and thinking, Ling Yun finally came to the room behind the Tian Shao Pavilion. This room is quite similar to the room where Ling Yun once talked with Geng Sibi in the Yuxin dojo. In the center of the room there is a framed picture with the word Tianlong written on it. In addition, the family crest of the Kojiki family's Yataka bird is painted on the walls of the surrounding rooms, which seems to be quite a formal place. Please sit down. 2.6 Kojiki Odin also sat lightly on the futon, and then said slowly, "Actually, Mr. Ling Yun, Mr. Whitebeard has already informed me about the question you want to ask." After finishing speaking, he also cut straight to the point, about the historical texts. It is true that all the historical texts were carved by stonemasons of my Kojiki family, and I do have a copy of one of them. If Mr. Ling Yun needs it, I will tell you the whole story. Please say. Ling Yun was also overjoyed after hearing the words Kojiki Odin. And Kojiki Odin did not procrastinate, and immediately began to tell the story he knew. Chapter 169. About 800 years ago, the Void Century appeared in the world. During this 100 years, all the history and its traces have been wiped away, and the entire sea has undergone tremendous changes. And just after these 100 years, a kingdom that was once extremely great in the past disappeared in the world. And the name of that kingdom is called D. But before the kingdom was destroyed, the royal family of the kingdom seemed to feel something, so their king sent his subordinates to take the young princes and princesses of the royal family and escaped from the kingdom to the subject countries of the original kingdom of D to escape. And in order to prevent history from being buried forever in the desert of time, they also ordered their masons to build an indelible stone tablet that records the truth of history. And this family is the bright Japanese clan of Wano-kuni. It is worth mentioning that Wano-kuni at that time was originally one of the subjects of Kingdom D, so under the order of Kingdom D, in order to preserve the secrets about the historical text and the Moon Clan, Wano-kuni also started from then on. Closed to the outside world, no longer receive any outside guests, nor have any intersection with the world government. Historical texts were sent to all over the world at the beginning of creation, and in order to ensure the safety of them and the princes and princesses, even my Kojiki family never kept any historical texts. After hearing Kojiki Odin's words, Ling Yun was surprised while also thinking about a lot of things. For example, the first thing he instantly confirmed was that Her Majesty Luno D. Patches, the Queen of Noel Land, must be one of the princesses of Kingdom D that Kojiki Odin mentioned. Because of this it coincides with his previous guess. At the same time, he also roughly guessed what the so-called D family is. Now it seems that the descendants of the princes and princesses who escaped from the kingdom, may be the so-called D clan. In this way, there will be an answer to why those D clans are distributed all over the world, because the princes and princesses are scattered all over the world to avoid the huge force that destroyed the D kingdom at that time. That's really intriguing. And the more he knows about the past, the more curious Ling Yun is about what happened in those 100 years, and what was the sea like 100 years ago. So Mr. Kojiki, what you meant when you said you had copies of the historical texts. However, Ling Yun quickly put away his curiosity, and turned to be a little puzzled by Kojiki Odin's words. Since the Kojiki family did not retain any piece of history, then what he just said was a lie my own. But Kojiki Odin smiled slightly after hearing Ling Yun's question. Of course I won't lie to you, Mr. Ling Yun. Saying so, he stood up slowly, and then came to the side of the writing in the middle of the room, and then just stepped on the floor. Boom! Accompanied by the loud noise from the hollow floor inside, I saw that the writing place in the center of the room split open. Then 10 passageways that can accommodate 10 people appeared there. It is detected that there is a task item history text distance from host is 30 meters ahead. And Kojiki Odin walked directly into the passage, and then took down an exquisite stone carving from the stone wall at the end that is the rubbings of the two historical texts. The Kojiki clan does not have any historical texts, but in the past Captain Roger once left me a rubbing of a historical text in his possession. Saying so, he also directly handed the two rubbings of the historical text to Ling Yun. Please accept it, sir. Congratulations to host for getting the quest item history text, now holding 10/30. Kojiki Odin is obviously a very chic person. After confirming that he regards Ling Yun as his benefactor and friend, he has no defense against Ling Yun at all. 1. But in other words, facing A4 emperors, even if he deliberately conceals it, it doesn't make much sense. Before Ling Yun asked, he said directly, since Mr. Ling Yun is also a person who is chasing the truth, then I will tell you one more thing. Please say. And Ling Yun immediately listened quietly after hearing the words. Before, Captain Roger never gave up, so I followed him to Loverud to watch the last secret. Kojiki Odin said so directly, and Ling Yun keenly saw that when he talked about the ultimate secret, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes clearly. For some reason, I can't tell you, Mr. Ling Yun, or what I saw may not be correct. What Kojiki Odin said was the same as what Rayleigh said, about Loverud. Everyone who had ever landed on the island with the Roger pirates saw things differently. So, Mr. Ling Yun, if what you want to pursue is the truth of history, then 4 red stones are essential. Having said that, Kojiki Odin also mentioned a word that Ling Yun is most interested in now. The information I can give you is about the location information of the 4 red stones. After the words fell, Ling Yun's eyes also sparkled. This is great news. Not just the rubbings of the 2 historical texts. According to what Kojiki Odin is saying now, he seems to know the location information of all the red stones. And such a thought flashed in Ling Yun's mind. No wonder Kaido wanted to attack the Kojiki clan even if he knew about the relationship between Kojiki Odin and Whitebeard. The reason was that after all, the secret that Kojiki Odin holds is enough to change everything. The location of the first red stone is on a certain sky island in the park. The first news is confirmed to be true, because Ling Yun himself has been to that sky island. The second red stone was placed on the Elephant Master Zou by the ancestor of my Kojiki clan, Kojiki Hideyoshi, and the Fur clan is responsible for guarding it. The second message is also confirmed to be true. After hearing this, Ling Yun also knew that Kojiki Odin was not lying, so he also looked at him expectantly. The location of the third red stone, according to the records left in my family's 503, was recorded on the 3 steels of the beacon history text respectively, and it was sealed together with a certain secret treasure of the kingdom of D. on an island. And when Kojiki Odin said the words about the third red stone, Ling Yun also looked virtuous in an instant. The historical text of 3 beacons, a certain secret treasure, a certain island, and the red stone. Ling Yun immediately confirmed that the location of the third red stone mentioned by Kojiki Odin must be the land abandoned by time that he had been hearing about all along. However, Kojiki Odin didn't notice Ling Yun's expression at all. He just said to Ling Yun seriously, "This island. Captain Roger has been there before, and the location should also be somewhere in the paradise, but I hadn't joined the pirates at the time, so I don't know the specifics." No, even Rayleigh, who joined the pirates early in the morning, was completely unaware of the situation, because Roger was the only person who explored that island at that time. And Ling Yun added in his heart. Without knowing what Ling Yun was thinking, Kojiki Odin immediately revealed the location of the last red stone. The last red stone was the one I went to find with Captain Roger, but I was seriously injured on the way, so I couldn't make it to the end. Kojiki Odin didn't say the cause of the injury, but he did say clearly about the location of the last red stone. The last piece of red stone, in the kingdom of Titan Alboth. Chapter 170. After hearing what Kojiki Odin said, Ling Yun also worked hard to sort out the huge amount of information he got today. To put it bluntly, the accuracy of the information given by Kojiki Oden is unprecedented. First of all, the first thing Ling Yun did was start to complete Gordy Roger's voyage track in his mind. Soon after Roger entered the Grand Line, for some reason, he went to the Sky Island that Ling Yun had been to, and successfully obtained the rubbings of the first red stone. 2. When he was separated from the team for the first time, he went to the land abandoned by time alone, and got the second red stone there, and what can be confirmed about this voyage is that the location should be in the second half of the park. 3. He met Kojiki Oden when he was separated from the team for the second time, and went with him to the kingdom of Titan Al-Baf to find the third red stone, but he couldn't follow because Kojiki Oden was injured in the middle. He went to the end, and it is unknown what he used to find the stone of will. 4. He got the fourth red stone on Zou, and after getting together 4 historical texts, he went to Lavrud. 5. He who disbanded the Roger pirates came to Wano Kuni not long before he surrendered. After admiring sakura flowers and drinking perfect wine with Whitebeard Edward Newgate on the famous mountain Yoshino Mountain in the Kuri area, he wrote a piece of historical text. The rubbings of the book were handed over to Kojiki Oden, and this rubbings is one of the 3 historical texts going to the land abandoned by time. It is also the last rubbing that Ling Yun needs. After connecting these information together, many problems were solved, but many problems were discovered by Ling Yun. First, the information about the time-forsaken place Roger can be said to be secretive. Neither Rayleigh nor Kojiki Oden revealed any information about the island. According to Rayleigh, Roger's temper changed after the disappearance. He was extremely calm, as if he knew that his time was numbered. Second, as one of the strongest and most xenophobic countries in the world, how did Roger gain their trust in Al-Baf, and how did he confirm Al-Baf's ambition? The third, and the most critical question, why neither Rayleigh nor Kojiki Oden are willing to mention in detail what they have seen and heard on Lavrud? These questions lingered in Ling Yun's mind, making him extremely curious. But immediately, he slowly suppressed this curiosity. System, help me unlock the islands recorded in these 3 historical texts. He has now obtained all the historical texts that record the location of the island abandoned by time, so the first thing he has to do is to thoroughly interpret these 3 historical texts and determine the location of this mysterious island. What I have to say is that Ling Yun, who has the help of the system, has a unique ability in this aspect. The historical text is being deciphered, the integration is complete, and the location of the island is being analyzed. The analysis is complete, and the location of the island is confirmed. And after getting his order, the system responded quickly. Then a strange coordinate appeared on Ling Yun's system panel, even accompanied by a semi-stereo chart. As expected by Ling Yun, the location of the coordinates is indeed in the paradise. However, when he really took a closer look at the coordinates of that direction, Ling Yun's eyes lit up instantly. So it's here. It's no wonder that people can stay undiscovered in an area controlled by marines like paradise. It turns out that this mysterious island abandoned by time is actually in this sea area. The Devil's Triangle Sea area. If it is hidden in this kind of place, it is true. While Ling Yun was secretly guessing, Kojiki Oden was calmly waiting for Ling Yun to digest what he said, because in his opinion, the information he said was indeed worthy of Ling Yun's thinking. After waiting for Ling Yun to seem to have a little idea, Kojiki Oden continued, "That's all the information I know. I don't know if Mr. Ling Yun has anything to ask." Forward. As soon as Ling Yun was asked by Kojiki Oden, he paused for a moment, and then realized, there is one last question. "Oh. I don't know Mr. Kojiki, do you know a person called Himura Forging Heart?" Under Kojiki Oden's puzzled expression, Ling Yun asked the last question, "I have something to ask him." Crimson Heart Forging. Kojiki Oden was also taken aback after hearing the words, who did Mr. Ling Yun know his name from? Rayleigh. Mr. Ling Yun knows Rayleigh. And Kojiki Oden also showed a hint of surprise after hearing the words. Well, I used to stay with him for a while when I was sailing, and I got to know him after a while. He also helped me to coat the coating when I entered the Fishman Island. Well, I haven't seen Rayleigh for a long time. After hearing the words, Kojiki Oden also whispered to himself, and then stopped asking, since Mr. Ling Yun, you know Lei, then it's okay to tell you the former family member of the Ujima village family in Feikan. Take office. But Ling Yun was even more surprised when he heard the words, if it was the previous house governor, it means that he should be a figure earlier than Roger. Well is the great swordsman known as the Huobian swordsman in the past, and compared to his swordsmanship, he is more famous for his achievements in another aspect. Got it. Kojiki Oden pointed to Ling Yun lightly, or to be more precise, pointed to the dagger on Ling Yun's waist. He is one of the best swordsmiths in the world, and Ben Musashi's saber demon sword village is his work. Besides, when Rayleigh's saber Meiling Guikiri was damaged before, I also asked him to help repair it. After hearing the words, Ling Yun's expression was also startled for an instant. The creator of Muramasa, that is to say, is the creator of the 12 Crafts Supreme Sword? Interesting. So Ling Yun couldn't help laughing. Such a character, he wanted to meet him instantly. Where is he now? So Ling Yun also asked. His current location should be living in seclusion on Mount Miryu, the capital of the Kamigawa area, Sakagi. Chapter 171. Kamikawa area, Miryuyama. Among the lush forests, a huge wooden mansion stands here, and the gate of the mansion is also open. Although the house itself is not guarded by anyone, and it seems to be very old at first glance, but in the forest below the house, there are many warriors under martial law. They are all retainers of the Feikan clan, and they are influenced by this generation of Feikan. The order of the village family leader is here to guard the people in this Deo Daozai. However, they didn't notice at all that in the current Deo Daozai, a guest has already been ushered in. Hey, young boy! Seeing Ling Yun suddenly condensed out of the air, the white-haired old man who was wearing a kimono and drinking tea in the sword room seemed a little surprised. Mr. Feikan Forging Heart. But Ling Yun looked at the old man with white beard and hair in front of him, and smiled softly. It's not polite to break into someone's house. The old man seemed a little dissatisfied, but his hand secretly stretched out towards the table in front of him. There was his knife there. He could feel the extreme sense of danger emanating from the young man in front of him, so holding the sword as a former great swordsman was his most instinctive reaction. However, just as he was halfway through his movements, he suddenly saw the knife that Ling Yun slowly pulled out from his waist. The crisp sound of the 370 blades of the clear knife cutting through the air is something the old man will never forget in his life, because it is the most perfect work in his sword-making career. Muramasa, why is it in your hands? Fei Kun's forging heart was obviously a little surprised. Mr. Kojiro gifted me this sword. But Ling Yun spoke flatly. Kojiro? Is that kid still alive? Obviously, Fei Kun's forging heart seems to have an impression of the East Blue Hermit swordsman. That kid should be close to 40 years old now, right? Where is he? Running a dojo in East Blue. Hey! After hearing Ling Yun's words, Fei Kun's forging heart also sneered. That guy Miyamoto set a broken rule. Rule? Those who can't achieve great flow, can't wield the Muramasa. The old man chuckled. That guy is too arrogant. The arrogance is obvious, because if Yuxin Liu is successful, then no matter what, he will definitely be a swordsman at the level of a great swordsman. In Miyamoto Musashi's view, this kind of even swordsman is only qualified to wield the weapon he left behind, which also shows how harsh this sword master's requirements for swordsmanship are. But immediately, Fei Kun's forging heart also directly raised his head to look at Ling Yun. Since Kojiro gave you Muramasa, does it mean that your sword skills are very strong? Compared with Ling Yun's intention to come, he seems to care more about this matter. But Ling Yun didn't answer after hearing the words, just lightly raised Muramasa in his hand, and casually waved the knife at the door. The voice in the air is soft, but Despair. All the trees in the large green forest outside the door made a low and inaudible sound, and then they still maintained their original appearance. However, Fei Kun's forging heart is an expert after all, so he can see the meaning of Ling Yun's knife at a glance. All the trees in the forest have actually been cut off now. It's just that their broken paths and their own trunks are still perfectly closed, so they never fell down. If someone were to push any of the trees now, that tree would definitely fall down instantly with an extremely smooth cut. And all of this is enough to prove Ling Yun's swordsmanship, because even a strong man can destroy this forest with absolute power, but to achieve a feeling like Ling Yun's, only the top sword field can do it. And a swordsman like Ling Yun who can do this with a random blow, is even more amazing. Good sword skills. So this old man, who is used to seeing all swordsmanship, sighed softly. What is the name of swordsmanship? The voice is also much gentler. Hard sword technique. What do you want me to do? And it can also be seen from the old man's sudden change of attitude. The statement that slashing is a swordsman's registration post is absolutely true. For a swordsman like Fei Kun forging heart, CDFF, he doesn't need to think about titles like Four Emperors and Shisha buyukai at all. I have been directed by Rayleigh to find Your Excellency here. According to him, Your Excellency has something that can help me. Ling Yun replied softly. Rayleigh? Oh, the little guy who came with Kojiki Odin. Ling Yun is not surprised at all that Fei Kun forging heart used the title of little guy to Rayleigh. Crimson Heart Forging. Age, 128. Level, A and in this world, S and at its peak. Available skills, Blade Forging LV.9, the body is too old to use, Great Swordsman Swordsmanship LV.8, the body is too old to use, Armament Haki LV.7, the body is too old to use, Armament Haki LV.6, the body is too old to use, Fishin Yujian Style Sword Technique LV.7, the body is too old to use. Fruit Ability, Paramecia Void Fruit. A 128-year-old is not dead, calling Rayleigh a little guy is definitely not a big deal. It's just that his strange fruit name makes Ling Yun very curious. The little guy's sword skills are very strong, and his knife is also a very good famous knife. It's a pity that he was worried about his captain at the time, so I couldn't give the thing to him. Fei Kun, who seemed to have an impression of Rayleigh, said softly, but looked at Ling Yun faintly. Who do you think is better between him and you? The question is very abrupt. I. Ling Yun's answer was also quick. Rayleigh may still be able to fight against him in his peak period, but Rayleigh now will definitely not be his opponent. After experiencing the battle with Kaido, Ling Yun already has absolute confidence. Very good, straightforward, unrivaled in sharpness. Only in this way, you have the qualification to hold the Murajeng. At this time, Fei Kun's forging heart also laughed loudly. That little fellow Rayleigh asked you to come to me, and I also know what he means. Come with me. Just after such unclear words, the old man got up and walked towards the depths of the sword room with his body bent. Although Ling Yun had some doubts in his heart, he followed Fei Kun's forging heart and walked inside. Not long after, Fei Kun's forging heart brought him to a huge empty martial arts arena. In the center of the martial arts field stands a high stone tablet engraved with the character sword, and although there is no one below the martial arts field, Ling Yun clearly felt that the village in his hand suddenly vibrated violently. At the same time, Fei Kun's forging heart also slowly stopped, looked at his surprised face and said with a smile, "There is no need to worry, this is just a normal phenomenon." Phenomenon? Fei Kun forged his heart and looked at the tip of the sword in Ling Yun's hand, which was getting redder, and said softly, "Muramasa's sword spirit has woken up." Chapter 172. When Ling Yun first obtained Muramasa, the system told him that there is a soul of the sword in the 12 Works Supreme Sword, which is an excellent famous sword. However, when Ling Yun used Muramasa, he didn't feel the real influence of the soul of the sword on him, although when facing some powerful opponents or similar powerful knives like the Black Sword, Muramasa would be independent. The trembling phenomenon occurs but this does not affect its functions in other aspects. Naturally, Ling Yun once thought that the so-called soul of the blade referred to such a thing. However, now Fei Kun's forging heart tells him, the fact it's not the case. A knife is a tool for killing. Fei Kun's forging heart is undoubtedly one of the people who know Muramasa best in the world. When I forged this knife before, it was not as sharp as it is now until Miyamoto held it and became a sword master. It has become what it is now after drinking the swordsman's sword. If you expect to surpass Miyamoto, then you need to fully awaken its sword soul. Fei Kun's forging heart said so, and Ling Yun asked lightly after hearing the words. How should it be done? He has no interest in defeating Miyamoto Musashi, the strongest swordsman like legendary after all. He doesn't know himself as a swordsman. But he never let go of the opportunity to become stronger. It's easy. But after hearing the words, Fei Kun forged his heart and laughed. Then, under Ling Yun's astonished eyes, his figure was slowly hollowed out, and the person who replaced him standing there is a young warrior. He didn't wear a helmet, but he was covered with samurai armor, a pair of samurai greaves, a set of exquisite dragon-shaped shoulder armor on his left shoulder, and hemp rope was simply used as a belt around his waist. Overall it looks gorgeous. On his left waist are two teideos, one long and one short, hanging obliquely. And the longer one wrapped in the red scabbard is exactly Muramasa. And needless to say, besides Ling Yun, the only owner of this knife is Miyamoto Musashi. As long as you defeat its former owner, Muramasa's sword soul will naturally recognize you as the master. At this time, Fei Kun's heart-strengthening words continued to echo in the empty martial arts arena, while Ling Chu slightly frowned as he watched the young entrepreneur in front of him. Miyamoto Musashi, Phantom. Age, 20. Level, This World X. Available abilities, Great Swordsman Swordsmanship LV.9+, Armament Haki LV.9, Observation Haki LV.9, Sword Heart LV.8, Yuxin Liu Swordsmanship LV.10, Lei Ming Liu Swordsmanship LV.10, Two Swords Yuxin Liu Swordsmanship LV.5. Phantom? Looking at the unmistakable word phantom in the system information, Ling Yun also understood in his heart that this should be the result of Fei Kun's ability to forge his heart, and it is also clear from his age that what is in front of him now should be what Miyamoto Musashi looked like when he was 20 years old. But what followed was also a huge shock. A 20-year-old X-level powerhouse, in Ling Yun's view, this is completely unimaginable. Because even if the aptitude for swordsmanship is as high as Hawkeye my hawk, what he has achieved through so many years of sword practice is nothing more than that. And this great swordsman who was invincible in the world 100 years ago has reached this level at the age of 20. And if it is pushed back 10 years, the period when he really reached his peak, how strong can the opponent be? Ling Yun didn't know, and didn't have the heart to think about it. Because right in front of him, the phantom of Miyamoto Musashi slowly pulled out Muramasa from his waist. The sound of Muramasa drawing out the scabbard was very nice. He seemed to have a very unique way of holding the knife. And the next moment, it was obviously just a phantom, but Ling Yun saw an extremely fiery fighting spirit in his eyes. Always full of the will to fight, even if you are the strongest, you will never stop moving forward. 20-year-old Miyamoto Musashi, as sharp as the most perfect sword. And the next moment, the crimson blade appeared in front of Ling Yun as if piercing through the barrier of space, and the strong wind that engulfed it instantly shattered the rocks on the ground of the martial arts arena into pieces. One heart flow-splitting void. In the face of this slash that was invincible to Wano Kuni in the past, Ling is also very serious since the Kaido battle. Heart sword technique, Lion Awakening. The same crimson blade swung out, and the faint roar of the lion spread in the air, and the huge wind spread around Ling Yun in an instant. Crack! So the next moment, Chi Hong's knife collided with Chi Hong's knife. Boom! The huge momentum exploded in an instant, and Miyamoto Musashi immediately pulled out another short sword from his waist. Laugh! So different from the sharpness of wielding the village timing, the speed of the short sword is as fast as lightning flashing from the sky, and it is difficult to observe. Even Ling Yun LV.10 observation haki is also difficult to fully observe this the speed of a knife. Asking for flowers. Thunder flow flash thunder. But. Ding. The short sword pierced Ling Yun's body, but was blocked by the steel body obtained from the ant, but it sputtered out huge sparks. Titan Clan's combat technique, boxing style. And the Titan battle technique that Ling Yun used afterwards was to knock Miyamoto Musashi back suddenly, but when flying upside down in the air, Miyamoto Musashi pierced the Muramasa with his right hand into the ground to reduce the impact, while the one with his left hand short sword swung 3 short but sharp sword chi towards Ling Yunzi like a spirit snake. Boom! After Ling Yun saw this, although he easily chopped the 3 sword chi into pieces, his brows were involuntarily frowned. Because although it was only a short fight, he felt that it was the first time since he went to sea that he had such a clear feeling of being suppressed. This feeling is similar to the feeling he had when he played against Kaido or Big Mom before, but the positions of the two sides were exchanged. He became the one with absolute strength and defensive advantages, no matter in terms of ability or speed, he was stronger than the opponent. And the Miyamoto Musashi in front of him has become what he was at the beginning, a person who relies on fighting skills to win. This strange feeling made Ling Yun feel very surprised, and at the same time, he was deeply impressed by Miyamoto Musashi's sword skills. His sword skills are already the strongest in the sea, but when the sword master was 20 years old, sword skills are clearly above it. Especially the perfect coordination between the two knives made Ling Yun feel an extremely rare sense of difficulty. How fishy was this guy's heyday? In this case. But at this time, the unyielding energy in Ling Yun's heart also rose. Fortunately, he also activated the power in his body, and immediately he was about to use the 3 secret swords of Shinjianshu to compete with Miyamoto Musashi. But. Okay, it's all here. Fei Kun's heart-forging voice sounded again, but this time his voice seemed to be a lot weaker suddenly. And then, Ling Yun saw the phantom of Miyamoto Musashi in front of him instantly disappear into nothingness, and the hunched figure of Fei Kun's forging heart appeared in front of him again. Chapter 173. About 100 years ago. Leaving Wano Kuni. On the side of the port in No Samurai village, Fei Kun Xin looked at the young man in front of him incomprehensibly. Why did you leave? Fei Kun's forging heart is somewhat incomprehensible, obviously just became a juggernaut, and he hasn't enjoyed the glory and authority that belong to a juggernaut. Why would he want to leave? Why? Facing the doubts raised by Fei Kun, the young man named Miyamoto Musashi just smiled heartily, then pointed to the boundless sea that can be seen again and again through the coast of Nobushi no Sato. Because I am already invincible here. He smiled and told the truth that everyone in Wano Kuni knew, but, Himura. It's very lonely to be invincible. Saying so, Miyamoto Musashi cast his eyes on the distant sea, and there was a glint of expectation in his eyes. Life is a constant battle. And it will definitely exist, right? In this sea, there is a swordsman who can be stronger than me, such a guy, it would be best if he can fight with him. The whispered words undoubtedly clearly stated the reason why he is unparalleled in the world, because he has never been 073 satisfied with his swordsmanship. Then, under Fei Kun's puzzled eyes, the youngest and strongest swordsman pulled out Muramasa, and then slowly took off the scabbard. For you. This is. Fei Kun's forging heart is naturally very puzzled. Miyamoto Musashi laughed loudly. I am going to the sea to be a strong man who wants to challenge the whole world. So. I don't need a sheath on my sword. If you meet a powerful guy you recognize who can challenge me in the future, please give this to him for me. I will come back when I become invincible in the future, and I will drink with you then. And amidst the hearty voice, the vigorous figure jumped onto his own boat impressively. However, Fei Kun's forging heart looked at the man who was both his friend and the object of his respect from afar, and slowly clenched the red scabbard in his hand. A swordsman who can challenge you. Does that kind of person really exist? It really does exist, a guy like you. His body was getting weaker and weaker, but Fei Kun's eyes were shining brightly at Ling Yun. He is a phantom man who has taken the void fruit, so he can project people and things in his memory to fight. However, the stronger the person who is projecting, the heavier the burden he needs to bear, and the projected phantom will be injured along with him. And what he just projected is Miyamoto Musashi before leaving Wano Kuni in his memory. However, the Miyamoto Musashi he projected can only use the moves and skills that exist in his memory, so just seeing the explosive and terrifying power on Ling Yun, Feikin Forging Heart knows the way he projected phantom is no match for Ling Yun. So rather than holding on to end the battle, it's better. Approved as kendo, although you are a little late. Talking to himself like this, Fei Kun's Forging Heart also turned his head slowly, and came to the center of the martial arts arena. Afterwards, he tapped his hand towards the steel, and then the steel slowly disappeared, an illusion cast by his ability. And after the steel disappeared, at the place where the steel was originally, a scarlet scabbard with a red shimmin rope tied to the top suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yun. This scabbard was cast together when I was casting Muramasa in the past, and it is named Kunyu. Follow Miyamoto's words in the past, it belongs to you. Put the village back into the sheath, Daomei will naturally recognize you as a minister. While throwing the scabbard in his hand directly to Ling Yun, Fei Kun forged his heart and felt a little pity, because Miyamoto Musashi was already dead, so Ling Yun came, a bit late. Murasame. Rank, 12 Craftsman Supreme Sword, Scabbard. Introduction, putting Muramasa in the Vice Admiral of Murasame will get the special effect Awakening of Soul of the Sword. Soul Blade Awakening, Special Skill. Skill Introduction, activate the soul of the sword in Muramasa's blade. The compatibility between Muramasa and host will increase by 100%, the sharpness will increase by 40%, the lightness will increase by 50%, the cutting power will increase by 30%, and the combat reaction speed will increase by 50%. And Ling Yun looked at the scabbard Murasame in his hand, and while he was overjoyed, he couldn't help but become more and more curious about Miyamoto Musashi. He really wants to know, when the invincible and strong man who left Wano Kuni to challenge the world at the age of 20 really reached his peak, how strong is it? It's a pity. Even the unparalleled Miyamoto Musashi has already passed away, and he seems to have no chance to see him. Okay, cough cough. But at this time, Fei Kun's Forging Heart began to cough violently. You can leave now. And you're going to die 30 minutes later. But after Ling Yun heard the words, he looked at Fei Kun's Forging Heart, and then explained his current physical condition in one word. Because in Ling Yun's vision, Fei Kun's Forging Heart now clearly has the words extremely weak, expected to die in 30 minutes. As a samurai, to die after witnessing the way of swordsmanship that can defeat Miyamoto is a worthy death. If you really feel that you want to repay me, then you can help my Feikin family solve future troubles a little bit. However, Fei Kun's Forging Heart is obviously very indifferent. He has lived for such a long time, and he has already seen through life and death. The only thing he feels regretful now is that he was no longer able to drink a glass of sake with Miyamoto Musashi on this Miryu mountain. But that can't be done. Ling Yun chuckled and put on his own gloves. You may not believe it, but I am actually a doctor. It's not my style to watch patients die before my eyes. At night, Wano Kuni Hanfu. In the general's mansion, the bright moonlight hangs high in the sky, and the white moonlight shines on the ground. And in the courtyard, Anbei Shinji was wiping the beloved knife in his hand just like in the past. He just used this knife to behead the great swordsman Lu Shengzongkai of the Sanyan Lu not long ago, although the method used was not very glorious, but he had already learned this method. Because he knew that now was not the time to pay attention to the set of samurai spirit passed down by the family. Ling Yun, one of the 4 emperors, has been staying in the Kojiki clan's territory for more than a week, and the relationship between the other party and Kojiki Oden is obviously not bad. In addition, behind Kojiki Oden was the strongest four emperors, Whitebeard, but the four emperors Kaido who was behind Anbaijinji himself had already died. With the ebb and flow and the failure of the assassination plan this time, Anbaijinji deeply felt that he had reached the most critical moment. So not long ago, he began to make up his mind to seize the position of Sword Master. Only by obtaining this supreme position in the hearts of Wano Kuni warriors, can he stabilize the situation in the country and ensure that Kojiki Oden is afraid of himself. Next, only the Himura family and the Umaizumi family are left. And after beheading Lu Sheng's ancestral hall, the only thing he needs to deal with now is the loyal family governor of the Feikan family, Feikanzuo, and the family affection of the Shangchuan family, Shangchuan Zhuzang. Before Kojiki Oden accumulates enough cards, it must be. Shinji Anbei's eyes flickered, but his heart was still calm. He knew that within a year at least, Kojiki Oden's power would not expand enough to defeat him. So as long as those four emperors don't come to trouble him personally, then he still has time. When Anbaijinji was thinking like this, his eyes were sad to see a figure slowly condensed from the sky from the hollow. When he first saw it, the man was a swordsman with a huge black knife on his back. That was Hawkeye, my hawk. And when he blinked and looked again, the man turned into a burly man in a marine uniform that was Hero Garp. When he blinked for the third time in disbelief, that person turned into the four emperors he had seen before in 1.800 Beasts Kaido. Well, this ability is really difficult to control, but the projection range is not bad. With the sound of this voice, the figure in the air instantly disappeared without a trace, and in front of Anchuian Sea, stood 10 youths in Yui. And Anbaijinji still knows who this person is. Grasp of Hades. This is General Wanakuni's residence. What's your purpose here? With such a low growl, Anbaijinji's body tensed up and was ready to fight at any time. But it turns out that that is not a meaningful thing. What is the purpose of coming here? Ling Yun chuckled lightly, then pulled out the knife. I came to you to try the knife, and by the way, solve the trouble. So the next day, news came that shocked Wano Kuni. A mysterious samurai entered the general's mansion yesterday night and assassinated General Wano Kuni. Anbaijinji left a very large cut mark and the general's head at the scene. Judging from the fighting situation on the spot, it is not difficult to draw conclusions. With just one blow, the mysterious warrior easily beheaded the head of the heroic general. Chapter 174. Mr. Ling Yun, you are really... On the second day after the general was assassinated by Ling Yun, Kojiki Oden, who heard the news, easily guessed that Ling Yun did it, so he was short of breath for a while. I promised Fei Kun's forging heart to help their family solve their troubles, so I made a move. But Ling Yun was very casual about this. Why? Knowing that guy is going to assassinate your excellency, does Mr. Kojiki still plan to save his life? That's not the case. It's just that after the general is beheaded, Wano Kuni will inevitably be in chaos, and the Sengoku era 400 years ago may be coming again. Kojiki Oden sighed softly. And of course he was right, Whitebeard, and the biggest reason why he hadn't done anything to Wano Kuni was because of this. Killing the general will cause upheaval in Wano Kuni, and the powerful force of the warriors of Wano Kuni means that once the position of the general is stolen by someone, it may have a huge impact on the sea and Wano Kuni. And this kind of impact is obviously unwilling to see the Kojiki clan and Whitebeard, because if the status quo of Wano Kuni's closed country is changed due to the return of the Sengoku era, then the next world government a possible intervention would be very troublesome. 23. But Kojiki Oden couldn't help it after all. It was Ling Yun who shot, one of the four emperors and even his savior. What does it matter? Just defeat all the daimyos and become a general. It's not that simple. Although my Kojiki family is Kuri daimyo, some samurai are also very. Kojiki Oden was a little worried just yesterday. 2 daimyos from the Hanfu area officially began to compete for the position of general, which annoyed him a lot. No problem. I have a way to help you easily win the position of general. So Kojiki Odin immediately saw Ling Yun take out 4 bottles of potions of different colors from his arms. The 4 medicines are medicines that greatly strengthen the body's hardness, greatly strengthen the body's speed, greatly strengthen the body's strength, and quickly heal wounds. I will let Koala count the number and give it to you, but I believe it should be enough to make you a general. And you don't have to worry about the world government, they won't meddle in the affairs here. As a price for my help, I hope that the Kojiki family can establish diplomatic relations with my government in the future. To establish diplomatic relations. Looking at Ling Yun with a flat face, and hearing such a word that only exists between country and country, Kojiki Odin suddenly realized a fact. That is, this usually gentle and polite young man is actually a famous 4 emperors. And the title of the so-called 4 emperors itself actually represents that they are above any other country. As for Wanakuni's upcoming big fight, Ling Yun didn't have much interest in paying attention to it, even though the incident itself was actually caused by him. But he also knows that after getting his own medical support and abandoning the threat of the world government, it is only a matter of time before Kojiki, who is already a Kurumi daimyo, wants to unify Wano Kuni. There is also a reason why Ling Yun is willing to help Kojiki Odin unify Wano Kuni. First of all, the admiration for Kojiki Odin is of course a large part of the reason the former crew member of One Piece valued feelings very much, and he was a very worthwhile friend, and behind him were Whitebeard and Roger C. The Thieves' Remnants relationship, rather than building a good relationship, will help Ling Yun's future actions. After all, since discovering the secrets that the world government may have hidden under Marie Joyce, Ling Yun is almost sure that he will have to win or lose with the world government sooner or later, and in the case of an itch, he can befriend Whitebeard and Whitebeard at the same time. The remnants of the Roger pirates should be helpful to him in the future. In addition, each of Wanakuni's samurai is a very capable character, and the system points obtained by treating them are quite a lot, and they may become part of the support in the future. Also reporting this feeling, Ling Yun also left Wano Kuni under the personal see-off of Kojiki Odin after receiving many benefits, and most of the big guests from him to the time he left Wano Kuni didn't even know that there was such a big man has been to Wano Kuni. But just after leaving the Wano Kuni area, Ling Yun was quite surprised by the arrival of the 2 of them. Mr. Ling Yun, long time no see. The last cooperation was very pleasant. Looking at the sudden arrival of Darag and Xiong, Ling Yun also smiled in surprise. Mr. Darag, long time no see. The news that Mr. Ling Yun became 4 emperors surprised me. Drago reluctantly smiled kindly, and then handed the books and a few tree seeds that he brought behind him to Koala. Miss Koala, the seed you wanted before. Thank you, Daragi. After seeing these seeds, Koala, who has recently become more mature and stable because she started to manage the affairs related to the underworld, smiled happily, and then brought these seeds to Ling Yun as if offering treasures. What kind of seed is this? Eaten. Ling Yun looked at Koala curiously. That's not true, these are special seeds that I can't create with my abilities. The girl smiled excitedly, and then took Ling Yun's hand and walked out of the hospital directly. And when she came outside the medical hall, she also threw one of the seeds of red towards the sky. Then, Fire Prison Vine. Accompanied by her ability activation, the seed unexpectedly began to shatter and grow in the sky, and then turned into a 2-meter-long vine suspended above her head, and the most surprising thing was that the vine was actually burning with crimson flames. Ice Orchid. Looking at the flaming vine with satisfaction, Koala sprinkled another seed on the ground again, and then a strange light blue flower began to grow on the ground, and the place where the flower was spread began to spread its extremely ice. Windweed. Another seed was thrown, and the huge trumpet-shaped flower that the seed turned into actually ejected a huge wind cannonball and flew towards the sky, and through Ling Yun's sense of wind, the 513 cannonballs can also be confirmed. The power of the wind cannonball is extremely impressive. Seeing the flames above the head, the koala standing on the ice, and all kinds of weird plants growing around him, Ling Yun also suddenly discovered. Before I knew it, this little girl had grown to such a point. No, to be more precise, this kind of improvement in strength can no longer be simply called progress. Use metamorphosis, perhaps a better word. With her current strength, if she really mastered all the power of these seeds, then even among the shisha buyukai, except for a few, most of them would not be her opponents. Well done! Looking at Koala who, as always, took credit for himself after showing off, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile. Then, can you take me with you if you have a mission or battle next time? After Koala heard the words, he looked at Ling Yun very seriously, with pleading in his expression. This seems to be the reason why she became so strong. The only reason. And Ling Yun also fell silent for a while after seeing the girl's firm and longing eyes. After half an hour, he nodded. It's not that she should become so strong, but that she must become so strong, and she wants to become so strong. Because she knows that only when she becomes strong can she stand by his side. And he also knew that the process she went through to become the current her. It must be very hard. Chapter 175. Thank you Mr. Durag for the gift. After witnessing Koala's transformation unconsciously, Ling Yun and Durag also entered the interior of the medical hall and started a routine discussion. Mr. Ling Yun, you are welcome, you have provided such great help to our Revolutionary Army's activities, this little kindness is nothing. Dora Grande laughed, it was really easy to make people feel good. Where's Ivankov? Didn't come. After all, the three of them had met each other since they were in Rogtown and had crossed paths with old acquaintances, so they were very familiar with each other when talking, and even some old friends met to ask each other about their recent situation. Well, he was treating a little guy, so he stayed in Baltigo. Brat. A little guy I rescued in East Blue a while back, and the boat he called got sunk by the celestial dragons. The dislike of celestial dragons and a sense of sadness are evident in Drago's calm words. He saw with his own eyes, the so-called most beautiful kingdom in East Blue, Goa Kingdom, the pile of rubbish piled up outside the aristocratic area, and also saw the so-called nobles and princes after the celestial dragons sunk the child's boat. Their reaction. As expected of Saint Minotaur, what a handsome decision. That flattering look, how ugly. After hearing what Drago said, Ling Yun also instantly understood who the so-called little guy was referring to. Sabo. Thinking in his heart, even if Ling Yun didn't react, Drago came out of the anger and sadness in his heart first, but he also turned the topic directly to the business. Mr. Ling Yun, Xiang, and I actually have important things to do here this time. Please say. Of course, Ling Yun wasn't too surprised he would feel that something was wrong if the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the first spy came to him to catch up with him when they were bored. So Drago also said softly, we hope, Mr. Ling Yun, you can cooperate more comprehensively with our Revolutionary Army. Full cooperation. And Ling Yun actually vaguely guessed something after hearing the words because in essence, the Marine and the Revolutionary Army have the same ability to control New World. The New World belongs to the four emperors, so neither the Marine nor the Revolutionary Army has any possibility of controlling the New World. And as expected, I hope that Mr. Ling Yun can open the waters in his domain to allow the personnel of the Revolutionary Army to pass through, and we also hope to spread our ideas in the countries and islands in the sea. As a price, we can give Mr. Ling Yun whatever he wants in exchange. Drago was also very upright when he made the request. The medicine provided by Ling Yun has now provided a huge effect on the development of the Revolutionary Army, and Yun's identity is now recognized as one of the four emperors. Sorry, I shouldn't be able to agree to this request. But to his disappointment, Ling Yun directly rejected his request without any consideration. But this is as it should be after all, although Drago doesn't know, Ling Yun himself knows that he has already reached a cooperation with Marine now that Rukuo and the Revolutionary Army are also doing this. When Marine finds out that he has a secret deal with the Revolutionary Army too, things get really big. Can't you think about it? Drago is still a little unwilling to give up. Sorry, I can't help you with this matter. After confirming that Ling Yun had made up his mind, Drago could only shake his head helplessly. If there is a four emperors who is willing to open a channel for them and allow them to spread their ideas, he believes that this will definitely benefit the entire revolutionary army. It is an extremely important change. Then, let me talk about the second request. We hope that you, Mr. Ling Yun, can temporarily provide us with 1,500 bottles of ancient healing potions and 1,000 bottles of Iron Army potions. We have an important operation in the future, and we need to use these medicines. Can. But facing the second request made by Drago instead, Ling Yun agreed directly. And considering that the success of the revolutionary army's operation is also beneficial to him, Ling Yun even proposed something extra. I have two new types of potions here, which can temporarily strengthen the speed and strength of the user respectively, if you need it. Of course it's necessary. Can you supply us in large quantities? Durag looks overjoyed. They have already confirmed the fact that the product of Hades must be a high-quality product. I'm sorry, but the effect of this potion is quite powerful. In a short period of time, it can even allow common soldiers to gain power close to that of an ability user. Therefore, the quantity produced is not very high. I can only provide you with 30 bottles at most. 30. Drago frowned at first when he heard the words, but he was also a little horrified when he heard the effect Ling Yun said. If it is true that people can temporarily gain the power of a person with abilities, then even if there are only 30 bottles of potions, there is no doubt enough to change the tide of battle. A team of 30 soldiers who are almost capable, even in that place, is definitely enough to decide the victory or defeat. Just to ask again the marine. They don't know about this batch of medicine yet. And after hearing the answer, Drago was even more joyful in his heart. In his opinion, Ling Yun's actions undoubtedly showed that he was more friendly to the revolutionary army than Madara. For Durag, who has long intended to bring Ling Yun, the powerful and mysterious new four emperors, into the battle group, this attitude shown by Ling Yun is undoubtedly excellent news. After a friendly negotiation with Ling Yun on the price of this batch of medicines, although the most critical request was rejected, Drago still showed a little joy, and then made the last thing informed Ling Yun. Besides the matter of cooperation, I have a letter here. It was someone who asked me to forward it to Mr. Ling Yun. After the leader of the revolutionary army said such words mysteriously, he handed a letter directly to Ling Yun. Letter. Well, since the matter has been settled, Xiang and I will leave first. It is still the same, Mr. Ling Yun. If you have any transactions with the revolutionary army, you can do so through those tongues I told you. Pass it on to me. After handing over the letter, Durag put on his hood directly, and then walked to Xiang's side. Beware of the 5 elders. But before leaving, Xiang, who had hardly said a word from the beginning to the end, suddenly said such words, and then patted Drago and himself lightly, and then disappeared in place. Looking at the two people who left, Ling Yun also showed a hint of interest. 5 elders. Niu Hao, the name Xiang mentioned made him feel a little strange. And then, he turned his attention to the letter in his hand. There was no sender or any text on the letter, and it seemed to be a rather mysterious letter. Then, Ling Yun opened the letter, only to find that there was a blank sheet of paper in it. Detected that there is a special potion text hiding potion on the surface of the letter. Does it remove the effect of medicine? Yes. Ling Yun was a little surprised by the sudden prompt from the system, and at the same time, his curiosity arose immediately. Who is sending a letter so mysteriously? And after the effect of the text hiding potion was eliminated by the system, Ling Chu also saw writing slowly appearing on the originally white paper of October. And the first line of that handwriting made Ling Yun make a sound of surprise. See the word Rua, Dr. Ling Yun. Let me introduce myself first. I am Vegapunk, your admirer. Vegapunk? And the sudden appearance of this already known name really surprised Ling Yun. Chapter 176. Dr. Ling Yun, I am very glad that you can read my letter, because it shows that you have cracked the special potion that I made. It is made from the roots of the man's fruit tree. Isn't it amazing? Oh, I was thinking wrong, of course a genius like you would not be surprised by this. Let me explain first, I am your admirer, I am very curious and full of admiration for the potions you make, and their drug ratio is simply perfect. How did you do it? Machine or manual, or ability? Judging from the first few lines of text, Dr. Vegapunk, who claims to be 500 years ahead of the world, seems to be a talkative and a fanatical researcher. Even when he writes letters, he seems to be full of research elements. But fortunately, from the next line onwards, the literature seems to reveal some hidden information. But unfortunately, due to some restrictions, I can't visit you in person. I can only give you a little reminder through this letter, and give me a little hope for my freedom by the way. Some restrictions. Ling Yun chuckled. He knew that drive. Vegapunk got a thing called life design map when he was young, and conducted experiments that made the world government terrified, so he was called by the world. The government directly arrested him and put him under house arrest to conduct research for the world government. Although the world government and Marine did not kill him because of his genius mind, but treated him extremely favorably, after all, as a person who was forced to conduct research, his freedom was obviously restricted. But immediately after what Vegapunk wrote, Ling Yun coughed instantly. First of all, I am amazed by Dr. Ling Yun's genius transformation technology. You can transform a sea king into a dragon-like dragon. The world's #1 scientist, who is one of the few, actually directly explained the situation of Yemengard in one word, and even directly said that Yemengard is a dragon species. I believe you know the particularity of the Draco species, so I admire your genetic modification technology very much. I hope I can share my research experience with you someday. Talk shit. Ling Yun cursed secretly in his heart. The process of Yermangandra's evolution into a dragon species was completely a wonderful accident. How does he know the difference between the bodies of dragons? To put it bluntly, he simply thought that the so-called dragon species was just a small category of dragons. But no matter what Ling Yun scolded, Vegapunk thought that Ling Yun, a genius who was just like him or even more terrifying than him, must know the meaning of the dragon species, so he didn't continue to explain. I'm not sure if you also got the life design map. If not, then you can go to find the commander of Germa 66 Vince Mok Judge. He used to be my research assistant. There is what I got before. Some of the blueprints of life blueprints may be helpful to you. In addition, your dragon's evolution should not be complete. I left a precious dragon fluid sample and information on life design in my research base Bakimo. If you are interested in the research materials of graph evolution theory, you can also pick them up. What the hell does this guy mean? And when he saw this, Ling Yun was also a little confused. What does this Vegapunk mean? Ling Yun is indeed very interested in the two things he proposed, but he doesn't understand what the other party's reason is for doing so. He wouldn't believe that the pie fell from the sky, and he definitely didn't believe that this person who undoubtedly had the most developed brain in the world was someone who would court him out of thin air. What exactly does he want? With such doubts, Ling Yun continued to look down. I am not sure what field you want to study. The knowledge left by DS Kingdom? Medical knowledge? Weapon research? Or genetics? However, I think I can help you anyway. The two pieces of information I mentioned to you before are just small gifts, but I believe that after you read my research materials, you will have the idea of cooperating with me. Trading my mind for freedom seems like this isn't the first time I've done it. But, that's kind of fun. Be careful, Five Elders, be careful, world government. Meanwhile, I await your reply. Praise the unknown and wish you good luck. Dr. Vegapunk. 1. Asking for flowers, 0. Gently putting down the envelope in his hand, Ling Chu's mind was also a little chaotic for a while. He couldn't understand how fanatical a scientist like Vegapunk would be after discovering what he thought was the same kind, because he didn't know the kind of insight that leads the world 500 years to overlook all living beings. Even without great power, but a strong man can defeat 1,000, and a wise man can defeat a country. The so-called wisdom is nothing more than that. But even if he didn't understand this level, Ling Yun still confirmed the general meaning of Vegapunk. He seemed to be restricted because of his personal freedom, so he asked himself to rescue him. But do you think I'm stupid? At least it is impossible for Ling Yun to have such an unreasonable plan now. He is not a pervert scientist who can give up everything in pursuit of the unknown. Then, now. However, after being reminded by Xiong and Vegapunk, Ling Yun became more and more afraid of the world government, and the plan to sell his new medicine to Marine was temporarily cancelled by him. And what he needs to do now is also very clear. Nothing is more important than collecting the remaining 2 red stones. Right now, not so good. Looking at Yermungandr, who has been evolving since the battle with Kaido, Ling Yun also secretly made a decision. Whether it is the Devil's Triangle Sea area where the island abandoned by time has been confirmed by him, or the New World End Sea area where Al Buff is located, it is a very dangerous sea area, time abandoned island. Ling Yun instinctively felt that this mysterious island that almost followed him for most of his journey must not be a simple trip to a foreign country. Although the Lost Paradise now has its own wisdom through the power of the soul fruit, it is still not very appropriate to rush to these 2 places. Therefore, he intends to wait until the evolution of Yermungandr is completed before going there with its traction and the adjustment of the Lost Paradise. No matter how dangerous the Devil's Triangle Sea area is, he can at least guarantee his own safety. And judging from the previous evolution of Yermungandr, it shouldn't take long, right? Chapter 177. Half-year later. New World, Midok Island, a medium-sized ocean island, Kingdom of Zack. What the hell kind of place? A tall, strong man wearing gladiator armor was yelling loudly in the central street of the royal city. And if someone is here, they will definitely recognize it in an instant. This person has become famous in the paradise, and entered the New World 4 months ago. The supernova of this generation of pirates. Bounty 250 million Bailey, suffering gladiator Guy N. However, the life of the supernova after entering New World was not very good. He accidentally stepped into the psychedelic sea at the very beginning of entering New World, and was trapped in it for 3 months before finally escaping. And after escaping, he encountered 2 shipwrecks, and 2 of the 3 pirate ships under his command sank directly, which can be said to be a heavy loss. It's New World after all. And the navigator Jibble beside him also smiled wryly. At 140, after he came to New World, he didn't know what the sea area in the first half of the Grand Line was like. Unfortunately, the sailing knowledge he has learned is simply not applicable in the New World. The sea that splits directly, the huge hail that falls from the sky, the huge and unimaginable thunderclouds, sweet and lightning-surrounded islands. With these weird sailing phenomena, he felt that he was lucky enough to be able to get here alive. MD, hurry up and find a shop to eat something, and then find a rich man to grab it. Lao Zi is about to starve to death. Since a large amount of treasures that had been plundered before sank into the bottom of the sea together with his own ship, Guy also stepped forward in a hurry, but he had to stop as soon as he started. The 3 of you, please. His Majesty the King is waiting for the 3 of you in the reception hall. A man wearing the costume of the Prime Minister of the Zack Kingdom led 3 people towards the palace, but there were many royal city guards lined up to welcome them, and behind the guards, the residents of the royal city also used their own with both reverence and curiosity. He looked at the honored guest in the center who was being led by the Prime Minister to walk in. Walking on the left is a fat man wearing sunglasses, walking on the right is a gentleman-like man wearing a top hat, and surrounded by them, is a beautiful girl with blonde hair. Who is that? A princess from some country? She is so beautiful. A tall and thin man behind Guy was a little puzzled. He was the think tank of the gladiator pirates, Long Bamboo Pole Snowden. Where is it beautiful? The waist is too thin and the wind blows and it falls down. The skin is too white and tender, so you haven't experienced a battle compared to the figure. The breasts are too big, which will make it difficult for her to maintain balance. If you want Lao Zi to say, it's the girls in Lao Zi's hometown who are the most exciting. They are all muscular and wielding an axe, not to mention how charming they are. And after hearing about his own captain's weird aesthetics, Snowden naturally had nothing to chat with him. But even though he belittled the blonde girl's appearance, Guy was still a little moved. Looking at this posture, she should really be a princess of a big country, otherwise let's tie her up and ask for some money to spend. Typical pirate thinking. But, hey, rookie, you really dare to say some life-threatening things. While Guy was considering the feasibility of the plan, a sneer sounded beside him, which made him startled suddenly. But when he turned his head and slashed over, he saw a short birdman with spikes on his wings sneering aside. Who are you? How to talk to Lao Zi? Just when Guy was halfway through his words, Snowden beside him immediately stopped him from speaking rudely because he recognized the identity of this birdman. Captain, he is Lippy the Heartbreaker. As early as 3 years ago, he entered New World as a veteran supernova, and the bounty at that time had already reached 380 million Bailey's Heartbreaker Lippy. And it is said that besides being a pirate, he also has some kind of relationship with Morgan, the president of the World Economic News Agency who controls the fishing boats all over the world. 31Z8F55. And Guy's expression changed after hearing the words. He is a rough man, but he is not an idiot. Before entering the New World, there were already 380 million guys, and now it has been 3 years since entering the New World. Not someone he can provoke directly. Haha. Misunderstanding. Brother Lippy, this is a misunderstanding. You're pretty smart. And Lippy chuckled lightly after hearing Guy's words. Gladiator of suffering Guy, right? Pay attention to your words. If what you just said was heard by those over there, there will probably be countless people in New World who are willing to kill you. Hey! He smirked and didn't say much. Who are they? After Guy heard the words, he also remembered what Lippy said to him just now, and looked at the 3 people who were slowly entering the chief officer over there with some doubts. Who? You don't know. Lippy seemed a little surprised by Guy's ignorance, and then seemed to suddenly think of something. Have you been in trouble before? Trapped in a sea of shit for 3 months, finally got out. Then you're lucky. Lippy chuckled lightly. Do you know how the supernovas of your generation are doing now? Guy, of course, shook his head lightly. He has been trapped in the psychedelic sea for a while. How can he know where these guys are? Fortunately, Lippy immediately told him the answer. They're all dead. All none left died in Naya Shishan. The birdman smiled slyly. Varied. Without him needing to say more, Guy immediately responded, impossible. As a supernova of the same generation, Guy naturally encountered several of them on the Sabayati archipelago. And he has to admit that among the supernovas of his generation, he is not the top one. Among them, the top few, even he is extremely afraid in his heart. But now Lippy told him that all those people were dead, just a month ago. Rookie, this is not a paradise. Lippy chuckled lightly. It's enough to talk about the name supernova in paradise and New World. There are as many guys like you as carp in the river. Just like your contemporaries. Having said that, Lippy couldn't help laughing again. It was a very clear ridicule. Laughing at those self-defeating idiots. I thought I was strong, and then gathered together in an attempt to challenge the majesty of the 4 emperors. Those stupid 0.0s didn't die at all. Lippy whispered, but Guy's expression became solemn after hearing the words, 4 emperors? They challenged 4 emperors. Even if he is as ignorant as he is, he has naturally heard about 4 emperors. That's right, a mere 60 pirate fleets of no-names wanted to challenge the Hades among the 4 emperors, but they were killed without any chance to fight back. After Lippy finished speaking with teasing words, Guy was also speechless for a while. And after a long time, the reckless man asked in a harsh voice, you mean, those 3 people? Could it be? That's right, they're all from the underworld, and they're all codders above the captain. 4th Team Captain Misty Vision Jess Carl, 16th Team Captain Blue Boar Harry, A&D. The King of the Dark World, the powerful faction in charge of all the drug transactions under the Master Ling Yun, Princess of Hades Koala. Chapter 178. Half a year is a very delicate period of time. It is certainly not long if you say it is long, but it is not too short if you say it is short. Only one thing is certain, that is, half a year is enough to change a lot of things, such as completely stabilizing the situation in New World that has become somewhat turbulent due to the killing of Kaido, such as allowing people to accept the new 4 emperors and his subordinates. The names of the pirates. Grasp of Hades Ling Yun, the most famous name in New World in the past 6 months. At the same time, it has been recognized by the remaining 3-4 emperors, namely Red Hair, Whitebeard and Big Mom, and has also been vigorously promoted by Marine and World Government. However, it was a battle that happened about a month ago that made him officially confirm the hegemony of the 4 emperors. That was when a group of pirates who had just entered the New World joined forces to try to pull him down from the position of 4 emperors, driven by ambition. It is said that at that time, more than 60 pirate ships gathered by the supernovas of this generation and some new pirates who entered the New World launched an attack on the Lost Paradise in the middle of the night. Then, they all disappeared into the sea in just 30 seconds. The 4 emperors, who seemed very annoyed because his rest was interrupted, drew a violent hurricane and directly rolled up the entire sea surface, and a huge flying number flew out of nowhere under his feet. And on the surface of the hurricane-swept sea, the breath of the flying dragon can set the entire continent on fire with just one bite. And after that, Hades began to truly establish 23's own unique hegemony. The reason why they are unique is that they did not adopt 2 mandatory high taxes or threats of force to the kingdoms and islands in their territories. The countries in the sea area under the command of the underworld have only one absolute requirement, that is, they can only use the potions issued by the underworld, and there are no restrictions on anything else. So after going back and forth, the people who were terrified of the new 4 emperors gradually settled down because they discovered that it might be a good thing for them to be ruled by the 4 emperors. Because as long as you don't provoke him, then what he can bring to you, will far exceed your expectations. So now, Ling Yun's name has gradually gained a very high prestige in the sea area he governs, and it is not the kind of compulsory obedience obtained by using force, but the respect from the heart of people, and such a thing, even Marine, who took the initiative to establish a cooperation with Ling Yun, did not expect it at all. And just when the situation has completely stabilized, in a certain sea area. Don't run away, I'll tell you. Help, help. Kill, oh, kill the dragon. No one cares about your broken throat. I must find out how you make your voice today. Fortunately, the other members of Underworld were not there. Otherwise they would have left the group on the spot when they saw Ling Yun's vicious appearance. At this moment, Ling Yun turned into a gust of wind and kept moving at an extremely frightening speed, and in front of him, a miniature little golden dragon was running away to prevent him from catching it. Help! Save! Help! And the most surprising thing is that the young gold dragon actually let out a human-like scream at this time, and the flying speed in the city was almost comparable to that of Ling Chu. One person, one dragon chasing and fleeing, setting off billowing smoke and dust along the way. Seeing that the little golden dragon was about to be caught by Ling Yun, it yelled as if it suddenly saw a savior, Boss Koala. Boss Koala helped Yin. So Dang even turned into a flash of gold and hid behind the girl who had just returned to the island. Ling Yun. And the girl who just finished the mission looked helplessly at Ling Yun, who was smiling. Are you bullying Yemenjia again? Hey, research matters, how can you call it bullying? After seeing Koala's return, Ling Yun also knew that today's research plan should be in vain. And it is not difficult to deduce from the words of the two that the identity of this gold little dragon is Yomungard. And the cause of the matter needs to be talked about from the pirate supernova joint attack a month ago. Obviously, Ling Yun himself would not pay attention to the attacks of those supernovas, as Lippy told Guy before, a group of chickens and dogs united is a frog. In fact, Ling Yun, who was sleeping at the time and was awakened, directly called Artorias to create a terrible hurricane that directly destroyed most of their ships. But what he didn't expect was that at that time, Yemen Guard, who had evolved for 5 months, seemed to sense the fluctuations of the battle, so he woke up just like that. Then, the lazy dragon that just woke up sprayed those supernovas clean with a breath. And after that, this dragon also showed a fully evolved ability compared to before. Gem Guard. Category: One Piece World Sea King's Dragon Species, 2nd Stage Evolution complete. Special Abilities: Dragon Flame Breathing LV.6, Lack of Necessary Organs, Host cannot obtain it now. Heavenly Dragon Body, Body size can be changed at will. High-level language communication, currently unobtainable. Available skills: Dragon Physique LV.8, Dragon Perception LV.8, Dragon Might LV.5, Dragon Claw LV.5, Dragon Fang LV.5. Ling Yun once tested that the body strength of the evolved Yemen Guard is extremely scary, almost equal to the body strength of Kaido when he transformed into a dragon, and his body size reached a terrifying length of 1000 meters after it was completely liberated. And its speed, strength, reaction, and wisdom have also been greatly improved just like now. Facing Ling Yun's plan to beat it up and then heal it to gain energy, Yemenjiad, who has greatly improved in intelligence, is not as stupid and cute as before, but knows to run away. Ling Yun doesn't even have any doubts that the current Yemen Gate is actually the most capable subordinate under his command, at least he singled out any admiral Ling Yun doesn't think it will ta. Of course. Boss Koala, don't believe what the master said, he just wants to bully me, and it must be because I stole his medicinal herbs yesterday. Ha! With the improvement of IQ, this dragon seems to become more and more skinny. Yemenjiad, you also give me peace, go back to the sea quickly. However, it is clear that Koala, who has been in charge of handling almost all Hades-related matters in the past 6 months, and who is responsible for the meals of everyone on the Lost Paradise, is still full of majesty. She just said a word, and the aggrieved Yemen Gade just said Nang left the spot obediently, and then plunged headfirst into the sea. After watching Yemenjiad leave, Koala also looked at Ling Yun with some helplessness. Is everything going well? Ling Yun, on the other hand, looked at Koala without changing his face, and asked with a serious face, but against the backdrop of the previous slapstick, the idea of changing the subject was very obvious. Well, it went well. However, Koala did not deny Ling Yun's apparent change of subject, but answered seriously, a total of 38 kingdoms agreed to accept our drug supply, and the remaining 4 kingdoms expressed that they are considering it. Beyond that, the handover of drug transactions has been completely completed, and now all drug transactions in New World are under our control. While talking, Koala is also obviously a little careless. The handover of the drug transaction is so smooth and the negotiations with the countries under her command are so perfect, it is mostly her credit. Yes, of course I know the 7th king of the Dark World, the Princess of Hades. After Ling Yun heard the words, he also teased with a light smile, but there was a tinge of warmth in his heart. He also saw the little girl's hard work in the past 6 months, and it was precisely because of the existence of some that he, the hands-off shopkeeper, it can be so easy. However, Koala. But seeing that the situation within the sphere of influence has completely stabilized, Ling Yun also said softly to Koala. Koala looked up suspiciously. I have an important voyage now, I will go with you. Before she could even finish her words, she responded. While speaking, she also looked at Ling Yun earnestly. Good. But this time, Ling Yun did not refuse. Chapter 179. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. You mean he entered the Devil's Triangle? Sengoku sat in his seat, his face full of trouble. Yes. The marine soldier below nodded to confirm the news, and then retreated directly under Sengoku's signal. Does he have anything to do with Moonlight Moria? Why did he go there? After the sea soldiers left, Sengoku pinched the corners of his eyes wearily, and his words were filled with strong doubts that could not be resolved. This kid, don't you know how to calm down a little recently? Especially when thinking of the meaning that came from the 5 elders of the world government recently, Sengoku felt even more tired. The 5 highest-ranking power holders always like to use the method of check and balance to balance the power of the sea, so for them, nothing is worth it. Trust. If something develops too fast, it will be restricted, and if something breaks through the limit, it will be suppressed. This is the case for shisha buyukai, the same for pirates, the same for 4 emperors, and the same for marine. And for them, the current Ling Yun already has the faint meaning of breaking the limit. And these changes in views have all been conveyed to Sengoku as a huge pressure, which makes him feel very uncomfortable. Even he himself has recently felt that the speed of Ling Yun's power expansion has been somewhat out of control. But at this moment, Ling Yun, who was supposed to stay in the New World as the 4 emperors, suddenly returned to the paradise and directly entered the sea area of the Devil's Triangle. For some reason, this kind of abnormal behavior, it is also a headache for Sengoku. What the hell is he trying to do? At the same time, in Marie Joya's office, the 5 elders were also discussing about Ling Yun. A very dangerous character. Curly-haired 5 elders stood by the window, wondering what was in their eyes. In such a short time, his power has expanded to such a degree, and he still has a very good reputation within the scope of the kingdom he governs. If he continues to develop like this, he will easily become the second revolutionary army. After hearing his words, the blonde 5 elders shook his head slightly. I'm worried about another thing. The purpose of his actions so far is very strange. Blonde 5 elders said, he handles all of New World's drug deals and provides us with very unique potions. What's his purpose, just because he's a doctor? The blonde 5 elders obviously didn't buy that reasoning. However, no matter how sophisticated Ren 5 elders is, it is obviously impossible to know that Ling Yun has system tasks, but this does not prevent him from drawing another conclusion, that is, he needs a lot of Pele. The blonde 5 elders said that it is natural that there is no need to make other remarks. What can a lot of money be used for a 4 emperors? The answer is pretty much the only one. He may be training his own army. The blonde-haired 5 elders came to this conclusion, while the green-clothed 5 elders added, or provide money to another force. The so-called a certain force here obviously refers to the revolutionary army whose combat strength has recently increased. And if Ling Yun or Drago were here, they would definitely laugh wryly without words, because although the reason was wrong, 5 elders actually guessed the truth. Ling Yun did provide a lot of military expenses to the revolutionary army, but most of the Baileys he got are actually still eating ashes on the lost paradise. He's so out of control. And after the discussion, curly-haired 5 elders came to a conclusion. Mysterious potions, mysterious medical skills, powerful strength, a huge network of relationships, and even the delicate and friendly relationship with Marine and the 4 emperors. The world government can't control him at all, and can't even judge whether he is harmful or harmless. And this kind of character seems to the 5 elders far more dangerous than the 4 emperors. We must find a way to limit him. The first half of the Grand Line is called Paradise because of its safety compared to New World. Especially in the past year or so, with the withdrawal of Marine from New World and the help of medicine provided by Ling Yun, Marine has almost completed the construction of the Paradise. Total control, thanks to Dr. Vegapunk's invention, they even conquered the Com Belt. But, in the entire Paradise, there is only one place that even Marines can't set foot in. And that place is Devil Triangle Sea area. I don't know that since hundreds of years ago, there has been a thick and strange fog floating here all year round, swallowing any ships that try to enter this area. In the face of this dangerous sea area with unknown causes, unknown internal conditions, and unknown time, even Marine cannot control it. This has also led to this becoming a rare unexplorable area in the entire park. But right now, there is an island ship sailing in this sea area. With this level of visibility, it's no wonder it's called the Devil's Domain. Looking at the dense fog with a visibility of less than 5 meters, Ling Yun was thinking to himself, even if he used his ability to disperse the surrounding fog, he could only see a range of about 300 meters around him. And in this case, if a common ship enters this sea, then any hidden reef or sudden big wave is likely to directly take the lives of ordinary people. And the reason why Ling Yun came here is naturally needless to say, because after collecting 3 beacons, the location of the island abandoned by time given by the system analysis, is just behind this foggy area middle. And in Ling Yun's opinion, this is the most reasonable explanation, otherwise, it is impossible for an island existing in the waters of the paradise not to be discovered by marine. However, after actually coming here, he found that his previous thoughts might still be a little too optimistic. He originally thought that even though the visibility in this area was extremely low, he could always find the way forward with the help of Yemen Guard and Paradise Lost's perception of ocean currents. But the truth is, Master, the direction of the sea current is very strange. I can only perceive the sea current within 2,000 meters around. Yet, Boss Ling Yun, I can't even determine the course. Yemen Jihad and Lost Paradise gave Ling Yun, Qian Hoseo, the same reply, but at the same time, they also let Ling Yun confirm that there is indeed something mysterious in the depths of this sea. And after sailing for a while in this extremely flustered environment, Master, there is an island right in front of you. Yermungandr, who had been circling around the lost paradise, seemed to suddenly feel something. In front of. Well, it's moving too, and it's about to touch it. And after hearing Hormungandra's words, Ling Yun also became serious in an instant. Could it be found so quickly? But the consequences were unexpected, and with the sound of the sea surface being broken, one was slowly revealed from the zero air. A tall and thin tower stands in the center, and the entrance appears in front of it like a bloody mouth, and the island is surrounded by sharp fangs. And at the top of the black shadow, a strange skull with flaming bat wings is engraved on a huge sail. It's not an island, it's an island ship, a bigger island ship than Paradise Lost. It is. Thriller Bark Seedlings. Chapter 180. Thriller Bark. Seeing this island ship that was 3 times as huge as the Lost Paradise, Ling Yun was also a little speechless. He knows the origin of this island ship. It is the island ship owned by his fellow shisha buyukai, Moonlight Moria. It's just that he didn't think about looking for Moria before he came here, because the purpose of his coming here was to find the island abandoned by time, and obviously the less people know about this matter, the better. But if we meet now, it's not bad. After confirming that her original plan would not work, Ling Yun smiled softly. As far as he knows, Moria should have been in this sea area for more than 5 years. If that's the case, then maybe he knows something about the mystery that exists in the fog in this sea area. At this time, in the core tower of the terrorist 3 sailboats, 2 men were communicating. Lord Moria, I succeeded. The person who is speaking has a fat body, with the small sunglasses on his face, and the corners of his mouth are unconsciously grinning between words, as if he is in a 360 intense excitement. He is Hobak, a genius surgeon who disappeared into the world a year ago. But now, he who has treated many patients with miraculous medical skills is laughing wildly like a lunatic. While talking, he also lifted a black curtain beside him. And standing there, is a zombie. What is the difference between him and the previous works? After hearing his words, the person standing in the main seat also spoke. This person has an extremely strange figure. But speaking of it, his 6-meter high height doesn't match up with strong and fitness. His overly long neck, round figure, and fiery hairstyle make him look like a standing onion. Compared with majesty, adjectives such as funny or sinister may be more suitable for him. Wearing a gentleman's tuxedo, with sharp fangs in his mouth, 2 small horns growing out of his forehead, and obvious wounds on his head and neck, it shows that although his body looks funny, he is a veteran of many battles. And he is the owner of this ship, 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. But at this time, this shisha buyukai is listening to Hobuk's opinion carefully, not minding that the opponent's strength is so weak that he can crush it with his hand. And after hearing Moria's question, Hobuk also licked his lips. Lord Moria, the shadow I stuffed into him was a very common trash shadow, and it wasn't activated at all. But while talking, Hobuk actually took out a firecracker directly from his side, and then fired a shot at the zombie. Boom! The bullets flew out, but the zombie suddenly pulled out his dark sword from his waist. A clear voice came that zombie pulled out the black sword at its waist at a speed that could not be observed by the naked eye, and then cut the bullet into 2 perfect halves. He has been dead for so many years, but his body still maintains a terrifying flexibility. The corpse of this guy who was a strong man in his lifetime, as long as he becomes a zombie, he can still respond to things around him even if he is not activated. Hobuk spoke loudly about his discovery, and Moria's eyes flickered with fire. So, I can make the assertion that the human body will retain the human consciousness, even after death. Well, if I can develop a method to reduce the influence of the shadow on the body to 0, then the zombies I made. Is it equivalent to the person who had already died, the real resurrection? Resurrection. This is the common pursuit and ideal of CDDB, Hobuk and Moria. For this purpose, Hobuk gave up his status as a genius surgeon and came to this smoky place. For this purpose, Moria, who used to dominate the sea, came here to hide like a mouse. Keep researching, let me know anything you need right now. But when Moria, who was also extremely excited, said this, a zombie suddenly broke in from outside the door. Lord Mo Moria. The voice of the zombie is very hoarse and intermittent due to the decay of the vocal cords. There, some invaders have landed on the island. Intruders? Where are they hiding? But Moria was taken aback when she heard the words, would there be any idiots coming to this Devil's Triangle Sea area? No hiding. But what the zombie said did startle Moria slightly. They swaggered ashore, and Lord Absalom has been captured. What? Moria was startled, but Hobuk on the side reacted immediately. Immediately let the zombie army pass by, and Moria looked at the swordsman zombie standing in front of her. Take him there too. Meanwhile, Thriller barked the graveyard. In front of Ling Yun, a man with a lion's jaw was firmly suppressed in midair by the surrounding wind. How can? Absalom struggled to let out a horrified sound. He couldn't understand what was going on. He just used his ability to get close to these 2 people, to be exact, close to the beautiful blonde girl, but as soon as he took a step, he saw the gaze of the young man in white turn to him in an instant. That's right, he was sure that even if he activated the invisibility ability of the invisible fruit, that young man definitely saw him. Then, he was lifted up directly like this, and the other party didn't even move a hand from the beginning to the end. Strong, absolutely terrifying, super strong. Mr. Absalom, right? I'm looking for Gecko Moria, please show me the way. Ling Yun looked at the reformed person in front of him, his expression was flat, but his tone was uncompromising. You. And when Absalom was about to speak, accompanied by a terrifying roar, a group of black shadows rushed over from not far away. They all have broken bodies and demented faces, and they roared waves. They are Army of Zombies. Chapter 181. Koala looked at the group of hideous zombies, and couldn't help frowning, but no normal girl would like this kind of monster. Boss Koala, look at me. And at this time, a Yemenjiad floating beside the 2 of them also noticed Koala's expression, so he immediately began to show his attention. It knew it very clearly, when Ling Yun wanted to clean it up, Koala, he is the only one who can save his life. So. Roar. I saw Yemenjia had a dragon's mouth, and a huge dragon chant came out of his small and miniature body. And the dragon chant sound is just a bit loud to Koala and Ling Yun, but crack, Crack! The ground kept shaking, the tombstones in the cemetery were cracked, and the trees collapsed. The huge coercion covering the surroundings was like an extremely high-ranking overlord. Generally, Long Wei. And in the face of the extremely powerful Long Wei after the evolution of Yemenjia, how can those zombies with broken bodies have any way to resist? So I saw the zombie army that was originally mighty, but it collapsed instantly after a while, and a series of dark shadows kept pouring out of them, flying towards a certain direction. But, amidst the fallen zombies, looking at the still-standing figure among the shattered corpses, Ling Yun also raised his eyebrows with great interest. That's a skinny, shriveled zombie. White's hair, a white kimono, clogs, and 2 bright dragon characters embroidered on both sleeves. The scabbard at the waist is pitch black, just like the famous sword in the sheath. There is a picture of mountains and rivers on the scabbard, and a picture of hell on the handle. The blade is pure black, and the blade is black. Black knife autumn water, 21 jobs of Dakuai knife. He is Ryoma Keek. Gently speaking the name of the swordsman, Ling Yun also shook his head slightly. He still remembered that when he left Wano Kuni, Kojiki Oden asked him to find the stolen body of the hero of the Republic of Daxia. But Ling Yun, who was not interested in contacting Moria at the time, did not directly tell him the truth of the matter. Simply see you, then take your body back. But since I saw it now, it is not a big deal to bring the body of the great swordsman back. But this time, a picture suddenly appeared in Zombie Ryoma's unconscious mind. It was a picture of a smiling young man talking to him. Hey, I heard that you killed the dragon, right? The boy asked. Although everyone worked together, it's true that it was done under the slash. He replied. That's good. The boy smiled after hearing the words, and then pulled out the red sword from his waist. If this is the case, then I will risk my life and challenge you. Young man, are you too young? At that time, he seemed a little disdainful. But after hearing the words, the boy laughed. It's okay, because I'm Miyamoto Musashi, so it doesn't matter if I'm younger. Ryoma was taken aback by the steel-like will in the boy's words. Interesting. Boy, if you can defeat me, then I will give you my knife. I don't want your sword. I have Muramasa and Laming, but the tree next to you looks pretty good. If I beat you, give it to me as a boat release. Can. Okay then remember, Ryoma Keek. The knife that beats you, called. The village, is. The dark, empty eyes of Ryoma, who had turned into a zombie, looked straight at the knife in Ling Yun's waist, and in his words. Ling Yun even heard a trace of nostalgia. That is the eternal memory of the only swordsman in his era who was so strong that he thought it was hard to fight against. Miyamoto Musashi. Who are you? Are you his descendant? Ryoma whispered, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. I am not his heir, I just got this knife. Ling Yun replied. But, you got his knife. That's enough. And the dragon horse is talking faster and faster, it seems that he has gradually gotten used to his current body. Then, he pulled out the black sword from his waist. If you can hold that knife, it shows your qualifications, a rare strong man. You. And Ling Yun looked at the dragon horse that opened its posture and erupted with a majestic momentum, and felt a little curious in its heart. In the original book, even if this swordsman was stuffed into Buletani's soul, he never had such a performance. Don't be surprised. Ryoma's expression remained unchanged. What is standing in front of you at this moment is not the fragile shadow in my body. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Ling Yun heard a trace of disdain from the corpse's mouth. Guys who can't even hold a knife firmly are not qualified to drive my body. Asking for flowers. If he was held by such a guy and fought with Muramasa, even Chu Shui would cry. He pointed the knife in his hand at Ling Yun. I see. So Ling Yun suddenly realized. As shown in the original work. Even if the shadow of others is stuffed in, part of the habits of the original owner of the body will also be displayed on the body of the zombie. It's just that on this guy in front of him, this kind of display is a bit too much. Common's shadow that was randomly stuffed into his body just to make him move. Is such a soul worthy of this proud dragon slayer swordsman? Of course not. It might be fine in normal times, but the force he is facing now is the sword held by the Muramasa, the only person in his life who was defeated. So, in order to continue the fight in life, in order to fulfill my ideal, he became a heterogeneous. You are no match for me. So Ling Yun said so. Ryoma Keek, deceased. Age, 44, age at death. Level, this world X, Achilles tendon rot, muscle rot, ossification, strength drops to S. Available skills. If he was still at his peak, this swordsman would be a rare opponent. But now. But, at least I can give you relief. Ling Yun smiled lightly, and pulled out Muramasa from his waist. A violent wind began to permeate the scarlet knife, and the terrifying aura of it was simply shocking. However, the figure of the swordsman in front of him is still worth it. It's a pity, such a strong man, but I have to fight with this broken body. The swordsman Longma felt the immense coercion on Ling Yun's body, and felt a little pity in his heart. He is a pure warrior, so even now it is just a pity. But if it can be dissipated under the village, I'd like to ask about it. It begins with the sword and ends with the sword. Come on, strong man. So the next moment, Ryoma's body rushed towards Ling Yun, even though he already knew the outcome of the battle. Hard sword art kama ida ki. Then, Ling Yun swung the vermilion sword. And that sharp slash instantly shattered the zombie's body. All that remained in place was a pitch-black knife and a long sigh. I have no regrets. But Ling Yun was slightly taken aback after hearing these words, and then stepped forward to pick up the priceless black sword. But right now, it is detected that the host picks up special items. Do you want to extract it? Shan. Chapter 182. After hearing the prompt from the system, Ling Yun was also puzzled. What is a special item? He looked at the black knife Chu Shui in his hand in some puzzlement, and then froze for a moment. Autumn Water. Category, 21 Industrial University Quick Knife. Introduction. The bone of the flying dragon is inlaid inside the blade, so it has unimaginable hardness. Dragon Bone. Ling Yun was also taken aback when he heard the words. He knew that the legendary knife Chu Shui was said to have a hardness far exceeding that of the common 21 Gongda Kuai knife, but he didn't expect that there was such a thing in it. Especially the name Flying Dragon Bone reminded him of several other things almost instantly. Those are 3 of the 4 things stored in Kaido's treasure that he found on the Isle of Beasts after defeating Kaido, namely, Blood of the Flying Dragon and 5 AD Flying Dragon's Scale and Dragon's Claw. At that time, Ling Yun was still wondering why Kaido would store such things as extremely valuable treasures, but as time went by, he gradually forgot about it. But now, the appearance of the dragon's bone seems to have raised doubts in his heart. No matter how you think about it, those 3 things all come from the same source as this so-called flying dragon's bone, right? Kaido is collecting these things. Why? He suddenly had a strong premonition in his heart these things might not be as simple as Common's collections. It is detected that the host has the prop flying dragon bone. Do you want to extract it? Note, after extraction, the hardness of the item Autumn Water will be greatly reduced. Host genetically modified half-day dragon species creature Jomgard can use this item to upgrade bloodlines. Do you want to use it? Do not extract and do not use. But this time, Ling Yun, who already had strong doubts in his heart, also decisively rejected the system's proposal. The amount of the remaining 3 materials found in Kaido's treasure chest was too small, so even yet after Menjiad was used to evolve, it still retained a part. But the bone of this flying dragon is at most less than 1 meter in length. If you use it, it will be gone. Then, Mr. Absalom, please continue to lead the way. Keeping this matter in mind for the time being, Ling Yun carried Chu Shui behind his back, and then turned his head to look at Absalom, who was already dumbfounded. This. And Absalom saw the huge army of zombies and the zombie general level existence being instantly killed by Ling Yun and his gang within a moment, and he didn't feel relieved for a while. They, who the hell are they? Abruptly swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Absalom looked at Ling Yun, and a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. That was about 6 months ago. A newspaper he usually prefers to read reward lists or beauty magazines than newspapers, so he couldn't recall it for a while. But looking at it now, the Post paper clearly has the face of the young man in front of him. The other party is belonging to Shisha Buyukai with his master, Grasp of Hades Ling Yun. No. To be exact. 4 emperors, why are they here? At the same time as Absalom murmured in a low voice, a very strange laugh came from above Ling Yun's head. Hey he, so it's a distinguished guest. The dark shadows turned into bats and appeared in the air, and after the bats gathered together, they turned into a figure and slowly fell down. It turned out to be Gecko Moria himself. Owner. After seeing Moria, Absalom also let out a cry of surprise. It's not the way to welcome guests with these rotten meats. And Ling Yun also let go of the restraint on Absalom casually, and turned to look at Moria casually. Now that the other party has shown up, there is no reason for him to continue to hold on to such a small person as Absalom. The presence of the 4 emperors in person really makes my place shine. But Moria didn't seem to care about Ling Yun's apparently unkind words, and even took the initiative to express her gratitude to Ling Yun. I have a deep hatred with Kaido, the 100 beasts. Your Excellency Ling Yun has done me a great favor by killing Kaido, so if you have time, why don't you sit at my motzi? There is nothing wrong with nature. And as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person with your hand. Facing an invitation like Moria, Ling Yun will naturally not refuse. So although it was clear that the battle just happened, Moria and Ling Yun led the way and followed each other very kindly, towards the core area of the Devil Bark. What is this guy thinking? While walking, Ling Yun looked at Moria, who was leading the way in front of him, and thought about it. He knew that this Shisha Buyukai who once competed with Kaido for hegemony and was lurking here after losing was definitely not a man to talk to. Or rather, he who randomly plunders other people's souls, steals corpses, and creates zombies is a complete scum. But now, he is so polite that it can even be said to be flattering. Is it really because of Kaido? And Ling Yun can only do this. Not long after, Moria brought Ling Yun to the inside of a pitch-black tower in the middle of the ship. Let's all go down. Casually waving to signal the zombie minions to leave, Moria even served Ling Yun a cup of tea in a very polite way. Your Excellency Ling Yun came to my place in person, there must be some business. Moria didn't have the usual eccentricity when she spoke, but seemed very sincere. There is indeed something I want from you. Hey he. Your Excellency Ling Yun, please tell me. You are very kind to me, so if you have a request, just tell me directly. As long as I can help you, I will definitely help you. Moria spoke very proudly, and Ling Yun said directly after hearing the words, I need all the relevant information on your voyage in the sea area of the Devil's Triangle, as well as the information on May 1st and the mysterious phenomena you discovered. If possible, I hope you can give it to me personally. It's best if I describe it in detail. Sure. After Moria heard the words, she agreed directly. However, the information about this sea area is a secret that I have collected for many years, and I have placed it in the Shadow Tower. Why don't you, Your Excellency Ling Yun, come with me? At the same time, the thriller bark is in the lower area of the island. Boom. 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 In the deep and empty space, Hobek's unique laughter came from here. Then, let's get started. And in front of him, many zombies are pulling a huge valve in front of him. Open the valve. Chapter 183. The so-called Shadow Tower refers to a dark tower standing in the center of Moria's castle. At this time, Ling Yun, who came here alone with Moria, was directly led into a special room by Moria. Of course, he had doubts about Moria in his heart. But Gecko Moria. Age 40. Level S in this world, S and when the shadow gathering place is activated. Available abilities: Armament Haki LV.5, Observation Haki LV.5, Shadow Martial Arts LV.6, Combat Experience LV.4, Zombie Control LV.4. Fruit Ability, Paramecia Shadow Fruit. Doubts are doubts, but the absolute strength gap between Ling Yun and Moria cannot be smoothed out from the panel. Moria is almost a person who relies solely on his ability to fight, and his fighting power can be seen from Ling Yun's perspective. Come on, maybe even Koala can't beat it. With such a character, even if there is any conspiracy, Ling Yun has nothing to be afraid of. But to his surprise, Moria is still very cooperative after entering the tower. Here is the information about this sea area that I have collected over the years. Throwing a huge manual with a considerable thickness to Ling Yun, Moria said while talking. After Ling Yun opened the manual, he found that it really recorded a lot of coordinate information about the Devil's Triangle Sea area and related information such as the time it takes to sail out of this sea area or the location of some hidden reefs. And the mysterious phenomenon that Ling Yun is most concerned about is indeed recorded. I have been in this sea area for more than 5 years, but to tell you the truth, Your Excellency Ling Yun, I still can only do activities on the periphery of this sea area. Moria explained to Ling Yun, and then waved 2 hands of shadows to help Ling Yun turn the manual to a certain page. And on that page, a very strange sea chart was drawn. From here, to here, as long as you enter this area, some strange things will appear. Moria pointed to the lines on the chart. As long as you cross these lines, the direction of the ocean current will become chaotic, and the magnetic field will also become chaotic, so even my devil bark navigation will become extremely difficult. Moria said so, but also let the hand of shadow smear a semicircle on the chart. The area I can explore only ends here. And Ling Yun nodded after hearing the words. Through the powerful observation haki, he can easily judge that Moria is not lying. The specific voyage and the scope included are estimated in the manual. And looking at Ling Yun, who was thinking, Moria's smile seemed to suddenly have a hint of ferocity. However, I discovered that there are indeed some mysterious things in this sea area. Oh! Ling Yun was even more interested after hearing the words. Can you tell me? Of course I can tell you, but it was after your corpse was made into the strongest zombie by me. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The hand of shadow who had been helping Ling Yun read the manual before suddenly turned into 2 huge scythes and swung towards his throat. Then, crack! The scythe struck Ling Yun's neck, but what broke was not Ling Yun, but those 2 shadow sickles. Knew it. At this time, Ling Yun also reacted. This guy really has a conspiracy. However, when he turned his head to look at Moria, he was surprised to find that Moria's body had disappeared in place, and was replaced by a black life form made of shadows. Shadow Samurai, a clone that can be exchanged with Moria itself. There's no point in running away. But after seeing this scene, Ling Yun was still very calm. He didn't think Moria would win him anyway by swapping places with the clone and fleeing here. I know I'm no match for the guy who can kill that Kaido. But at this time, Moria's voice came out from Shadow Warrior. So, I have specially prepared a big gift for you. For Emperor's Lord. So in the next moment, Ling Yun saw pitch-black shadows slowly appearing from the inner walls and ground of the entire tower. And the ground under his feet turned into soft sand in an instant because of the loss of the support after the shadow was pulled out. And underneath the sand, rough waters, pouring in. At the same time, Moria outside the tower was laughing wildly. His shadow tower itself is glued together by his ability Shadow Horn Clay, and under the tower is a ship valve that connects to the entire thriller bark. And after opening the ship valve at the bottom of the island ship, due to the structure of the tower itself and the air pressure device inside the whole tower will become 10 large closed high-pressure seawater tanks with incomparable water pressure. 407 And he can use the Shadow Warrior to exchange positions with his own body and escape from the tower, but... Even if you are the 4 emperors, as a capable person, you are absolutely unable to resist the things that you are naturally afraid of, right? He laughed from seeing Ling Yun manipulate the wind to control Absalom. He was sure that Ling Yun must be a person with abilities. As long as he is capable, then sea water must be his weakness. At this time, all Moria needs to do is to wait for Ling Yun to drown. 4 emperors level corpses. 4 emperors level zombies. And thinking that after killing Ling Yun, he will get a 4 emperors level corpse, Moria couldn't help but a gleam of scorching heat flashed in her eyes. If he really manages to make Ling Yun's corpse into a more perfect zombie than 900 degrees, I can become the One Piece. But while Moria was shouting, crack! The crisp sound of the sword being unsheathed and the sharp sound of the sharp blade cutting the stone came at the same time, and what came with it, was the extremely huge conqueror's haki. You are looking for death. Chapter 184. How can it be? Moria turned her head, but what she saw was the shadow tower that was cut open like tofu. Boom! The sea water of the giant star gushes out from the tower to the ground, as if it is a waterfall flowing down from a high place. And in the surging sea water, Ling Yun's figure was suspended high in the air, but there was not even a little wetness on his body. Beside him, an invisible barrier of wind tightly wrapped him up, and the invisible Artorias even said that the sea water was directly wrapped into a huge skull, at this time yelling at Moria. Then, the jet black hair, the red knife, and the ferocious and huge skull that seen, as if it was really same as visitor from Hades. What the hell are you? But Moria couldn't believe this fact at all. At this time Ling Yun's current performance is clearly capable, but he is not affected by the sea water at all. Such a thing, how is it possible? Nice plan. But at this time, Ling Yun looked at Moria and smiled slightly. Pity. He is special. Then, laugh. Moria only heard a crisp sound, and then his eyes widened as well because there was a huge pain in his left arm. When? And from the beginning to the end, Moria couldn't even see how Ling Yun made a move. Escape. So this kind of thought came to Moria's mind instantly. He knew what he should do. The opponent is at the same level as that Kaido, no. Maybe even a higher level monster. He has no chance. Shadow Mage. Then, a black figure holding a sickle flew out from behind Moria, and slashed towards Ling Yun. And when Ling Yun eliminated the black shadow casually, Moria's main body rushed towards the castle below in an instant. Get that girl! He had this idea in his heart, that girl who looks so weak at first glance, as long as he catches her, he will definitely be able to turn the situation around. Come here! And under death as a stimulus, Moria also broke out at a speed far beyond normal, but she arrived at the castle in a short while, and then she yelled and grabbed Koala with her hands. But the moment Moria stretched out her hand, he keenly noticed that the girl's beautiful face was still very plain. Shining steel wood thorn formation. Dozens of spear-like sharp steel wood suddenly emerged from behind the girl, and the sharpness brought by the armament haki attached to them pierced Moria's hand in an instant. Ah! The moment the blood leaked out, Moria let out a cry of pain, and a hint of ferocity flashed in her eyes. Shadow gathering place. Knowing that he must resolve the battle quickly, he immediately used his ultimate move. Then I saw the shadow of the superstar seeping into his body suddenly from all around, and his body began to swell instantly after using this trick. But after a while, his figure has reached a size of more than 40 meters, almost bigger than Common's Titans. Ah! Then, he stretched out his hand to grab Koala again. And then, he froze again. Jermengard, don't make a move, I can deal with him. Because the girl still said something calmly. And Moria was stunned after hearing the words Hormungandr, who is that? But the next moment, he understood what Koala meant, and he was outraged. He is a majestic shisha buyukai, someone who once fought Kaido. This mere little girl, even looks down on him? But then, he knew he was wrong. Because in fact, Koala is not a little girl, but the seventh king of the dark world who has already gained a great reputation in the new world. The whole of the underworld. Following Koala's arrogant shout, a huge tree burst out from under her feet. Crack! Crack! The roots of the tree are constantly intertwined into a pair of huge legs, and the trunk is continuously extended and turned into a body. Then I saw a huge tree man with a height of 80 meters that far surpassed Moria, appearing in front of Moria. Vajra Wood Colossus. At this moment, in Koala's hand, she already holds a delicate and sharp night sword that is the famous sword Fu Qiangui presented to her by the old aunt. At this time, Ling Yun didn't intend to intervene, but just watched Koala show the power she gained through hard work over the years with great interest. It's really improved, little girl. Half an hour later, the thriller on the bark. All the zombies had already fallen to the ground, and shadows flew out of their mouths continuously, and then flew towards all directions. That was when the ability failed and it came towards its owner. And the occurrence of this incident clearly shows one thing. Gecko Moria is dead. Good job. Looking at the panting Koala, Ling Yun smiled and praised her, and helped her heal her injuries. It's because he's too weak. Although obviously a little happy because of defeating Moria, Koala still shook her head stubbornly and said this. She knew that the gap between Moria and Ling Yun was by no means a little bit big, so even if she killed Moria, she still would not much fun. Her goal is not a guy like Moria, but to fight together as Ling Yun's partner, Zhao Zhao's. And it is foreseeable that the character that can make Ling Yun feel tricky is definitely better than Koala. And Ling Yun chuckled after hearing the words. Is Moria weak? The answer is of course no, although he may be the weakest among shisha buyukai, but if you look at the whole sea, he is definitely a rare strong man. Even though his left arm was chopped off by Ling Yun before, his strength should not be underestimated. At least in the entire paradise, it is difficult to find a sea that can fight him. And being able to kill Koala in a one-on-one situation, even with Ling Yun sweeping the formation, is enough to prove that Koala's current strength is at least close to the middle class in shisha buyukai. But looking at the stubborn Koala, Ling Yun didn't say much, but turned his head and looked in another direction. Then please come out, Dr. Hobuk. Chapter 185. After Ling Yun's voice fell, a howling gust of wind directly pulled out Dr. Hobuk, who was planning to sneak away in an instant. No. No. Please don't kill me. And this doctor can only be said to be a person with a fair IQ, and his reaction speed at this time is also unexpectedly fast. He didn't even try to run away at all, he just bowed his head and bowed. He sees it clearly, a weak-looking girl next to Ling Yun can kill Moria solo, and he, a fighter scum, can't even beat the most common zombie. In such a situation, he chooses to run away and choose reincarnation can be said to be indistinguishable. I know all the research secrets of Moria, as long as you don't kill me, I can tell you anything. And his words also successfully moved Ling Yun, who originally planned to kill him directly. Oh. 15 minutes later, the thriller bark's huge underground control room. The first thing Ling Yun, who followed Hobuk here, saw was the corpse over 100 meters in size not far away. The devil ounce. Looking at the huge corpse that was more than 3 times bigger than the Titans, Ling Yun grumbled in a low voice. Ounce. Age, 140, before death. Level, this world X. Bloodline, 667 Devil Bloodline, Special Titan Bloodline. Available skills, none, dead. It is very surprising that the Devil Aussie actually has X-level power, but it is normal when you think about it carefully. After all, when he was alive, he was a thief known as Yungu. whether it was marine or no one can compete with pirates, even in the end he even died from freezing to death. It is detected that there is a special item skull of the three brothers of Alex on this character, do you want to get it? After hearing the sudden news from the system, Ling Yun was also taken aback for a moment, and then instinctively turned his attention to Ozzy's waist, where, a rough-made belt tied 3 huge head. There is no doubt that only a titan can grow a head of this size. No, isn't this guy himself a titan? And Ling Yun frowned at this time. Obtain. But no matter what, the system's prompts are obviously very reliable, so Ling Yun doesn't care about other things, and directly asks the system to remove the 3 skulls. Congratulations to host for obtaining the special task item skull of the third brother Alex, Ka. Item rank, none. Item introduction, the skull of Alex, the guardian clan of the Titan clan, may be helpful for the host's mission. At the same time as the hint popped up in his mind, Hobuk, who hadn't noticed the changes in ounce under the power of the system, leaned over obsequiously, Master Ling Yun. In front is Moria's sea map concept for the Devil's Triangle Sea area, I sorted it out for him. While speaking, he brought Ling Yun directly to a platform in the underground control room, and then handed Ling Yun a lot of information. This guy Moria is really unexpected and careful. And after seeing the analysis of the details about the Devil's Triangle Sea area in the data, Ling Yun also smiled. Sure enough, although the things in the manual given to him were all true, Moria perfectly hid the most detailed part of the data. But in this new information in his hands, there is a more convincing explanation for the core sea area deep in the thick fog of the Devil's Triangle Sea area. There are often thunderbolts in the eastern area, and there are sea kings, so it is very dangerous. There is a very strong retrograde wind in the southern area, so it is impossible to get close. The temperature in the northern region is extremely low, and even the sea water has a tendency to freeze, so you can't get close. The temperature in the western region is extremely high, and the zombies can't stand the high temperature, so they can't get close either. Hobuk pointed his hands in 4 directions. Every exploration will lose a large number of zombies, and the proven results until now show that these 4 special areas seem to be connected without gaps, so Moria some time ago I also gave up exploring, and started to concentrate on cultivating and manufacturing zombies. This is a natural choice, because whether it is high temperature, ice sea surface, retrograde wind or thunderstorm are very dangerous phenomena on the sea. And in this kind of sea area where it is impossible to see the surrounding situation clearly due to the thick fog, it is even more difficult to avoid the possible threats in the core sea area. But compared to Hobuk, Ling Yun's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing his description. Right here. Because he suddenly thought of a part of the content of the historical text obtained on Jammu Island. It is hidden in the island surrounded by 4 phases, a place abandoned by time. Thunder, wind, ice, and fire are indeed the 4 phases. And if you say surround. In the center of this area, is the island abandoned by time. 30 minutes later. Hobuk collapsed in the control room. The fear of death and the tremendous pressure brought by Ling Yun were still in front of him. So far so good. Fortunately, the 4 emperors didn't kill him, but just left. Call. While Hobuk was deeply rejoicing, a smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. Although Moria is dead, his research results on the human body are still there. Although zombies cannot be created without his ability, this research result is definitely the capital to continue researching. But he obviously didn't know that Ling Yun would never let him leave here, or to be more precise, he would not let any shred of evidence of what happened in the Devil's Triangle Sea area fall to the world government. Hands. So. Quick, you have to get out of here quickly. Just when Hobuk reluctantly used his weakened legs to get to the ground and wanted to leave here. Crack. There was the crisp sound of steel breaking, followed by the sound of something breaking. And the next moment, Hobuk saw the entire island base of the thriller bark being torn apart by the paws of a pair of eared dogs. And the owner of those claws is an unimaginably huge gold dragon. Master says, destroy all. There was a low whisper, the huge wings could not be completely covered even by the thick fog, and the red-gold vertical pupils in the shadows and the huge body with no end in sight made Hobak unable to even feel the emotion of fear. Give birth. No. So the next moment, the entire thriller bark was directly torn apart by that sharp dragon claw. Chapter 186. After getting the real sea chart of Moria from Hobak, Ling Yun also soon came to the fringe area of the core sea area mentioned by Hobak. According to Hobak, there are extremely mysterious and strange sea features in the east, west, north, and south directions of this sea area, but Ling Yun also naturally chose the southern area. And the reason? Call. Feeling the inexplicable retrograde wind that suddenly began to surge in the air, Ling Yun just waved his hand lightly, and the retrograde wind that had strongly hindered Ling Yun's progress naturally changed the direction of the wind as the fruit of Zhai's in front of Ling Yun, who is an ability user. Any natural disaster related to wind is not considered a natural disaster. Boss Ling Yun, the magnetic field is completely chaotic. But even after changing the direction of the wind, the somehow very chaotic currents and the completely useless 127 record pointer made this kind of voyage itself almost like a headless chicken. Fortunately, Ling Yun's voyage does not rely on record pointers. Roar! Yemengard's huge body dragged the Paradise Lost, while Paradise Lost itself adjusted the balance and direction of the ship, so that the entire voyage was still in order. And just at this time, Ling Yun, that's... Koala suddenly saw something, so he pointed to a certain location in the north. And Ling Yun looked there after hearing the words, and then saw a frighteningly large black shadow in the thick fog. In all fairness, the size of the thriller bark is already extremely frightening. Even the main ship of the giant soldiers pirates in Legendary, the largest island ship in Legendary, the Gullet Iliku, is no bigger than the thriller bark. How many? B. The incomparably huge black shadow in the dense fog is absolutely incomparable to the existence of thriller bark. Judging from its size, if it is an island, then it is more than 30 times larger than the common island. Giant Ocean Island. But what frightened Ling Yun the most was the faint outline revealed by the black shadow that was suspected to be an island. A mysterious white light shone through the mist, and the black silhouette was like the three-headed hell dog in Legendary. A huge thing like three pillars shone brightly in the mist. A sense of mystery suddenly hits the face. It's just a part of the light that can be reflected, which is already hard to imagine. What a huge thing those three pillars are. And Ling Yun felt an extremely strong premonition almost instantly. That black shadow must be the island that has been entangled in his heart for a long time. The island abandoned by time. It's definitely there. Go there. And under Ling Yun's order, Hormungandr also dragged the Paradise Lost towards the area, emitting a hazy white light. But as he got closer, Ling Yun could clearly see it. The hazy white light was not a reflection of moonlight or anything else, but a faint light curtain. Or to be more precise, it's like a barrier that prevents external things from entering it. Faced with this mysterious thing, Ling Yun was also a little uncertain for a while. Heart Sword Art, Lion Awakening. So he also decided to give it a try first. Boom! The powerful slash cut through the sea and the mist and flew directly towards the white light curtain, but... Sieve! The moment it touched the light curtain, the sharp slash disappeared instantly. And the next moment... Boom! The exact same slash is condensed from the light curtain, and flew directly towards the lost paradise. It even has a reflection effect. After swinging the knife to shatter the chop, Ling Yun also looked at the light curtain not far away. What the hell is this thing? Try a little closer. But just when Ling Yun was thinking this way, Koala behind him suddenly looked behind him in surprise. Ling Yun! Look at it! So when Ling Yun turned his head in doubt, his eyes froze for an instant. I saw that outside the medicine field at the front of the lost paradise, a tree was emitting a hazy white light that was the same as the light curtain not far away. It's it! At this time, Ling Yun also recognized it impressively. This tree is nothing else, it is the tree that grows from the grey seed that he broke off from the historical text at Ant's place. At this time, Ling Yun suspected that the mysterious tree that belonged to the same type of tree as the treasure tree Adam was also swaying in the wind. Shi Ling went to listen to the voice of all things and told him that the Lord trees seem to communicate in what? It's communicating with something inside that light curtain. At this time, Koala, who is capable of Mu Mu Guo, also gave Ling Yun an accurate reply. It seems to be getting approval. Buzz. And at the moment when Koala's words fell, I saw the white light above the tree bursting out impressively, and the light curtain not far away unexpectedly cracked a small gap. At this time, Ling Yun also suddenly remembered the introduction when he just got the seed of this tree. Island Beacon. Introduction: special items needed to enter an island. It turns out that the so-called a certain island refers to this island. But at the same time, Ling Yun's heart became a little vigilant in an instant. Obviously, this light curtain is not naturally generated, but is controlled by a certain existence. And if we speculate based on the time of the main text of the history, and then make inferences based on the fact that the island existed at the same time as the kingdom of D, then, the owner of the island has existed for a long time. I am afraid it will exceed Ling Yun's imagination. Go in. But after thinking twice, Ling Yun finally chose 3.1 to enter. After all, this island is an area he must explore. And following his words, Yemen Guard and Paradise Lost drove towards the gap in the light curtain with all their strength. And in the moment of passing through, the gap disappeared, and Ling Yun sailed in this light curtain for a short distance while being vigilant. Then, wow! At the moment of completely passing through the light curtain, the scene in front of him also made Koala couldn't help but make such an exclamation. In front of them, the thick mist had disappeared, replaced by a blue sky and a sea dotted with white clouds. And right in front of the lost paradise, an island so huge that it can even be called magnificent, is also floating on the sea. Chapter 187. Landing the lost paradise on the shore of the island, Ling Yun finally landed with a very serious expression. It's just passing through a light curtain, but the changes around here are really amazing. It's not just that the chaotic sea current and fog disappeared, the key is that through the light curtain not far away, Ling Yun can even see the situation in several other directions just now. The ice spreading on the sea surface, the fire burning on the sea surface, and the thunder shining in the sky. The other three directions are exactly the three types of sea elements mentioned by Hobuk. Therefore, it is almost certain that the island in front of me is the island abandoned by time. What concerned Ling Yun the most was the condition of the island itself. How many years did that tree grow? First of all, the three huge pillars that had been vaguely seen in the fog before. After arriving at the island, Ling Yun also knew what they were. It's a branch formed by the trunk of a tree that exists in the center of the entire island. And if the size of the tree is taken together, Ling Yun even wonders if there is something wrong with his eyes. Because the size of 23 has completely exceeded the scope of comprehension, it almost covers the central part of the entire island, and the height is completely beyond the limit at a glance. With that kind of size, Ling Yun believes that even the O'Hara tree that is over 1,000 years old is not qualified to compare with it. Let's go there first. So Ling Yun also secretly decided to check the specific situation of the tree first. No matter how you think about it, among the dense vegetation and tall forests on the island, the tree is the most conspicuous thing. But right now, Ling Yun. Koala tugged on his sleeve gently, and Ling Yun looked at her with some puzzlement after hearing the words. The plants here, many are super ancient species that have become extinct. After hearing Koala's words, Ling Yun was a little surprised again. Beidoth Lumen has been extinct for more than 1,000 years. The little sunflower in the land of ice has been extinct for more than 1,300 years. The edible bread tree has been extinct for many years. Looking at Koala, who kept pointing to the surrounding plants and telling the origin, Ling Yun also frowned. Looking at the surrounding ancient plants that were generally extinct more than 1,200 years ago, I also seemed to vaguely feel the unusualness of this island. Jormungand, pay attention to your surroundings. Yes. After entrusting Jormungand to pay attention to the surrounding situation, Ling Yun just started to formally explore the island. Although this kind of exploration has been done many times in previous sailing journeys, but this time it is obviously Ling Yun the most serious one ever. Because he himself knows that this island definitely hides a very important secret. But only about 15 minutes into the woods, Ling Yun saw a small stone tablet, not a historical text stone tablet, but just a common stone tablet. The person chosen by fate, the torrent of time and the trial of truth will test your qualifications. There is no signature or preface, just a simple sentence. And what makes Ling Yun look serious is not the content of the stele, but footprint. Looking at the incomparably distinct footprints in front of the stele, Ling Yun's gaze was very sharp. The footprints are still fresh, and definitely look like they were left by no one. In other words, not so long ago, someone was here. So here comes the problem. Ling Yun spent a lot of time and energy, coupled with his strength and great luck, finally found and arrived here. Well, those who can come here like him. Who are they, and how did they get here? It's getting weirder. Ling Yun muttered to himself, and after a while, his expression became fixed, and then he continued to move forward. After walking forward for about an hour, Ling Yun saw a grey palace. The appearance of the temple did not make him feel strange, even though it was not made of sea stone. The special symbols engraved on the outer wall of the temple were exactly the same as the temple he saw in the sky in the past, and the overall structure of the temple is also very similar. The only difference is that this palace has obviously been explored this time. Not to mention that the gate was opened. The key point is that there is a huge dragging trace extending from the gate of the palace all the way, heading towards a certain direction. What surprised Ling Yun even more was, it is detected that there is a special negative effect curse around. Please pay attention to the host. Curse. Ling Yun, who heard this term for the first time since the Fishman Island, also frowned, then reached out and grabbed Koala, who was about to step forward. Don't go over there. There is something wrong with this thing. After saying that, he also slowly closed his eyes. And in the next moment, the powerful observation haki suddenly burst out without the dense fog. Ling Yun LV.10 observation haki can almost be used as a satellite navigation, and its detection range and accuracy are also pretty amazing. And with haki's confusion, Ling Yun's consciousness is also tracking the traces of the 630 ground all the way through observation haki. And after following all the way, Ling Yun saw the person who left the mark. On a coast next to the forest there is a ship that just sailed. At this time, the people on that ship were working together to move a grey stone tablet to the bottom of the ship. How can this be? After seeing this scene, Ling Yun couldn't help talking to himself in a low voice. He recognized the ship, and he recognized the stele. That ship with the pointed skull prow is the Flying Dutchman. And that grey tablet is the historical text he once got on the Fishman Island. At this time, on the boat that was far away from the island, what people said made Ling Yun even more unbelievable. Dead. No, I don't want to die. Shut up all of you, Lao Zi said it before, don't go near that tree, you idiots have to go. They were arguing, and the captain at the head silenced them with a single word. The captain wears a tall hat and gloves. Now, set sail for me immediately. If you don't find the mermaid princess quickly, we will be finished. Yes, yes. Captain Vander Daken. The captain's name turned out to be Vander Daken. Chapter 188. It's gone. Quickly came to the coast sensed by observation haki. Ling Yun looked at the completely empty sea and frowned. From the time he saw the ship sailing through observation haki to the time he and Koala used their abilities to get here quickly, it took no more than 30 seconds. And within 30 seconds, even if the opponent uses flying, it is absolutely impossible to drive the boat out of his sight. And it can also be seen from the traces of the place where the previous ship stayed. It is definitely not an illusion. The Flying Dutchman and the person called Vanderdaken are indeed in the near future. Was here before. However, the other party's ship just disappeared, leaving no trace, as if they had been away for a long time. That Vanderdaken, isn't it Vanderdaken I? At this time, a message that Koala suddenly gave him also made him suddenly have a crazy idea. You mean, the plants on this coast were all around 800 years ago? They are all plants from about 800 years ago, but they are not necessarily extinct. Koala nodded and pointed to a tall tree with reddish-brown leaves not far away. This is Balti fir, and there are also such trees in New World now, but this tree is more than 800 years old. It even broke through 2 meters, which is only the case with very long Balti fir trees. As a moo fruit-capable person, her understanding of plants can almost be characterized as a physical instinct, and the large number of related books she read to help Ling Yun take care of the medicine garden these years also helped her find these trees quickly. Source: 800. After hearing the message from Koala, Ling Yun immediately made a very interesting discovery. Because in fact, according to his previous guess, the year that Vanderdaken I existed, is also about 800 years in the 100 years of blank period. And if he remembered correctly, when they first came to this island, the surrounding trees were still plants more than 1,000 years ago. Looking at it as a whole, it seems that they are walking on time, and now, they have gone from the scale of more than 1,000 years ago to the scale of 800 years ago. Well, if they keep going. Perhaps the name of this island is not groundless. The place abandoned by time. Maybe it really is a place abandoned by time. As expected, as Ling Yun and Koala continued to advance in the woods, although they did not encounter any other creatures and buildings, the years of the plants around them were indeed moving forward. 700-year-old plants, 600-year-old plants, 500-year-old plants. But when the time finally passed to the 100-year-old plant, Ling Yun and Koala stopped at the same time.